Sometimes you don't really like your kids. Sometimes you grow out of your friends. Sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror, 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrows, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow. Or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving, that's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore. Endorphin rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain away. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never, ever gonna live again.
Hello, one and all, and welcome to the final day of Season 1 for Challengers Elite. And I hold shift. With me, I've got Visions, and today is a monstrous day. Not only because we've got the final action for Season 1 as mentioned, but the teams that remain in both Europe and North America, it's anyone's ballgame, it feels like, at this point. Partner, this has been interesting because we've got a set of matches, lower finals and grand finals, between the top 3 teams in Europe. I can say that not just because of the 3 that remain, but they have been convincingly our top 3 teams pretty much since the season has started.
Without a doubt. I think Brody had said it yesterday, right? Like, if he had to pick 3, these probably would have been the 3. Maybe you throw Notorious in there with the start they had, but either way, I think that we got a great 3 remaining teams here for EU. And, you know, we got some rematches. A lot of these teams have already had a lot of history playing against one another, which kind of also makes a great day here between all of them as well.
Yep, lower finals is what's going to be kicking us off. You see the names right underneath our faces. Owobabobs taking on the Originals. As mentioned, there is a lot of history here between not just the teams, but also a lot of drama between some of the players. But for these 2 squads in particular, it was actually the Originals who took the Owobabobs down from the upper bracket in an early matchup, which was a bit of a surprise, I think, just because, hey, we knew this was going to be a top-tier matchup. At least it went to all 5 maps overall as we look back over the bracket and kind of recap the action of how we got into where we are right now.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think you look back on that series, Owobabobs, you know, coming into it, had pretty nice map pick, I feel like, in their favor. But the Originals, I mean, just really good when it came down to at least some of those respawns. Just really solid in the hard point. Being able to at least take one off of one of the best hard point teams currently within the EU was massive. And then closing things out in that Game 5 fashion on Mercado. So certainly looking good there. But we move on to the Originals, you know, up against Elevate. Elevate, you know, pretty much just took over that series, right? Like, it wasn't too competitive for the most part. They really had just a great map set that worked really well for them, and it looked like they were just kind of putting them in their place.
It's kind of like a toggle between days, right? Because for Owobabobs, their first day of playoff action saw 2 different map 5s, not just versus the Originals, but also the Falcons. Whereas the Originals came through their first day of playoff run and looked really solid. But then you kind of look toward the lower bracket, and the run that Owobabobs went on yesterday in particular was significant. Their waxing of Nixa. I mean, you talk about convincing 3-0s. That was for sure one of them. And then for them to take on La Nave del Mysterio, yeah, it went to 4 maps, but outside of the first map that went to La Nave being extremely tight on Hydro Hardpoint, it was, again, all Owobabobs in the next 3, getting us now to lower finals here. It almost feels like Owobabobs are here to play at their top form this week, and maybe last week when they were playing their first day of playoffs was not a full representation of what we should expect today.
That's a really fair point. I mean, they just looked like that in that next level squad. That squad that could very much make it into that grand finals and put up a great fight against Elevate. But with the history being here and, you know, having a lot of reps versus this Originals team that obviously has a lot of packed-in talent, it's hard just to, you know, give one team the upper hand one way or the other, how close they played each other last time around. So, I mean, one thing we know for sure is that it should be great, hopefully very close, and we'll see who's going to be able to match up against Elevate, Alan.
Yep, it's an easy run as far as our stream schedule is concerned for the day because lower finals is first, and then there's only one thing left. It's grand finals. But it is important for us to note that grand finals, it is like how the CDL runs it. We're not doing best of 5 resets and challengers this year. It is 1 best of 7. So small advantage to Elevate when it comes to trying to set up that best of 7 the way that they prefer to, whereas the team from lower is going to have to find a way to steal away some very strong maps from that Elevate team. Let's get to know the teams a little bit more in particular. This Owobabobs roster is not a surprise. I think it's just simply down to the fact that we haven't had a French team that's been this good since overtime in Black Ops 4 when they eventually qualified for the Pro League and then did their business, but that was with players like Zeke and Whalers. Now we're getting kind of the new guard of French players, Cobra, Linz, Brezzy, and Abuza, who technically is not from France, but close enough. So, look, this team has been dominant, and I think the biggest point out, Brezzy, in his time playing in Challengers Elite, has never lost a Challengers Elite. He was 2-2 when it came down to him playing with Texas Nation last year, took off Season 3 to move back to France, and once he did, he carried his team into a Season 4 championship, looking to do the same thing to start out the Modern Warfare 2 year here.
You gotta, like, emphasize that, right? Like he won
That's nuts.
in 2 different regions. All of the elites he played in. Like that is just absolutely ridiculous, and he has the chance to be able to continue to try to keep that streak going. And boy, oh boy, does he have just a great amount of members around him to be able to help him to try and keep that flawless streak going. But I mean, these guys have been so electrifying when you watch them play on the map. They've been very difficult to deal with when they start snowballing. You see these guys fall into that groove, they just start slaying out like no team that we've seen so far in Challengers through North America or through EU. So it's a very scary team. You have to really make sure these guys do not catch fire because they will run away with it.
Yeah, they fly at you. That much is for sure.
Oh,
but on the other side, the Originals, who, again, was another squad that we looked at and said, what is going to be the ceiling for this team? Because you're dealing with kind of two different sets of two here, where you've got FDOT, who's kind of brand new in, not just to this team, essentially, but also into the competitive Challengers year. And then you've got Harry and Gizmo that have been kind of locked in as duos for a while, but Furious in the mix with them. This squad has found a lot of favor, and I will say FDOT has definitely provided as one of the most exciting new players on the Challengers block.
He really has. I mean, FDOT is just one of those kids where you can watch him and you just know that he provides something a little bit different with his raw mechanics, with his gun skill. He moves different. He's got, that whole 18 and cracked, type of line that we love to throw around. Like that is FDOT in a nutshell. Very fun to watch. But I think there's obviously a lot of great talent around him, like Harry and Gizmo, that have been able to help probably guide this young player as well. And they have a lot of experience over the last couple of years. And Harry himself has also, been on one too as a player.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things that we look kind of at Harry and Gizmo, and kind of in the middle of this season, we were like, oh, they're getting picked up to London, when we started to see roster swaps start to happen. And the whole community was kind of expecting to see that move happen, but it has not yet occurred. I say yet because I still think that the potential of it happening is still very high. But as far as the history of these two squads, as mentioned, they've played each other, but getting a look more in depth at where their strongest features lie, it's hard to find a fault with the Wobblebobs. However, that said, their control has been a bit of a boon for them here in the playoffs, where on the other side, the Originals kind of came through the group stage with a flawless control record, and that has not largely changed whatsoever. They're looking really good, only dropping one control so far on this entire season.
That's right. Lost it yesterday, right? Versus Elevate. Up until that point, looked completely solid on that game mode. That was something that they can just about always rely on, which is huge because you talk about, that pivotal map number 3 could very much change everything for you. You could look to close things out in 4. It's been something that's obviously a pillar here for the Originals. But overall, the hard points have been very close as well. Take a look at, 89%. I think that's where Wobblebobs have been their best. Now, that is on just about 2 maps. I think 10 of the 11 wins are basically just on 2. So, might have to try to adjust with some other maps thrown into the picture, but the S&D also up there, 82%, Alan.
Yeah. Really, really solid stuff. And then some of the spotlighted members that we're looking out for here are some of the highest overall KD leaders in the entirety of Elite. For that guy on the left, if I'm not mistaken, that is the top KD leader across every mode, including the overall in Global Challengers Elite. Whereas Harry on the other side, 1.5 in control is super impressive. The fact that he's also backed it up with over a 1.0 KD and hardpoint is very resilient when it comes to what this guy's been doing in the respawn.
Harry is definitely difficult to deal with when it comes down to control. We've seen that, but he slays out, he just locks down lanes for you, and he just starts to piece up a lot of members on the other side to be able to get so much control for your squad around the hard point, around the control zone, whatever it might be. But it's hard to ignore Abuza. I mean, he has been that guy. He is just one of the best challenger players so far, period, through either region. And the stats don't lie. The stats do not lie. 1.44. His SND KD is almost 2.0. I got something here for you, Alan. 80 kills so far in SND for Abuza coming through, man. Like, that is just ridiculous to say out loud. His teammate that's next up is at 60. So he's plus 20 on all of them. He is just absolutely cooking, man.
And just for reference sake, that 1.44 KD is the top overall Global Challengers Elite KD. The next closest is Dan Ghosty at 1.3. That is a very, very large gap between number 2 and number 1. So Abuza's been really doing it all. But with that in mind, it may just be the supporting cast. I hate to even call them a supporting cast because it's one of those situations that we've seen every single individual take over at moments in time. It's just those two have been the shining stars and by far the most consistent across what we've seen in both group play and in playoff play so far through season number 1. 2 squads definitely primed, looking good for potentially doing some major things here in this bracket, even though they find themselves in just the lower finals. I say just. It was a long battle to get here.
Yeah, it took a while. It took a while, but have been able to at least get to this point. And I think the most interesting thing is that when you go into a loser's final, you're playing against, a team that you've already played against. You can go back and watch a lot of that footage, and you could be very willing to rerun that map set back if you want to, or make small adjustments. And we are hearing that map set is ready here for us, Alan. And jumping into this, I think that, it's going to be very interesting to see how the first half goes. specifically for the originals, because you got the bread and butter Fortress Hardpoint for Woba Bobs. This is something that they have just been relentless on, and then they've also been fairly good in the El Asilo Search and Destroy. So in my mind, originals are going to have to really try to grab one of these first two maps, I think, in this first best of 5.
Yeah, looking at the overall, kind of comparing the last time these two teams had played to this one, the only things that are actually the same here are the Fortress Hardpoint, the Hotel Control, and then the Mercado Search and Destroy. That was the 3-4-5 last time these two teams played. So now seeing it as the 1-3-5 definitely kind of changes dynamic just a touch. And for what it's worth, it did go, as mentioned, all the way to a map 5 last time. It was a 6-3 Search and Destroy Mercado that the originals were able to take down Woba Bobs on. So that's a little bit of the history, but throw that all away. It's a brand new day, a brand new week as this matchup now graces us on the screen. We got a Woba Bobs, we got the originals. It's EU lower finals. Partner, let's get it on.
Let's get it on, baby. I'm ready for it. Man, Woba Bobs, they've been on a bit of a tear. The originals need a big bounce back. Coming out and taking away a map number 1 on Fortress Hardpoint against the Woba Bobs could really set the tone here in this best of 5. Let's see how things kick off right away. Yuza already going to be naded out. Nice little kill for Gizmo. Kova's now a little worried about, well, can I stay on the time here? But he will be free to at least get the first 6 seconds.
Yeah, a little bit of a bless up with the damage going into Gizmo, forcing out a team kill. Allows Cobra to feel a little bit more secure. He's also got a little bit of help from Linz from behind. So now that Woba Bobs are spawning out, a good read of where exactly the originals are coming from, and the kills are coming very swiftly. Although no one's watching Cobra's back at the moment, the contest will be his alarm system, and great help from Abusa through mid-map, so never at any point do the Woba Bobs actually get off the time. Abusa now on the re-wrap, trying to come through to contest to make sure the originals don't sneak in for some scrap time, but it looks like that will have to be forfeited as the originals get in and secure a little bit of help on rotation towards New.
Oh, the wall bank's good. Nice kill for F-Dot. 3 in a row now for him, starting to heat up with that sub in hand. Things can get very scary if it starts to go the other way. The originals start to get the ball rolling, but all things considered, decent P1 for Woba Bobs. Now they got to influence the spawns. Nice kill for Cobra. And you take a look at player 1, Brezzy. He's been slow to start, but he has just got his team the spawns in the back. And now they could look to try to flood through for a break.
Oh, but the break from the backside denied. Has to come from the interior now. Gizmo watching this very avidly. 2 for 1 the exchange. Woba Bob's still threatening, trying to block out these spawns. Successful so far. Need the double coming from Abusa, and he provides absolutely in the nick of time. Teammates now here to reinforce. The originals kind of have to concede this, but I say kind of because they are sending 2 members to try to finesse the old time. This is significant, and you have an opportunity here to actually soak up some significant amount of time, but also kind of force the Woba Bobs to spawn bottom left-hand side. This is going to work out great. Originals, great finesse of the old time as they stretch to New.
Oh, but a big moment right here. Harry, he's able to move in for 2 in the back, so it's a little interesting, right? The Woba Bobs want to try to threaten some of that old time, but also want to rotate, and well, this rotation, it's just not going to go the way of a Woba Bobs. That is a massive double kill. Good pickup there from F-Dot. You got Furious, who's going to get a great read now on the remaining players from the Woba Bobs that are going to be looking to try to break, and this is not a position we see too often. Usually they're in control. Now they have to look for the break.
And this is all largely coming from the front, and it's not going to find any success at all. Gizmo essentially 1v3s the front door. Thank you very much. 1 clips him as well. And now you've got a chance for the originals with 33 seconds to start to put a little bit of influence, maybe over towards P4. I mean, Woba Bobs, you can't give this up. You have to hit this one more time, but look at the play coming out of the originals. They're already swarming through mid-map. Gizmo is just holding down the lane, although the break does still come through. Harry trying to pick things up on 4 in a row. Not going to get number 5. Abusa just too good for it, so scrap time comes through, and keep your eye on number 1 in purple. Brezzy's already on the move to cannon.
You get the scrap time, but you mentioned Brezzy. He's kind of the big factor. He's always on the rotation. Feels like Brezzy is just always just ahead of the play, right? But his teammates aren't really going to be able to get to him just yet. But once this new hill pops and maybe once eliminations start to come through, there'll be a chance, and there it is, right? The spawn is right there for at least one of them. Brezzy finds a big kill in the back, looking for the second onto Harry, and Brezzy now starting to come away with a couple of key kills. That will allow a potential break as Gizmo's got a handful in front of him, and Brezzy just smokes him.
Oh, that's a heck of a wake-up from Brezzy. Started off at 3 and 10, now at 7 and 10 on 4 in a row, threatening for streaks. Woba Bob's locked down the rotation, but hold on a second. The originals do get a little bit of a favored spawn on the north side of the map, trying to get here rapidly, catch Woba Bob's defense a little bit by surprise, but Abusa has other plans in mind, and as he shuts down one side of the play, his teammates have largely done the legwork on the other, and that's going to be good for 5 in a row for Brezzy. Working for streaks, but cut down. Harry finds the kill to deny. but Abusa allows Wobobs to stay into the hard point, and they have a chance to flip the lead right back to their name.
It's been a great hill for Wobobs, down by about 40, able to get just about all of that back here on this hill in Cannon. Nice kill there for Harry to come away with a couple more. So, scrap time. This goes a little bit back and forth here for both of these squads, but rotation, it is a little vulnerable. You take a look at where Wobobs are. They could look to pounce. They could hit a late pinch through stage here from player 2. So, there is a lot to worry about right now if you're the Originals, and Linz is just waiting for that regen. So far, it's holding. Originals looking good for the first 15.
Yeah, and Harry does clean up that player over through stage, so now it all has to kind of be through the middle or from the front. Long-range shots, Cobra, that is brilliant. A huge double not only negates the time being accrued by the Originals, but allows his teammates an exit from what was looking like nearly a spawn trap in the backside of the third hardpoint. Linz waking up a little bit here as well. Now on the attack for 3 in a row. Once again, keeps the hard point neutral. Brezzy would love to get in and soak up some of this time, but he knows that there's contests nearby, and his teammates are focused on the other side of the map, trying to move these spawns around and to set themselves up for a good look, not just at the first hill, but once we get back to 2 as well.
Raised out for the Originals, able to grab themselves that cushion. Right back, and P1 control is good. Spawns in the back for Wobobs, not good. Gonna have to try to break out here purely through gunfights, and not easy ones to take when you're looking up top double, top single, you name it.
Whoa.
But Cobra has just been able to run through both players. Looked like he had a nasty snap on a Gizmo, and now Harry's kind of forced to play his life in the back. But what a read that is from F-Dot. He knows that players are trying to flip things out, trying to get to the back, and now it's up to Cobra to try to do it himself.
Yeah, the reactions from both of these two teams, once there's a threat, trying to block or move the spawns around has been absolutely exquisite. As soon as there's about to be a threat, someone turns, picks up that quick pinch. It's been really good kind of picking up on these flank attempts, and the Originals are going to walk away with a whale of amount of time here on the first. And it's not getting any better for the Wobobs, who continue to spawn top right side of the minimap. Abusa is weakened. F-Dot wants the kill and will find it without too much cause for concern. Brezzy also tagged on the cross, and this is the Originals growing to a very significant lead, sitting at about 60-plus points, and a chance to even make it worse as they still have numbers over towards the second hill, but it's not open yet. And with that, the Wobobs will actually have a chance to spawn here. We got a 50-50 fight here for the opening time of Gallows.
And they have players kind of flooding through the bottom of R, but Urias just comes behind the play, and now you don't really feel safe fully from Wobobs, but they're still winning battles. F-Dot, lot in front of him to deal with. He's able to find the snap with the help of Gizmo. One more in the back. He's tagged up just about every single member. The flank comes in from behind. It's good to be able to open up the hill and make sure control goes the way of a Wobobs. You take a look at the rotation, and that's going to be a nice pickup there from Cobra. They're going to be able to get at least a little bit of that time taken away, but this is great time for the Originals, all things considered.
Yeah, this was kind of a weird route here from Cobra. I was surprised he didn't try to help his teammate to try to move forward and get into this hard point, because this is still significant when it comes down to the win condition that's already built in for the Originals. They're going to be at about near 190 if they get every last second here in the second. And with that in mind, even a full 60 from the Wobobs here at Fountain, which is not a guarantee, by the way, since they don't have spawn control, is not enough to get them really fully competitive into this map. So you have to hold the full 60 just to have a shot at this comeback if you're the Wobobs. Kills looking decent. Cobra tried to finesse ring around the Rosie, but no, it's Gizmo who turns things around, and the Originals once again, they're able to break P3.
Yeah, they're able to break it because no one's watching maps. They're like expecting a flood to come through down low because they're probably getting, sound cues, stuns and nades are probably being thrown through, but I mean, that player just gets to run right through maps, get information on the second, and they just get the break, get the spawns in the back. So not a very common mistake we see out of this team, but now we'll see more time just being collected as the Wobobs find a moment to take one of the players off the time, but it is just all the Originals right now. Lynn's one last chance to try to break through, but he's only fighting for scrap time.
And he's not even going to get this scrap time. The help is still here. It's just been a literal masterclass from the Originals. And a lot of it, again, just kind of goes back to what we were mentioning before. They're picking up on these pinches and these off spawns in the last 5 seconds of a hard point brilliantly. And it's giving them these advantages to where, yeah, okay, Wobobs in that last hard point are rotating early, but the hard point at 2 is still open. So those spawns on the right-hand side of the map are not yet activated. And Originals are doing a really nice job of getting themselves into positions to kind of block out spawns early. That all said, Wobobs do have a chance to actually establish a setup here at 4. Threat from the front is largely unsuccessful, and as Linz continues to watch over the Gallows, he will give the information that the Originals are likely going to hit from the side doors.
Wobobs were good here last time, but Originals, they could technically still end it on this point inside of Cannon. Gizmo down low. He's just sprinting around what it feels like a Vaznev, but is in fact attacked. 24-16. Almost able to get up to 5 in a row, but nice shutdown there from Cobra. Not good enough to turn that into 2. Hill will go neutral for now, but the original still only needs 6 seconds for the win. Harry is still very much a part of this play on Olds, but finally Wobble Bobs get the clear. However, it takes them so long to do so.
Yeah.
And originals, they could end it on next.
And that's the great play out of leader's advantage situations from the originals. Throw 1, 2 members to Old. It keeps the Wobble Bobs at bay, not allowing them to rotate. And Furious is going to put the nail into the coffin with a 3-piece from Double Doors. Holy Hannah. That is unbelievable from the originals. A map that the Wobble Bobs, sure, they've found some struggles on it in the past, but not a map that you would expect a tally like that of absolute dominant display from the originals.
I mean, that is one of the maps that Wobble Bobs can almost always rely on in a best of 5. Like, that is not something we see them, like, ever lose. I talked about, you know, their overall kind of hardpoint record. You know, 10 of their 11 wins in this game mode have come from Fortress and Mercado. Like, those are the 2 that they always love to play. Those are the 2 that they're always getting wins on. And when you start off a series like this where you don't get a win on one of your go-to maps and you get kind of blown out of the water by the originals, I mean, a little bit terrifying, but the original's certainly on the ball, and we just don't get the same participation, I feel like, from, you know, all of the Wobble Bob members. And even coming back to the same point I made on P3, like, nobody's watching maps. Like, that is a clear blunder that you would never see this team make. So have to wonder if maybe the nerves, a little frantic, you know, their first game of the series, still lots more maps left, but just a very untraditional map, I would say, here from the Wobble Bobs.
And I think as much as you can look at some of the follies and faults from the Wobble Bobs and their setups, moving between key hardpoints, I still have to go on the other side of the sword and give credit to the originals for stressing out the Wobble Bobs on those rotations. I mean, there was a master moment in here. I think it was the second rotation as we got to P2 at the late stages where the originals needed to kind of find a way to break, and they were spawning bottom middle of the map. They send 2 players around the back of Gallows and 2 through the double doors in towards Fountain, and we're not going to see it quite on the replay, but that finesse when there's still 20 seconds left on 2 worked out great because they were able to then, with that play, while the second hardpoint was still active, spawn the Wobble Bobs on the bottom part of the minimap, which is the last place you want to be moving from 2 to 3. So it's like little moments like that. Like, you force one set of spawns to be in an unideal position, and it gives you that little bit of extra space and time to refocus on those key power positions. And that kind of happened not just once, but also a couple of different moments as we were rotating away from 3 going to 4. So, I mean, as small as the map is, the originals did a really great job of just manipulating how they wanted Wobble Bobs to spawn, and it also helps when you've got even kill participation across the board and everyone's sitting near above the 25 plus kills and 2,600 plus damage. That's just great news across the board.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, the other factor, you know, sometimes that I always talk about with the Wobble Bobs is, like, the slaying is there too. Like they're also, you know, matching a lot of it. It's just they're not turning it into any hardpoint time. And this is something that we do tend to see where, you know, you see players like Cobra and Abusa, you know, find themselves in positions where they're getting a lot of kills, but it's not guaranteeing spawns. It's not guaranteeing hill time. It's not guaranteeing a setup. So, I mean, the originals are very happy to handshake that and say, you want to go kill for kill, that's fine, but we're going to smoke you by about 125 points. So, very happy with how this map one goes. And like I said, coming into this best of 5 set, I feel like you have to grab one of these 2 maps, you know, with these 2 being strong for the Wobble Bobs, and you come out with a map one like that, well, it's certainly going to bode well for you going into the rest of the series.
Yeah, it was, you know, just to kind of reflect on yesterday to what we're seeing today, the efficiency is just, like, it feels like they just have it all working right now for the originals. Yesterday, it felt like they never really were on the same page in major moments. There were some moments, for sure, where they were able to still get setups that they wanted versus Elevate, but it felt like what just happened to the Wobble Bobs was happening to the originals yesterday at the hands of Elevate, where it's just like, we're finding good kills, but we're not getting into positions to actually win the map the way that we need to, especially when we were looking at things like the hard point yesterday. So it definitely is a bit peculiar to see the shoe on the opposite foot, but that's the way that Call of Duty goes, as I'm sure all of us know in this day and age. So with that in mind, Wobble Bobs dropped their first Fortress hard point to a very good originals team on that map for what it's worth again, by the way. But you look over to the rest of the series, El Asilo Search and Destroy is up next for us. Again, there's really not a bad map in the pool for Wobble Bobs in the Search and Destroy based on their statistics. But when you look over to the side of the originals, This feels like, again, a peculiar first two maps because they were winless on the Fortress Hardpoint, even though the maps were relatively close, and they're also winless on the El Asilo Search and Destroy. Usually they lose it 6-2. So some work needs to be done here is what I'm getting at if you're the originals, to try to turn this into a 2-0 start.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this comes back to my point, just really struggling within these first two maps in the set, and it's not been pretty. Only, collecting a majority of 2 rounds when you're playing it isn't really a good sign here, but, I mean, they haven't played it in a little while, so, maybe they've been able to get some scrims in, maybe they've been able to get a different look on how we should play it, and things can very much change very rapidly. When you get into some of these playoff matches, you can start to learn very quickly, so maybe there's something that they've learned. Either way, I think when we watch at least the other end, we talked about Abusa kind of having just about a 2.0 KD in S&D.
Yeah,
sometimes he finds moments where he just hits routes, he gets behind the setup, and you're so worried about what's happening with Abusa that the rest of the members are then able to kind of go for a bomb plan, set up how they want. It can be very difficult to kind of shut down some of these guys when they get going.
And it's interesting because you're looking at a couple of key members here for the side of the Awoba Bobs that love to get into the mix right off the rip. On this map, look out for Cobra possibly sniping. We've seen that happen a couple of times before. But Linz is also the most overall opening engagement player on Awoba Bobs. He likes to run the Vaznev. He likes to run it quickly. And on average, he's winning a little over half of his opening duels. So that's good news still for the Awoba Bobs when it comes to utilizing this map at possibly polar opposites. Whether you want to try to use the scope to secure first bloods or trust that enabling Linz to get forward will still kind of allow you the Abizi-like search and destroy mindset of you're forcing a first engagement and you're likely going to come on top of it. So that's what I think we should be looking for here if the Awoba Bobs are to turn this into a successful search and destroy and tie up this series.
Certainly the case here for us. We'll see if it ends up happening, but certainly going to be an interesting one coming into this map number 2, man. I'm very excited to see how the originals are going to be able to try to just maybe show us something different. I feel like that's got to be the big factor. If you're willing to throw this in after having an 0-2 start on it, not having a lot of reps on it, like there's got to be something that you're willing to come out with. But I know Linz, at least last time he did play them, I think it was on the hotel, he dropped like a 14 bomb on the originals back in their previous series. So he was just having an absolute banger of a map. We'll see if maybe that starts to come to life a little bit for him, because he doesn't have the best map number 1, but chance for redemption. Chance for Awoba Bobs to try to tie us up here at 1 apiece going into that control. You certainly would like to. Originals known for a lot of 3-0s in their series throughout this season 1 elite. So Awoba Bobs getting on the board, I think, is really critical here.
Hard to agree with you. It's difficult to pull off reverse sweeps in either of the 2 regions that we have. But as we start to get into these top 3 squads, that task almost feels like at times an impossibility. Let's see what we got. Harry, gonna watch over to see if anyone's gonna play over towards B. F dot in trouble as you want to see some aggression right off the rip. Awoba Bobs will move rapidly in towards the bottom side of billiards and pool, and that will be enough to at least go to a 2v2 very early on. But the bomb is down. Originals need to play collection. They've got 2 ARs to try to do that.
Cobra's not really slowing down, is he? Gonna throw a little nade there, try to get some info. Won't be able to connect, and now you can see a nice pick there through outskirts. Gizmo onto abuse, and we've been seeing Harry with a sub a lot more. I'm not sure if he has an AR in his back pocket or if he picked this up, but he has been a lot more comfortable, and yeah, he probably picked up the Vaznev. But Cobra's got to read. He knows that they're probably coming to B, and he is in a good position to shut this down.
He's in a perfect position to shut this down. Nearly gets the lineup. Semtex pushes him out. Gizmo predicts the gunfight beautifully. And maybe just knows his opponent there, saying, I know for a fact he's going to jump out and try to take this challenge and not try to delay and push this back. And it's very, very well designed by Gizmo. Cobra gave him some work, but not enough. The originals survived through the early onslaught of the Awoba Bobs on the first 20 seconds.
Definitely do. And I mean, that's the only problem with an El Asilo when you start to lose numbers and you dwindle down to a 2v2 with like a minute on the clock, is that so much of the map is open and it's too much to watch, from a defensive point of view. So you typically kind of post up inside somewhere, try to get eyes on A, since that's the more common bomb site. But just a nice call to kind of push through left, wrap around the back, work off the trades.
Still some speed, some aggression starting to come through. It's Furious this time after the nades do connect. Does he expect the corner? No, he doesn't. Semtex, though, over the top still lands. Takes this to a 3v3. Awoba Bob still working for an angle, at least over towards A initially, but this is a good read again. Linz is going to have a good look here at Gizmo. Oh, that's just great intel more than anything else. Nade will come through. Gizmo takes the challenge.
Oh!
Wow.
Gotta win those. Gotta win those. Linz even kind of backs down from the fight. It's a nice strafe jump out of Gizmo. Good snap there, but not enough to finish off the kill. Wow. My goodness, man. When Gizmo's shooting like this and he starts to challenge like this and you can kind of just see like that saucy type of style in his gameplay, it's a little scary. It's really difficult to shut this man down, but obviously everything coming together right now. Originals able to pull ahead here 2-0.
Yeah. Looking good. And the biggest thing about it is you've kept the Wobblebobs at arm's reach already now after their 2 aggressive plays come through. So maybe a little bit of mental gamesmanship going on. Gizmo 3-0. Everyone else pretty much even on the kill feed. On the opposite side, have not seen Linz be able to convert on these opening engagements like we were kind of expecting him to. And this time he's just going to go straight on in to the couch at A. Still has some assistance, though, as Cobra once more gets aggressive towards the outside. And these aggressive routes are starting to be a little bit more measured this time. Gizmo just gets gifted another gunfight, though. I'm not really sure what the look was. Trying to maybe double chow that with Brezzy was Cobra, but all in all, it still ends up a trade in favor of Wobblebobs. But FDOT's got the bomb and dead silence, and he's already through the opposite side of the map.
It's clear that they have figured out that Wobblebobs don't really have players playing on the right side of the map, especially as numbers start to dwindle away. But should be an easy pickup for FDOT. There it is. So he's going to be able to find who's up top here on AC. And now this kind of, gets you wondering, is FDOT going to make a plant over to B? Do we hold our position, try to protect A? Because you also have player 4, Harry, who's waiting for something like that. But FDOT could exchange information here with the other player, and now we're down to about 30 seconds.
On that little peek and poke that just came through does allow Wobblebobs to move outside of the windows and defend this B site. FDOT tagged, and that's well done by Linz. Great read again, just flushing him out with the Semtex. Harry by himself, 18 seconds on the clock. Has to go and go quickly. That silence will be hit. He's going to try to clear the upstairs first. This is all going to take time. It rules out the ability to plant. Long-range shots, decent, but not good enough for Wobblebobs on the board.
I just like how fast the Wobblebobs were there to kind of react on the B play. And as soon as they get a little information on FDOT in the back and he's still not planting the bomb because he's not really safe to do so without getting information from Harry or Harry there to assist him, it's just a nice collapse, little 2v1 to work him. And once that bomb goes down, Harry's just got to hope for a couple of gunfights with about 20 seconds left. And he only gets a shot at one and can't win it. So able to get one back. Wobblebobs showing us a little bit of fight here in the S&D. Now got to try to make something happen on the attack.
Designs towards B here, it looks like. Yeah, sure is. Linz with an AR will give you that insinuation, and he just gets caught with nades out. And the rest of his team over at Soccer Field also got tagged, so they weren't there to help him at all. So the Originals come out with an opening first blood and a follow-up as Furious hits the long flank, and he nearly just stopped the play in its tracks. But Abuza does respond to it, keeps it in marginal terms. Still 2v3, definitely doable. But Abuza is stuck. And FDOT gives him a kill. Peculiar to say the least. Should be traded out. And oh, goodness, Gizmo nearly got absolutely spit on. But instead, it's now just down to Cobra. 1v2. No bomb to work with at the moment. But, he's got a scope as well. This is not great news.
No, it's not. Unless Gizmo kind of works his way up here, but I would imagine they would hold and they would just kind of play cross lines. But here,
what?
Wow, I thought that connected, and he fires another shot, almost able to connect again. He's got a tack to work with, but he's got to read Gizmo close here or rotate to A.
Oh, great stun, great Semtex. That should weaken up Gizmo, should make it an easy pick. There it is, 1v1. And Harry gets red! Oh! What a play from Cobra! I think both of us are thinking, how does that first snipe miss? And I imagine Cobra's going to go back and frame by frame it to see, did I actually miss that shot? But doesn't make a difference when he finds the tack. What a play.
Yeah, we're going to call that a 1v3. The game is playing against him here, but we got a replay of it. Yeah, this connects, man. There's no way, right? Like, there's absolutely...
What?
Yeah, that's a 1v3 in my books, dude. That's a beat on the Gizmo, Harry, and the game. Let's go, Cobra.
Damn. That's crazy. All right, here we go. Next round in. Focus towards the A tower this time. Cobra with an AR catches Gizmo completely off guard. I think you were right. Originals were saying, hey, if they're not going to put anyone over towards this top of A, let's try to keep using this, but this time Cobra changes things up, and he's now 7-3 with a 4v3 situation favoring the defense.
Finally, an A plant might actually come through here. And yeah, it's going to be planted for that clutch spot, top balcony, as we would typically see it. So Now it's a matter of, do you keep members stacked inside? Do you back all the way up? But Linz, he has a read on Harry. Probably heard him cross all the way back. So good pickup. Now that's going to eliminate that entire lane, and you can start to collapse here. And, well, they're collapsing beautifully. 1v3. F dot, no shot. Only able to come away with one. Clean retake for Wobblebobs.
Yeah, that's just brilliant. Just straight-up awareness coming out of Wobblebobs. You know you've got the last player trapped. More so, the play kind of starts when you get that aggressive route to find Harry deep over towards that back hut on the A side of the map. So it's just, again, good response and good isolation that leads to these much easier collected rounds for the Wobblebobs. So they take their first advantage here in this map, 3-2 up. And now kind of, again, the mental game shifts just a touch. The Originals, they thought they had this Wobblebobs team figured out. But now that's 2 rounds back-to-back, that you're sitting here saying, oh, wait a second, what do we have to do differently here? Because the opening aggression that we kind of had in the first couple of rounds is now being responded to, and we're getting isolated. So do you need to start to pair up a little bit more, try to play off each other with a little bit more reserved nature? We'll see.
Very good for Cobra, who has been running the scope on a lot of these offensive attacks. So we'll be able to slow things down quite a bit. But player 6 right now, Abusa, he's kind of caught in that same position that we saw before. But can he work through and take out Harry? Harry's going to give up the right, so there's a small timing to work up the back here, and he finds the timing. And now you have to worry about this B site, so you can start to see those arrows kind of running all the way back here, and this will leave A open.
Yeah, this is a great route for Abusa. I mean, look what he's doing. He's got 3 players guarding him right now. Everyone else is focused on towards A, and Abusa can just delay time for as long as he wants. Even better if he finds the kill, and he sure does. 27 HP. Gizmo still trying to trap him up, but, I mean, look at the rest of their team. Yeah. Wobblebobs, they're not confident enough to plant at A yet, though. They were trying to come over towards B. I don't think Abusa saw how many players were here. So now you're at 25 seconds. Lynn's off the dead silence. Should be able to catch right behind F dot. Yeah, no worries there. And that will lead to a plant, but it was stressed, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, they were just slowly creeping their way over to B to maybe get here, but they finally get a chance to drop that bomb at A, and they're going to back all the way up to their side. So Gizmo, with no dead silence, going to have to try to go for some kind of a defuse in A. Not an easy task by any means, but if you can find a kill up top in balcony, certainly would be a good start to trying to pull this one off. But getting information is just so difficult from this spot.
And especially when you know you're the one who's making noise. There's the shoulder check, and he will realize very rapidly that this is not a post-plant position that he can just stick. No. Great stuff from the Wobblebobs. 3 in a row now all of a sudden for him.
Yeah.
As they go up by 2. And still, now, what do you do here on the offense if you're the Originals? Because the defense is, they'll have to figure that out next time through. But their pathway to get around the play by going over towards that A tower has now been contested. So what do you set up here for this offense?
Yeah, that really is the question right now. I mean, do you rely on Harry to maybe continue to kind of out-snipe Cobra?
Yeah.
Start to draw some of that pressure away, kind of, from A. Start to separate them a little bit to watch over the other lanes. That it really is a big factor, I think, that you have to look at, because kind of relying on this constant push through the left side is not going to work out. But a little miscommunication. Gizmo backs up, Harry backs up, trying to figure out who wants to be the bomb carrier. They do manage to at least figure that out. Now they'll start their push into B here. So this is a very heavy stack. They're going to find Abusa. Great nades. There will be a return kill, though, from Brezzy. He's ready for the second, but Harry able to get his gun up first, and now it's a 3v2, and bomb's going down.
Yeah, those are brilliant nades that come through after the stun gets read. I don't know if they were already cooking up frags to make sure they could clear that corner or not, but regardless of what the design was, it's effective. But Lynn's through the back. Does anyone see him? No. F-Dot was just too far away. Couldn't stop the play. Now Harry's stuck inside the site, and it's Lynn's for the double. And F-Dot is in Narnia. Bomb being defused by Cobra. F-Dot off the dead silence. Has to go quickly, but Lynn's will take down 3 in the round to put a Wobblebobs on map point.
Wow, that round's just so puzzling for me because it goes so well. They create the 3v2 off the back end of some great set nades. They find the trade onto Brezzy, and then they have the setup. But the problem is that Linz is in the back, and he's got a sub. So he goes to crates to kind of help watch this flank play, and he's also kind of bobbing and weaving between his back spawn. But he gets awful timing while going back up to the top of green. And during that timing, that's when the retake starts to happen. That's when the kills just start to follow. And then by that point, F-Dot's like, well, I got a sub. I can't fire from from that far away, and I can't really make it there in time.
Yeah.
So little bit tough for the Originals, and I think that all started with the very start of the round on who was going to grab the bomb.
This time trying to get aggressive again, but the Wobobs deny Furious any entry. Gizmo continues forward to get us to a 3v3, but he's isolated again. Oh, but good help. F-Dot just at range. Literally saves a life. Gizmo, next gunfight up, has Cobra down to a bullet, but cannot win it. And that gets us to a 2v2. Bomb still down. F-Dot still watching the upper and lower cross simultaneously, but you have to be wary because without any eyes on that bomb, it could have been collected already. And yeah, this is unfortunate reads here from F-Dot. He's nervous about the potential B play.
Cobra almost having dead silence, should be able to come right behind everything here. Potentially find F-Dot. It's a bit of a split from Harry and F-Dot, so they're very much relying on one of the two to kind of get info, and maybe they'll get info on the bomb. There's potential, but Cobra now going to make his big play here. Should be able to find F-Dot, no problem. There it is. Man. Turns it into a 1v2, and it's all up to Harry, and he knows, well, the push is coming to him.
Got to keep in mind that the Originals have not won this map yet. On average, they lose it 6-2. In fact, both the times they've played it, it was a 6-2 loss. And it's looking like number 3 may be on the way, but time is a bit of an issue here. Harry, if he could just stop the plant, it would be win condition. Goes down to challenge, finds the first. Bomb still planted. Through the door, tags come through, but Harry's still not off his regen. It doesn't matter, though. He finds Abusa laying prone just outside the bomb, and the Originals will get the 3.
I like that, man. I love that challenge out of Harry. There's a lot of players that would probably just go and open the door, maybe just try to take the player off of the defuse, or rather off of the plant, but he just goes for the gunfight over top, knows that if I find him, this guy's going to have to worry about this animation coming right off the bomb. He gets the early spray, challenge is right, brings the gunfight home. What a 1v2 there from Harry to keep his team in the game.
Yeah. Still, though, the problems that we've talked about over the last handful of rounds are still there. I mean, the Wobobobs are still coming out, these strategic giants in these last couple of rounds. So you still have to put together a game plan that works if you're going to find a total of 4 in a row. Still have to be 3 in a row from here. And they're going to go test this outer A position once again. Cobra is relatively in this position to challenge. F-Dot up top, they're just going to throw every number at it. And that works out. So this is obviously by design. The Originals want to use this side of the map. And honestly speaking, Cobra falls without seeing maybe more than 1 or maybe at best 2 players. So the Wobobobs defense is a little bit empty on information on where exactly the Originals are. But the longer this takes, the more you start to think, okay, the whole team wrapped around here.
Yeah, that has been pretty much the play just about every single time. And we'll see if they can get to be F-Dot clean shots onto Linz. And because, I mean, he's in a spot to read this, but they don't have to commit to B if they don't want to anymore. Shot's going to come through down low at the back of B, but that's a huge double for Brezzy. Finds Gizmo and F-Dot. That's now the bomb down, and the Original's starting to get a little low on the time. It's down to about 30 seconds.
On Brezzy sees everything, but Furious turns, responds. Long-range shots from Abusa, decent, but Harry, well, he's able to do exactly the same in kind. Bomb will get planted at B. And it's just down to where do you set up the post plant. Looks like they want to try to play this over towards Rockside. I imagine that the exit here from Furious will be close. Yeah, with the sub in hand. Harry will be the first point of contact, and Abuser just finds him for free. So now Furious for the 1v1. Abuser's playing this one very slowly. Just wants to make sure that Furious doesn't come around the side on him.
Daddy.
Yep. Furious is about to have the same, and the shots will land. Originals continue to string them together.
Man, that was a scary round, though. Brezzy finding 2 up top. I thought that was going to be, kind of it, but Brezzy spots out Harry at the top. Doesn't want to take that challenge, but decides to kind of take the second one onto Furious, and Furious finding the head on Brezzy was just everything, because if he falls, the bomb's down, and Harry's kind of, at the top of the rock still on the mountain. It's just probably chalk from there. So another huge round. And as you said, starting to string them together here. The Originals able to bring this one now to 5-4. See if they can continue to build off of it here and try to get us to around 11.
I love this call. Double hit. I imagine Gizmo's got an AR watching over the top of this, but this is all about trying to get Furious as far forward as possible. Yeah, because he's got the Deddy and a chance to get around this play, but watch out. Abuser's watching this, and absolutely shuts down the play. And once again, that was the entire design for the Originals. Get Furious forward. Let him win the round by playing behind the Wobobobs, but I think he just hits the dead silence a bit too soon. Linz, who had already earned the cruise missile, will call this in, and that's going to force the Originals all into the inside. Although that said, Linz is the bomb carrier here, so as much as he cleared out space, they can't convert this into a quick plant. It has to be a second set of gunfights.
Oh, what a win. Harry's able to find one of the crossing. Gizmo gets a second. Cobra's able to get one back, but Gizmo gets two. It's all down to Cobra here. Would have to go big once again. We saw a clutch earlier. He's going to see Harry up top, and Harry with the scope. He's going to find another one. The Originals able to get us the distance. We're going to round 11, baby.
No way, bro. I mean, Harry, how clutch is he? That's a tough shot, too, mind you. The first one was difficult as well. On the bottom side of the doorway that he's standing over right now, it's just a quick shoulder, quick scope, and turns into two massive amounts of eliminations. And that whole play was about trying to get Furious around the back. Let him just hit Deddy and just get a couple of kills, and that will stop the round in its tracks. But when he gets denied, someone has to step up, and it's the combination of Harry and Gizmo to do it. But what do you do here in round 11? Originals finding a lot of success over towards the outside of A. This time Cobra's going to play topside tower, but he gets naded. And that can be enough for the Originals to say we can't go this direction anymore, or do we commit the numbers to get the isolated pick? It's a tough gunfight no matter which way you dissect it.
Harry does find Prezi for first blood. Cobra. Aids are coming through. They know he's up here. I mean, Cobra's position, he should just fall to Gizmo potentially, but no! He finds the gunfight despite being tagged up with an aid, and Linz off screen has now just taken out Furious. Harry just decides to go for totally different route, doesn't want to deal with them in the power position, and now he falls. It's all down to F. He's going to have a chance to drop this bomb, but he's got a 1v3 clutch in this final round.
Cobra just not able to do too much from there, and then Linz rapidly moves forward. Oh my goodness. And the Originals are going to be kicking themselves to high heaven when they watch the VOD back, because you and Cobra on 2 HP. You missed that gunfight. The stun that comes afterward gets him to 1 HP, but everyone just kind of runs scared saying he doesn't die. Oh, tough situation to be sure. But Cobra's 9 lives keeps them in it, and Linz puts them over the finish line, both of them tallying 11 kills each. What a search and destroy, but the Wobblebobs are back into the series now, tying it up at 1.
And that is just such a critical win, because we talk about the Originals and their control record being, you know, what it is, 7-1, only losing one map. Like, that was a necessary win to make sure you do not get 3-0'd. But, I mean, do they ever get pushed? Do they ever get tested? That's, you know, a great map mode combination that we typically see out of them. And, you know, they have a massive lead. You know, they go on what was like 4 or 5 rounds in a row. They're up 5-2, but trying to find that finisher, man, was it ever difficult. But Cobra bails them out of so many situations. He bails them out of the first situation to even get them on the board, and then he bails them out of the situation to make sure that they end it and that they do tie us up. But definitely a very fun S&D here, Alan.
And fun first 2 match, to be sure. I mean, we talked it was going to be a tight series no matter what way you look at it. But here's a recap over that final scoreboard once again. First blood battle, that didn't tally correctly, surely not. 3-2 and 11 rounds. Doesn't look right.
Yeah, it doesn't add up.
No. But the 11 eliminations from Cobra and Linz, and the spree that Linz goes on, you know, how massive is that? You know, finding the 3 at the end of one round and then turning into a couple at the beginning of the next. That's great overall interactions coming through for Linz, the guy that likes to get involved early and often, and then Cobra bailing them out a couple of different times. Don't forget that Abusa was also a key component in a number of different offenses to try to make sure that the Wobblebobs offense was able to go a couple in a row and really put a lot of pressure on the Originals, who nearly respond for full value, but not to be here. So 1-1 the count. We look back over to our series layout overall, and well, it's map number 3, as you mentioned, Hotel Control. These two teams had played this map before when they met in the winners semifinals, but the Originals, as mentioned, has only dropped a single control, and that was just yesterday against Elevate. So the ask doesn't get any easier here for the Wobblebobs.
No, it does not. And last time they did play it, it was a 3-1. It was on this map mode combination, so it's the exact same map being thrown into the mix here for control. And I think the one thing that we typically see, at least out of the Originals, and why they're really good when it comes down to control, is their discipline and their ability to chalk a zone and say, okay, we're not going to dedicate our resources. We might send one person to try to maybe sneak through mid and see if you can maybe disrupt the play and start to draw some of those attackers back to the zone to make sure they finish it. But other than that, I feel like their decision making is just really good. The other big problem is Harry just absolutely cooks when it comes to the controls. You have to get through this human turret in the back that loves to sit on the desk on defense. He is just looking around, waiting for you to pounce at his sight so that he can just absolutely rip you apart. I mean, he has a 1.5 in this game mode. This is where he is just creating so much space for you and finding just about every single gunfight.
And I think to kind of find that response, there are two ways you go about it. Either you try to double chow him by kind of focusing on a long-range battle, or where I think the actual win condition is here for Wobblebobs is to get your subs forward, enable them through the middle of the map, find a way to put some pressure on Harry or Gizmo or whoever it happens to be in the back from hitting these little small pinches. Because as much as F-Dot it has been really, really solid, I still think overall you have to try to overwhelm him to get to that back line. And let's be fair, players like Cobra and Linz can absolutely do that. They love to play with tempo, they love to play with speed, and they're really good at playing off of one another. So I think that has to be the win condition from the offensive side here if you're the Wobblebobs.
And the thing about it is that when you watch some of their VOD back, Cobra's pretty much always the guy that's going to hit a late flank. And if you've watched any of those previous games, you should probably know that that is almost always going to be his route. If he spawns kitchen, he's going to try to push through restaurant. He's going to come around the back. He's going to try to get into that little entryway just at the back of the desk to try to force that further spawn away. So if I'm the originals and, I've done my homework, I'm going to be very well aware of that. If we haven't seen Cobra pop up in the kill feed for the last 30 seconds, turn around, see if he's behind you, and make sure you do your due diligence and do not let this guy flip out the spawns.
100% the case. Yeah, you just can't let him get around the back for sure. But, I mean, hey, we put all these questions saying the Wobblebobs this, the Wobblebobs that, but the originals have been able to provide responses to literally every team inside of challengers in this European region this season. So it's still one of those things that it's not just Harry that's doing it. The whole team is looking unbelievable in the control. They hold a 1.03 overall team KD. Yes, right. Harry is doing a lot of the legwork, but when you look across the board at who else has been great on these hotel controls, Furious is over a 1.0, Gizmo's just about at a 1.0, and this is a team that collectively has gone 4-0 on this map, and on average they win it 3-1. So it's hard to break down this team. That's really the analysis you need to know, is that they've got it all. And a lot of that does come from the fact that even though the KDs are not necessarily super, super high across the board, they're finding efficient ways to get into the right spots and making life extremely difficult no matter what side of the control zone they spawn on.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the beauty about control, right? Like, you don't have to, completely outslay your opponent. You just
right.
need one good wipe. You just need one good wipe, and all of a sudden, boom, we stack the zone. You're having to retake from what is a really difficult position, running through lobby, running through the back desk. It's not easy to kind of fly through there and rely on someone to pull off a multi-kill, right? It's so hard. So, I mean, you could be perfect for, a minute 30, minute 45, and those last 20 seconds, they go awry, and boom, just like that, you can find an offensive win. So I think that's the interesting thing about Hotel. And the other thing is that we've actually seen a lot more of the B zones been going over first.
Right.
And then teams actually really struggling to get back into A to try to fully capture it. We've seen some lockdown setups kind of really pay off there when you don't have the kitchen spawn kind of working for you. So we'll see, man. We'll see what happens. But Wobblebobs being able to get this and then going back into one of their at least better game modes, as much as they haven't played Embassy, could be huge for them to make sure they maybe avoid everything that happened in that Mercado S&D
right.
last time they played the originals.
I mean, and again, it was close. It was a tight affair when they had played. So it's not one of those things that you kind of look at it and say, this is what went wrong, this is what went right. There were a lot of small instances here or there, kind of like we just kind of previously saw in the LSCLO. So there's a lot to kind of be learned and a lot to still kind of figure out as far as the depth of the playbook is concerned, whether what was working and what will you find a lot of success with, not just in this particular matchup, but when you've played other teams in the playoffs or group stage, and what do you need to kind of relook at again. So yeah, we'll see. Waiting on the lobby to be set up. Should be here soon. We got a lobby code about 2 minutes ago, so it shouldn't be too far off before we can get this one started. Just waiting on one player to join on in, and we should be good. Meanwhile, the other side of things, both Proper and Infinity were talking at the end of yesterday that they were a bit surprised to see Elevate get to the grand finals in the fashion that they did, which I think is warranted, but I think it also goes to show that, hey, this Elevate team can be a little unpredictable at times as well.
Yeah, no, it's a fair shout. I mean, I think I had said it at the beginning of playoffs where, I said, they didn't really have a clear strength. And I still don't really feel like they have, like a set, strength per se. But, when they're starting to find at least the wins that they're doing and they're winning, 3-0 in a winner's final, like maybe everything is just now starting to come together with them. We did talk about some changes, of course, with the ARs. A lot of, obviously, the players here on the originals, previously teaming with a lot of those guys. But I feel like they're starting to figure it out. And when they have at least a really dominating win, I would still say, versus this squad that we're seeing, I mean, it's impressive. It's impressive without a doubt. So I'm surprised myself, man. I didn't think that Elevate would make it through the upper bracket. I could have maybe seen like a lower run, but man, they're looking like a true threat today, without a doubt.
It's one of those squads you can never rule out, even though I think a lot of us were surprised to see Harry and Gizmo leave that roster and then find themselves here on the originals. It just, there's a lot of, I think, weirdness that's coming on. And I definitely expect that at the end of everything in this kind of seasonal block, once we get through Boston, I imagine we're going to be seeing a lot of EU roster mania, which is not often we see that, by the way. It's very rare that we get a collection of teams that make moves, but I think we're likely going to have that in one form or another. But with that said, we have what's currently on the tables as our primary focus naturally. That's a conversation for another day. Control Hotel. 1-1 the current count. The Originals have only dropped a single control in their history so far in Season 1, but that was as recent as yesterday. Do they drop 2, or do they find a way to take the swing map and put themselves in control of the series once again?
Well, they're still 100% on Hotel. 4-0, looking to make it 5-0. We'll see what happens. They will be defending first. Great nades over the top. That's going to disrupt at least the initial AR challenges here. But I've done that 1,000 times. That does not feel good. It's going to give his position away, make it an easy kill. But Gizmo's able to make up for it alongside Harry, who really stopped this push from coming through. Harry comes from behind, and they'll shut down the push from a Wobble Bobs.
Yeah, it's just a cool design. You know, if you're to really break down that setup, you've got Harry, who's kind of the sole defender at A. Whoops. Furious gets away from his own Semtex. But as soon as the hit starts to come through, he can quickly rotate in through bricks and watch the cross. And that's where he's finding a lot of these eliminations. Now you've got your subs working back forward to contest over towards A, although Wobble Bobs are here with more force than the Originals are ready to handle. And with that, first tick of progress will be completed, and a chance for Abusa to get around the back and maybe try to kill some, not just time, but maybe also gain some space as they look to rotate eventually to B.
See Lynn's kind of back up there for a second. He's like, oh, wait, hold on. Maybe someone could pressure this through mid. Abusa does a good job of finding one in the back. He has been at least a little bit slower so far in this series compared to what we're used to seeing, but maybe he's getting ready to go back on track with that crazy KD ratio we keep talking about. All things set. Wobble Bobs should be good for that final tick. That will be that extra minute. Now they start to work through the back, but they got some pretty key members to get through here. Gizmo, he's ready to take some challenges. He's going to fly out, but Abusa's just ready and waiting. That's going to put him on 5.
Yeah, you got to be careful here because the spawn at spot will isolate Gizmo again. So F-Dot needs to keep his life and possibly even help out in this rotation. Yeah, look at the Wobble Bobs. They're just farming Gizmo right now. Waiting for him to spawn and knowing that we can kill him off rotation, though this time he does spawn safely over towards Chandelier. Leaving Abusa on 6 in a row. Stunning himself. Man, the nades today have not been great. The gunfight still comes through. F-Dot finally able to take care of the threat, and with that, the defense starts to set up with a 2-life lead.
Yeah, the most important factor is that at least you get the streak, so you could look to use that going into what is typically the defensive rounds. Nice challenge from Gizmo. It's going to be able to clear off 1. Challenges up top. Good help from Furious. Is almost able to find Abusa right through the middle of the map here. Down to about a minute left now on the clock. It's a good sequence for a Wobble Bobs to maybe start to get something happening. I talked about, Cobra being that guy that's flanking, but right now it's going to be paired with Abusa. See if they can try to get back here and influence the spawns and come behind the defensive setup.
Yeah, and Harry's giving all the call-outs right now from this top rooftop position, saying they're all in the middle of the map, so F-Dot able to kind of find his way in. Neutralize some of that threat, at least initially. Spawns continue to be in the very top left-hand side while Harry's up in roofs. So Wobble Bobs will have to take the long route through mid or around the back. F-Dot looking to deal with it. A brilliant double from him, and then Gizmo finishes it off. Last player left is Brezzy. Trophism denies his Semtex, and he's going to have to try to do some clearance back through Valet if his teammates want to get here with any sort of an effort to get onto the zone. And it looks like things are going to come probably to a pretty anticlimactic end unless these kills from the Wobble Bobs come through very rapidly and they can jump onto zone.
I don't think they'll really have too much of a chance. And there it is. 3 players going to drop down. And I think there's going to be a lot of people that are like, why aren't a Wobble Bobs trying to push through the bedroom and get bedroom control, grab that close spawn? The one thing I will say is that, this play through the back, it can work, but it is so reliant on eliminations. If you don't find eliminations and you don't start to spawn them really far away, then you're never really going to have a chance to be able to actually get onto the zone and then get ready to pre-aim the players that are inside of bedroom, getting ready to come behind the play. So it can work, but there was just great defense from Originals, really understanding where the push was coming from, and just everyone kind of winning their big 1v1 gunfights in the back.
And you also got to keep in mind that they didn't have the greatest amount of lives remaining either to spend lives to clear out Bedroom. Because you needed another set of respawns at least if you were going to actually get that B zone fully captured. So it's a tough call to be sure. First set of kills, decent for the Originals. Long-range shots from FDOT. This is a 3 AR setup right now for the Originals, and it's working out pretty darn well, including Gizmo back through front desk. Trades out his own life, but ultimately it still allows a chance for the Originals to get on and actually make some progress happen here at B. The spawns for the Wobblebobs are top right-hand side, and they're looking to repossess through the middle. This is costly. This is taking a ton of time, and it may allow a free first tick to get earned. Furious is watching the cross through mid. You've got Harry on the other side making sure no one pushes into Valet, and the first tick will get locked for free.
Oh, the nade also takes up Cobra, so it's more information here. They do manage to get the player off the zone. Furious comes back to help. Cobra's there. Find the second, looking for another one onto Gizmo. Can he fly out? Yes, he can. Huge win. And that bedroom control will stay in the hands of a Wobblebobs as they've been able just to keep numbers in and around the building. But now over to A. Linz is here, able to put a stop to one. Gets a read on to Harry. Oh, he looks for Gizmo for three. But Gizmo's there to put him down. But both zones still very much under threat.
Yeah, and the Wobblebobs are going to have to take the focus here to B. And interestingly enough, the Originals are not going to continue to stop the clock. They think that they can get on and stack this B zone here. Maybe a bit too brazen of a call. I think they're going to realize that the door has closed on securing that second tick of progress at B. So they'll set up around Chandelier and mid to get the progress done at A. An extra 60 seconds would be key, not just for the opportunity to win this off of capture points, but the lives are low right now from both sides' perspective. So the ability to win this through sheer kills is also still at hand.
Furious, great win. We'll be able to find Cobra, who's trying to make something happen just individually, just kind of fishing around, seeing what he can come away with. But shutting him down, always going to be massive here for you. And that's set. Minute 28 will be left on the clock here. Lives are starting to get at least a tad bit low.
Big.
And what a win that is from Brezzy. Gets a read onto the second. Nice little pre-fire, comes out with a double.
It's not just the fact that he shuts down the player on the back. That double now neutralizes the life lead as well. So every kill becomes a massive one. Abuza placed up in towards front lobby. Overwhelmed. Good team shots coming out of FDOT and Gizmo. Can they find a way with these spa spawns to still reward themselves with more kills? It would be difficult to ask, especially considering how many Wobblebob members are here. And yeah, FDOT just tries to get around the backside of bar, gets shut down, and everything will reset. 45 seconds on the clock. The Originals looking to fight largely for bedroom control at the moment.
A lot of players have to try to worry about from the front, but it's just one from behind. That's Linz. Use a great kill. You can find this from Furious. It would be the difference maker in being able to potentially secure that close spawn, but he is just dipping in and out. He's not fully committing to it, and now Gizmo through the back. Won't get a read. Nice little prone spot coming in. That means that another play has been shut down in the back, and now Originals down to about 6 lives remaining and not a lot of time to work with.
Yeah, and Linz is trying to hit a route through old. This is actually costly. The defense doesn't have numbers here. Linz getting a little bit too big for his britches, tries to work around for maybe a late flank, but now the flood can start to come through. Cobra has to respond. Gizmo denies him. Second tick of progress looking decent. Next challenge comes out of Abuza. Harry, the last standing Originals member onto the zone, but FDOT's here to join him. Third tick of progress starts to come through. It's just down to Linz from the front. He gets shut down. Originals will find the capture with a 1v2 finish, I want to say.
Yeah, down to one singular life there for Wobblebobs after having, a solid 4 or 5 life lead as we got down to about 20 seconds left of the clock. I mean, the way I said it was like, it's probably not going to happen. They're going to go for a last second stack, but with 5 lives, they're able to win so many individual gunfights, get on the zone, and stay on it. Wow, that is one you feel like you gotta have if you're the Wobblebobs,
yes.
But that is the reason the Originals are so good at this game mode.
And I think it's just, the time's ticking. You don't have a lot of lives left. I get the idea from Linz. I just don't love the execution of it. Trying to make a long route through the backside of restaurant, trying to get around the back of bedroom. It's just, there's not many respawns remaining, so getting those kills are kind of negligible because it's all about trying to get onto the zone and capture the point at that point if you're the Originals. So I don't know. I think that's just kind of a poor decision, and it led to massive advantages for the Originals. But as we get the opening exchange, the Wobblebobs shut down largely through mid, but have mostly taking their focus towards A off their initial spawn, so a chance to get a second tick of progress here with a ton of lives remaining, at least at the moment.
One thing we do see with the Wobble Bobs, I'm not actually holding the point. Furious is going to try to make a play and it shut down. But when you watch their setup right now, they're not trying to bite off more than they can chew.
Agreed.
Just kind of get some players on the zone, then they start to just hold and wait. But now that they've captured it, or just about, starting to try to make some aggressive moves in the back. Player 1, Brezzy, goes back for a quick second just to make sure it comes through, and it does. So 2 minutes and 10 seconds now to work with. You still got to get through a couple players that are trying to sniff out the play through the back that a Wobble Bobs are still very constantly trying to make happen.
And I love this setup from the originals as well, for what it's worth. You're watching everything, but you're not over-challing anything. Everyone can help each other out. Wow, Furious is probably wondering, how did I not get a kill right there?
Yeah.
Got half a clip worth of hit markers, it felt like. But Lynn's currently stuck. Harry will deny him, and once again, the originals defense can start to move a bit further forward. Gizmo is stuck, should be isolated here, and yeah, good clearance that will try to start winning back the spawns to the Wobble Bobs to try to be a little bit closer towards that bottom left-hand side. But every gun from the front is a key one here from both sides' perspectives, and that team nade opens the doors, and here comes the Wobble Bobs with numbers.
That's right. They got 2 players down for the original, so the chance to flood through is good. 2 more gonna fall. This is a great moment for the Wobble Bobs. It just takes 1 sequence of kills. 2 ticks are in. 1 final chance to try to get here for the originals, but it looks like they're too little, too late. The stack is there. Now Wobble Bobs, they'll take an offensive round.
And weird how fast this map can be broken down, right? And we talked about it, maybe harped on it a little bit too long, but Lynn's poor decision in his previous defense, he drops. Everyone stacks on the point without a lot of lives remaining. This time, it's just the simple fact of the matter that a simple team nade causes the door to be essentially ajar to let all 4 members of Wobble Bobs just fly forward, knowing they had the numbers advantage. You just stack, you just win. It's just, every little thing matters. Lynn's appreciating the scenic views behind him, while now we go into another must-win round through the Wobble Bobs. This time defensively, what do they have in store? We know that Cobra and Lynn's like to get aggressive off the rip, trying to make the play either through A or in towards this bottom luggage area. And it looks like Cobra, number 3, is going to have a chance to play through mid, even more so that Lynn's has cleared out couches. This is a great start to the defense, but Originals have fought back, and we go initially a 3 for 2, now a 4 for 2, and oh boy, the Originals are on.
It's the same thing as last time, right? Both zones under attack, but player 7 now going to try to cut through the middle of the map. That's F-Dot. He could collapse on this play and find a double. What a nice play out of F-Dot. Almost there for the 3rd. It's up to 1 to try to make this stop happen, and Abusa has been able to find 2. He does at least a solid enough job, but is that going to be enough? It looks like the call from Wobble Bobs is to concede this zone. Potentially, they still could cut through mid, but I think the Originals got enough of a setup to likely lock this in.
Yeah, everyone's just prone behind that display case. There's just no way to wallbang it to get them off in time. So you hold couch control of your Cobra. Oh, just not enough HP. He had a good look at Furious, but down to 9 health. Furious eventually gets the shots to land. Kitchen control now for Wobble Bobs. Their hopes at this control rest on defending on both sides of this A zone. And I kind of like this for what it's worth. You double stack through kitchen, and you largely are double stacked over here through shops. And as soon as someone steps on, you can collapse from all 4 angles at once. I like this idea. It just comes down to, can you find the kills and deny space in the Originals, who have now broken back into the perfumery.
He's gonna ask for another big moment out of him. Almost lines up 2. Harry's on 5. Looking to try to earn another streak here. F-Dot over the top. Going to be able to stop that clock. First tick of progress now in, but he doesn't have support. So that means that they will be able to stop it, likely deplete it here, as it's a solid hold so far for Wobble Bobs.
Looking really good. All these trades, again, just kind of rely on the 2 for 2 positioning. This time, though, Abusa is going to have a key gunfight with Furious, and it's not going to be 1. So off-screen, Furious kind of setting up a 1 for 3 pinch. And maybe he could start to pull the defense back, but no. Well responded by the Wobble Bobs. Cobra on 1 HP, eventually denied, but he gets a couple of tags in, and it gives his teammates a chance to start making their way back forward. With the spawns, the Originals on towards the zone. Harry on 3 in a row will confirm this first tick of progress. Wobble Bobs down to 9 lives as well. How do you get around this? And they're going to trust that Cobra can hit a flank all the way through kitchen. This is going to take so much time, though. They're also going to call in the cruise missile. Surely there's a trophy system down, and there is. But here comes the play from Cobra from behind. He's shut down, at least initially. The first kills will be there, but it's not going to be enough. Furious, the last one left is all they need. And the Originals will stay flawless on their hotel control with a 3-1 win.
They will stay flawless. Another tally, another win that puts them now 5-0 in hotel control. And And I mean, it is just a masterclass in a lot of these rounds. There's one really strong moment out of the Wobble Bobs there in the previous offense. But other than that, it's just as clean as you would like it here from the originals. Great game coming through for F. Dot. He had a lot of huge moments, especially on that B zone capture where he comes off of A. There's a lot of players that maybe would want to stay there just for safety, but he's like, no, let's go and add in some support. I'm going to cut mid. I'm going to make sure the reinforcements cannot support you through lobby. Finds that massive double up and really secures that zone there for the originals.
Harry also found another 22 and 16 performance, so that 1.5 KD stat line continues to be bolstered with just, again, great individual moments, especially there at the end. As you take a look back over to the final tallies, yeah, it's another big map for Abusa, 29 to 21, sure. 3,300 total damage. Of course, the damage is a little bit bugged out, but for the most part of that's probably your top damage overall. If F-Dot only got 3,000, he's at 28. Yeah, I think you could probably say that with some good certainty. But on the opposite side, it's just that combination of Harry, F-Dot, Furious at different moments that really kind of recontrolled the map for the originals.
Absolutely the case. Man, I mean, this team is just so good when it comes down to control. It feels like you just can't slip up, right? Like it's just one mistake and it's so costly. It costs you so much. You have to try to make, a big individual moment happen almost against them in order to kind of retake control, re-get the zone. And Cobra almost did it, man. He comes away with what looked like 2 off the back end of that kitchen flank. Can't turn that into 3, and just no one else in a position to actually get to the zone to contest in time. So just beautiful stuff. And now I'm sure they're very happy about closing out that map number 2 there on the El Asilo, because 2-1 up in the series is the originals. And well, it's a very similar story to the last time, just a different map coming up as we got Embassy Hardpoint for map 4.
Different is definitely the word I would use, because this has been the hard veto for Wobblebobs in their entire run through Season 1. Have not played it a single time. So was there some strategy here? You're making your run through the lower bracket, haven't played Embassy yet. Do you get a chance to kind of design something that the originals might not be ready for? And then technically when you get to the map selection, you technically have both hardpoints that are yours, right? Like, this has not been a bad map for the originals. They're 4-2 on it overall, and they on average win by 28 points. But if you've been planning something for Embassy and you just haven't played it yet, that technically makes that both of the maps and for hardpoint in the series layout kind of belong to you. Now, problem is you lost your pick on the first map. So What happens here? Like, do you really have this thing ironed out to a point where you've given away no film on it, you haven't played a single team on it, so you don't know what your overall statistics are on it, and you may be able to catch originals off guard on one of their better hardpoint maps?
Yeah, it's the question, right? Like, you just do not know. There's no statistics to back it up. So it really is just kind of a guessing game on how strong they're going to be coming into something like this versus the originals that, are very comfortable when it comes down to at least this map. They've had a lot of tight maps, to be fair, but they've been able to edge out a lot of those moments as well. And, find huge clutch moments in the final 20 to 30 seconds, which is always going to be able to boost your confidence going into a map like this. So feeling good for them, I have to imagine, but it's just a matter of what do we get out of a Wobble Bobs. I'm sure Brezzy, as usual, will always be running routes for his squad, but will we get kind of that same Cobra? I think that's kind of the big one I want to focus on coming to this, because if Abusa has a slow start in map 1, that's fine. But he's able to bring it back at least a little bit in the control. But Cobra is usually that guy that's up in your face, not allowing players to set up. Now, it's a little difficult to do sometimes on a map like Embassy, but if he can somehow get involved through the middle of the map and try to find some route through the restaurant, get into PD, disrupt the ARs up top, maybe that's kind of your window to make sure that you do close this one out and get us to a map number 5.
It's definitely interesting as well when it comes to, like, if this was some sort of premeditated design that they wanted to save Embassy for the next time they play the originals in a key moment. Like, do you really get a chance in the VODs to go through and watch the originals and be like, oh, this is how they're playing, this is how we beat them on the map like this? I feel like it's really any hard point in this game, because there's not, like, anything that's like, oh, they do this that's very different from any other team. It really just comes down to the efficiency of when they're finding kills and how they're finding kills. And as much as we kind of credited the originals on their Fortress hardpoint being able to kind of win transition eliminations, like the back 10 seconds of one hill to the first 10 seconds of the next, they're great in that 20-second span. Can you really plan against that, though? I don't know. I think it's a little bit more difficult to, be able to digest that than just by saying it out loud. So we'll see. It's a curious selection, to say the least, though. but it's a must-win for the Wobblebobs if they want to get to another map 5 against one of their, I will say, rivals, I guess, at this point, and find that Mercado search once again.
Well, let's see what happens. Will we get a closeout? Or will we see him at the 5? Cobra already flying through, able to take one off the time with no problem whatsoever. Lynn's also able to provide some support over the top here, and that's going to stop Gizmo from really having a good look through mid. But nades coming out, stuns coming out, P1 time going over to Wobblebobs, and they got a solid setup with both ARs kind of on either side of the map right now.
Yeah, it looks nice. I like it. Hey, Picasso, I like it. Shots through the middle of the map. That will clear off the hard point and actually turn it back to the Originals' favor. A little bit of a pressure established, though. Wobblebob's looking at rotation. Furious backing up, just trying to make sure that whoever's in the back will be tested, but did not expect that Linz was playing the opposite angle. And, oh, this is a key gunfight. Still 50 HP. Semtech's not quite going to land for either player. And we'll go back to the normal way of fighting for the hard point as it opens up. Wobblebobs, though, do lose their point player. And now all these members that are trying to, like, zone out this hard point are actually going to be too far forward to allow Cobra to spawn in. A chance for the Originals to work around the back and try to overwhelm. Abuza in a 1v2. Sees the shadows, I imagine. Gizmo dives across. Shot's not quite going to hit. And the Originals are going to have numbers to try to get him out of hard point.
And I don't feel like Abuza has full HP this entire time. He's been on the hill. He's just been eating damage, but he plays his life for quite a while. Lynn's now. Nice little double up. Gets a great read on the second. Tries to move in for the third, but not needed. See Brezzy get in there, get involved in the play. Cobra already focused on this rotation, will win that first rotational battle, but this will be decent scrap time. The Original's going to be more than happy to grab that back 20 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely the case. We saw this kind of yesterday, last night, between Team War and Amit. Actually, Team War a couple of different times. Like, this little bit of scrap time that they keep picking up was key to them pulling off the eventual win. How about this? F-Dot just runs through Orange. No one expects that at all. I don't know if Cobra was supposed to be able to watch that from that secondary window, but he gets dealt with, and F-Dot, that's an incredible first 2 kills that he's able to put on the board.
Oh, no, and look at this problem now is that you're spawning at the back of this next hill that's going to populate soon, well, now in front of it, and you have to worry about Gizmo, and that's a nice route from Cobra to come up the ladder in from behind, so we'll be able to at least deal with Gizmo. Now it allows a flood through the front. You got to get through Harry, who was trying to build up to that streak. Will be shut down on 5. Lynn's with a great double up here through mid. Gizmo challenges out. Lynn says, all right, keep them coming. Harry finally there to shut him down as it gets a little scrappy, but still, it's the Originals that are just soaking up the majority of the time here.
Yeah, this has been a really great break, and again, it just comes off of the back end of some really puzzling things, like how does that just walk into the hard point like that?
Yeah.
Very strange, to be sure. Spawns for Wobblebobs will give them the setup they need going over towards admin. Abuza watching the outside angle. Gizmo will deny him, and there's no one to pick up his potential angle. So look at the scramble immediately, and that's just well-timed. Right before Abuza spawns, the kill comes through, so he'll still spawn up in place. A little bit of mystery here, though. Wobblebobs have no idea where the Originals are. It's going to be a full flood around the back and through the inner hallways, although Brezzy Cobra take care of the at least first part of the problem. And the spawns still are not in yet for the Originals. This is taking a lot of time. First 20 seconds plus are already gone. And now the break is finally starting to come through. This is a lot of ARs trying to block this. And yeah, this is just being picked apart. And Wobblebobs will hold again. And right back in the game they go.
Yeah, they're only kind of attacking through both of these doors, just, you know, right to the left. So it's very easy to kind of just narrow in on that specific push. No one kind of hitting a pinch to the side or the back. Now finally that starts to happen. But Harry's still got to win one more 1v1 and a nice move from Cobra. But spawns in the back now come through, maybe not what you want, because it's going to put a lot of pressure on F-Dot to try to do something big all by himself. He is good for the first one, and he'd be good for the second and the third, just about. Cobra, though, able to find the trade with 6 HP.
Well, the help's just not here, though. Again, it's just a bit peculiar to see how slow the Originals are kind of on that 4th hardpoint hit, and even further than that, here moving over to Cafeteria. It's just the subs are not getting set up in any particular way, and the Wobblebobs are soaking up a ton of time again. First break attempt was denied. Second attempt is largely insignificant because there's just a couple of players, and now the Wobblebobs are starting to push up the hill. This is looking absolutely brilliant for them, and you've got streaks across the board. Abuse has stopped down a killing spree of 5, but Linz and Cobra are also working on kill streaks of their own as the Wobblebobs will break past the 100-point threshold.
That's what I talked about, getting just a little bit more involvement out of Cobra. That's what we're used to seeing, especially in these hard points. Scrap time might end up going over here as Gizmo finds a couple the back end of that. But yeah, massive 4 and 5 coming through there for the hard points, the side of a Wobblebobs to make sure They are still very much in this game and in this series. Now we'll take a look as P1 will start to spawn as the battles up top start to come through. Yuza again able to find a nice kill onto F-Dot, but now this little back and forth battle here between Cobra and Furious start to commence.
Look at the originals on this route. They're full wrapping for the close high ground. Win that, and then you can get onto the hard point and more so push forward in towards that admin building. So onto the hard point they go. Long range shots from Gizmo eventually do connect large enough to take down Linz. Wobobob's still trying to fight through mid-map, but it's being tested more and more as we go, and Furious will really establish that double for him. Gizmo shuts down the pinch play. Does not expect a second challenger, though, and Abusa will once again kind of keep this thing in a tug-of-war fashion. But you look towards the minimap and the current status with 15 seconds to play with, and the Wobobobs are a little bit stressed trying to make their way towards the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and who else other than Brezzy, right? To get into the back, influence the spawns, and make sure Wobobobs have the numbers here on the initial setup. So, another huge moment out of the route man as Cobra hits some clean shots, tack in the sub. Does it with either one. Brezzy over the top, almost able to find F-Dot there for a double. Will not happen now. Abusa, look at this route right here. He's just found the timing to come behind everything.
God.
He could find multiple kills. There's the first two. Don't think he's going to read the third to his close left, but you feel like the damage is pretty much done. Now you're forced to flood through mid.
Yeah. This is a tough flood, especially because Abusa will actually spawn out. He can pinch this play, cut off the middle of the map, and that's exactly what he'll do. It's just Furious on the break attempt, and Linz will spawn right back up and get onto the hard point. And even further than that, take down another kill onto Gizmo. Still, the battle rages on, though. 141 to 124, 20 seconds to fight for. Wobobob's largely going to try to play for new. Spawns will really kind of enforce that. But the originals, once again, will soak up just about all this scrap time for free. And that will allow them to keep staying right on into this game, even though the Wobobobs are doing a better job of rotating on the map. And Cobra! He's able to turn into all 4 kills on the new hard point. What a massive play again.
Oh my goodness. I don't know how he does that. Just reads the ladder, reads the second, and then just pre-fires orange for a ridiculous 3-piece. But it doesn't, unfortunately, guarantee any real time here for the Wobobobs. They're still spawning out, and this is a very similar situation, except this time, Harry's the one that's kind of cutting the middle of the map here, making sure the respawners do not have an easy way into the hard point. Got another moment now unfolding into the back. The spawns will come to the back, and that's a great nade out of Cobra, who's just somehow seamlessly breaking this hill open every single time we go onto his POV.
Yeah, Gizmo was never at the new hard point, so you can see his trophy system's at his feet right now, so there was never a chance to keep that play safe up top, and maybe it was just because of the fact that Cobra was able to clear out everybody. So as much as the originals were able to get some time, the lack of trophy system allows the Wobobobs to jump on in with the utility and once again regrow their lead. We'll go to the originals now. First time that they've been into this 4th hard point first. They've got the setup that they want. But it is going to be really tested from these inner hallways. Furious is kind of behind this play. How many can he grab, though? Oh, just needs to get the one. Good help from the front. Last player left is Cobra. And he actually wins out bathrooms here. And more than that, goodness gracious, with the Vastnev at range, his teammate has to be the one to take him out. But it doesn't make a difference. They didn't need him for the break anyways. Wobobobs very smooth with it as they jump in for 30 seconds still to fight for it.
This has just been their hill. I mean, the originals have not had an answer. Finally, there's a chance to work from the back, block the spawn, and maybe attack from the side of closet. See if they can do it. What a snap from Brezzy. And Abuse is there to find the remaining 2. And now that's going to force a rotation. But Cobra is already here. They're just not going to expect that kind of proactivity out of this guy. Just somehow seems to be everywhere on the map. Harry will shut him down. But Linz is there for the response. And now the trades go back and forth. But the Wobobobs have been so solid on that office hill. And they're going to have themselves a nice cushion going into the 5th hill.
Yeah, if this continues, we're going to have a Reddit-worthy scoreboard for Cobra. 33 at 18 with 1:58 in the hill. And there's still plenty of game to be played right now. There's kill 34. The originals not quite spawning fully in here. They've got Harry maybe trying to watch over the top of this. Everyone else is on the interior trying to stay alive. But once again, there's just not a trophy system anywhere in sight. Gizmo's got to get in here. Trophy's already down for Wobobobs on their break. 210 to 184. Gizmo trying to get it done with attack. Teammates pushing through the backside double doors. Furious for the opener. Then the follow-up is good. Trades are decent enough. And that will be enough largely for the break, at least for now. But it's still going to be contested very rapidly as Cobra comes back through. Once again, it has to be a teammate to take him out. And with 12 seconds to fight for the scrap, Wobobs will have the numbers for it, but the Originals are going to try to finesse this as much as they can, and it's not going to work out all that well because Abusa's going to take care of it himself.
4 in a row. What a moment here. Abusa able to find himself a little bit of scrap time, and now 225 to 194. You could also slowly build this lead up off of P1. But Originals are going to be able to get here first. F-Doc gets a great read and then challenges out with 2 HP. Almost able to take down a second. You've been able to at least make sure the hill goes neutral here as you allow the setup to come back in.
Yep.
We'll see what will happen here for the side. Just so much to watch, and now Abusa able to get involved once again. Still scrap time around the 30 seconds. I mean, this is great here for Wobobobs if they're able to secure it.
And it's just the proactivity again for this Wobobobs team. It's Abusa hitting a long route around the back, able to get up towards the banisters, clear out the high ground. Now you've got help over through admin building, and Wobobobs could win the game right here, and they're getting the kills to do it. Originals may be caught a little bit by surprise on this play. Have to try to find a way to neutralize the hill and still win the rotation to New. Harry's going to try to do kind of both at the same time, but he gets cut down by Brezzy. Hardpoint will open in 5 seconds, and Gizmo has to make the play. And he's not going to try to kill the player right next to him that he saw, and that may not make much of a difference because it's Cobra again. 40 and 20. The Originals trying to get in desperately, and it's just largely not going to work out. No one left alive, though, to get onto the hard points. There's still a chance here for the Originals to extend, but they cannot make a single mistake.
No, they can't make a single mistake, and they're going to have to rotate because they can't win it here. But there's the mistake, and now it's on to Harry. Harry can't do it all. Abusa is in, and a Wobobobs. They have not played Embassy Hardpoint, but they come out swinging. They go down early, but they bring it back and win it by about 50 points. We're going to map number 5, Alan.
And how freaking flexible is this Wobobobs team? I mean, I kind of mentioned it a couple of different times. It just felt like the Originals were still sticking with these 3 ARs when you would normally assume off spawn, hey, swap to a Vaznev. We've got those close quarters combat hard points coming up, and we still were seeing like 3 ARs when they were trying to make their way over to Cafeteria. Same thing on their breaks towards admin. Meanwhile, Cobra's flexing the arsenal on every single front. He's got attack, he's got a Vaznev. I'm surprised he didn't have his fists at any point in time because he probably could have gotten it done that way. And he goes, what, 42 and 21 with like 2.5 minutes of hard point time. I mean, that is by far one of the most incredible individual performances that we have yet to see in this Challengers. Maybe even throw it up towards possible scoreboards that you've gotten in the CDL, because that is just a remarkable performance. And Abusa was right behind him keeping up. I mean, he was also, I think, at 40 plus total eliminations as well. So a massive performance from those two who continued to kind of flex between whatever weapons were best suited for the job.
What can you say? What can you say, man? That is just ridiculous stuff coming through for the Wobobobs. And again, this was like after being taken down, you know, by quite a bit. Like it was like 90 to 50, I want to say, at one point in time. And then it was that office hill that started to really come alive for the Wobobobs. They had 2 really solid holds there, while also getting someone on like a fast track rotation to the restaurant, you know, inside a kitchen. Like it was just so on point. Cobra had a lot of key moments on that hill as well, but my goodness, what a map it was. First time we get to see it here for the Wobobobs, and they do not disappoint. But I mean, 42 kills it was in the 2 minutes you mentioned. I think he had 4,500 damage as well, Alan. That's like some Black Ops 4 damage with 150 health and stims. You know what I'm saying? Like that is just ridiculous.
That is unbelievable. Minute 58, so he never got back into the hard point after we brought it up, but he was 42 and 21, 35 of them non-traded, 4,500 damage, 11 assists, 15 objective kills. I mean, just read the stats left to right. Every single one of those are impressive. And there is something to be said, once more, about the fact that in those closing moments, I think it was 3 hard points in a row that, and I don't normally mention it, but there was a significant lack of trophy help from the Originals. You go back to that top rooftop over towards servers, no trophy was down. You kind of saw it in the replays. 1 Semtex kills off the last 2 original players. Same situation when they eventually get set up over towards admin building. No trophy system there. And then I think the most egregious was that cafeteria. It just every single time a stun or a nade was thrown, they were connecting for damage or concussive effects. So, I mean, the lack of trophy play from the Originals definitely hurt them in the long run there, while Wobobobs were just reaping around the map.
Yeah, no, without a doubt, man. I think that was just a huge problem. And when you have a lot of those close quarter, you know, type of hills like office, like kitchen, you know, like P3, like there's just not a lot of space to work with. So it's required. I'm with you. But we got a map 5, man. These two, they love to go the distance. They love to get us all the way to the final map, and we're, of course, here for that. But it's interesting because they've already played it, right? We saw it last time when they played Mercado Search and Destroy. I thought the Originals had played some of their 1v2s and 3v2s so perfectly with some of their setups that they were showing us that it was almost impossible to trade them in a lot of the situations they were kind of just in. Watching crossfires, peeking up over the top, being able to just find the quick elimination right after they find a quick trade, kind of running into the site. It was magnificent to really watch. So you have to imagine Wubble Bobs, of course, have probably watched over a lot of that, but they also love to go to this B bomb site on this map too, Alan. This is something that they're notorious for, and we have been seeing a lot more B executes as of late, especially with North America last night.
Yeah, and even though the Wubble Bobs have not played this map mode combination since they played the Originals, it's been a part of all of their series sets. It's been the map 5 for eternity, essentially, for them throughout this playoff run. And I love the fact that you bring up the idea that not just here in Europe, but even in the side of North America, we're seeing teams just getting sick of playing this nade trade over towards A. We're done with it. We don't want to see it. And that's been able to open up the map for SMGs and full force floods to make plays over towards this B site. And to be fair, it's weird to say it, but the offense has been finding the most amount of value. The defense is still hesitant to change, just simply due to the fact that if you throw a second member over towards B, if it ends up being a full nade spam over towards the A site, you can't deal with that, and you have to play retake. So there are still some now defensive considerations that have to be adjusted to match with the new flexibility we're seeing from the offensive side of these search and destroys. It's very peculiar, and I think just generally those that are like really into trying to watch competitive Call of Duty, there's a lot of mind games that come with what the offense is trying to do, and what does that make the defense have to do to just be responsible for that B site all of a sudden.
Yeah, and from a defensive point of view, like, you can't really, like, prep that going in. You can have an idea of maybe what they like to do and how they like to play, but you have to adapt throughout the game. Like, if they're heavily hitting A, like, you got to stack more resources there, put one person L, watch the cross, and then, you know, slow rotate over to maybe retake tin, throw some nades and stuns in there to try to keep them off the bomb. But, you know, it's really difficult to kind of prepare for that. And if you want to go for some kind of preparation where you want a 2-and-2 split, maybe play through mid-late, play through a late flank, like, that could leave you very much open to an aggressive push just to come through A, get the bomb down. And we see those situations more often than not. It's very difficult to play retake. So, I mean, it's an interesting one. Without a doubt, you have to kind of just be on your toes and just never be, like, cemented in with a set strategy. You just got to be willing to tweak it just a tad bit here and there going in from round to round.
And we've seen, to kind of really piggyback on that, is we've seen defenses pull out sniper rifles and play through the middle of the map more in order to kind of double check over from the outside of tunnel if they want to. If you feel like it's going to be an A hit, you can get that scope to try to watch the cross onto the A site. Otherwise, as soon as you see nothing mid, you turn your focus over to that little B cross just to count the members that are on their way in towards tin. So there are some definite responses that you could throw out there. It just comes down to how willing you are to doing that. And like you had mentioned, just kind of for what it's worth, kind of the recap of what these last two teams had played, it did come off of the backhand of some short-handed moments from the Originals that allowed them to get into it. So re-looking over this map series layout, as it's been a really good competitive 4 maps worth of COD. The Fortress Hardpoint, the small advantages the Originals kept finding led to a massive gap, but everything else has been pretty much winnable on both sides. Just comes down to, can the Wubble Bobs continue their search and destroy prowess, or do the Originals have the upper hand with their track record on playing this team in particular on this map?
And it's just, this is also the exact way the last series had went, where it was back and forth with this exact order. Originals and the Wubble Bobs is going blow for blow, but if it were to stay on track with what happened last time, the Originals would close out the Mercado. Last time, again, it was 6-3. Of course, Wubble Bobs like to have a different story so that they can get up to that grand final, face off against Elevate, which would be a best of 7, but not an easy task. And, you know, this is where you're looking for a lot of those big individuals. You know, looking at Linz as well. He came off of a great S&D. Yeah. He played a great S&D last time around. We were looking at these two squaring up. He dropped 14 in that hotel when they played up there in the upper bracket. And had a pretty solid game in the map number 5 as well. So, you know, will we get similar performances with the battle of the rookies here between both of these squads? You know, another question to kind of throw out there too.
Yeah, agreed. Also, for what it's worth, as far as the overall statistics are concerned, for those of you that love reaping the KD numbers apart, you've got a 1.58 on this map mode combination from Harry and a 1.04 from Furious. those are definitely two players that you want to keep your eye out from the original side of things, where on the other side, you're looking at a 1.46 from Cobra and a 2.47 from Abusa. I mean, this guy, at the moment, it's going to be hard to not give him MVP of the season. Even if the Wobobobs were to drop this map 5 and not see the grand finals, he's been unbelievable. But is it enough to get back to the grands and find what will be, I think, the first time that Elevate and Wobobobs will have played if they do make it to the grand finals. Right. Maybe outside of what they did in the group stage. I'd have to take a look at it again, but didn't play each other in the playoffs, at least.
I think what's interesting about you bringing up Harry's KD is that he likes to run a sub on this map too. Like he loves to pull up that sub and actually match you for some of those early 1v1 gunfights, which is so weird to say, right? Because you think of Harry, you think of main AR, attack in hand, iron sights, just posting up, but he gets mixy, man. He likes to have a little fun on Mercado. So we'll see if that kind of continues going into this map number 5 as well, just kind of like we saw last time around. But man, oh man, map number 5, history between these squads. Map number 5 history with the same map. You're just looking to write a different script here for the Wobobobs to try to keep this trend going.
Well, let's find out. Dropping on in, loading on up. And have I heard that we just had a player disconnect?
Teasing us, Alan.
Yeah.
They're making us wait. Anticipation just building here, you know?
Well, the good news is the European audience now gets to experience what we're calling Caster Vamp, the new podcast that's coming live to all platforms soon. No, we're not doing that. If it's a disconnect, we're going to head off to a quick break. We'll just save you guys, at least for now, our voices. We'll hopefully be in without too much of a delay, so don't go too far. Map 5 starting right after this. Welcome back, everybody. We're jumping on into map number 5, Wobobobs, the originals. And just to recap, in case you tuned us out, which I don't blame you, we're talking for a while, the originals did win this in the last time these two teams had played, but the Wobobobs, a swift start to the offense. Gizmo just misses out on a chance to take down the bomb carrier. And that would have turned into, actually, a 2-for-2 situation since Team Nade came out, but it's now just down to Harry for the 1v3 very early on.
Yeah, and that's done. Should give all the information needed. Shots from Brez. It looks like he was just wallbanging actually the bottom of the window. So not even giving him an angle to kind of shoot back. A little puzzled on where am I getting shot from? And the challenge comes in right after. But that's kind of the difficulty about round 1. And that's why I'm always a big fan of having offense first on this map, because you don't have trophies to be able to get you inside of Cantina from the defensive side. You can't really sit behind planters either.
Yeah. Great call. And with how fast the round goes, did anyone actually earn up a trophy system? As we're going to see the same thing here.
Fair.
It's one of those things, man. And the other thing that's kind of peculiar is not only do you not have trophy systems towards A, you don't have dead silence towards B either. So it's kind of a pick your poison situation. The originals are going to try to do the exact same thing to the Wobobobs. No hit markers from Harry's point of view, and I don't know if he realized he didn't have his Vaznev out, but Furious does catch the corner on Tunnel. Barely alive. One stun would have taken him out, but he can now make the hop, try to control these tight alleyways, but the trades still come through. And it leaves Furious by himself, the 1v2. Bomb should be collected without too much concern, but wants to play for the kills first.
Yeah, and this is a fast flank coming through from Abusa. Might be able to just catch him, and might have heard a sound cue there too. He's dead silent, just about to run out, so maybe doesn't want to go sprinting in there, but if he does, he'd have the freest kill ever. It's going to wait simply for Cobra to get involved, and now he's going to turn and actually get a read on it. What a win. Finds the head, and will be able to turn this into a 1 versus 1. And now Dead Silence will be available here, but will he read Cobra? He sees him on the staircase. He flies down. What a 1v2.
And the fact that he jumps out and catches the ledge at the exact right angle, this is something a little different, because look how in the way that pillar gets. Just from the opposite perspective, Furious has the angle on it. That is unbelievable for a win. And a key round 1 here as we go back and forth already. I'm here for this.
I'm here for this too, man. But it's just gotta feel so tough, right? Because it just kind of takes a little peek in there. He finds the easy kill, but you want to wait for your teammate. You want to play the trade. He's playing correct Call of Duty. It's just the gunfight doesn't go his way, as Linz will be tagged up. Frenzy was also trying to make something happen through mid, and he's also hit by a nade or at least some gunfire. But we do see sometimes the Wobble Bobs kind of go for a play where they're not fully committed to one side or the other. They want to keep the enemy team kind of guessing, maybe get them to overpeak, work a kill, and then decide to make their play call.
Yeah. You don't have to commit to this. In every moment that you kill this noise and create a little bit of doubt, the more the originals may start to kind of flex, saying, wait a second, they may not be here. Very slowly, Wobble Bobs make their play, and the team shots to Furious completely destroy him. Harry's still trying to hold ground inside of 10, and he gets around the back for 2. No reaction out of Brezzy. Bomb still planted, but no chance for Linz to get out of dodge. Unreal for Harry just to pop through, hold his life, and play for a double like that.
It's almost a little, it's a great play out of Harry, without a doubt, but it's a little interesting that they don't try to clear tin before dropping the bomb. Throw some stuns and nades in there, get information. Is there a trophy down? What's kind of happening inside, but decide to just kind of, play through the open platform here, play for the bomb plan, and maybe exit out, play their side. Does not work out, clearly. And it's a great round that comes in. Originals just ready to pounce on this B play that the Wobble Bobs have been very willing to throw at them.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Fireworks here early in a multitude of ways. What do we pull next? Originals now on the offense. Do they try to get something going over towards B, or do you continue to see them just try to really force the Wobble Bobs to have to put multiple defenders and use multiple nades to stop them over at A? And we're going to get our answer. All 4 members, once again, off the rip, coming through. Trophy down. Harry does connect with some of his utility, but it's Furious, the first one to fall. Lynn still in the corner. Not going to be able to stay alive, as he must have been down to about 1 HP. Follow-up nades also good, but the exchanges from the Wobble Bobs are decent defensively. We get to a 2v2. Keep in mind, Abusa is still playing through mid-map, and I was going to say no one's seen him yet, but shots do come up to F dot. And now the Originals will know what both defenders are positioned. Oh, and this is just a good read, but Cobra stuck, maybe trying to reload. Gets caught off guard, and now it's just down to Abusa, who has not moved yet, still playing through mid. And the Originals are going to try to get him around the backside here for free. F dot forces the first gunfight. Wow. He does fall, but the trade is quickly there. Good read. Good play. 2-2 we go. 3-2, party 3-1.
I love Harry with the sub, man. He's just, it's just great to see a player, obviously drop like the KD that he has right now with the attack mainly in hand, but to pull up the VADS depth, like specifically on offenses, like he can just pick his moments and he picks them well. Pops the Dead Silence, takes out Cobra. Both players are isolated, just gets the info from his teammate, wraps through mid, finds the easy cleanup onto the second. Puts him now up to a nice little 5-2 stat line.
Yeah. Getting that flexibility. How key is it? Wobble Bobs would love to put together a response here. The stuns do connect, but the follow-up nades are actually pretty decent here for the Originals. Abusa's a little bit caught at the moment. Nades continue to come through, but Abusa just holds his ground, takes the gunfights. Can he possibly also finish off Death Dot, who's trying to get away with his life? And he will escape for now to reset everything, but this is your trophy carrier, so no chance for Dead Silence means that F Dot will have to play this, you would think, pretty close and probably pretty rapidly.
Never easy to try to move in to the site to begin with, but yeah, with the trophy in hand, it's that much harder. Both players are kind of playing separate, though, so if F Dot finds his first, there's a chance to reset the gunfight, but not going to lose the first gunfight here. Wobble Bobs will be able to find their second round.
Key one right there as well, just to kind of assert that, yes, we can still take this gunfight on the quick peaks over towards planners and on this little hut corner. Okay. little bit of conditioning starts to set in for both of these two teams. And do the Originals just keep pushing things over towards A? Do we see something different here? And FDOT's got a scope out. So let me find out. This is about to be a quick hit towards B, and FDOT's going to snipe the cross through mid-alley. That's where my wager would be, but no, not this time. It's just a cross pick over through mid. They're going to let Furious try to move forward, which means that this carry over towards the bottom side of Cantina is going to be hard-pressed to stay alive. There's just not a lot of numbers here, but Furious still gets over the top through tunnel is how he got here, and the trades do outmatch it, and that will lead to the Originals with a numbers advantage, but question marks on where is Abusa. No one's seen him yet.
And he's got Daddy. Pulls the Semtex here in his back pocket. Done though. Perfect timing on that. That dead silence should dwindle away. He's gonna fly out, but now Original is just gonna be able to hold the positioning. They don't decide to drop the bomb. He was hoping to maybe catch a good timing on the bomb plant, but not the case.
Yeah. Not much you can do there besides trying to scurry forward. Semtex, if it's not going to connect for damage, at least provides you a bit of a smoke screen, but Gizmo's not seen that for the first time. And so now you've got a situation here for the Wobblebobs where you have to get this round. It's just flat out a must win.
Mm-hmm. And do they decide to opt in for their B play, or do they just go back over to A? A is the call. So fireworks about to go off. Stuns and nades over the top. Gizmo also with the sub. He is very low, and well, that battle does go the way of Cobra. Just sprays to the door is good. Furious laying down at an awkward angle. Lins will be able to also kind of force him off of the angle. Numbers will go the way of a Wobblebobs off the initial exchanges.
That should be a plant, you would think, too. But Furious has been allowed to regen and retake this angle. He's also double stacked now. He's got FDOT working with him. Harry's going to be seen on the long side. Oh my goodness!
Wow.
He takes that challenge against the top overall KD leader in challengers with a sub? Unbelievable. And now, Harry, not done. Dead silence in play. Clears out the back alley. Cobra's stuck in a corner. He tries to pop Deddy, but gets caught. It's just down to Lins. A 1v3 for him. Has the bomb in his favor, but not going to work out. It's Furious who makes the hop up to the awning. And the Originals, they're on 5.
Harry with a sub, man. I just want to see more of it. It's unbelievable with the gunfights that he's able to win, the challenges he's able to take, couple of key kills there, and then he doesn't even commit to the flank after finding Abuser, right? Like, they're worried about him following up for a second, but he just wraps back to his teammates. They work through the tunnel. They work through their side of the map, and they just slowly just tear apart the setup that Wobblebobs had in place, and it looked solid off the back end of that first blood that they were able to find. But it does not hold. And the Originals now just one more round to advance to that grand final, Alan.
Why not? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Same setup. Nades over the top. Fuses playing over towards B. Nades this time do not connect. Resi stayed relatively healthy through this. Cobra stuck on the jump up. He's going to be double chowed and in there.
Oh, no.
And Wobblebobs are stuck.
They don't have any options. I feel like they're going to have to find Furious here, but he gives up the angle as soon as Furious decides to challenge, and Lins goes down. There it is, the Originals. They'll advance to the grand finals. They will be able to eliminate the Wobblebobs, send them packing as they'll finish in 3rd place, but we have our rematch of the winners finals. Oh boy, Alan.
Wow. That is just, I mean, not just once, but twice. The only loss the Wobblebobs find in all of Challengers is at the hands of the Originals. Unbelievable scenes. And just what a performance from Harry and Furious. I mean, that long-range Vaznev gunfight is one for the record books, because I think if you were just to pause, like right before the gunfight happens, and you were to like give the breakdown, the setup, this is an Abusa, your #1 KD leader in Challengers Elite by a mile, against the sub of Harry at range, secondary peek in the angle. Like, he's not the first one to that gunfight. For him to still win that, stupid. Just dumb. Harry with the sub. Lucifer's back.
He's been back for a bit, hasn't he?
True.
It's been this entire stage, and well, even back at the last open as well. But, man, so many clutch moments. This one hurts, I think, for the Wobblebobs. Furious looked like he might have been dead to rights, and then boom, challenges out. Huge 1v2. Pure confidence in the challenge. Just a lot of huge moments throughout for the originals, man. They look so good on Mercado S&D. We saw it last time, and we see it again.
Yeah. And it's in this moment right here where you start to see the Wobblebobs taking these gunfights over towards A. You think, okay, like, they're not out of this, even though it does feel like the originals are just getting away with murder. And then we didn't see that from the first-person perspective. We get it from the third person. That little jump up from Fury is just keeping the pedal down, not allowing any room to breathe through the Wobblebob. So it's a 1-3-5 series for the originals on their way back to the grand finals. The Wobblebobs, they're able to sneak out the 2 and the 4, but really outside of that, they just weren't here, unfortunately, on the first, the third, or the fifth to really put up too much of a fight. The originals, I think, again, just statistically speaking, those were maps that you kind of expected them to show some force on, and boy, did they ever.
Oh, they sure did, man. Control is super on point. Their Fortress looked great versus one of Wobblebob's best map mode combinations. And then they're still just as solid as we saw in the SD. And they almost brought back the Elisilo. They were also down 5-2 in that one. So they've certainly put a Wobblebobs to the test. But they're the ones that come out with the 3-2 victory and get to prepare for that rematch. Yesterday we saw Elevate pretty much do what they wanted in that best of 5 series, but this one will be a best of 7. Map pool's got to be a little bit larger, and we'll see if anything different happens this time around here.
Yeah, I mean, I won't say that I'm expecting the results necessarily to be different, because you couldn't pay me enough to make a prediction between these two squads, but I do think you're going to see more than just the quick 3-0, what would be a 4-0 sweep. I think Elevate's going to be tested a little bit by this general large size of the map pool that the originals have, but you see it there in winners round 3. Elevate did take a very quick and swift 3-0 over the originals. Relatively uncontested. I mean, it was, I don't know about you, Austin, but I was sitting in the Discord just like eyes peeled wide open, just like, this is happening? Like, there's no way. Elevate's looking just a little bit different this week. But will they be able to continue that into a longer series? That's what's coming up next there, friends. Woo! It's going to be a good one. Tell your friends. Get up on social media. Challengers Elite final day for both Europe and North America comes to a conclusion today. Cup 5 this weekend, and then it's all hands and eyes on Boston. We're going to set up for a grand finals. We won't be along, hopefully, for too long. Won't be away for too long. And we'll stick right here. Make sure you follow the channel on your way, as we're going to be hopefully just on about a 10-minute break or so. We'll let the videos come through, and we'll be back with grand finals for EU Season 1 right for this.
I'm so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't care for the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my grinding overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy.
Welcome back, everybody, to the EU Challengers Elite Grand Finals for Season 1. Oh, we've got a matchup on our hands. Elevate, the Originals. It's a repeat of the Winners Finals with hopefully a bit more distinguishment, well, I guess less distinguishment between the two squads, because Winners Finals is a 3-0 sweep in favor of Elevate, but this Originals team is looking like they're primed and ready to go here today, Austin.
Yeah, they certainly are, man. I mean, it's always great to win a map number 5 and then allow that to move into the grand finals. So I'm sure they're feeling a little bit better today and have probably been able to make some adjustments. And as long as they can kind of stay on par with what we've seen, I'm sure we're in for a great best of 7 and maybe even a long best of 7.
Here for all 7 maps. Let's say it right now. Speak that into the universe. These two teams, I think, are going to have some high-level COD to play between one another. It's one of those things that, yeah, the results yesterday were convincing, but that was a shock. That was a surprise. I would not anticipate seeing the same thing here today because we're seeing some great individual performances that are different than what we had yesterday in that overall series. But we've got things, of course, to talk about when it comes to the overall rosters. We've already kind of seen this Originals roster, but to introduce Elevate for the first time today, I think the biggest thing about it is, hey, like we kind of talked about with the Originals, it's kind of like 2 separate duos, right? I mean, this Elevate team looked really solid at Major 1, but make changes. Denza and Vortex stick around, but it's Journey and Lucky that get brought in. And both with Journey and Lucky, they've been incredible. I mean, this duality between the upfront subs and the backline ARs has worked out really nicely for the majority of this season for Elevate.
It's been fantastic. Lucky has been up there with some of the highest KDs, at least that we have seen throughout a lot of challengers. I mean, he has just been fantastic overall, 1.21. And Journey, I think, has surprised a lot of people because traditionally, you know, for years past, he has only really had a sub in his hands for the most part. But yeah, this year with the AR, I mean, he's been very effective. He's been able to flex it, of course, in between hills that are necessary to pull out the sub. And he has been a great pickup alongside Lucky to slot into this very strong Vortex and Denza squad that obviously we saw at the last Open. They're playing against their old teammates, and we'll see how this one obviously comes together.
Yeah, there's some bad blood here. We'll talk about that in a moment. But I will say for Denza and Vortex, this sub-duo is looking unbelievable. Vortex in particular looked like he's really having his way this year. But, of course, we saw them just a moment ago. Let's reintroduce them, though, again, in case you're just tuning in for the Grand Finals. The Originals, here's the thing. Harry, Gizmo, they were on Elevate, and that's who Journey and Lucky have filled in for, so to speak. But if you've been following along, and well, you guys don't see the veto chat, we do. Furious and Denza do not like each other much. I mean, Vortex is in the same position. Like, there is a target on Furious's back for those two guys every time they see him on the map. And to be fair, it's been fun to watch.
Yeah, it has been, man. I mean, whenever there's like a little bit more on the line besides just the win, it obviously makes it more exciting. It doesn't matter, you know, whether it's sports, esports, like there's just more for these individuals. You know, you want to beat those guys. You want to be able to talk your trash talk, you know, on Twitter, on socials, whatever it might be. So without a doubt, there is a lot riding on this one. But I mean, Furious has been on one. I mean, he did play at least decent yesterday, despite, you know, kind of getting slapped around 3-0. It wasn't very close. He did at least individually perform. And he's pulled off a lot of great S&D moments, a lot of big respawn moments so far on the day. So if he can keep that up, then you know, maybe he'll get the best of them, and the last laugh at the end of the day, we'll have to see.
Very well could be that way. It's just one of those things that both these two teams, I mean, when they came into this playoffs and we thought that they were going to be probably 2 of the top 3 teams at least, obviously that's been established here for us, but the result between them in that first matchup was, again, very surprising, and I don't anticipate that we're going to see something as convincing here today. I imagine this is going to be a little bit more of a tighter affair as we start to go on. So with that in mind, we start to kind of compare both of these two squads, not just on their rosters, but over their overall performances so far. This Elevate team, and they've really gotten through a lot of their series by way of the Search and Destroy, but we were kind of talking for a moment, both before we went to break and now kind of while we were on break and now hereafter. This Elevate team has seen some pretty marked improvements when it comes to their respawn, most so in the control lately. They're 5-3 overall, but a lot of their wins are coming off the last couple of plays that they've had in the playoffs. And
they're the only team that has actually taken Originals out in control, right? They've given them their only loss so far, so that should speak to how good they've gotten, at least individually there. But overall, I think, you know, something that jumps up the page for me has been their S&D improvement, because they were like an okay S&D squad, at least during the regular season. Remember, I think they finished about 3-2, so It's not like they were at the top by any means, but have slowly been able to work on their individual game modes, and things have obviously come to life. S&D, that's where I think they're going to be a really big threat. And the Originals obviously looked really good in a lot of the rounds that we saw, a lot of the maps that we just saw in the series previous in the losers final. But I think that, based off what we've seen from Elevate, these two should also be going head-to-head with some really tight rounds, a lot of really close maps when it comes down to that game mode too.
And looking over it, if I'm not mistaken, Elevate has not dropped a single Search and Destroy, to further your point, in these playoffs. So you want to talk about those improvements, there it is for you. A lot of things, though, when you got a best of 7, the records start to become a little bit more stretched just because the map pool opens up a lot more, especially if you're looking at it from the Originals' point of view, because they're going to be missing out on veto opportunities where Elevate can kind of control the dynamic of what the maps will at least be. Maybe not necessarily the order, but at least the maps overall. But the interesting thing is, comparing yesterday to today, there have been some marked improvements from the Originals in their individual performances. You kind of compare some of the star players from yesterday's matchup who was leading into today. FDOT has played so much better. This was his winners finals KD from yesterday. The marked improvements from yesterday to today, literally night and day difference.
Without a doubt. He was just slaying out, especially that map number 1. Just a lot of critical moments for him on some of the rotations, impactful kills that were leading to just a lot of the time that we were seeing being collected for the Originals. But the other side, hard not to talk about Denza. These stats are kind of giving me a little bit of a vibe of last year when Denza was on his revenge tour, in the very first Elite. In Vanguard. This is just ridiculous. 1.65 in that winners final, 2.0 in the S&D. He was piecing up in that map number 2. He was looking great doing it with the sub, and then control 1.47 alongside a very nice hardpoint KD as well. So yeah, Denza looking to try to really match what FDOT's going to be doing throughout today as well.
Yep, and again, we talked about Denza a ton last year because we had to. He was unbelievable with a sub in hand. But seeing him go from working alongside his, full duo last year to now working with Vortex, hey, these guys have both put up the same kind of numbers that we expected from a Wardy Denza combination from last year. And that's great news for the stock overall, I think, for Steve Vortex, because last year he was kind of very selfless in his play, largely resulting to him playing around the objective. And I think, statistically, he kind of suffered a touch when it came down to the normal numbers that we came to expect from him, especially from things like Cold War and Modern Warfare 19. He was unbelievable. But this year, it feels like he's back into his stride again, where he's definitely a part of the play more so than just getting on the objective. He's opening up opportunities. He's working along Denza to take over the map on one side or the other. And then more importantly, these two ARs that Elevate have are actually funneling action towards the subs themselves, and they're providing some really good exchanges in the interior of a lot of these hard points in particular.
Yeah, they really are, but I think you hit it when it comes down to Vortex. He's fulfilling more than one role now, which is, something that's obviously completely different, because last year just wasn't as dominant as what we're used to seeing out of Vortex, but it's just been so different for him. I don't know if it's a slide cancel out of the mix and, back to a lot more gunny, whatever it is, he's finding value, he's hitting routes, and silence plays, whatever it might be. It just feels like he has been just way more comfortable, been way more lethal on the map, and he's difficult to deal with when he starts to get going. And you combine that with, like you said, a Denza, it's difficult to deal with at times, man.
Agreed. So with that in mind, let's take a look at what this best of 7 may provide for us, and we'll sit here and kind of talk about the maps at greater length, because as far as I know, the lobby has not been created yet, so we'll try to avoid podcasting for longer than we have to here. Embassy, Mercado, Asilo, and Hotel are our 4 guaranteed maps in this best of 7. The Embassy hardpoint coming into play after the recent result, not a terrible surprise considering how good, at moments the Originals looked, but I still kind of look at this as with a little bit of curiosity. The Originals, you can see it in their vans, they elect to take care of the Hydro instead of trying to take care of this Embassy, which has been just kind of a stack of mediocrity for them. Are you a bit surprised that they don't try to give Hydro a go? They've only played it once, and it was a relatively tight affair. I don't know. I guess I'm just kind of... Or, Bernie, they have not played it yet. It's Elevate who only played it once, and they lost that map. Are you kind of surprised to see Embassy make it through, or was this kind of expected?
I think it's a little expected for me. Outside of the record that we see coming into today, I think they only had one map loss outside of the series yesterday versus Elevate, right? So I think for the most part, Originals kind of getting back into what has been comfort is good. Not seeing a Hydro, I can kind of understand it from a lot of teams' POV, as much as, you and me love to see it. We don't really get it too often, and it's because it can be really flippy. It can just be really difficult to kind of lock down, and a lot of, uncertainty can kind of set in with spawns and things like this. So I don't say I'm too surprised to kind of see that. But overall, maybe kind of talking back to what we see for the controls, I'm looking at, what will be really interesting. The kind of hotel would have potentially come in, but that not really being the case is obviously huge for making sure that's not a key map in the rotation for us. So if we go the distance and we get to a fortress, that one should also be a little bit interesting with maybe not as much play time from either spot as well.
Yeah, indeed the case. Wish we could have looked at that series layout a little bit longer because there's a lot of maps to talk about there, but we'll get a chance. Lobby's still not up yet. Looks like we still have not been provided a code, so instead of us continue to talk with nothing to talk about, we will go to a quick break, and we'll be back with map number 1 of the best of 7 grand finals. Don't go too far. Starting up soon. Welcome back, everybody. We're jumping right on into the action. Grand Finals, Elevate in the Originals Embassy. Hard point to get us started off. The Originals looking to hopefully fix on some of the little small mistakes they made versus Wobblebobs in their last series. And so far, well, at least they're able to contest some of this opening time from the high ground, but Elevate do clear things out relatively nicely. There it is. The full 4-man wipe eventually comes through, and Elevate are soaking up some really time here, Visions.
Yeah, they certainly are. See if they can continue to do so as well. Already getting 20 seconds. I'll be very happy about that. Sometimes we see a lot of this hill time go very neutral. Neither team really wanting to make a move on it, focusing on what's to come for the P2 spawns. But F-Dot, nice little chow. And, well, we mentioned him for a reason. He's been playing quite well. Moments like that tell you why. Journey will be there for the response, but certainly a great opening hill here for Elevate to be able to get 31 seconds and some.
Yeah, and this puts a lot of early stress on the Originals because now you have to be able to hold this setup at P2 just to get back into the game early. Vortex avoids the stun, a chance to come in completely concealed and open the hard point, but wants to wait for a little bit of help over the corner. Good prediction. He gets one elimination, but it's traded back. The Originals not able to stay onto the hard point for now, though. Furious tested as Denza follows up, and that's that sub-duality that we were mentioning in the top of the pre-show here. Watching Denza do one thing, Vortex the other, or vice versa. It's worked out brilliantly as Elevate secure the break.
That's a big win on the Furious because it really delays in this, uncertainty of everything coming through now for the Originals in the back is just a little bit questionable. Do we have the safety of pushing all the way up? And well, no, you don't. No, you do not. Not with Lucky's piecing you up like that. Nice double. It's a slow rotation to the back, and now with the spawns being in the same place, Originals just have to chalk and rotate.
That's so good from Lucky. The little frag bounce pass off the door keeps the player close at bay, takes the 1v1, knows it's taking longer than you'd like, so you go prone to avoid the secondary follow-up, and then you snap on the second anyways. Brilliant stuff, 78-5. Elevate looking untouchable. Gizmo would love to threaten the hard point, gets an opportunity to, but Vortex puts him down in the dirt. 2 HP remaining. And once more, it's Elevate on rotation, looking real solid. Trophy denied, but Journey there to try to pick things up and keep things at least contested. But the gunfights over the middle of the map will allow the Originals with numbers to at least get on first all time.
Yeah, the kills are there, but it's just not enough to really be able to get kind of the first 30 seconds. Now they'll finally make a move to be able to get a touch, but will they be able to hold? Vortex starting to creep down low. Has to get through one. And, well, the stun makes a move in slow motion, so nice little pickup here from Vortex. Challenges it again. Won't be good for the break this time. Furious will hold for 3. Denza is finally able to move in for what should be another 15 seconds. But Gizmo already making some early moves to new. You have just about every single Original member at this next point. Now we'll see if they can actually hold.
Yeah, Gizmo needs to stay alive in this position. He is the alarm system for any hits that come through the middle of the map. And you can see he's already stressed out that someone's gotten onto his second floor with him. He'd be wrong. It's Denza at range that gets the elimination. Everyone else is trying to flood from the front on the bottom side of the floor. Harry stunned up. Good help from F-Dot, keeps the Originals in the hard point for now, but they are spawning out. Blocking the spawns or Elevate, looking to work their way around the backside, leaving Harry now by his lone sub. Lucky waiting for a chance to challenge. Good prediction from Harry, takes him down rapidly, and then follows up with a second, nearly the third. But Elevate still overwhelmed, and that'll be good enough for them to secure the break and get over a very early tally of 100+ seconds.
Oh, but not fully secure. Denza's now there for 4, ready to maybe strike for 5. Over the desk, he'll find 5-1 off of the streak, and, well, won't be able to get it there. Lucky's going to add in a little support, and this might just be all Elevate. One final attempt to try to break through. Little shoulder peek. Denza rechows. There's the streak. 11-4 from Denza. We hit him on the highlight. He has just been unbelievable, and he's continuing to do so.
Oh, but Furious, that's a key set of gunfight wins here, as the Originals will need to be better than they were in their last series on this hard point. As Elevate are running away with this one at the moment. 7 in a row for Denza. Cruise Missile has been earned. Elevate already finding success, trying to hit from the middle of the map. There's no trades to be found anywhere here for the Originals when they matter most. Fury is stuck in the corner, not able to get the regen off, and then Denza reads the follow-up from Harry. It's just so much awareness from Elevate. The help is also there at all times, and now Denza's on 9 looking for double-digit streaks.
I mean, he's only died 4 times. It's just been crazy to do on a map like Embassy with a sub in your hand. You're now up by about 100 points here before we're going to see the reset. One final big moment here to try to come in and see if you can get some time on the back end of this. But Vortex is now alive. He'll try to keep that spree going. will end up dropping on 3. Scrap time could be going over to the originals, but still one last fight. Denza shut down, and finally a moment where you can breathe, but still so much pressure here from Elevate through the first set of rotations.
And I really haven't seen anything in adjustment-wise when it comes to what weapons and what hills the originals want to bring to the mix. I still feel like there's just a lot of ARs on the map at all times, whether that be from F-Dot, Gizmo, and Harry collectively, or at least 2 of the 3. Whereas, again, Elevate, they're making the substitutions, pulling out Vaznevs when they need them, it feels like. So, I don't know. It just feels kind of odd to see this many attacks out all the time for the originals, and it's causing them to not really be in position to secure these trades between the 4th and 5th hardpoints. Whereas for Vortex and Denza, I mean, I look at the numbers. A lot of hardpoint time between the 2 of them. 15 and 7 for Denza, of course, after the 9 spree he was on, but Vortex is still also participating at a very high level, and it's just not being matched by the originals on the other side tempo-wise.
No, it is not. Have to try to get some time here on this transition to P2. It's got to be a little bit cleaner, and you can see a battle off screen already taking place. On screen, Harry is able to win that 1v1, so we'll be able to get at least on the point, but will not be able to stay alive too long. Vortex is there, able to disrupt just a little bit of that scrap. Now we take a look at Lucky. Last time, this is where he found that ridiculous 2-piece, was able to really lock things down in the back. He's going to have to try to do so again, however.
Even just keeping his life would be key here, as he's going to get a little bit of assistance. Denza on the way to help, and oh my goodness. It's just everything the originals are trying to do is just getting shut down. And now we're in this position where the originals, like, their first play doesn't work out, and it feels like they're just kind of forced to have to make something desperate happen. And this is what happens when you try to get desperate against Elevate. Journey nearly gets a full quad feed in the mix, but turned away from it just at the last moment. Does not make too much of a difference. His team is there to follow up for the trade. Now they're also watching the crosses, and the originals cannot afford to give away this 20 seconds, but you can see it on the minimap. I mean, Gizmo and Furious are trying to play for new already, and Elevate are already there because they don't need these last 15. They can still play for the majority of the time.
Leader's advantage, man. It certainly feels good in these moments like this, especially as you get latent, like, into the hard point. It just should be good for them on the rotation, but so far, first touch, the early setup is at least going to be here for the originals. Vortex is kind of waiting for this regen. He is now paired with Denza. The break about to come through. Damage will land, but won't be able to follow it up with any trade. So, very nice hold. A much-needed hold comes through as Gizmo hits some very nice long-range shots. And now you got Harry, who can also kind of crossfire from the other side of the map.
Yeah, if you can hold this back 40 seconds, I'm say back 40 seconds, you can lock down this entire hardpoint, you've got a lifeline built in. But a lot of nades have come through. Denza confident there's no trophy systems in the mix. He'll call in a cruise missile, and it does take down 2 members. But the kills came out at the same moment for the originals. So at worst, the hardpoint just goes neutral. And there's going to be a 50-50 battle here for this last 25 seconds. Not over yet is the fight for the old time. Elevate forcing a little bit more numerically over towards this hill than originals are, who seem to be pretty pleased with their ability to survive through the kill streak. But this is enough to get Elevate just at about the 200-point mark, which means that once again, it comes to the focus of the originals. Can you lock a full 60 here? Because you need it.
You need it. It has to happen. You're going to have to really block multiple entryways. Denza trying to cut through the middle of the map here. You can maybe open up with a couple kills, but he's losing his teammates, so we'll probably have to hold off for a second, wait for the respawns to come in, and now just about everyone's spawning together. So maybe a little bit more one-dimensional, but how about that from Furious? Great read, great pre-fire. Will be able to get the 3rd. Can he get the 4th? Furious takes down all 4.
What a heroic moment from Furious. F-Dot was suppressed. He wasn't able to kind of help him out through that hallway. He was there, the one that tried to assist him, but no assistance needed. F-Dot now onto the Vaznev, as he's going to be called upon to try to do something here. Furious off spawn is still able to reinforce. He's feeling the hot hand. He's just moving forward, taking away the hallways. Furious on another double. Taken out eventually, but it makes the job for F-Dot and the rest of the defenders of this hard point very, very simple. And now we've got ourselves a game. And it comes to the backside of just an absolute miracle play from Furious. 178 to 198. And a chance for the originals to try to get some early numbers to threaten this new hard point.
Yeah, and sometimes it takes a moment like that. You know, you need someone to kind of get the juices flowing again. A huge moment, get hyped up. We'll see if they can start to turn it in to some faster breaks here. It's going to be required, but Furious, he's heavily tagged. Jordy has just eliminated 2, and he's just trying to contest to do what he possibly can. So, first hit will not be good. Will be shut down, but quick little move coming through individually. Gizmo maybe trying to make something happen. It's a little bit split. Does not work out, and this is great time coming through right now for Elevate.
Yeah, I don't love that hit attempt at all from the originals. It's just kind of stringy. The player that had stayed alive kind of late on that little challenge over towards the main entryway just never had an angle, and you saw for a moment there, it's like, I'm just going to go prone if you're Furious, try to contest it. It's just not advised at all, and it's just an absolute reaping in here in Cafeteria. So some fireworks are thrown out, but Elevate looking pretty comfortable here, have not dropped a single second on the fourth hard point. It's just down to Lucky to put it over the finish line. He will be taken down, but you feel like the damage may have been done right there. Elevate only needs 6 seconds.
That's exactly it. You could honestly end it on P1, and it's so hard to be clean on P1 and then also focus on winning a rotation to P2. So there is just a massive list of things that you're going to have to do just about perfectly in order to come out with some kind of a crazy comeback. Lucky just waiting for someone to make a move here, as he'll find the first one with ease for himself on the hard point. But Gizmo does do some good work here for the backer bridge. Now he's got some cover fire over F dot. This is a good start, but it's still got to hold for quite a while.
Harry's gonna have to win some gunfights here over towards the second hard point if there's gonna be a chance to stretch this into new. And he falls. It's Gizmo who starts to turn up. He's got 6 in a row. That's enough for a cruise missile. That could be instrumental towards trying to focus on rotation here while keeping numbers at old. Trades back and forth. Harry's the next one going to be called on as Denza, Vortex trying to work their way into the old time, but there's just not enough numbers for them to get there. Gizmo, off of his next respawn, will make sure that no one can stay to the hard point. And yeah, he finds the kill on the journey. So this would be a 4v3 with a cruise missile being called in over to new. It has to land. It has to connect. Trophy system is not going to be able to get down there, so now 2 kills come through. It's just 10 to the last one left alive in the staircase. He wants the challenge versus Epthot and wins it. He's got help from Journey coming quickly, but the Originals have numbers on the long-range angles. Can they take Denza out of the hard point? 248, 249, no one to touch. Elevate, steal map 1.
Oh, they're able to grab map 1. It was convincing for a while. Good attempt for the Originals here to the second set of rotations, but it really is just not enough when you look at, the breaks. But this was a moment where you thought they'd be able to catch fire. Furious for all 4 players, just able to reposition on just about every single player a little bit differently. And that is just a big moment, but still not enough to kind of get them where they needed to go. 250, 207, similar story to what we saw yesterday in the map number 1. But overall, man, it was just a little bit cleaner, and Denza just has a hell of a game with a lot of hill time. And Journey also silently, again, he does this a lot, but was also putting up a lot of big numbers there as we got to the end of it too.
Oh, absolutely, without question. I mean, it's just one of those things that, the 3 of the 4 of Elevate members were reaping in the kill feed, without question. But even Vortex, a couple of moments where he's the first one in, Denza's able to kind of get an easier job breaking afterwards because Vortex is just selflessly running into the hard point and finding a lot of damage. But it's just one of those things, again, where I look at that duality between the subs, and we just never really saw that for the Originals. We never really saw an F-Dot and Furious combination to break setups like that. I mean, you go back to that last 4th hard point that we saw, and Elevate are in the hard point, but not with a lot of comfort and not with a lot of space. But the Originals who are trying to finesse think that maybe we can go into a 2v3 situation and still win it. It's just like, why not wait to set up the actual pinch? It's just a little bit too pressed, a little bit too, helter-skelter in a way. And it just allows Elevate to read how the play is coming a little bit easier. And those moments we saw maybe not just once, but maybe twice, maybe 3 times. That leads to the gap at the end of the scoreboard as we see the final results.
Yeah, it really does. Just the hold so good. This is where Denza also just lock things down, make sure he gets the scrap time, earns the streak. Just a lot of great moments individually, but that's how you want to start if you're Elevate, man. Be able to take some of these hard points away from the Originals that were looking at least pretty solid last time around, especially coming out of that losers final. A lot of great moments, but here just overwhelmed with a lot of the slaying that was coming in and the teamwork. I mean, that's one of the big things I think that you look at with Elevate, especially compared to what we saw during the regular season compared to now. Like, it's a level up without a doubt.
Yeah.
You can just see that teamwork really come to life in a lot of these exchanges when they're looking to coordinate, looking to hit the hill at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just how they do it as well, right? Like, they're able to get these comfortable setups for breaks, or more so the comfortable setups on the initial times and getting holds put together, because they're winning these key rotational gunfights in that back 20 into the first 10 of the next hard point. Like, that core 30 seconds is really polished for Elevate, and it keeps Originals like having to make tough decisions. Like, you're telling me that my teammates are going to spawn out. I'm right here at the new hard point, but I don't want to wait 30 seconds for them to come off spawn and join me, so I'm going to try to force a play. That's like almost like the verbatim of like what the plays look like at times. And we saw that from F-Dot a number of different moments where he just kind of tried to force a gunfight that really wasn't working out for him. Still a minute 53 in the hard point for the young kid, but largely speaking, you look down on the other side of the scoreboard, you've got 3 members at near a minute plus worth of hard point time, and those 3 members again, are the ones that are, you're largely looking at to be on rotation. Vortex the first one in, Denza to follow up, and then Lucky's the one to either soak up the scrap time or win an AR battle and soak up the initial. So it's just great overall team focus from Elevate, and the stats definitely show you that.
Yeah, and how about the fourth member? I mean, that's 63 engagements for Journey with an AR. Like, he's playing like he's got a sub. like it still feels like Journey's running around with a sub, but he's doing it with attack in his hand. He's aggressive up close. I mean, he's not the one getting the hill time, but he's the one that is just cutting the originals down and just not making it possible at times to be able to actually set up a team push, break into the hard point. That's filthy stuff, man. Really good opening map number 1 here for what will be a best of 7 for anyone that is just tuning in. No best of 5s here. And, well, coming up next will be a Mercado S&D. We just got off of a Mercado that was quite clean, actually, for the originals. And hopefully they can start to bring some of that maybe right into this map number 2 to tie things up, potentially.
Yeah, you kind of feel like you need it. I mean, I feel like the advantages for the originals do come off of their control, but the thing is you have to be able to take away one more map in this first 5 if you want to get to map number 6. And even with that said, the Fortress control is their least played control. So it's difficult, I think, to look at what's built into this series to find a pathway for the originals to take both controls, which I think just based on their record, you would assume they would need to. And I think you're right. I think it starts right here. That their ability to possibly just recover and do exactly what they just did in this Mercado search and destroy to the Wobobobs against this Elevate team should likely be possible, you would think. I mean, it's by far their most successful search and destroy map. Elevate has also played this map 3 times. They're 2-1 on it, so it's not bad for them by any stretch of the imagination. But I agree with you. I think you need to go 1 for 1 here just to try to extend this to at least a 6th map if you're the originals.
Yeah, without a doubt. I'm going to be able to get this one, and well, they were really clean with everything that we had just seen. Harry with the sub, I feel like is kind of where you have to go, right? Like, he just looks so electric. He looks just so loose and limber around the map with it. He's like, wow, look at this thing. He's like, I get to do this. It just feels like a totally different Harry. So, probably get more of that. Probably specifically on the offenses. But we will have to see. This could be a sniper play maybe from Harry to maybe cross through mid. But no, he's got the AR out right now. So same idea. Try to cut this cross. Lucky gets kind of stunned up and will be trying to back up. But 1-for-1 trade so far.
And I don't love that. I mean, Vortex is there. The Semtex is thrown. But you still force a gunfight when you know that nades are going to push him off the angle. And that little decision leads to Elevate seeing a 2-player drop where it doesn't really feel necessary that to happen. Vortex finding a kill before he dropped was more than enough. The Original's going to kill a little bit of noise, try to set up a bit of a stack. Lucky gets another 1-for-1 trade. That's good enough. And Journey's got Furious kind of pinned. I don't even know if Furious can, get even over towards 10. Not sure where the second defender was. And Elevate take a very clean and casual first round.
Yeah, absolutely do. I think it's just one of those, first initial rounds where you're pretty much always used to the A hit right away, maybe trying to catch them off guard, win that first gunfight. But Lucky also does a really good job kind of backing up and playing his like 2 reposition inside so that he can kind of watch that close angle with his teammates around him for the numbers in the 3v2. So very nice opening defense coming on through. But of course, we'll switch it up. We'll see exactly what the plan will be here now for Elevate here on the first attack.
Play down through mid. 3-man stack, in fact. Journey's the only one playing over to Cantini. He's going to stay safe by playing up top, and he gets first blood from that position. Unbelievable. Now everyone else can cut through the tunnel. They know Gizmo's stuck in the corner. Good isolation. Yeah, this is some very fluid search so far from Elevate. Love the design of it. Bomb should be planted here without any contest. And Harry and FDOT are going to decide to try to play this one on a retake together. And Vortex will take care of it by himself. Unreal.
Wow. These are just swift, clean rounds from Elevate. Last round, they trap him in. This round, they pretty much just run at him, right? Journey just wins that first battle. And, I mean, this is something that, we have seen. Like, if you're not rushing inside of Cantina right away and you don't have a trophy, down to kind of protect you from the stuns and nades, you typically wait. But if you wait and then try to hit late, you have to be ready for that challenge through mid-tunnel. And when there's 2 players, it's difficult to come out with even one at times. So Elevate starting to pick apart at least a little bit of maybe what they saw previously. And so far, so good. Early 2-0 lead, and they're happening in pretty fast fashion.
Yeah, I'll say. 8-man hit over towards A. Trophy system keeps Vortex largely safe. And he's going to try to go to the awning jump. Oh, it's going to work out, but he gets the mantle. He had Gizmo dead to rights, but still. Trade still push us to a 2v1 situation. Lucky dead silence trying to get around, maybe to stop this bomb from being planted. Gizmo watching the cross. Shots are good. Lucky when 1 HP gets away.
Can still reset this. F dot though. Gonna pop the dead silence here. Got an AR. He's gonna spot Lucky. If he breaks the glass, it would be a sound cue, but he's gonna challenge out anyway. A lot of confidence here from the 18-year-old. F dot able to get the originals on the board here with a huge 1v1.
Key win, and maybe a little bit of luck there as well, because I still maintain that Vortex for sure comes away with 1 off that little mantle to the awning if he doesn't get the little window jump up mantling effect as well. So good stuff right now, I would say, just for the originals and try to keep it close, but it's one of those things that we continue to talk about, you and I. The trend of this game still favors the Elevate, like, without question.
Sure.
So the originals have to throw something out there that require Elevate to have to think about it. Like, okay, how do we counter this? Because at the moment, it really is the game plan of Elevate working out better than it is for the originals. And this time, it'll be a hit over towards B. Harry's watching to the middle of the map. Again, how much of that conditioning from Elevate's first offense when they 3-stack through mid? He's not even able to check the cross to B. And I think Harry may even be waiting to see if anyone's going to try to push through late. This is hard set that this is going to be an A attack. That's not necessarily the case. Vortex is just waiting to see if he can catch someone on a cross just to see what's going on over towards B.
Yeah, the bomb pretty much just tells you everything that's happening here. It's like, once a kill happens on either side of the map, that's typically where you're probably going to rotate to. Unless you're trying to bait defenders there, kind of play this crazy little mind game, 40 chess. But very slow. First round we've really had where there hasn't been any exchanges in the first 20 seconds. So it's going to certainly keep you kind of wondering, are they at B? And that's why you see player 3 F dot right now, like trying to figure out, okay, are they here? Might be getting some sound cues. Journey, though, is finally able to find one. Now we'll see if they can try to work F dot out of this spot. He's going to be stunned up.
Yeah, they have to play for B now. Journey by himself. Okay. He was the only possible option for an A attack. Trades come through. 15 seconds on the clock. Defense trying to go quickly. Gizmo on the cutout. Not going to be able to challenge from this angle, and that's exactly why. He does at least get one, though. That's not bad at all. Vortex off the dead silence. Repositions. Harry does get the tag. Does he think he's still upstairs, though? That's the thing. He definitely does. And now a little bit of confusion. Harry going quickly. Just a pistol in hand, and it's read beautifully. And that's just unfortunate that, I don't know if the nade, like, hits through the window, and that's what catches Vortex on this drop-off, but Harry thinks it lands up top.
Yeah, you could definitely see some confusion for sure. I mean, I think that's exactly what must have happened. He throws the stun, maybe it just flies through the window and catches him, and he thinks he's maybe got him locked down up top as he just brings the pistol out, but then he's like, where did he go? He's looking down low, and he just flies out from the back of Tin to be able to find him. So just unfortunate 1v1. Another good attempt, but Elevate just a little bit better here so far. And Vortex is 7-2. Don't typically see these S&D performances from him, I will say.
Yeah, the guy that's typically your objective carrier, getting it done the hard way. Original's a lot of space to work with here over at A, but you have to be careful. You cannot actually use Furious's position to go any further forward because he's the bomb carrier. You drop it deep over there, you're kind of stuck just doing, nothing. You can't get to that bomb again without any sort of concern. But this stack-up defense for Elevate through tunnels still feels pretty confident that no one's been able to plant yet, and Furious is going to read that. So what do you do from here? You're kind of stuck in pieces. 2 players through the tunnel, 2 on the other side through Cantina, and Elevate have you surrounded.
That's the big factor. But if you can get the bomb down safely, you can still look to work this. So bomb is now down. Nice little setup. Kind of back-to-back here, just outside of planters, while 2 players just sit in Cantina, watch tunnel, and watch the flank. But it's a full-on push coming through planters, and, well, trade's going the way so far here for the originals 3v2.
Furious is just hoping he gets timing, though. He's got to watch 2 things at once, and fortunately, his teammates on the backside take care of a long flank, so the originals will hold the numbers and get right back into the mix, just down 1. And, man, I'll tell you for a moment there, it looks really dire. I think it's just one of those things. It's really fortunate that Gizmo stays alive to secure this kill into Vortex, because that nade did tag him up pretty heavy. Yeah,
that was huge. Shots did look decent from the top of the roof that we were seeing, but anything could have happened there in the 1v1, but certainly difficult to play retake on that side still, especially when you don't keep presence there initially. Kind of get shrugged off of it. You allow the bomb plant. It's usually good news for the team that gets the bomb down, but originals fighting back a little bit, just down by 1. Now need to try to rally together here on defense as Vortex flies through. It's a heavy tag onto him, and he's got a full-on push coming his way.
Oh, but Denz is here to help him, and they do take down Gizmo Furious stunned. He's stuck in the corner. Semtex is out. I think Vortex thinks he's further away than he actually is. It's actually very fortunate that Furious's gun barrel isn't poking from this doorway. But while we're waiting for this gunfight to happen, Elevate have won the site. That's going to force Furious to have to make a play. And, oh, he snuck through with the dead silence. In effect, nobody knows that he's back here. Huge first kill. Tries to force the second, but Vortex responds. And it's F-Dot for a 1v2. First shot's decent, but not enough to secure the kill. 42 seconds on the clock. And F-Dot is going to have to do something incredible. And Vortex just ego chows him, jumping to the backside of the bomb to use it as a heady.
Yeah, and that was going to be a double chow followed just about after that. Lucky was ready to follow up, but with the AR, maybe picks it up at some point in time, able just to hit the shots. So really nicely done. And he's also able to see him as he's dropping down. So he just gets that little tad bit of information, and rather than trying to stick for the plant and maybe play it risky and, you know, try to exit safely after, let's just play for the chow, play for the trade at worst. And Vortex is now 11-3. Like, he is just taking over Mercado S&D.
Unbelievable. Through 6 rounds. Like, what? Nades do connect. That takes the raid boss out of the picture early. Journey jumping backside planters. Semtex, does it connect? Yes, it does. And they also have some toe tags onto Denza, who's trying to get out of dodge. Yeah, not going to work out this time. Denza with the scope. Last one left. Just barely catches the top side of Harry, but cannot land the shot. And this would be an impossible 1v4 with the scope, and Denza is aware of that. Okay, so the original's still keeping it close. Yeah. But I'll tell you, this defense needs to figure it out, because at the moment, Elevate are having their way.
Yeah, they got to do something a little bit different here. And, like, they do change it up, right? Like, Furious tries to get a little aggressive alongside one of his teammates. Like, they try to push all the way up here and see if they might have a chance at being able to get inside of Cantina or play for a first blood. But here's just kind of seeing the nades going off here, as we typically would, especially for A pushes. I'm sure anyone who's watched any map of Call of Duty in Mercado S&D is very aware of that. But here we go with this mid play again. This time, Elevate trying to just send Vortex off the rip. It will be a trade, and Lucky's now pulls out the scope and is able to work for a pick.
That's Lucky with the bomb as well. That's him just watching mid-map, but they don't expect that F-Dot's playing the delayed route. Now it's a 2v2. But Lucky's kind of, I would assume, pretty far away from being able to turn a pistol or a sniper rifle into an automatic weapon. So he's stuck on a scope. Harry, that's a doorway 1v1. No. Lucky trying to follow behind him, but it's predicted, and then the help through mid-tunnel allows Originals to get the defense going. Wow. And I think a lot of that is just Vortex's route through mid-tunnel there, just to run forward. As soon as the stuns land, I think he thinks that I've got a free kill, at least for a 1-for-1 trade, but that was not the case, and the reason the Originals pull out the defense.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Finally, they're able to stuff it, though. Got to go back to their kind of round one offensive play. Has been shut down. Elevate have been in firm control of this S&D just about the entire way through, but the Originals starting to work themselves into it. F-Dot's also on 4, so he's a couple off of earning a potential streak. I feel like this one probably could go the distance here. Streak could play a big factor. Stuns and nades again from over the top. Trophy systems will be down, but Lucky with the sniper again, able to work for a first blood on Gizmo.
Yeah, this is all because the subs want to go quickly. It's a double trophy setup. Lucky saves another life. And F-Dot's last one left. At least he's got the bomb. He knows that all 3 members are here. I like this call. Just quick rotate. Maybe get a plant off over towards B. But he may be second guessing the timing of all this, trying to see maybe can I get a pick on someone crossing to check for me over through the B side. And he does see Journey, who I think also sees him in return. Toe tag's not going to fully be there. And his opportunity to try to flex something to B has just been missed. Now there's just too many things that he has to think about if he wants to move from this position.
And the setup is good. You just got to watch the cross to B. You call info if he crosses. If not, you just keep a heavy stack on A. So 35 seconds left. F-Dot still on 4. A couple kills would still earn you at least a missile. Lucky holding this with the scope. That's 3 in the round for Lucky. Oh, man, he's lighting it up. I mean, we've seen a lot of sniper clips so far from Lucky this year, and how about that for another one?
And what a cool way to set up an aggressive defense. You're usually looking at, 2 ARs, 2 SMGs likely for a setup. So in this instance, you pulling out a sniper rifle means that the AR can actually help down low because he doesn't have to worry about the windows like you normally would. So that little change-up works out great because you saw Denza and Vortex were just flying forwards. They wanted to take bottom Cantina away instantly and had the support of Journey kind of firing with them while Lucky was watching the windows. So that works out great. Now it's got to be 2 in a row for the Originals. has to start with this defense, and they're going to give up the A site and try to play for maybe a tunnel retake. They've also got Harry hard predicting for any play over towards B, but that first blood's not great news. Furious would have to find a trade and keep his life if they want to have a chance to defend this A site.
All right, they're going to see Vortex on the cross, so it's good info for Gizmo. If he decides to kind of pitch this a little bit late, but I like this play. Elevate just going to full-on challenge out. Well, shots being exchanged, but nobody dropping. Finally, a kill comes through, and it's on to Vortex. So a huge kill from Gizmo, who was able to work in there from an angle, and he might be able to look for another, but Denza figures him out, shuts him down. Denza from long range is good for another, and there it is. Elevate, man. They are just going to slowly work you. Use the teamwork yet again. That is a 6-4 victory to pull ahead 2-0.
And it's one of those things that I think we could kind of categorize this entire map of, if you give Elevate Cantina, they will use it to punish you. I mean, both sides of the bomb. We kind of saw it. We just talked about it in their last defense. Their hard focus was taking everyone out of bottom Cantina. That worked out to some pretty great accord. And then here again, you're going to freely give them the defense or the offense to take down Cantina without anyone even challenging. That's a bit surprising, I think. And we've seen that from the originals now a couple of times where they're trying to stack their defense through tunnel. I can't count on maybe more than one finger how many times it's actually worked. So something to kind of think about, I think, as far as originals are concerned, while they kind of look at that map mode combination for things like Boston and the Cup this weekend. But here, Elevate just given a lot of the map, and they used it great.
They did, and like a lot of people could swap around like different roles. We saw, Lucky pulling out the sniper at times, like his teammates also pulling it out here and there. It just makes you so lethal, and just so many great strategies. I feel like to be able to again set each other up, get someone to X position, watch over them while they do it, stop them from getting aggressive. Like they just had a lot of great reads and a lot of ways to shut down what the originals were doing so well just in the last map that we saw there versus the Wobble Bobs, which was basically taking the site by storm. Harry using a sub on offenses, create space, create numbers, get the bomb down, play post plant. I mean, I didn't feel like they really got any plants off that entire map. No. It was just all Elevate just about the whole way through.
We can find out how many plants they had, and it's just the 2 for both sides. But yeah, a lot of it did kind of get resulted, I think, just off the opening engagements. So wow, 11-7 from Vortex, 9-7 from Lucky. Denza, a key part of the defense in those last handful of rounds. I think the majority of his 5 kills came in the last 2 rounds, actually. Meanwhile, Journey was just kind of playing support the whole way through. It's like, you need someone to rotate to B, I got you. You need me to follow up, get a trade, got you. 6 assists, though. I mean, he was definitely a part of it. Just didn't need to get the kills. He's just there to get the damage.
For sure. And that's good enough when you got, a great player like Vortex who was like leading. I think he did slow down a little bit, but he was like 11-3 at one point in time. So a huge amount of those rounds are coming off the back end of him, and then that's when they started throwing the sniper into the mix. And I like that they do it like halfway through the map too, right? So like you think you're safe, you think you can peek, you think you can challenge, take these one-on-one fights, and then boom, sniper rifle. And Lucky has just been so lethal. I mean, he has one of the highest, S&D KDs on his team without a doubt. And he has been the leading charge in a lot of the maps that we've seen so far this entire season in the Elite. But we'll take a look back at the best of 7. So far, so good. Elevate up 2-0. Just 2 more to be able to close this one out. And, well, good news for the Elevate fans. They're going into an El Asilo where they have also been pretty relentless. I believe 3-0 at the moment. Yeah,
absolutely. And the thing about this control set is the fact that, if you're Elevate, you just take away the original's best control. There's no other way about it. I mean, like we said, originals have been great on control, but a large majority of their wins have come by way of the hotel. So you've got to force yourself to kind of keep your same win conditions alive if you're originals, but on maps that you have not played a ton of. They still, like I had mentioned, they didn't have a hard set veto in control. They were playing everything. So they've got good experience on both control maps that we're going to get. It's just the record on this El Asilo in particular is a 2-1 overall, in which the only player who carries a positive KD is Harry. So once more, we kind of look back over to Harry and say, if you shut him down, your chances of winning this map and going up 3-0 seem very plausible for Elevate.
Especially with all 4 players, I feel like getting heavily involved right now for Elevate, like you mentioned. I mean, it's got to be, more than just Harry. As much as he has the highest KD and as much as he is the leading Slayer, we highlighted FDOT, being, a big factor, especially in a lot of the controls that we see. A lot of that specifically, of course, on Hotel, but if you have the AR in hand, you can do a lot of that on a map like El Estilo as well. So it's necessary, man. I mean, it's not like it's a complete blowout, right? Like under 50 points in map 1, under 2 points. It's just, bigger impact moments happening right now on the side of Elevate. and you got to somehow shift that energy over to yourself. You just can't go down 3-0 versus Elevate going into El Asilo Control. There's just no shot.
Yeah, the trends and the patterns are again leaning towards Elevate on all of these maps. Even though they've been competitive, they've been tight, the advantages that we've seen for Elevate have been definitely more numerous than we've gotten from the originals, who continue to have to play like a response. They have to react.
Yeah.
And I think if you're looking at an El Asilo right here, how do you start to change that trend? You have to be proactive, and you have to find success off this proactivity. And I'm meaning this from more of a team standpoint, because we saw some proactive plays, in particular on the Embassy Hardpoint, from individuals, but it was like a proactive play where you're going into a 2v4 or a 1v3. It's just like, I wouldn't advise you to get proactive in moments that look like that. So as a squad, I think that's just one of these things is the originals just have to start to get a little bit more on the same page and start to fly as a full team a little bit more often if they're going to find a way to upset this Elevate squad, who's currently holding some significant advantages over them.
For sure. And, can't have like a lot of the moments that were kind of happening when they were getting a little desperate, where, Gizmo was kind of just hoping for like a big individual solo play to break open the hill.
Right, yeah.
Like, yeah, you need everyone to be collectively involved here in every play that's happening. But we'll see if it happens, man. Elevate's somehow been able to turn it on again. Like, they did not have a good group stage, right? Like, it wasn't like a great regular season. Like, leading into this, I think it was 3-2. They finished like at the third place, I want to say, if I remember off the top of my head. So like, it wasn't great. And for some reason, it just has slowly come together here for this team, as they've just been able to just slowly fix things, get a little bit stronger in S&D, not dropping a single one up to this point. Their control, only no loss for the originals. In control is to Elevate, so you can just see how they've been able to clean up, just about every single game mode. It's not like it's just, one. They are just ruthless through everything right now.
And the thing that we haven't talked about yet, I believe Infinity brought this up yesterday as part of his kind of shell shock surprise of Elevate 3-0ing the originals, was when these two teams played each other in Group B, the originals blew the brakes right off Elevate. I mean, it was a 3-0 for them. So, I mean, it kind of does come with, this level of what we talked about with this Elevate squad, is that their improvements have been very significant. And we're seeing that kind of like the same things we talked about yesterday, you and I, about Rocker Academy, is like their group stage we still had questions about. The results weren't as convincing as we'd like. But so far through these playoffs, teams like Elevate, teams like Rocker Academy, you're seeing, the upward transition that they're starting to put in towards their improvements on every single mode. And a lot of that comes off of not having a hard veto anywhere. Like, they're playing all the maps too. So comprehensively, the squad is just getting, that much more fierce as we continue to wait for this map number 3 to start.
Yeah, that makes it that much harder to do the vetoes too when you go into a best of 7. It's like, what do we even really take away if they're willing to kind of play just about everything through almost all of the game modes? So makes it a lot tougher without a doubt here. But hey, man, you definitely can't count out the originals. I think the biggest thing is just trying to get some of the big players that we've been highlighting the entire season to really get more involved, right? We talk about the teamwork, but it might take more moments like we saw Furious in the map number 1, where you just got to get something to get the juices flowing, man. Just something to catch some fire, shut them down, have a good team push, get some map control, do something to kind of set yourself up. Just takes little moments like that to be able to sometimes find yourself a round win and then turn that into a map win.
And I hate to kind of go on this little teeter-totter back and forth, but it's like, we need that, but at the same rate, you can't force that if you're a sub-player right now for the originals. Like, if you're Furious or F-Dot, you can't just fly in and assume that you're going to be able to piece up this Elevate squad. They're too good to allow that to happen. Whereas, you also want to make sure that on the backside, you're not forcing players like Harry to have to clutch up on a defense or an offense as the last one alive either. So, there is that little bit of, cohesion that we keep kind of talking about that you need to see as not just a full group, but maybe even in particular between the very steady ARs we're getting from the originals versus the mentality that the SMGs want to bring to light. So we'll see. Lots of things to talk about, lots of things to think about. And yes, we were filling for a lot of that time. So hopefully you were able to soak up all that like a sponge. I know you COD audience. You guys are brilliant. You're all the next greatest thing to COD strategy and analysis. So hopefully we served your purposes and you're able to soak all that up or something.
Hopefully, but let's see what comes to life here. Must win in my mind for the originals.
Yeah.
Gotta have a map. Gotta get one here. This is one of your best game modes. It isn't Hotel. They still have a decent record on El Asilo. Let's see what they learned from yesterday.
Also, there will be a test at the end of the map to see who soaked up the most amount of information on that spiel.
You have the professor look today, So
I do. I've got the teal jacket.
Yeah, you're gonna be marking. You're gonna be marking after this, eh?
Extra credit question is on the back of the packet. Make sure you don't forget about it. Opening exchange, still kind of toggling for positioning. Denza gets a little bit of space here in towards Beer. But as Lucky has the trophy system down, he's thinking over towards A, and the Originals very quick to pick up. Defensively, this has been very solid for them.
Really has been. Journey will be tagged up, but won't be fully eliminated and almost able to come away with the gunfight. We'll be able to reach out. How about that play from Journey? Gets away, exits safe enough, and able to do enough damage here to create a little bit of space. Got some great control up top from Vortex, and now it looks like this zone will slowly start to come over. You do have to worry about Furious on the flank, though. There's still a chance, of course, for a break.
Oh, but he gives himself away, so now the flank has been largely dealt with, but Journey off the reload still gets cut up. First tick of progress is all it really kind of stands with. Denza trying to further the opportunity to stop this clock, and he's successful. That silence play changes the corner. Door opens in front of him, predicts the gunfight, but did not get a good look at it. Vortex now trying to help him. Lucky, you also got to keep in mind that he is watching the crosses up top from this position up high. So the third tick of progress is looking very likely, and the kills from Journey are good. And this is not great news all of a sudden for the Originals. It's gone from bad to worse very quickly because you're missing out on a setup here at B as well. Just hoping that FDOT can kind of be a nuisance in the back line, but Elevate have already dealt with him.
That's a huge kill. FDOT, I think, just thought he had a little bit more time to get set up and gets caught on that transition. Furious. Easy kill to pick up onto Lucky. So good work in the back. Does he get a read on the second? Hard to read that corner. As Denza will find a freebie, and now we'll be able to maybe start to ignite this push. Vortex is down low. Does have to wait a second for the regen, but you got the rest of your ARs starting to come off spawn. Kills are good so far now for Elevate, and you got Vortex in the back.
Oh, I love this play. It just keeps this player top AC completely pinned down, but Gizmo expects the challenge, and he wins it really cleanly. So onto the B zone for now. Lucky deals with the threat up top, and it provides enough space for Furious to move forward and clear the zone. 14 plays 12, though. Still 50 seconds on the clock, and oh my goodness! How has Journey won that gunfight versus Gizmo? It gets Denza onto the contest spot backside boxes. Nades are connecting onto him with no trophy to keep him safe, but the first tick is locked in, and Vortex is still on, stopping the clock.
Still stopping the clock at 47, and that second tick is about halfway. Support comes through there from mid for Journey. But numbers now have gone the other way unless Journey can do something about it. He's still got help here, so this is still very much a viable play that you could turn into more success on the zone, but you now lost Journey, so Denza's just going to have to slow things down. Vortex also eliminated. Now you're getting low on time here, so the defense might be able to hold. You might have one really good push left, and Denza kind of throws away his life.
Elevate playing from the window side. You know you've got Harry in the tight corner, but a trophy's keeping him safe. Gizmo's also got a trophy at his feet, trying to keep him away from any possible nades. Here comes the push, though. And it's just going to be down to Lucky. Trophy's down for him, but it's not going to make a difference. The kills come through. Harry gets onto 5 at the end of the round. If he can get number 6 on the cross, there's a cruise missile. So damage is dealt by Elevate, but the Originals, they've earned some tools to help them out in their next go.
They absolutely have. That was... I think, like, such a critical moment, like, even on, like, a greater scale, like, to the series, the fact that they stopped this, because if you just get kind of, you know, steamrolled from a quick little first zone transition to the second, and it's an offensive win after winning it yesterday, man, it just becomes very difficult to try to respond with an offensive win of your own. But the fact that they stop it, they get there, nice little pinch, they shut down Journey for making any plays just kind of inside that little storage area, that's really one of the big factors, and like you mentioned, streak now in play for Harry.
How do you want to try to use this? Do you maybe go up 2-0 early if you can find a good timing to drop the cruise missile here on this offense? I think you feel good about it considering how good defensively this team has been. But Elevate over towards A, win the majority of the gunfights. Still an opportunity for FDOT to get on, stop the clock for a bit, but decides instead to try to push through. And Elevate continue to reap from the front. FDOT shuts down deep. That will mean that the Originals will have to go back to work here, trying to open up any space to work with. I mean, they're kind of stuck in spawn right now. Denza's going to make sure nobody makes the play over here through a bottom bar.
Denza's position, he could get a read from his teammates and then come right behind the play like this. Harry's even kind of, you know, reading it, but the gunfight just does not go his way. Denza gets involved now with a sub up close. One more player up top. Denza might be able to find him as well, but no, Gizmo. Nice little jump shot there off the rails, and Harry finds one off screen. Good moment now for the Originals as they get on the zone.
And Gizmo just needs to keep his life here because it's 2 zones at once. It's a double stack, or could be a double stack over towards B. First tick of progress is going to get locked in at the exact same time here between both the 2 zones. And Elevator hard focused over towards B. And honestly speaking, if you're going to commit to this, you got to commit sooner rather than later. And you've even got Gizmo jumping off of A to help around the back. This is a full focus. Originals thinking they can put this home at B, but Elevate's defense from the low ground works out. And now with Gizmo off the A zone, we're down to just one tick of progress on either. A bold call, but we'll see if it works out in any form. The Originals still kind of splitting their focus across the map. But as Furious is the last one to stay alive on a zone, the Originals have to follow up to try to assist him.
And the big factor now is that you still need that extra minute. It will be a quick touch on A, but you got 3 defenders. They're all nearby. Harry's able to find Journey. Trade's starting to go the way now for Elevate, but that will be great for the Originals. They're going to be able to find a couple more. Denzel would have to go big, and Denzel's just found 2. He's still got more players to deal with, and that final tick should be secured, but the regen is in, and Denza, he wants to make it, but he will be taken out. So extra minute now up, 15 lives up against 14 in favor of Elevate.
That silences have been earned as well for the Originals, so they're looking to move quickly, clear out the building, get a look over towards this B zone in fast fashion. Vortex inside. Hello, how are you? Oh my goodness, okay. Little predictive shots. He actually runs through F dot nearly on the way to collide all of them. The cruise missile was just called in. Wait a second. That's a bold call because Elevate get all 3 eliminations. Furious can't even do anything under the zone, so a bold decision to be made for the Originals to call him the cruise missile, and they're not even going to have any opportunity to even see the B zone with that.
No, they're not, and Lucky now is in just a great position to be able to really just stop all of the security on this push right through Junkyard. I mean, you can see it, right? You got to invest some of your tacticals and lethals just to try to fish out where Lucky is. Big win here for Harry. Has to now try to find Vortex. Lucky's been dealt with, but Vortex with a big win on the zone. Won't be able to play his life for a second. 21 seconds left, 8 up against 7. But Denza, he's looking to work a flank.
Yeah, and the timing of this may be great or may not. Boy, he hears the mantle, turns around, finds the kill. Now he's got the prank for right in towards the backside of this play. 17 seconds on the clock. Gizmo just trying to keep his life. Shots the Journey, not good enough. And it's just down to 3 lives. Just before that second tick gets locked in as well. Oh, that's so tough. Furious would have to essentially do it all. And it's not going to work out. Wow.
Oh, you think there's a little more time on that clock and we get that low on lives, man? Maybe you win through kills. Not going to happen. Man, just so many great reads. A lot of the flags coming in as well. Like, it's so difficult, but what a moment that is from Gizmo.
Yeah.
Pause for a second. That is just disgusting off the back end of nice little 3 kills coming in there for him. But still, just so many plays unfolding from the back. Lucky also stalls out so much time down low in the building. And he is just able to kind of play his life long enough to never give you security to fully push through on a team push. You got to invest so many of your tacticals and lethals before you even get to see the zone.
Man. Feels bad to lose the cruise missile that early on. That first blood up top. Vortex to trade. Down low. Back and forth we go. And Elevate, this has been pretty, I would say, consistent for them. Looking to win this building before they make a call to either of the 2 zones. Gizmo up top just kind of jumping. Keeping the high ground advantage. Finishes off the remaining Elevate players on the interior. Now all of a sudden the Originals can start to press forward, and they are doing so with conviction.
Oh, these are huge kills. Lucky's really going to try to play his life and won't be able to dolphin dive to safety. That is a very convincing kill feed thus far, only dropping 3 lives on the side of the Originals. And, well, the map control is just about all yours. You have to worry about so many different angles, how many players are up top, question marks going through the minds of a lot of the Elevate players. How are they going to be able to try to work this? Looks like they're going to be able to get a stack in with Vortex and Denza. First tick is in. Now they got a 3-man stack. They should be able to get the second.
And this is the Originals. They're trying to contest this just too late. It's one of those things that, again, this is what I mean when I talk about team proactivity. Like the Originals, you would think, okay, there's 2 players on. We got to start setting something up to try to retake this. And it's not until the 3rd member stacks to say, oh, wait a second, we got to go. And it's just this reaction-based gameplay is not working out for them. Elevate just a step ahead, it feels like. Lucky trying to go prone, trying to sneak around the back. No dead silence is going to be very noisy on this play. F-Dot expects it off the sound cues, but it doesn't make much of a difference. Trophy system's now down, and that's going to be pretty key because Lucky can stay here for a lot longer, and here comes Elevate with numbers and eliminations to stack on to B. First tick of progress looks inevitable.
Double stack is good so far, and Lucky is still able to threaten all of the spawners. Another one here for Lucky, 3 in a row, ready to move in for 4. Lucky's piecing them up. Second tick is locked in. Third tick on the way. Lucky will be shut down. It's a great nade over the top. Maybe still a chance to try to move in, but it's got to be now. And now the last remaining players, Denza. Can he live long enough? No, they're there at the very last second. It's a heroic moment to be able to stop that final tick, and the Originals will be able to play from here on out, but 1 minute on the clock, and you just need one more tick.
The thing about it is they have to play for depletion, which means Elevate can take these gunfights on the low ground and likely just out-trade them and not be too hindered off spawn to get back into position. And that will indeed be the case. Furious trying to play through the map. He would have to do something here to stop Elevate to get here with numbers, because Originals still do not have a response to this setup. Elevate could get on pretty easily. It's really just F-Dot on the high ground. Him and Harry, though, do work out. Keep some defensive positioning. 28 seconds left. 9v10, favoring the defenders for now. Lucky and Denza still trying to work deep. Not a lot of time to make this play happen, and F-Dot's gotten the read. He's on 4 in a row. Bails right out. Does he make the same play happen twice? Sure seems that way. Yeah. And now he's on 5. 1 kill cruise missile as well, which could be instrumental again for this defense as they transition to the other offensive side.
Oh, just what a moment for F-Dot there. And Lucky's not going to have a chance at getting a look at the zone. Neither will his teammates. So, wow. Big moment in the end, but that is just so darn close. I mean, just another second there from, I believe it was Denza who was last alive to lock in that third tick. Would have been an offensive round win, but the Originals able to get there. Massive Semtex over the top there as well from Gizmo, because if he doesn't find that Semtex, that double stack would be good there for that final tick.
Absolutely. Okay. Another cruise missile now for the Originals. But the damage once more done by Elevate, still just 1 tick short. Puts them in a very controlling position for possibly a round 5 defense. Originals have to put a response together here. And they're immediately all going to try to focus towards the outside ad A. Vortex, no trophy to keep him unstunned, and that will be good enough for F-Dot to at least get the opener. Gizmo to follow up. And it's just Denza, last one left around the point, but he may be enough. I mean, he's had a great game so far, 21-17. And he will be called upon. Just comes down to, will he get any help? Wow.
I think glimpse of him through the rails, and that's all he needs, but can't cut through Gizmo. He's able to come away with a couple, and good shots there from F-Dot. Watch over his teammate that was tagged up and likely would have been traded. So that should be the zone. Lucky will be shut down. One last attempt will be no good. Plenty of time to work with now, as you can start looking to be.
Yeah, if you're the Originals, you've got the cruise missile. Gizmo could possibly earn a second. I think you spend this time trying to get him the second one, because you, well, I was going to say, you will get value out of a double cruise missile setup towards B. Don't force anything here if the Originals win the key positions back. Take your time. And let's see if we can do it together, by the way, because, I mean, look at where F-Dot is. He's just watching this long cross. They're just waiting for kills. Actually, the cruise missile's called in, and that's not going to find anything. It's a 1v1 deep. Harry's going to try to get away, but not going to work out. So once again, the cruise missile comes up completely empty. In fact, it's almost a negative hindrance just due to the fact that no one is able to put any pressure towards the zone even after the cruise missile's called in.
Exactly. Now you're going to have to try to work through a way of gunfights. Journey went down to that Semtex, just falls a little bit short. Gizmo getting ready to go for the aggressive chow to try to open it up, but Lucky still at the back. He's been able to find quite a few kills throughout this life, 3 in a row to be exact, and now he's going to start to take away spaces. They get a read on where the Originals are starting to work, saying, listen, you want to hit the back, I'm going to take away your side of the spawn. So getting all the reinforcements here is now going to be a problem if kills don't start to come through for the Originals.
Yeah, there's just no exit here at all for the Originals. I mean, again, it's just like you don't have the spaces to deny Elevate these key AR positions. Harry's working on it. Still plenty of time in the clock, mind you. 40 seconds is more than enough to get something going here. But Harry's going to have to do a lot more work. Sees Journey should be a free kill, and it is. Now long range to Denza. Oh, maybe a chance if he wins that gunfight, but now Vortex stunned up will get caught out. Originals on the zone, trying to stop the clock. Denza's still alive. Oh my goodness,
way.
Denza's still alive. F-Dot's not here to stop the clock nor follow up on the trade, and Denza may be good for more. Oh, but this time, F-Dot responds. 4 HP in a dream. Teammates working with them. First tick of progress is in. 25 seconds is where the clock stops. Elevate's still setting up for a retake. Lucky may be the first one to make a move, and so he is. Second tick of progress locked in, but they clear, and now the clock starts ticking away.
All right, one final tick, one final push, and it's going to have to come quite quickly, but Lucky almost throws away his life. He should be able to get this regen off, but the problem is that you got to hit the go button. You're going to have to fly. Good reads on a couple of the members, but the kills are not coming in. Finally, they do. 2 players down. You got to get through Lucky on the zone, and well,
seconds.
Will they even be able to get in there for a touch? That's the question. Vortex is there to find the last 2. Kills are good. Elevate able to hold that one out. And I think that gives us a tie on the ticks as well. So this one should come down to the kills.
I think that tilts in favor of Elevate, just based on how the ending of these rounds have gone. But we'll see. What a play from Denza. Backside of the truck just single-handedly keeps the defense going, chugging away. So what do we got? That's the ultimate question, and it's the originals who get the defense here. Okay. It must have been real close, because I'm looking at 26, 29, and 22, 27, 20. Okay, yeah, maybe 2 kills difference?
Yeah. Looking that way. But we'll see what happens. Sometimes crazy things happen in these round 5s. That's when the offensive round just tends to go over. 5 in a row for Vortex, earning the streak. So huge, and he's gonna fight with the hipfire, man. My goodness, F-Tot doesn't find that kill. It was a critical one, but Harry, he is alive in the back. He could look to really put a stop to this push. Long-range shots onto Journey. We'll shrug him off of that angle as well. But what will they be able to do? Vortex with the streak, he has earned it, and he's in a great position to flank if he needs to.
He's in a great position to use this as well. You can just go prone, pop it, and then you're immediately in the play again, but wants to take care of Harry first and foremost. Jump peek comes through, but what a gunfight win from Harry. And on the front side of the play, Furious is on 3 in a row, shut down the rest of the Elevate offense. So now Elevate have to kind of default to going back over towards A. Furious with dead silence, wants to get around the back. Journey seems to be pretty ready for this, but Furious just continues to kind of just play the clock, keep his life. 26 seconds, Furious drops. And the clock is stopped at B, mind you. Lucky is doing it by himself and nearly got all 3. But it does, of course, open the door for a 3-man stack at A. Do the originals chow this? I mean, they're down 2 lives. This would be a bold retake. If you find a kill, maybe. Second tick is in. Third one on the way. Do you go for this if you're the originals? They seem to want to, but Furious drops. There's the extra 60 seconds. The kills, they're also tilting in favor of Elevate. F-Dot the last one left. Journey dancing with them. And there will be even trades, getting us to a 20v18.
All right, so 1:10 on the clock to work with. Lucky able to come off with yet another kill. He has just been absolutely ridiculous. 30 kills now to his name. Trying to keep that going as Vortex starting to lay the early groundwork. Finds one. Denza off screen, gets a second. If you find this kill up top, a stack could come through. Numbers are now alive and well on the point. Furious gonna have to really try to make a big play as Vortex is able to find Harry. This is all in what Furious can do, and Furious is down. The stack is in, and there it is. Once again, the round 5 offense will strike. Elevate, get the stack, get the wipe on the zone, and they are now 3-0 up in the grand finals.
Oh my great heavens. There's just so many things to talk about in what led to this offense. I mean, that explosion you see on screen, that's a nade that lands on the truck all the way by the dom point. I mean, that was a Hail Mary. Or I think it was Vortex at the end. But I still have to go back to the fact that if you're the originals, you lose those key gunfights around A. Furious falls on the flank. I think you have to give up A. I mean, you're already down on lives. You're not in a position to rechal it. It hurts to make that decision, but when all 4 members are on, I just don't know if you can actually go for that. It's such a high risk, because if you drop off spawn like that, you have no way to get a defense set up over towards B, and that may have been one of the big reasons why Elevate were able to seamlessly go from A to B. I don't know.
Tough calls, and well, it does punish them in the end, and then Vortex, I mean, that was a crazy 2-piece at the end as well.
Yeah.
The shots onto Gizmo to take him off the AC, like, if Gizmo finds that, he's able to probably play his life with the cover of the AC unit to probably get a regen off and maybe try to re-attack that quickly if he wants to, or wait a second for his teammates to come off spawn. But with that 3-player kind of all going down at the same time, well, that's what ends up really costing them there. My goodness. It's always the round 5s when you never see an offense go over, man. Like, it's just, I don't know, it's just how it works sometimes, and that's how it works here as we take a look at all the stats.
I mean, 33 and 26 from Denza. Come on. 26 of those non-traded. Lucky just behind him again. Vortex had a little bit of a slower start, but he goes on that key streak opening up the back there in round number 5. Journey was an integral part of a number of those defenses as well to try to keep the Originals off of that B zone from a third segment being captured. There's really not a negative stat line on the scoreboard right now for anybody. But in the end, it's just, I think, again, that team decision, that proactivity from Elevate is just working out. And let's be honest, right now, they were just a better team. Like, stupid to say, it's a very John Madden comment, but they are making the right plays at the right times. They're getting the correct reads, and they are punishing the Originals every moment that they can when they make a mistake on decision-making. So 3-0 up. This series much tighter than the one they played yesterday, but we got a Hotel Hardpoint coming up next. And if you're looking at that from the side of Elevate, not the greatest map for you, but on the other side of things, for the Originals, they've only played it twice, and both the scorelines have been pretty tight.
Yeah.
So can you really take much away from that, as I think this is the first time these two teams have actually played each other on this map mode combo?
Yeah, I believe so. But yeah, either way, I mean, it's good to know that you've at least been somewhat successful on this map, having a 2-0 lead, throughout the regular season, or rather, 2-0 map record. But man, it's tough when you're seeing just falling short in like the final moments, right? Like you just look at the scoreline through every single map, and like that's the exact story that it tells you. Like 250 to 207, like there were moments where they started to bring it back in the second rotation, but just couldn't really capitalize on P1, P2 because they were so far behind by that point. 6-4, very able to try to grab that Mercado S&D, and then they were in a good firm position in the round 5, having the defense just have to kill about a minute 20. And it just kind of all falls to pieces in the final seconds. I mean, you keep talking about the teamwork. It's obviously there for Elevate, but like this clutch factor that just exists within this team is just constantly showing up at the end of every single map that we've had so far.
Yep, agreed. Okay. Hotel Hardpoint, El Estilo, Search, Fortress Control. That's how you get to map 7 if you're the Originals. And again, the statistics are not overwhelming to sit there and say for one side or the other that that's not possible or that is possible. It just comes down to right now, I think, just looking at how these two teams are stacked up against one another. The differences are in just how the team is playing, flat out. Like as a collective before, I still feel like the Originals are trying to force too many individual gunfights comparatively to what Elevate's finding success with these double chows. Everyone's getting trades, everyone's getting assists. And that has to change immediately, especially considering the fact that it's a Hotel Hardpoint and rotation gunfights are going to be everything. Something that we have not seen the Originals really provide much success with to this point in today. Whereas for Elevate, I mean, again, we only saw them on Embassy, but they were stressing out old time on Scrap, and they were also putting good numbers towards new, winning gunfights across the middle map as we start to go, especially from like polar opposite sides. So that's going to have to be something the Originals need to be able to deal with. And maybe it just comes down to the decision of like, it's going to hurt to chalk 25 seconds, but chalk 25 seconds. Like, let's just get ourselves set up and kind of, stop the bleeding, put ourselves in a spot to have to be responded to. So we're not always the ones reacting. I think that's kind of, where my mindset is right now.
Especially on a map like Hotel, right? Because like there are a lot of firm setups that fall in place on a map like Hotel. When you talk about Kitchen, you talk about P2. Like unless you're getting around the back to influence a close spawn, you're just almost a sitting duck kind of running in there, just hoping that you can maybe make something happen. But it's all very frantic. It's not easy to do. So yeah, rotations on a map like this are just so critical out of most of the maps that we currently have in the hardpoint pool. And you just need everyone, man. You need everyone to come alive. This would obviously be special if you could come away with some kind of an upset with 4 maps in a row, but you got to start with at least one. Get yourself on the board. So since yesterday, really, well, I guess since the regular season, they have not really been able to grab a map off of this Elevate team that has just been a little diffy, man. And, well, obviously all of that is holding true so far on the day. 3-0 up. Want to get it done here. Respawn's been good. Everything's been good. I mean, just something really to criticize, I think, is also the thing right now. It's, that makes them very terrifying.
And the thing, too, about this map is a lot of the success stories that we've talked about with Vortex working with Denza or vice versa, I think we're really going to see this on this map, just due to the fact that a lot of the breaks are in very tight spaces.
Sure.
You think about Kitchen, you think about Restaurant, you think about even Backside Bar. You assume that Vortex is always going to be the first one forward, and Denza's going to be right behind him looking to follow up on whatever damage he calls out. So if that can be shut down, and the Originals can turn that into momentum to kind of keep numbers moving from hill to hill, maybe there's a chance to kind of take an edge here early. But just based on the trend so far, again, it just feels like Elevate is a step above right now.
Yep.
So we'll see. Does the venue changing also turn the pattern around? We'll come to find out. But Elevate, regardless of their win or loss here are in a very convincing position for this series overall. It's all about response, though. Do you have what it takes to come back if you're the Originals? About to find out.
Had to find out, Alan. Ariano says he's so desperate. We're just trying to get a win, trying to get back on top, especially after that last open finish in second. But let's see if they can start something great right here, right now. Elevate, first to touch the time. Vortex already starting to work through some kind of a late flank, maybe. Come around the play, influence some kind of the spawns, or maybe just cut through mid and just kind of reinforce this. Journey's going to be good for 2. Lucky's going to get a read on the 3rd. And now they're going to be able to really shift things over to the restaurant spawns while still collecting time. 20 seconds good so far.
And it's these little proactive plays you're starting to see. It's just little mini pinches. Ben's in a good spot to watch any challengers come into the archway. And, oh, he nearly doubles up as he had a good read on F-Dot. But the dot is good for his own double. Originals back into the hard point. Chance to earn some time, maybe neutralize, and also, once more, focus towards this rotation. Denza tagged up, has to kind of back down just a touch. Trying to get to this corner. Just every step's a hard one to get through. And even the spam coming through may have tagged him a little bit. On 30 HP. Originals finding the kills needed to possibly break through this early. Furious in the back, trying to block out the spawns, if not fully win them for his team, and so he has. Harry, good read in the corner, and this is a great start for the Originals so far. Even the read on the Journey, but Harry never got the regen off, and now he's got a hold from inside the hill.
F-Dot on 5. Maybe someone needs to step up, have a big solo moment. Trying to finish off Denza there for kill number 6. Won't be able to fully get it done. Journey with a great nade to maybe open up something here for this break attempt. Trying to cut through mid. Still lots of players you got to get through, but Gizmo will be able to shut down 2. F-Dot still just like, guys, I just need 1. Just leave someone a little bit weak so I can earn this streak.
And Furious is actually hit a route here. I love this call. Again, this is what we need to see from the Originals to kind of change the pace up just a touch. Elevate will break through for the scrap time, and they actually will still spawn out. So they have an opportunity to get players on rotation to contest this, and you can see just based on the tempo that Lucky's moving at that he knows that there are players inside a kitchen already. Trophy to keep the setup safe. The play for Old still kind of wages on, but now a full flank from Journey. He's going to be here with a chance. The 1v1 off screen does come through. Gizmo looking to be the next one up. He's got to hold this. Lucky the first one in. Vortex is not there to help push. I think he's still tagged up by something, and so he'll just hold his life. Denza now working from the side door, and that's all they need to hit the go call. Just the 2 of them on the way in. Gizmo just finessing for long enough. Good help on the way from the Originals, but the War Store rages on. Journey, Lucky back in, and Elevate will get in for some time.
Yeah, able to get in, and well, also able to get the reinforcements there just a little bit quicker than the side of the Originals. Still spawning kind of by restaurant, but do you have a pinch? Vortex going to be able to read that. Shut down Furious. And well, good shots over the top. I mean, I talked about Journey being just so lethal with that tack in hand. We saw like crazy, like 62 engagements from him, map number 1, but Journey can still do it with a sub, man. Without a doubt. Originals still up by a bit off the back end of that last P2 hill, but a much better hill this time around for Elevate.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Originals in position once more. It's a key gunfight win from Furious. Trying to control some space over towards Valet, but Lucky around the back. Forces F-Dot to have to kind of pick and choose which area he wants to watch. He's not really all that concealed either angle, and the stun comes through. Vortex at long range, able to help out for the kill, and Elevate just as clean and polished as we've ever seen. Secure the break. Still 37 seconds to fight for.
Lots of time to fight for here. And all good kills. It's just all so clean right now. Now this can allow you to start to transition to new a little bit earlier than you would typically see. Denza going to read on the back, almost able to find Harry. He will be able to shut him down. And now maybe one final attempt to try to break this from the front. Just got to get through Lucky. F-Dot will be good for the trade. And now that should solidify the scrap time. Still allowing the Originals to edge out there just with a slight lead.
And I like that from the Originals comparing to what we saw in Embassy. Everyone commits to playing through scrap here. It's not like, okay, you two go scrap, we'll go new with R2. Like, everyone's focused on the same thing. So again, it's a little bit of a pain because you're super late to this hard point, but at least you cleanly take the scrap down, and now you can work together on this break attempt. Good reads, though, from Elevate. Again, just kind of expanding the bounds of this hard point. Forcing multiple obstacles into the way of the Originals. Vortex rewraps over through bricks, but is red. F-Dot gets the kill, and a chance now for numbers. This is what I'm talking about. You only drop about 15 to 20 seconds worth of time, and look how clean the break is for the Originals on the backside.
That's beautiful. Originals now able to get in for what could be the back end of 30 seconds off of this restaurant hill. Once you get numbers in, usually good for holding it, but Lucky comes off spawn. Flies through F dot. Journey also trying to back him up and assist, but Harry gets a read on both. That's going to really stop Lucky maybe just for a second. But lots of members here hitting this a little bit late. They're probably going to try to push through, I imagine, right after this, see if they can maybe flood throughout Kitchen. They get a great read onto Furious right through Connector, and now we'll see if they can influence the back.
Yeah, shoes on the other foot, right? I mean, this is exactly what we saw from Elevate in the Embassy was we're going to play through Scrap, we're going to play it together. Maybe one player who spawns out will kind of set up a neutral pinch on the backside of the play, but let's just work through something together, even if it does come at the cost of the initial time. Moment here from Furious. Yeah, well read. Vaznev, Semtex combo, good for 2. Vortex next in line will drop for the 3rd. It's just Lucky, the last one left, and Furious. Oh, he wants him. But will be denied the opportunity. And wait a second, this may actually delay long enough. Look at the hit that's starting to set up for Elevate. They're all from the front. Originals are not spawning in. Furious finally gets his 4th kill, but again, where's the consequence? It's on the hard point itself. Elevate get the break. They don't have the numbers, though, and with that, the Originals regain. Solid retake, and Furious gets to 5.
Furious, I mean, he was just so influential in the back there. He basically stopped it by himself with the sub. Great Semtex, great usage of the utility. And is able to just slowly pick apart every single individual member from Elevate that were trying to get that close spawn, but they were just denied every single time. And with that said, the Originals now going to hold about a 57-point lead. Going into the next hill, Furious is not stopping. 8 in a row for him. Looking for Denza to maybe make it 9, but in the meantime, he'll happily sit on this time and collect just about everything they need to maybe hit this 200-point mark on P1.
Yeah, and that's just a great example of what needed to change between Embassy and Hotel here is when the gunfight's on rotation, Furious's life getting 8 in a row was pretty much all one on rotation. So Elevate a bit pressured now, down 70 points. Kills to neutralize the timer, decent. Denza's still playing through Couch. Should get 1 for free. Tries to expect the second, but team shots were in. Gizmo wins the gunfight. Little Turner from Journey also denied, and there it is. Originals over 200 points, and this lead is still growing.
It is certainly still growing here. Originals. One more break here into P2, and well, it could be all said and done for finally a map win. Good teamwork, though, from Elevate to be able to work them out, but Furious finds the streak, leaves it right into Chandelier. We'll be able to find that double. Spawns, though, still going to hold here for Elevate, so they can look to really send their numbers right back in, reinforce. It allows you to get to Chandelier. It allows you to take up these members through the wall. Denza's kind of forced to a different off angle. Good cleanup for Gizmo, who's able to snap for 2. Breaks him to the hard point. Journey now has to do something in the back, but he's lost every single member, and he'll fall as well.
I just love the call and the timing of that cruise missile. It's, again, that same timing, that same moment. We need to win rotation. Use the cruise missile to earn you a couple of eliminations and a chance to get the full setups you need. The Chandelier push is good. And now the Originals looking to kind of establish themselves in this grand finals. And they'd be doing it in a very convincing way. Denza, the last one left, turned away. Lucky trying to force something from the side door. It's a 1v1 with Harry, which he does take. Second hit attempt, though, for the Originals, trying to re-break back through. Will be in turn pushed away. And Elevate will get close to 150. Still so much work to be done. They will be here first, though, at Kitchen. Have to have a full 60.
Yeah, a full 60 and then a perfect rotation. A lot to ask. Elevate have been just about solid through this entire series with a 3-0. Now we'll see if they can try to hold as the push starts to come through in the back. Vortex and Lucky, they've been good for everything so far. Gizmo last one up. Vortex with the challenge. Will stuff that push in the back and now force the spawns out front here. And you could already see early engagements coming through there for Journey, getting a good read on where this push is coming from.
And you can feel Vortex, he doesn't want to get too aggressive here because he has the opportunity to possibly play for streaks, which they may need down this rotation. Denza over the top, good. 3 straight kills come through. Vortex also able to tally his 4th. 22 seconds left. And Journey's going to get the read that, yep, Originals are already at new with at least a couple of members. How do you break through this? It has to be clean. It has to be convincing, whatever it is. Lucky down low, just with an AR in hand, trying to play through the mid-cut. These are tough gunfights, though. Especially with somebody who's just got the trophy and, yeah, Furious. Good prediction, gets the win. Hardpoint's going to open up, and the Originals will be close, if not above 240 very rapidly. Elevate looking to set up for a quick break. All this coming from the front. No kills as of yet. They're the first 2, though. They both go the way of Elevate. They know the predictions in, and Denza off the pinch will secure it. One player will spawn behind. The others will spawn out. F that Cullen in the streak. You assume a trophy should be down from this position. Just don't team kill, and you'll be okay. But Elevate are still finding the eliminations needed. Furious trying to break on in. Lucky denied. 245 to 209. Who's going to try to challenge next? It's got to be Denza on the corner. Ah, and Furious gets 3. but it's still not enough to get to 250.
All but where are the spawns? Look at, they're too far away right now with so much pressure on Vortex. He is overwhelmed in the originals. They get back in, they get on the board. It's the start of something great potentially. It's a long road from here, but they'll be able to grab their first map here in the best of 7, Alan.
Wow. Elevate gave it a go, but the moments that we needed to see from the originals definitely came into this map without question. Their ability to win on rotation, key, and a lot of it coming from Furious. They have 31 and 20. Tons of damage from Gizmo with 10 assists as well. Great stuff for the squad. Everyone putting in great moments either on and around the hard point. It's just, for me, I keep harping on it. I keep saying it. I keep bringing it up. But the difference in that series, in that map rather, compared to the Embassy is the fact that the originals were proactive and they were winning gunfights as a team on rotation, allowing an easier opportunity to go from one to the other, even if it meant giving up 15 seconds of scrap or taking this 15 seconds of scrap and giving up 15 of initial. I still like that decision-making better than trying to win the war on two fronts.
Without a doubt, man. It's just a lot cleaner. Setups looked a lot better. And, I mean, Furious had a lot of big moments on rotational kills that we've only really been praising on the other side, right? Like, we look at Elevate, we look at a lot of what was happening in that map number 1. Like, that's what they were key, or those were the key moments. They were just finding those huge rotational kills, shutting things down, forcing you to break. And I think you also touched on the fact that they were just playing very reactive to the side of the originals. But here, I mean, it really started to look a lot better, a lot more solid. This was that moment, I think, where Furious is able to find that first one. Nate is good, able to get across with the stun over the top, and then manages to find that third as well. And that basically shuts down that whole push to the back to try to flip out the spawns. There's a lot of crazy moments, but this is when you were like, hold on a second, is Elevate starting to do something crazy?
Absolutely, and I think rightfully so. I mean, those SMG gunfights that come through for both Vortex and Denza puts them into position to kind of get things locked in. But Furious at the end, once again through the front desk, nearly just does it all himself here to put the game away. Just one more player that needed to be found in Vortex. As you kind of mentioned, the spawns start to move around here with those losses to Furious, allowing the originals to get back here with that much more speed. So we go to another. And the originals, I think that is a big confidence booster right there, because you're up big time. In the majority of that map, sure, Elevate made a heroic go at it, but I mean, it was just a touch too far out of reach, and a lot of it did come through with those kills from Furious, 31 and 20. And look at the hard point time shared this time. That's not something we've seen, you know, at any point when we've watched the originals in this last kind of day and a half, where all 4 members are nearly over a minute of hard point time.
That's a great point. We have not really seen a lot of that. It's been either on one person, or no one really feels like they're ever seeing the hard point after what we got kind of in the map number 1 with, I think, a total of like 137 points. So much better this time. A lot better. Furious, heck of a game, man. 31 kills, 22 of those non-traded. I mean, he goes on that 8 spree. Obviously, a lot of cruise missiles kind of in play for the side of the originals as you start to see just more sprees for F-Dot. Gizmo as well thrown in there. And, I mean, we just have not really seen that whatsoever throughout a lot of this series. But, man, maybe the start of something great. It's the first one. Got to really put together, you know, another 3. You can't make any more mistakes, but like you said, that's a confidence booster to maybe get you back in the mix and start something off going into this LSELO control, or search and destroy rather.
Yeah, it's just, for LSELO in particular, for this search and destroy, it's just not been good for the originals. 0-3 on the map. We kind of saw it in their last series. It just never really felt like they had anything figured out. You kind of remember them forcing plays outside around the bomb sites, getting around the back, maybe get over towards B. And as soon as the Wobblebobs put members over to deal with it, it just never really fully felt like the originals were able to work with anything. Once again, it's just like their game plan was just not being executed, or was not designed all that well against that Wobblebobs team. And now you've got a grand finalist in Elevate, who, for the record, are 2-1 on the map. Right. Pretty darn tightly, but Lucky's got a 2.29 KD on this map. So, you know, he's going to be an issue, and you would assume a lot of that comes by way of his sniper rifle that he likes to pull out on the map.
Yeah, it does. He can confirm it. Absolutely does. When he's got that sniper rifle, he's sitting over by Junkyard, or he's sitting at the top of the mountain, man. Like he is just making it so difficult for you. So you either have to match it or completely avoid him and play around it. And if you're going to do that, then you got to get really aggressive and start to find a lot of success in and around A, which was not something we were seeing whatsoever when we were watching over that losers final there up against the Wobblebobs. It was very much all about the outskirts, and they went down 5-2, brought it back to about 5-5, got us to around 11, but, you know, kind of fell short of the back end of that back play that just did not end up coming through with enough time on the clock. So We'll see if maybe something changes, but you have to imagine Elevate were watching over, everything that was happening in that losers final, getting ready to prepare for the team that was going to meet them in the grand final. So I imagine some pressure will probably be sent over to that tower, over to that right lane, making sure those late pushes are just simply not coming through there for the Originals, because that was really the only success that we could see kind of on a lot of their offenses.
And the other thing to keep in mind from the defensive side of things, remember how many rounds we saw players like Furious try to push around the outside alleyway, kind of hugging the wall in that little fence line corner? That's the angle that Lucky on offense likes to snipe. So the aggression that we kind of saw Originals try to pull off versus Wobblebobs, that's going to be tested in a very different way here, pending that our assumptions are right. And we will see the Elevate team do what they've done in the past on this map, which is largely rely on first bloods from Lucky in particular. So I think that those are other things that need to be worried about. Whether or not the conversations with the Originals are already predetermined to kind of plan for that, yet to be determined, because you got to remember that if he's pulling a sniper rifle, playing either the jump wall or on top of that little railing on the staircase, that means that you've got a 4v3 everywhere else in the map. So can you find a way to possibly double chow something out into that courtyard side on defense, or maybe try to get through the A bomb site and control the whole bottom floor of the actual headquarters itself? I think those are both options to try to avoid Lucky and maybe put him into a position to have to consider not pulling out the sniper rifle if he's not finding any connections early on.
Well, all things said, you never really see one individual, for the side of the Originals kind of have a standout KD in this game mode. But I mean, after what Furious just did, hey man, maybe he continues to keep the magic rolling into some S&Ds, because he's been special today. I know that he kind of went under the radar through a lot of this season so far, because Harry's been taking a lot of that on, or F Dot, the new 18-year-old into the scene here for EU challengers. But Furious, man, he's got a lot on the line. Remember, there's a heck of a rivalry here between some of the members on the other side, so he'd love to be able to pull off something crazy with 4 maps in a row. So looking towards him for what could be a great series and a great S&D map, I think could be a good look. But it's a tall ask. I mean, you still haven't really seen too many of these situations where even reverse sweeps end up happening the whole way through, let alone something like that happening in a best of 7, man.
Indeed. Hearing that one of the players is having a hard time joining the lobby is Vortex, who apparently cannot join in at the moment, so we may have a lobby restart. And we've been going over here for a minute, so we'll go ahead and just step away for just a quick break. It won't be too long. We got next map up, El Asilo Search. It's going to have to still be a reverse sweep, though, in dramatic fashion from the Originals if they want to steal away this championship for Season 1. Don't go far. El Asilo coming up next. And we're back, friends and family. El Asilo Search and Destroy. Elevate looking to take it right here. 3-1 up in the map count. As it's a quick hit here for Elevate and a quick plant behind it at A. How about this for a change of tempo that maybe the Originals weren't ready for? But, oh, F Dot, I think he saw both players leave.
Yeah, I think he gets some information on it. And I was going to say maybe you check, but go for the defuse. But it's just so hard of an angle. Harry would have to find Lucky here. And, well, Harry's the last one. Shot will whiff. And this round will be all Elevate.
Agreed. I hard agree with that statement, friend. You called that one correctly. And that's one of those situations where it's just like, if you're the Originals, do you really expect them to hit this quickly? And you kind of just have everyone kind of caught off guard. I mean, especially considering the fact that you just didn't ever peek from the top until the bomb was planted, so you got a really good look to make sure the post plant is never really tested. So a quick gut check call. And Harry is going to try to snipe here. Does Lucky have the scope on the other side? That's going to be the curiosity point here. We will find him. We just got a knife in hand, so probably not. And Harry's going to take his scope and try to play this right down mid. So we'll see if he can find any opportunity to try to isolate. And Lucky's going to give him a look. But he's going to back right on away. Yeah, that's just good routing as well, just staying away from the other defender or the other offensive player that's in the area. But while that's all kind of occurred, Journey does fall for first blood, but Lucky actually does take down Harry at range. That is not what you want to see. Gizmo keeps the play open over towards the A side. Denza gets a read on it, but Furious is there to overwhelm, and this is, again, just quick offensive action for both teams.
Yeah, they just collapsed through either side of the map here, and now Lucky is stunned up. Should be taken down in a second, and there it is. So, yeah, really well done here for the Originals. I was thinking maybe for a second after you lost Harry that there would have been enough of a setup to kind of stop things from pushing through the side lanes, but it's just a couple of key individual 1v1s and just a nice play from Gizmo, who's also working against two members there through the tower side. So a little bit different, not a full flood on, one of the lanes like we were seeing a little bit there in that loser's final, kind of spreading out through the map a little bit here, starting to show just a little bit of a different look here on the attack.
Okay. So some of the win conditions that we had seen for the Originals in their last Search and Destroy versus Wobblebob's already coming to play. Lucky. Oh, that's going to feel bad. I don't know if he just caught a branch or what, but Harry is lucky to be alive.
See what they decided to do. Everyone's just posting up, down low. And there is going to be one player that's hovering pretty close inside the site. That's Furious. I talked about him being one of the key players. He's going to come through. He's able to get over the boxes, and look at the support from the back. F-Dot basically just seals the round right there. Lucky gets a glimpse of a gun, but now he is spotted out. They know exactly where he is. 1v4 required. Not going to happen. Wow, great cover fire there from F-Dot and a great opener from Furious.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. And this is great news for Originals fans that are out there, because you're already getting a lot of success off these quick routes on both sides of the bomb that were missing when they were playing up against the Wobblebobs. I mean, you talked about Furious a couple of different times trying to hit early flanks. He was largely shut down by just good pinch watching from the side of Wobblebobs on the offensive side in particular. But here, you're off to a pretty hot start off that aggression in particular. So what's going to be the call this round? Into their next attack. F-Dot with the bomb. And it looks like this is going to be a pretty default setup over towards A. Look how Elevate already moved their defense around. Hard focus towards the outer bottom part of the minimap.
A lot of nades and stuns. It's pretty much going to guarantee you that one player is inside. And F-Dot's going to start to search, but the challenge from Vortex just sends it and is able to come out with one. Furious is in a pretty awful spot here, and Denza will be able to finish him off as well. So yeah, another 1v4 situation. Of course, not going to happen. Elevate respond quite quickly.
Yep. No, that's great stuff. Okay. And I'm curious to see if is Elevate going to continue to try to play members over towards the top tower side. I think that's going to be almost a requirement, just knowing that the Originals roster loves to play from that side of the map in particular. But do you possibly have an idea to kind of flex maybe a sniper rifle over there to kind of watch that? But it feels one-dimensional if you do that. Like, if he doesn't come that way, then your sniper's out of the picture completely. There's a lot of decisions that have to come through here as far as how Elevate want to handle that bottom side of the map. This time, Journey will go over there, and it's going to be Gizmo to try to meet him. Bomb on Denza with Vortex to support. It's going to play on the bottom. And I don't know if I don't think Gizmo's been tagged by any of these nades, but there is definitely a stiff effort here from Elevate trying to weed out any players that are still lurking over towards this kind of incline. And that will be enough information. Journey gets the tags. Gizmo backs down, lucky to be alive. Furious not going to have the same luck, though. And Vortex can now isolate. Gizmo's completely stuck. Yeah, that's great play from Elevate.
It is, and once you eliminate Furious, in this position, Gizmo is just so exposed, and he has no idea how fast they're hitting him, what angle they're going to be able to get. Bit of an aggressive chow. It will be punished pretty heavily, but 4v2 Originals now having to get a read on what's going to happen. You have Harry, who should be able to watch a lot of this cross, but the timing on this could really hurt him. But as he loses F-Dot, I mean, it's, what, the third or fourth 1v4 situation it feels like we've been put in.
And just no way you would think to get through these 3 defenders of this now occupied B site. Almost had a chance at Journey. Lucky watching the close cross. Journey's going to get the tags. Lucky's going to make his move. Also the big flank from behind. Flawless round from Elevate. So after 2 in a row from the Originals, Elevate respond with some significance of their own. And once again, you kind of look back over as we kind of keep going back and forth here. What do you do differently if you're the Originals to kind of change the tides around? Because right now, it just feels like they're still one-dimensional. Like, their only success comes by playing on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, it definitely does. Like, every single time, I mean, that was how they were finding their offensive wins, but I just think, like, trades need to come through, right? Like, there's a lot of 1v4s that we're getting. We've had 4 rounds that are 1v4s. Like, that's telling you that trades are just not coming through, so you need to put yourself in a little bit more tradable positions. It's kind of the first thing that comes to mind for me. But really, we'll see what happens. They haven't really had too many looks at A. Harry will continue to pull up this scope. He gets a look at Denza, and he'll connect. Huge connection, and now Vortex, who's on 6 in a row, might be able to work through the back here and maybe find himself a double up. We'll see.
Yeah, Vortex on one side and it's Journey on the other. And it only favors Vortex. What a little snap turnaround. Deals some damage, but Journey being shut down means that this whole retake has to come from the front. Vortex, I think he wants to try to scope out Harry here, and, well, Harry's found himself a rifle to play with. Leaving Lucky by himself, 1v3. Pistol out. Gizmo goes prone. Quick scope. No, not in order. And the Originals will keep us tight through the LSC tied now at 3.
I was holding my breath there for a second. Lucky's done some pretty disgusting things in that position with the scope before, but good read from Gizmo. We'll be able to quick react, make sure that nothing's going to happen there for Lucky. But yeah, that was a lot better. Able to at least find yourself in a good position to drop that bomb. You can play for the clutch spot up top. A couple key wins coming outside of the map, making sure Vortex doesn't get too much done there as well. It's pretty important, pretty crucial. So 3-3, Originals keeping up, not having to play catch up as much as they were in the series previous, but you'd love to be able to start to take the lead here.
Oh, I like this idea from the Originals. If you figure that Lucky's going to try to take a passive angle, try to scope up towards the top side of Warehouse at B, why not get aggressive down the outside lane? And, oh, Lucky nearly reads it. Furious is still going to try to force the issue, though. Meanwhile, Vortex is going to try to trap the Originals, trying to come back over to this play, and that will work out. F-Dot drops, and now Furious is just by himself. He cannot move from this position. This would be an opportunity, you think, to collect the bomb and possibly just make a gut check call into A. You know, one player's to your right, one player's to your left. You're just looking for Harry.
Yeah, but look at just, like, they have no idea on who is where. So, like, is there a guy up top right now? You know, in what corner are they in? Like you're just so scared about them getting a forward position on top balcony that it was a little difficult to try to get there for the bomb. But now they've been able to do step 1. Harry now is going to maybe hit some great timing on this pinch. We'll see if it works out. 25 seconds just about here to work with. You're going to have to try to plant this. That stun should be able to get you the info when it does. So multiple players could look to collapse from mid or from behind.
They've deterred the plant, and Vortex is going to make the call to go to B. Harry was watching this a moment ago, but now the focus goes back towards the interior, and the kills for Elevate turn up in their name. Just down to Gizmo all of a sudden, who's going to try to make the call. He's made the read, but has no awareness that Elevate have fully stacked for it. I don't know where that call comes from Elevate, but it works out brilliantly, and maybe it comes from Lucky, who's got the scopes, and I can't help you guys in A, but there's no one on the outside right now, so maybe you can just run over here and get there quickly. That seems to have worked out if that was the intended call.
Yeah, he was here for, like, a huge part of the round. And, man, like, it's just seconds to work with there. And it's just, as you mentioned, kind of a gut check call to run into A. It's kind of our only option. But once that stun, you know, comes through for Harry up top, you don't really feel as secure to try to drop that bomb. And it's a heck of a call just to rotate over to B, have the security to do it. 4-3 up will be Elevate. But A's coming over the top. They know that Journey has made his way up to one of the rocks here. Now we'll start to see just a little bit of a defensive setup come into play. Streak is also used. It will not be able to connect onto anything, just information.
But look at how far Denza's gotten around the back here. I mean, you've got full exterior control because of that streak. Vortex also shutting down any possible play over through the alleyways. And Lucky will eventually get the first blood. Furious drops. Original's in a world of trouble right now. And once more, are we helping F-Dot plant, or are we trying to clear out the exterior? And it seems to be both at the same time. F-Dot lucky to even get the bomb planted, but you can't stop this. I don't know what this call is here for the Originals, but it's completely disjointed. It really did look like there was a call for the last two Original members that we were going to try to retake the outside area. And, well, comedic relief eventually comes through, but I'm just surprised that the communication's not there, whether it's F-Dot saying, hey, I'm going to go for the plan and no one following up, or if he just made a rogue call and there was just not any help there because they were focused on something else.
Yeah, it almost just feels desperate. Like, it does feel tough. Like, there's no real support. The nades are coming through. F-Dot just knows, like, I just got to kind of stick this. Like, I'm probably not going to get out of this position, and I'm probably not going to have another chance at dropping the bomb with where my teammates are, so tries to stick it, tries to set him up for some kind of a clutch spot, and I mean, that's just not going to happen whatsoever here. Elevate just really having their way and starting to win a whole multitude of rounds. 5-3 up, one more to put this one away, and guarantee yourself champs.
Yeah, it's a stun shell aggressively through the front. Lucky once more, as mentioned. That's that play from Harry and F-Dot trying to get over the corner. Can the trade be there? F-Dot has to take the gunfight. He's stuck in the corner. Help is here for Elevate, and this may be the game-winning play right here. Gizmo for the 1v2. Bomb's making its way rapidly over to B. And there will be no chance for Gizmo to stop this. Bomb planted. Trophy system carrier. It just, everything you start to say, it feels like it just gets worse and worse. Gizmo's going to have to make something special happen here.
Yeah, he's going to have to do something incredible. Shot's going to come through from afar. Gizmo, he's going to get a read on one. Trophy will be able to assist with the nade. It has to cut through Denza. It has to cut through Vortex. Sub-duo here from Elevate, low on time. Trying to get a read on where Denza is, and Denza's there! And there you have it, Elevate. They won't get the sweep, but they'll still close it out here in Game 5. 6-3 victory, and they are your Season 1 champions.
Well deserved. They were just a better team. We saw it yesterday, saw it here today. They're playing just a little bit above the level that Originals could bring to the table. It's just really interesting as well, just kind of fun fact, the Mobile Bobs never played Elevate in this entire run of Season 1.
Sure.
So we missed out on the French connection playing up against this Elevate team, but that is the third time now that Elevate and the Originals have played, and Elevate take the game breaker, the tiebreaker, so to call it, in a very, I would say, convincing form. They see it right at the bottom of the screen. It's the winners finals yesterday, 3-0 tally then. But a 4-1 here for this best of 7. Definitely deserved of the Season 1 championship with this playoff run they put together. And they will be $20,000 richer because of it.
They got the money, they got the pro points, and they got the confidence now going in as one of EU's top seeds. And that will be a great Boston Open once we get there. But we'll take a look back at the scoreboard. Vortex in S&Ds. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what he's figuring out. But clearly he has figured out something, because we're just not used to seeing, these type of performances. And maybe this comes back to our point where we talk about Vortex fulfilling a little bit of a different role here in Modern Warfare 2. And that point just continues just to hold strong. And now even in other game modes outside of things that we would always highlight him in when it comes down to being the route man, comes down to being the objective-based guy. Now this guy is the Slayer. This guy's the playmaker. This guy is Mr. Do-It-All right now, it feels like.
Oh, absolutely the case. I mean, it's one of those things that you kind of look at him in the hard points, the respawns. You say, well, he's not put out the same numbers as everyone else on the team. He's not supposed to be. I mean, if he is, he's having a day. Yeah. And he's the entry sub. 8 of the 11 non-traded here in the search. You talked about his performance in the Mercado, just as exquisite as this one is here.
Sure.
It's just one of those things that we have not seen this Vortex in a minute. I mean, we saw it in Modern Warfare 19. We saw it in Cold War. Vanguard was a totally different beast for him. But here in Modern Warfare 2, he is just as dominant as he's ever been when it comes to talking about players and challengers that have been doing it and doing it right for quite some time. And here's a recap of how they did it. 250, 207, a tight embassy hardpoint, but Elevate never really got out of the driver's seat for it. Same can be said about their Mercado search and destroy. But the El Estilo control, the round 5 offense that comes in, that just kind of really turned heads and said, all right, these guys really have it all figured out. They're punishing mistakes. They're setting up great designs. They nearly make the comeback in the Hotel Hardpoint, but the Originals had too steep of a lead to grow. And then here in the El Estilo search and destroy, they were out of the gates running and never looked back.
That's exactly it. Yeah, they never really gave the lead. over to the Originals at any point in time. It got to maybe a 3-3 tie, but since then 3 rounds straight, obviously, to close that one out. Make sure there's no clutchable moments for Gizmo there in the 1v3 in that final round. But yeah, that LSCLO control you point out, I think that really was the dagger. That was the one you would have loved to have, especially with that being your game mode. But the only 2 losses they have this entire season has been to that squad Elevate. So certainly going to sting. But I think nonetheless, we're able to put on a heck of a performance. Big win versus the Wubble Bobs down low, in that lower final, winning in game 5 fashion yet again, but just cannot get it done here versus this Elevate squad.
Clean stuff, man, and a massive congratulations to Elevate. Journey in the grand finals pulled a 1.06. You see it on the screen right there. He had himself one heck of a series across every single map. I mean, it's going to be hard for us, I think, to sit back and kind of decide a post-mortem MVP here, because there's a lot of things to think about. I think for the grand finals, you've got Vortex in the mix, obviously. That's a big part of it. But Denza put up incredible numbers. I mean, they all put up incredible numbers. And then the other side, you still talk about players like Abusa, who's still going to come away as the best overall KD leader in Challengers, period. Not just in EU, but that's also including North America. So what hell of a showing it is to Elevate as a full collective squad. Makes our job hard as far as, giving the honorary, at least namesake of who MVP would look like. But we look back over the playoffs in full, and you look at that team kind of in the middle, bottom third of your list. It was a tight map number 5 versus Team Notorious, a great squad in their own right that gave them a heck of a run. The only team to really give them a heck of a run, as it's a quick 3-0 versus Clutch Rain, quick 3-0 versus the Originals yesterday, and here they only dropped the map 4 hardpoint.
It's just all business for these boys. And they just got better and better, After round 1, it just got easier and easier even. And even that winners final from yesterday, like that's when you started to look at this Elevate roster and think, okay, hold on a second. These guys are really bringing, a different type of level into this week. And obviously carried it over into the grand finals as well. Good 4-1 victory. And Originals, I'm sure, going to feel a little bad. I know Harry's been, he tweeted again, like after the open, like he's just like, man, I just want one. I just want to know what it feels like again. It's tough. He gets close. He's got a couple second places, but still a lot more of the season left. And he has also played extremely well. Not be surprised if we even see that man get pulled up, to a CDL team at some point too.
It's so tough to win in Challengers, man. It really is, which is why this run is so impressive from Elevate. But we can only give our congratulations and commiserations for so long, because North America is ready to go in about 15 minutes time for their lower finals. You're not going to want to miss this. We got Boston Academy Team War, and then at the backside of it, we got Minnesota Rocker Academy. They are the ones waiting for, pardon me, TFL Enterprises. My mistake. TFL Enterprises at Boston Academy in the lower finals, and then Rocker Academy in the grand finals to take them on after that. A lot of storylines on the line. A lot of players on each of those 2 teams in the lower finals that are looking for revenge against Rocker in one form or another. So we'll see how that all squares up, and we'll send things away for a break. Elevate your EU champions, and we'll crown a North American one and not too far of a time away. Don't go too far. More Challengers at the backside of the extended break. See you soon.
Tune back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess. This not a test. It's not a race. No black or white. Everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow. Only the present. That is your gift. It benefits you only if open. Everyone's chosen. Beauty of choice. You can stay silent. Forget your voice. You can malign them. Hold a grudge. Just stand before judge. Just stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment. Fear is a Trojan horse. When you open or close your doors. Just when you feel like it's too much. Just when you feel like you've had enough. Take a step back from the edge. Take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never, ever live again. Sometimes you don't like where you live. Sometimes you don't really like your kids. Sometimes you grow out of your friends. Sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror. 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrows, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow. Or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving, that's the solution. The roll on the floor is hard to ignore. Endorphin rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain
Welcome everybody, it is time for the Call of Duty Challengers Elite Season 1 Finals, and well, North America is about ready to get underway. We started things in the region with 12 teams, we brought it all the way down to 3 teams, and today we crown our champion. My name is Infinity, you guys know that already at this point, and you also know his name as well. That guy's name, I got directions wrong, I do that a lot to be honest, bud. Proper mate, the main thing is, you're here, you're smiling, and that just gives me life.
Hey, that's all I'm here for, honestly. If I can give you life, if you're happy, Brody, then I am happy as well. It is finals time, baby. Again, we started off with 12 teams. We're down to 3. I mean, it's going to come down to the wire. These top 3 teams, anybody can beat anybody. I'm here for it, man. Yep. Let's go.
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing day, of course. If you guys, we haven't even touched upon this, like, basically at all throughout the entirety of the season, but there's a lot of cash on the line for this this tournament. $50,000 for each region. Of course, Elevate over in the European region just walked away with the lion's share of that. Now, of course, we're going to give the lion's share of it away in the North American region as well. Let's get started by talking about what's happened in the last few days of play, though. With the bracket, we can show you guys exactly what's happened, kind of how we've got to the point of these last 3 remaining teams. Starting things off here with the winners bracket. Of course, you guys saw yesterday Boston Academy take on Rocker Academy in that winners bracket final. Andy, it was Rocker who won out.
Yeah, I mean, Rocker have just been looking so good ever since losing their first series at the beginning of group play. They have gone undefeated ever since. It just feels like this team as a whole, backed by Coach Silly, can really do no wrong. Those 4 players on that roster for Rocker Academy are looking pretty damn good here in Challengers Elite.
Indeed they are. So Rocker Academy are now sitting in the grand finals after all of that winners bracket action. Of course, though, there being a winners bracket implies there's a losers bracket as well, and we'll show you guys what's been going on in that dang doodly fest here. As we can show you guys that massive losers bracket run that's been made by TFL to get this point from lower round 1 all the way through Ironblood Gaming, Aphelion Esports 4, and now they have to go head to head with Boston Academy, who have been, I think we've fairly described them as the Titan Killers.
Yeah, I mean, they have really been turning their entire season around. When you go all the way back for Boston Academy at the beginning of the group stage, they start off 0-2, they start off 0-6 for map count. They essentially had to win out in the rest of their group stage to even make it to playoffs, and they did it in a big way, beating teams like Aphelion, Team War. They were able to show up massively to be able to qualify for playoffs, and then their first winners match you saw in the winners bracket, they took down TFL Enterprises in a Map 5 slugfest. Speaking of that Map 5 slugfest, I mean, love it, hate it. Be weirded out by it again, just being able to skate by in that round 11 last night versus Team War. Team TFL Enterprises actually have a really good opportunity to then play upset for Boston Academy's chances to make it back to grand finals and get the revenge versus Rocker Academy.
Yeah, the North American region is highly competitive as ever. You know, the matches that you and I casted last weekend, we had like game 5s. We casted 3 matches, and every single one of them was a game 5. Midnight, by the way. That went.
And then the sun came up for you.
And then the sun. I started hearing birds tweeting, and I was like, oh god, here we are. Regardless, it was incredible. I enjoyed it so much, and we love the North American region for this exact reason. So don't be surprised today if we have more of exactly the same thing with game 5s and close maps galore. We do have some matches to show you guys today, as you guys have already seen there in the bracket. You kind of know what is coming up, but we might as well show you anyway. We have a schedule to give you guys, and we are kicking things off, of course, with that lower bracket final. Boston Academy going head-to-head with TFL Enterprises. That is just going to be a banger matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. Again, this is the second time that these 2 teams will be facing off against each other. The Dan Ghosty Revenge Tour, the Boston Academy continuing on to prove their worth that they will be the top team in North American Challengers Elite. I mean, how sweet would it really be from Boston Academy's standpoint with their own major going on next week in the Boston Open for Boston Academy to actually be the #1 NA team. Right. But all that said, you have to get past TFL Enterprises. Again, you just barely did it the last time you faced off against them in a round 11 slugfest on Mercado Search and Destroy. But that's not all. You can see it right there. In grand finals is Rocker Academy. And if you did not watch European Elite Finals, well, then you are going to be in store for a good one. It's a best of 7. We no longer do the bracket reset double best of 5 slugfest. It's got to be done in a 4-0. You got to be able to reset those 4 map wins, be able to claim your prize as North America Elite Challengers Season 1 champion.
Yeah, of course, that is in more effort, I think, to bring things closer to the CDL experience that these guys will be going for. And of course, that has been the case, right? It was only the other day that we saw players like Hap still playing in the CDL. So, you know, I think there's just such correlation now between the CDL and Challengers that it is okay, I think, to have that correlation when it comes down to best of 7 Grand Finals. So we'll keep an eye on that for later on. Rocker Academy awaiting the winner of this matchup. But let's talk about the matchup ahead of us. Boston Academy versus TFL Enterprises. Let's start the conversation with Boston Academy. What a journey it has been for this roster, Andy. I was ready to give up on this team. After day number 1 of play here in Challengers Elite Season 1, after some relatively average placements, I think top 16 for basically the entirety of the preseason, including Raleigh, this team, I honestly didn't think we're going to amount to that much, but oh goodness me, they have surprised us through the last few days and weeks of play.
Oh, great heavens indeed. Sensor Beans, Kremshani, that is your Boston Breach Academy with Coach Magic Mike behind the scenes, watching these guys do the work. Again, I'll reprise this point. They barely scathed away in the group stage to even qualify for the playoffs. They had to win out against War, Awababobs NA, and Aphelion after starting off 0-2, 0-6 for map count. And then they found themselves in playoffs where they then had to face the number 1 team from Group A, which was TFL Enterprises, and they continued to play the upset factor. They beat them in 5 maps. They're going to have to try to do it once again.
Yeah, just incredible, I think, for Boston Academy. The story really is just something else, isn't it? You know, you do feel like, you were down in 0-6, 1-6 in maps or something silly like that after day number 1. Yeah, 0-6, and then to do what they did, not just to get out of the group, but then to continue on versus top teams in the bracket as well, including TFL Enterprises, I think it's just highly impressive, and definitely got to give the flowers to the team. But they did lose to Rocker Academy yesterday, and that is going to be a stain on the record that they would not have wanted, despite just winning the 1 map, the round 11 in Fortress Search and Destroy. That said, they have some opposition to go up against here. TFL Enterprises, of course, we said this is going to be a rematch between these 2 teams, and a rematch is exactly what we're going to get. This TFL Enterprises, again, another surprise team, I think, here in Season 1 of Challengers Elite. They did it just a little bit earlier, though. 5-0, completely clean in the group stage. The bracket play, I think, has been a little less clean. Of course, Fellow, Ghosty, 2Real, and Yuli. Again, you guys have been paying any attention at all to challenges over the last couple of years. These will be names known to you.
You can pick and choose any one of these 4 players. Any one of them can have a breakout performance at any given time, as what we got to see yesterday in that Map 5 Gruler versus Team War. This is retribution for the CEO of TFL Enterprises, Fellow and company. Again, Boston were the first team to hand TFL Enterprises their first series loss in all of Elite Season 1. Go see, he was talking to Shift. He tells me every single time, you know what happens when he faces teams that he gets dropped from. Well, you lost one here, Dancy. You're going to have to do it once again. Last time they played in Winners Round 1, of course, Boston won in that Map 5 Round 11 on Mercado Search and Destroy. This team definitely has the grit, and they have a really good coach with Nagafin behind the scene.
Well, we've set down the players here. Let's talk about their record so far in Season 1 of Challengers Elite. There's a big one there at the very top for TFL Enterprises. Hardpoint has just been a massive success for this team. Not so much for Boston Academy, who have come into this match here with a 33% win percentage in Hardpoint. 81, I believe the best across North America for TFL Enterprises.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue anything against TFL Enterprises when it comes down to their Hardpoint. You know, 13-3 overall. When you're thinking about it, 89% win rate, whatever, but their differential really kind of speaks volumes for it. They have a 70-point, more or less, differential when it comes down to hardpoint, and they've been putting teams in the absolute dirt. Those 2 hardpoint losses that they did face to even bring themselves down to about a 13-3 ratio for a hardpoint win-loss ratio record was when they faced Ironblood Gaming in lower round 1, and they lost both of those hardpoints, Brody, by a combined 13 points between 2 different hard points, but where they can almost kind of go back to the drawing board and maybe come back a little bit stronger. It's got to be that Search and Destroy in that control. 70% win rate for Boston Academy, 63% rate in the control. We know Boston Academy's game plan. They're going to be looking for that 2-3-5 yet again.
And you almost feel like you kind of have to, right? Just given how TFL Enterprises are so strong in hardpoint, it has to be a 2-3-5 victory over the Boston Academy. They've done it once. Can they do it again? Of course, we're relying on key figureheads on both sides of the field to play well in this matchup. Here is Beans and Ghosty. We've brought these players up time and time again. Some of the best statistical players in North America, especially for Ghosty, who on a 1.31 overall KD is the #1 player in North America right now.
Unarguably. I mean, it was funny because when we were watching EU Challengers Elite, when we were when a Wubbabubs was on the screen, everybody's like, well, who's the #1 player in Challengers right now in China? It's like, you know, statistically, it's Abusa from a Wubbabubs EU. Obviously, commiserations to them placing top 3, but then you have Ghosty over here as a close second, and the margin it's pretty steep. Obviously, say what you will about regional differences as far as competition is concerned. Yeah. I'm sure we'll get those answers next week in Boston, but 1.31 is nothing to scoff at. And what's even more impressive is how consistent he is across all the game modes. even in a losing fashion for some of these maps, Ghosty is still dropping numbers, but it goes beyond that. He's also making the selfless plays along the way, like their hydro stints, whenever he's hitting very long routes, so that way he can get those spawns into his favor. And then he slays out to boot. Yeah, Ghosty is that guy you definitely want to watch out for. But Beans on the other side, I mean, we know what we get when it comes down to Beans, baby. I mean, if you did not see anything from Ultra Academy EU last season, you have not seen anything from Boston Academy this season. He has been going buck wild crazy, both in the Search and Destroy and the Respawns.
But, and there is a big but, Beans has gone positive in every single series this season, bar one. And it was yesterday versus Rocker Academy. And yesterday, I think, was a very interesting thought experiment, right? Because we've had a lot of conversations about really where the power lies behind this Boston Academy roster. And at least from my perspective, the vast majority of it has always been Beans. We've seen great play coming out from Sensor, Shawnee, Kremp at various different points, especially Kremp, especially in those preseason tournaments. But yesterday versus Rocker Academy was really the first time that Beans just wasn't playing well. He just could not slay out in the way that he normally does. I don't know really what changed. Rocker Academy just simply found a way to shut him down. And for me, it was a little bit concerning, right? Because if TFL Enterprises find a way to do that, maybe that's a little preview of what's to come.
Yeah, I want to put an asterisk on. I mean, it's not like Beans was out there getting tucked. It just kind of shows you the caliber of a team that Rocker Academy currently are in comparison to their other competition here in Challengers Elite Season 1 for North America. All of that said, yeah, Beans is always putting himself in the right position. Going to be looking for him to convert more eliminations to help his team in a winning fashion here today.
All right, well, most importantly, what is the map set we have? Because obviously these two teams have faced off once before. We wanted to see some differences for the rosters. And here is that map set. Mikado Hardpoint, Embassy Search and Destroy, Fortress Control, Embassy Hardpoint, and Mikado Search and Destroy. Look, the biggest thing that screams to me here, and I know this is a very complex conversation, I'm sure you'll get into why in just a second here, is I am so thankful for Boston that Hydro is gone. Like, Hydro being gone is just super important. I believe the veto is the wrong way around, by the way. Yeah, I was going to say for a second there, like, there is no reason for Boston to triple ban Hotel. Yeah, Hydro Hardpoint is going to be the ban for Boston Academy. And that is very important because TFL, they were like 5-0 in Hydro. I'll be honest, I don't know the first time why they played Hydro Hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a pick of tail two different evils when it comes down to Boston. We talked about that when we were casting over the TFL versus Boston Academy match the first go round. And again, you just don't want to be facing them on Hydroelectric. Again, 5-0 as far as the record is concerned. They have about a casual 90-point plus differential on that map mode combination. But it's not like you're going to have any easier of a time when it comes down to you Hardpoint versus TFL Enterprises. And this is where the story kind of pushes the narrative a little bit more. TFL Enterprises have not played Mercado Hardpoint at all, and there's a very discreet reason because of it. Say what you will about Scrimbucks, but they have been smoking everybody on Mercado Hardpoint in scrims, and that includes pro teams too, Brody.
Well, we'll see whether that will translate here to the actual gameplay when it matters most. Can Boston Academy come out and perform versus TFL Enterprises on a map that they are allegedly pretty darn good at? Well, we're about to find out. If Boston Academy spawn on the better side of the map for that PT rotation, they'll also have first look at a few seconds off the back of P1. A couple of kills already, though, coming through from TFL Enterprises. And you can already tell right off the rip here, TFL Enterprises, they're looking to angle themselves for the rotation of P2. Sensor has a lot on his plate, just too much to eat.
Again, Boston Academy have only played this one time, and they lost it 158 to 250. That was versus Team War. In that series, they really struggled to keep pace, specifically against the SMGs that Team War were laying down. As you see, Yuli on their second life starts off on 4 in a row. As you were pointing out, they just brute force their way through tunnel, make sure that P1 stays minorly contested. But if Yuli can get this cruise missile early, that's a very big resource to have for themselves. Fellow will spawn out all the way over by Small. You'll see a couple players trying to move their way over inside a barbershop for Boston Academy. But regardless of the matter, TFL Enterprises in first here for P2.
Good start from Yuli, of course, but that 5 spree is going to be shut down before any cruise missile can be accrued for TFL Enterprises. The roster, nonetheless, will be in control for P2. The Money Hill here. I say the Money Hill, one of many on this map mode combination. Yeah. Boston Academy looking to find their way through the back alley side. Also, one player through the middle of the map in the form of Kremp, but cannot win his 1 versus 1 against Fellows. So for TFL Enterprises now, they've got to deal with his Sensor and deal with him. They will. All the gunfights going the way of TFL Enterprises across the board. And now, potential look at the rotation as well for Fellow. Knows he has 1 player to deal with, at least in the form of Kremp, and Sensor from afar as well. Gets some shots in, makes the job a little bit easier for Kremp, who will deal with him at Boston Academy. Now an important rotation for them.
This becomes the handshake of Mercado Hardpoint, right? Boston Academy couldn't get themselves inside of P2, so you have to go all in for the rotation for P3. Nice little duo ship between the SMGs to make sure that Fellow cannot get comfy cozy. Top 10. got to be able to read where some of these players are coming from. There's a lot of utility going on the backside of Tin, but Boston Academy set up early here for 3.
Support is on its way. Sensor now inside the hill as well, joining Kremp. Beans on the heady there to take down Yuli. Fellow has a look through the doorway and is going to be quickly dealt with, dispatched as Ghosty falls as well. All the gunfights now go in favor of Boston Academy. As far as the first wave of gunfights goes, this is pretty darn good. Nobody dies just yet, but Shawnee finally falling around the street now. Enables a lane here for T-Fell Enterprises, looking to hit this from 3 different areas. Fellow in for 1. Kremp, though, takes 2 out on the patio area. And now for T-Fell Enterprises, you've got to rely on the last 2 players. Yuli from one side, Ghosty from the other. Yuli able to get 1, but no more than that. And Kremp, 6 in a row now, will basically solely defend that hard point. Boston Academy, an important hill for them.
Yeah, whether Sensor signed up for that bait and switch, regardless, he was looking at the front door, and that allows Kremp to be able to get those last 2 eliminations on his 6 spree. He's soaking up the end of that scrap time. That's exactly what you wanted to see from Boston Academy after T-Fell Enterprises got a full 60 off of P2, and they're trying to threaten the rotation going over towards next, and Kremp calls in the cruise missile. Immediately, he finds 2. Sensor's in position and maybe try to threaten P4, finds the initial, and Boston Academy have close response here, Brody.
Yeah, what an important break from Boston Academy here. T-Fell Enterprises now going to be spawning all the way out on the other side of the map. Boston
Kremp
positioning for it. Kremp with a huge 1v1 against 2Real in the middle of the map. Just spawns a little bit further out. So 2Real will feel the effect of that spawning out over towards Banana side. But actually, Kremp will fall, and now he'll be the one spawn out on the other side of the map, as do the rest of the team. Sensor left on his lonesome inside the hard point and will be dispatched. T-Fell, they give away the first 30, but now in for the back 30. Boston Academy, though, not the end of the world. They'll have the rotation from new.
You're fine playing this handshaking gesture if you are Boston Academy, just making it feel rather uncomfortable for players like 2Real. 2 and 5, very uncharacteristic, but at least 2Real is generating closer to a minute of hardpoint time. Would love to see them push up to at least get that trade on Ashani. They will do just that, but that's a battle on 2 different fronts that T-Fell Enterprises will only win on a single side. They actually get those CDOM flag spawns coming in, so they'll be threatening this from the back alley. Boston need to be ready.
Yuli on the other side as well might be capable of doing something, but as he falls, a one-dimensional attack now from T-Fell Enterprises. Sensor going to be tagged up down to 2 HP here in this situation. Going for the reach out will be 2Real to take him down, and out going for the contest. 2Real in for the second. Yuli on the other side takes down Kremp. T-Fell Enterprises able to break on through. Again, another hard point here where these guys just handshaking time. Boston Academy, though, want to make a lot more of this time theirs. T-Real under fire from a fair bit utility. No trophy system inside to catch much of it, but it's okay because he has the heady in that situation. Ghosty on the other side. Able to deal with Baines and Sensor who come through the cut. And again, kills going the way of T-Fell Enterprises. And would you believe it? These handshake the rotations will continue. It's Boston now over towards new.
Yeah, but T-Fell are getting away with so much more time. Boston Academy could not contest it. In Kremp, when there were still about 30 seconds remaining inside of P4, or P5, excuse me, he already rotated towards top cantina. He was hoping to go all in. He gets the closer proximal spawns for Boston Academy, but T-Fell Enterprises are just so good at flying across the map and making sure that the numbers aren't as robust as you would once hoping. Ghosty on a 5 spree, chows out again for 6 in a row. Give this man a cruise missile. 2Real on the opposite side takes care of Beans, and T-Fell break early.
Yeah, this is a very important moment in the game here with Ghosty being on that 6 spree and getting the cruise missile. 2Real 1 away from a cruise missile of his own. Those things incredibly potent from a Carlos Solmus. A fair few open hard points that those things can be useful for. Now 2Real under fire. Trophy system no longer protecting him, but he's going to get the 6th anyway. In comes Sensor, and down goes Sensor as well. Number 7 on the cards, and Beans, he reads them perfectly. As Beans does fall, 2Real for the 7th in a row. Ghosty's still alive as well, by the way, so combined 13 spree. Inside, make that 14 in a row. And now there's a real separation between these two teams. Boston Academy, once again, I was going to say do have spawns, but Beans actually up on his lonesome here. We'll need to get at least one gunfight.
You do have close spawns closer towards Forklift here for Boston, so reinforcements not too far away. Real question is for T-Fell Enterprise. You have 2 cruise missiles. When do you start dipping your toes in towards the resource department? Well, the answer is right now for 2Real. Calls in the cruise missile. That is a payload and a half of information. Also, look at the minimap. You have players from T-Fell Enterprises trying to challenge, getting closer towards small. You have Kremp inside of lockers. Needs to go big. Ghosty has a close range engagement versus Beans. And Boston Academy collapse, and they buckle under the pressure. Again, T-Fell break early.
And there are trades back, though, for Boston Academy. It is a huge break from T-Fell Enterprises, no doubt about it. But again, Boston Academy still spawning pretty close towards the hard point. Slim with a chance, and a lovely nade from Kremp will take down Ghosty to back in our Boston Academy here. That will be a streak utilized time taken away from Boston. Still, it is Boston ultimately in for the back 20. Still, though, fights going down. Ghosty actually going to utilize his 2nd streak here. Wants to take this time away from Boston, and, well, they have done it, to be fair. Yuli taking down Beans. Might be looking to secure map control, but now that's both streaks down and out.
Leader's advantage in a nutshell. Resource advantage to boot for TFL Enterprises. 213, counting on up to about 218 to the 139 of Boston Academy going in towards the second set of hardpoints. And while they're making Boston feel it, our TFL Enterprises need some players to be able to show up in a big way and meet the pace that was kind of set there from 2Real and Ghosty towards the tail end. Yuli's always right there as well. I mean, the guy has so many engagements at 17 and 16. Boston trying to stabilize the middle of the map. Sensor, a little footsie race over here on P7. He was dancing for there with Ghosty for quite some time, but the collapse surely coming around. P1 not really expecting a whole lot of time to be generated off this hill for either of these two teams, but as we scramble across the map, split spawns will occur. That's a big kill for Beans to find off screen, so that way they can hold the south lane.
Still a real possibility here for Boston Academy to swing themselves back in towards this game. Big back 20 though. This Ghosty picks up 2. Once again, starting to streak out here at 15-9. Has had a hell of a game. But Shawnee right back at him with 2 of his own. And now look at this for 2Real and Ghosty. In towards the next hill they are. Is the read in from Boston Academy? Well, now it most certainly should be, at the very least for 2Real, who will make his position known. Ghosty goes down, as does 2Real. It's Doug Sensor Martin who comes in for a big 2. Boston Academy will touch first.
It will be in here. You got your trophy systems down low. You can see it on the little UI and also through the X-ray. This is going to be a full-on focus coming through the back alleyway. Nobody's directly looking at this. Shawnee's a little bit late, so it's nice to pick up that first kill. But the collapse from the opposite side, you still have numbers here for TFL Enterprises. A 2v2 in the hardpoint. Yuli finds 2 off-screen. Shawnee trying to at least contest this at the last moment while respawns are coming around the corner.
Yeah, Shawnee's little secret here is the fact that they don't know where he is. They will be counting names sooner rather than later, though, and he doesn't really have much time to do something in this situation, waiting for some backup. Beans might well be that backup required, as Beans picks up 1, Kremp able to get another one as well. Shawnee still not activated, and Ghosty, well, he'll activate anyway. 2 for Kim. T-Fell, still a good look at this, though. It's 2Real, in for the time once again, can no longer finish it here. But Andy, look at the rotation for T-Fell. They'll be there first.
You really not see the barrel? Well, you didn't see the legs of Johnny last night in that round 11, so I guess I can't call him not seeing a barrel. But regardless of the matter, can't close it out here. But yeah, TFL Enterprises to hold the rotation. I think Shawnee lagged out on that 7 spree. Regardless of the matter, yeah, the score limit's going to get reached here. I'm sure there's going to be some conversations as far as our GB admins are concerned about what the heck is going to be going on here. But 250 to 190, we'll put a little asterisk on that for the meantime. By way of this best play of the game. Yeah, it looks like Shawnee unfortunately DC'd, but I mean, through that first set, we can talk about with what we saw, Brody. I mean, everybody for TFL Enterprise is just completely outpacing early. I was talking about how 2Real was having an unconventional start. Yeah, he was getting a lot of hardpoint time, but just as soon as you start talking about the Pella Master's name in game, he starts showing up in such a massive way. Couples along quite nicely with Ghosty's 8 spree, and then 2Real having that 6 spree. Again, dipping into those resources early, being able to deny so much time for Boston Academy as they were trying to get set up there on P7.
Yeah, I really did look over. I think at one point in the game, I was a little bit questioning the utilization of the streak, especially I think Ghosties. 2Real kind of makes sense because you want to take early control of the parking lot hard point, but Ghosties, I thought they might want to save that for a mega P2 rotation, which, to be fair, they didn't end up needing. Is unfortunate that Shawnee lagged out there towards the end because they were actually in with a real chance of figuring out what's going to go on. I really thought for a second there, like, Shawnee's just making he's making the long game here. He's just sitting in the corner. He's just trying to play all sneaky like. No, it turns out Modern Warfare was actually just trying to play all sneaky like on him. So, unfortunate there for Shawnee. We'll see what happens. But yeah, what a game number 1 between these two teams. I think for TFL Enterprises, again, as soon as 2Real and Ghosty go on those sprees, it really does begin to separate the two teams.
Yeah, it really does. Again, we have not seen TFL Enterprises on Mercado Hardpoint all elite stage. We only saw Boston Academy a single time, and they got milliwapped 158 to 250 versus Team War. And it was kind of the tail of the tape with what just happened there. A little bit more of a respectable scoreline here, but in that moment of time versus Team War, Boston Academy were just getting outpaced continuously from everybody from Team War, including Parasite. He was hitting a lot of early rotations. He was getting close spawns for you. That's just what you get out of Parasite, and TFL Enterprises were able to do that to such a high degree. Fellow was hitting early rotations. Ghosty was then picking it up towards the tail end of that first set of hard points, and then he also couples that along with an 8 spree. It just makes Yuli's job and 2Real's job so much easier to go almost unnoticed and just playing these very ratty corners in Mercado Las Almas to be able to get these 2 pieces, go on those 6 sprees to be able to get those resources and build that lead ever more so.
Yeah, and we really can't understress the importance of this map in the series. Again, we kind of laid it up that for Boston Academy, ideally they want a 2-3-5 victory here, but if they could take a hard point somewhere in the series, of course, they made the vital move of removing Hydro hardpoint with their veto ban. So I think, you know, they already got the map, not necessarily what they wanted. I think that map would be Embassy, if anything, which we do have coming up later on in the series, but, you know, they could well have stolen the hardpoint away. Mikado hardpoint is a good look for them, but this is a very important map. You absolutely cannot understress how important this is gonna be, but we'd have to wait for what's going on with all the admin results and such like that. We don't know how this is going to go at the end of the day. We're just casters. The only power we have is to start the game, of course. We're back in just a second, guys. Going to go to a very quick break where we've got everything sorted. Don't go far. Everybody, welcome back here. Apologies for the very short break. We had to get some things figured out on the administration side, but we did get them figured out, and we have an update for you guys regarding that game. So as you guys saw there, apparently we didn't manage to catch it live, but it happened, and we saw him do it. Shawnee was sitting in the corner for a very long time. As a matter of fact, he did disconnect from the server. That means that according to the Call of Duty Challenges rules, there will be a full replay here of Mikado Las Almas hardpoint. So we're running it back, Andy, mate. It was already an incredible map. Well, we're going to get to see it again.
There's only been one time in the calendar year so far, Brody, where you have a replay and then you win, and I believe that belongs to Toronto Ultra in the CDL. But hey, you know what the saying says in the Testament of Time for Call of Duty. You never win the replay, but it's Hardpoint, man. It's TFL Enterprises. They are the #1 Hardpoint team in North America. So, you know, this is a really good time, I want to say, for Boston Academy to maybe kind of go back to that proverbial drawing board, if you will, to maybe try to rectify some of the issues that went wrong as far as their setup to get broken as early as it did, over by P3, holding on to spawns for P2 off the rip here. A lot of question marks. We just need the answers, man. It's going to be interesting as we get the good old-fashioned dirty run back on Mercado Las Almas, map 1.
We do love a little bit of Mikado Las Almas hardpoint. It's such a fun map to cast over. And again, you know, just to emphasize what we already know about this map mode combination coming into it. You know, allegedly, Scrimbucks, I know, we'll put the asterisk on it. Allegedly, TFL Enterprises are pretty good at this map mode combination. Of course, they're just good at hardpoint, generally speaking. 13-3, I believe, coming into this map. So we know they're good at hardpoint. We know they're also good at a lot of hardpoints as well. This just happens to be yet another one of them. So I think for Boston Academy here, another chance, a second life at taking TFL Enterprises down on this map mode combination. But I got to talk about it because, you know, we did get to look at kind of KDs and performances in map #1 there. And something we talked about coming into this one is we need kind of the star performers for Boston Academy to show up. Again, you know, we were talking about Rocker Academy yesterday. They found a way to shut down Beans. They seem to have managed to find a way here, TFL Enterprises, to do that in map #1. So, look, if we can see those regular players, Beans, Kremp, Shawnee, come out firing on all cylinders, even Sensor, who was actually having a pretty good map there, they could well be in for a good replay. But I don't want to jinx it, because I know what we always say is that you don't win replays. I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see.
You watch yourself.
I'm being naughty.
You have a very, very long track record, caster cursing.
No, I
team that
don't.
You're facing. You absolutely do, bro.
Deception.
That is you entirely. We're just waiting for the lobby to get all put together here for you folks, and I'll go ahead and load back in for this map #1. Thank you for sticking with us here for finals day of NA Challengers Elite, regardless of the matter. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to be talked about, especially with what you just kind of laid on the table for us, Brody, and that is shutting down the Beans. You know, we saw Kremp show up in a big way, specifically over by P3 when Boston were in possession of that hill, where he went on that massive spree, called in the cruise missile immediately to try to threaten the rotation going over towards New. And it did work out for quite some time. It's just the overall gunny comparison, the slaying prowess in between the two teams was being beckoned that much better by TFL Enterprises. And for Beans, again, you know, it's tough to say that we got to keep on calling on this guy. You know, maybe don the cape and the cowl here for the young Beans, but it's almost going to have to be that thing, because if you cannot meet the pace and you can't shut down Ghosty, then 2Real is going to continue to pop off inside the hardpoint. He's the OBJ player in hardpoint for TFL Enterprises on a map mode combination like Mercado. And when you just put so much focus on trying to deal with Ghosty and 2Real in and around the hardpoint, well, then Yuli's probably on the flank. That guy was like somewhere near like 32 engagements around P5.
I don't know why, you've just put like the image of Beans donning a cape on in my head. I don't know, like I'm just getting like vibes like, honey, where is my super suit?
I would pay good money to see Beans next to Krim in Batman costumes. I would actually love to see that.
Yeah. Can we like pool up here, like a community pool of money to pay Beans a good lump sum to wear a cape? We could do it. I'd be down.
I feel like Ben would just do it anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Ben would probably do it. And of course, you know, Sensor's going to be one to do it. Sensor in a superhero suit. Imagine that. Like, you'd be like Green Lantern.
Like the Jack Robin or something like.
Jack. Well, anyway, here's a map set we can show you guys if you missed it earlier on. Mikado Hardpoint, Embassy Search and Destroy, Fortress Control, Embassy Hardpoint, and Mikado Search and Destroy. Honestly, it's those back two maps that really do stick out to me in this best of 5, especially the Embassy Hardpoint, because we discussed it. We brought it up on a lower third the other day for Boston Academy. On Embassy Hardpoint, they do rely quite heavily on Beans and Shawnee just slaying out. Like, they are so good on that map mode combination. Even if overall, for Embassy Hardpoint, they're 2-2 right now, I want to say, or maybe 3-2, something along those lines. I think it's 2-2. I'm going to stick with that one. But yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see whether or not that's the same case here, especially because, again, that is a map mode combination that we did see the last time these two teams faced up.
That was the same map 5, yeah. Mercado Search and Destroy. Again, it went down to a round 11 slugfest where Shawnee found I think he found 3 in the final round. He ends on a 6-3, double positive 12 and 6.
Right.
And,
yeah.
and you're right to highlight the one thing in particular when it comes down to what makes Boston so good at Search and Destroy. It's on these map mode combinations because, I mean, we have just so few in between to where ARs are not dominant in Search and Destroy that you can really rely on players like Shawnee to be able to hold that opposite lane, because we know that Beans is going to be pulling out the sniper at one point or another, or for every single round worth being played, no matter the Search and Destroy map, and find really good value with it. So you're right to highlight that one thing in particular. But enough of this podcast. I forget the name that Shift ended up calling it last night.
Casted podcast? I don't know,
what, the Vamp podcast or something like that?
The Vamping podcast, yeah. Guest appearances
that's not our first
Proper
episode.
Infinity.
It's not going to be the last of the entire year. I promise you that much. But back into map 1 we go here, brother.
Dear. Only season 1, mate. Goodness, we got a whole year of this.
It's not even February.
You got a whole year of me.
Oh, don't remind me.
I'm sorry to put that on you, bud.
That's all right.
I'm so sorry. It's okay, mate. Anyway, regardless, map number 1, we go again. We're running it back here for Mercado once more in a time lead, it would seem. And Boston Academy, as they were before, will be starting on that P2 side. But look at this. Once again, getting a bit of deja vu here as T-Fal Enterprises is kicking things off with the first wave of kills.
Big wave of gunfights coming through. They're going to be thinking about those spawns. Still ample time here inside of P1, so this is a really good anchoring position over by the Planter's box. Not going to be pushing down the market side, past the fruit stands. Too Real thinking that maybe he can get a chow. Not going to really work out, but more activity is the name of the game, especially for Fellow off-screen. Already shuts down the flank potential coming through the mid-cut and not allowing any entry for Boston Academy through the tunnel. Wonderful job here through P1 at T-Fel Enterprises to shut down the time on P1 and hold the spawns ahead of new.
Again, doing what they managed to do on the last time that we saw them play. Mercado Las Almas hardpoint was about 5 minutes ago or so. T-Fal Enterprises, can they hold it? That's the question. T-Real in the middle of the map here has a couple of players to deal with. Beans flies out a little early, and he will get the better of T-Real in that situation. So a lane has opened up now for Boston Academy. 3 players around that back line, and Shawnee towards Banana here, actually picking up 1 kill, distracting Fellow, and Yuli falling the other side. Fellow actually has a hell of a lot to do here. In for the first, not good enough for the second. Systematic is Boston Academy in their break of the hill, but it just won't last.
Well, it's about to be a foot race there for reinforcements, but we had a little shades of Mercado S&D, all these nades coming over the top. It forced the trophy system to come down to at least keep these players safe. Kremp, though, up top, drop shot on Nagosi, then flies out the window, gets some help from Sensor through the mid-map. It's a late break, but a good break nonetheless. This is a big 20 seconds for Boston to try to contest here on P2. They can also look at the rotation for P3. Shawnee's already here. Well, he was. He was there.
Gone in a flash. Shawnee, we down for the count. And again, an important rotation for T-Fal Enterprises here, and a little bit different to what we saw on the first go of things on Mercado Las Almas hardpoint. You got to remember that T-Fal Enterprises actually got a good shake of P2, and well, it was Boston Academy in for the vast majority of time on the silos hardpoint. Boston looking for an early hit here. Shawnee on the other side will be taken down, so Kremp now going to be waiting for the rest of the team to arrive, and a nice nade from T-Real to take him down. These nades at the moment, the stuns as well. Pretty good looks here from T-Fal Enterprises with all of these kills. Fellow and Yuli here combining for 3. Fellow continuing on to get 3 of his own, and now T-Fal really starting to push out the hard point.
Yeah, this is where you can start threatening some of these further lanes, right? And well, this is where you're going to be feeling a little bit more frustrated if you are Boston Academy, because yeah, we're holding mid-map, and you would think, hey, I should probably spawn in for P3. Not going to be the case for Yuli. He actually spawns closer towards A-bomb, and I'll just reprise through the tunnel, find 2 more players. So Boston have chalked it, going in for the rotation. Be some scrap time that Too-Real just kind of soaks up, but this forward positioning for Kremp in an off-screen battle versus Ghosty in Banana is a good position to have for themselves, so that way Boston can try to set up comfortably across this clothing truck side in the Barbershop Hill.
Kremp just trying to waste some time, if anything, force T-Fel to spawn further out across the map, but Kremp has been swiftly dealt with here by Fellow. Trophy system will be down for T-Fel, so they can stop any incoming utility. They've already eaten a fair amount from Boston Academy. They might really not have any left at this point, but doesn't matter. T-Fel stuck in the choke point. Boston Academy able to knock them down. The first wave of gunfights will go in their favor. Back at it again will be T-Fel Enterprises. Won't be long before they're able to rejoin the party here. Huge 1v1 over towards Warehouse side. Beans will lose it versus Ghosty, but Sensor in the back alley. It's okay, because Sensor's here in for 2. Fellow now left last alive here on this push and towards the kill, but Beans will swiftly deal with him. An important hardpoint for Boston Academy. And Kremp over towards the rotation. Hold your horses here, folks, because Boston might be able to chain the heels back to back.
It's an entire 10 spree across all 4 players for Boston Academy. TFL Enterprises have not been able to find a kill here in about 10 straight for Boston. There they finally show up. Yuli takes him down. Shawnee, though, off of the restart of the game, finds 3 in a row, 9 and 8 on a 7th spree. Give this man a cruise missile. He can call it in whenever he so pleases, but the rotation, turning scrap into initial, is here for Boston Academy.
Yeah, again, a big hard point for Boston Academy, but they might be temporarily broken here. Beans on the other side will be picking up 2. Kremp, he does get 1 there. Would have been a huge gunfight to take, but it doesn't matter because, of course, Beans has already weakened the offensive line for TFL Enterprises, so removed from the hard point here, they will be. Again, though, TFL, tenacious as ever. Want another go at this one. Fellow through the middle of the map alongside T-Real. It's going to be a 2-2 trade in this situation, but TFL Enterprises ultimately will have the numbers to sustain themselves inside the hard point. 20 seconds left. 1 player still left alive in the situation will be Sensor, who might want to give this one more a go. Just trying to bait out the def cam there. Bait out Yuli, the last player left alive in this situation, but Yuli's having absolutely none of it, able to take him down at 11 and 8. So, again, big time being taken away here from Boston Academy for TFL, but Boston in for the rotation.
Oh, no, and Sensor immediately spawns, and he dies. This is where TFL Enterprises become so lethal, is that they are immediately just flooding through the middle of the map. They recognize we have 2 dead. We have to get control of tunnel almost immediately, and Boston Academy spawns are all across from the northeast side all the way down towards the southwest, and that allows TFL Enterprises to eat pretty darn good ahead of this P5 Cantina hardpoint, forcing Boston Academy out. TFL going back to their winning ways. They break early.
T-Real hit. Feeling himself, wants to get himself a streak, and he's in positioning to do so. There's another 2 kills, 5 in a row for T-Real. 1 away from the cruise missile, but will be denied. In the middle of the map, though, Yuli was waiting there, ready to pounce on towards Boston Academy. Will be able to do so, and probably going to be able to take Shawnee out from behind here, who's already weak from a gunfight, I believe, there, with Ghosty actually inside the hardpoint. And jobs really being done by these players sitting in and around the hard point at the moment for TFL Enterprises. Once again, just like before, Andy, this game's starting to be wide open, and TFL Enterprises looking for control of the parking lot kill. The first blood's going in their way as well. Kremp, a massive 1v2. T-Real taking the first shots, and T-Real going on top of the trailer will be able to take him down.
And the irony of Yuli dying to a Semtex after he commits his to blow up those 2 cards in front of him. Regardless, yeah, TFL Enterprises, the trade game, that much better. How much can Sensor find inside of lockers? Well, the answer is only 1. As he gets pinched by Fellow off of a spawn out. Now the spawns for Boston Academy much closer towards his back alley position. Shawnee's going to call in the cruise missile, trying to get these players out from these very annoying positions. Will only find Ghosty, but there's still presence for TFL Enterprises around the parking lot hill.
Utilization of the cruise missile, not enough to get them out just yet. Will a 2-2 pinch on both sides be enough? That's the question. Kremp in for 1. Fellow has to deal with both players here. Beans off the trade. It's actually going to be Shawnee from the other side to take him down. Shawnee in for 3. Huge gunfight. And again, a massive 20 seconds here for Boston Academy. Still, there's a lot of team shots going down. Shawnee working off the back of that for 5 in a row. 1 more and he'll be able to replenish the cruise missile that he utilized off the back of this hard point. It was he going to the second and final set here. And it will be TFL with a commanding lead.
71 plays up against 115. It's tough to say that you require about a good 30 seconds off of P1, but most importantly, Boston Academy cannot fall back to what happened in that first set of hardpoints, Brody. They cannot allow TFL Enterprises to be able to generate time, and they have to be able to break their setup ahead of P2. And you could just see just how proactive TFL Enterprises, they read the map so wonderfully. They have those P2 spawns, and they make sure that nobody comes across the back alleyway. Nobody comes over by Banana as well, but Beans has an answer for it. Finds a 2-piece. There's no backup here. Fellow finds the 2 to be able to get themselves back inside the hard point, but Sensor might have made the play over towards Cantina. Needs to do a little bit more.
Oh, and sprints into the gunfight. If he gets that gunfight versus T-Real, that's huge. Now the problem for Boston Academy, TFL Enterprises will now spawn over by P2. No trophy system up, though. T-Real going to have to dive away in Michael Bay fashion from all the nades being sent his direction. Okay, though, he has survived and actually gets the kill on towards Kremp as well. Fellow and Ghosty providing no support in gunfights, and all things will settle here for the moment. TFL Enterprises should touch first on this hill. Boston Academy, how do they want to approach this? It looks like a full force, brute force attempt through the back alley. Yuli has a lot on his plate, and Yuli, well, he's got a big stomach. He's ready for it. Ghosty's there as the backstop for the roster, and all of those gunfights mean it now Beans left up on a 1 versus 2, able to take down 1. Does it weaken the defensive line enough? Yes, it does, as Shawnee takes down Fellow. Pinstrike kill feed now. TFL still fighting tooth and nail to hold on towards his hardpoint time. Ghosty inside, and Beans takes down his teammate. That is simply not going to help, and T-Real following up with a nice Semtex will ensure that TFL hold the time.
The trade game is just just so good for TFL Enterprises around that entire juncture of P2, right? I mean, even with Yuli, just seeing one player going across the taco truck side of P7, that's all the information he needed. Finding two inside a barbershop forced all of Boston to spawn closer towards Banana, but again, those closer spawns on the back alley for TFL Enterprises, they were able to reinforce and find the trades required. Now we rotate over towards P3. You're just about 25 seconds shy of TFL Enterprises being able to close out this map number 1. Boston Academy, they need a robust hold here at 10.
Newly in for the first couple of gunfights. Shorty once again going big with his basically patented two-piece at this point in time. Center following up with another one. Boston Academy weathering the storm for now. 2Real though might well have just found a route up top, but he has been spotted out. Center for the trade will momentarily deal with him. TFL Enterprises still have at least one more go at this before they chalk things up for the next rotation, but they do have the numbers on this initial hit. Yuli searching every single corner for the players. Can't quite get it done, but still now a 1v1 for the time, and Kremp goes big for 2. Boston Academy in for the back 25.
This is a big 25, but again, it's a double-edged sword here for Boston Academy. You soak up scrap time, you're able to get yourself the majority of P3, but then you have to turn scrap into initial. This is a great position for Sensor to find himself in on the clothing truck, and he's starting to zone away players over by the courtyard. Ghosty's on the flank, though, through Cantina. He finds the first, the pinch is on.
It might well be on, but for how long is the question. Follow takes out his teammate. Weakens this offensive line here for TFL Enterprises. They look to make their way through. Fellow going to have to get the trophy system down to stop any incoming utility from Boston Academy. And now the pinch effect in for Ghosty. He's going to be on his own here as Yuli falls. Ghosty has to deal with players on both sides, can only deal with one on hand. Boston Academy still surviving, refusing to die here. TFL Enterprises just 17 seconds shy of victory, and Boston now only have to deal with a push coming very, very soon.
And that stun's going to connect on a 2Real, so, I mean, if you're playing number 5 and Beans, you know that 2Real's going to be on this back alleyway side. Probably going to be looking for to contest for some scrap time, some wallbang shots with the trophy system in here to keep both Sensor and Kremp company. Yeah, there's the double challenge. Get wiped off the face of the planet, or at least the barbershop is concerned. Fellow might try to give this one good scholar's try, maybe just to get himself inside this hardpoint. If he found that kill just a few seconds ago, he might have been able to close it out here. But the rotation is certainly on for P7, and TFL Enterprises are spawning in Bufu. But they're going to be able to get themselves in for the rotation earlier on. Ghosty, stun will connect onto Shawnee. Kremp, what can you do here, buddy? You got 3 players of TFL Enterprises to deal with. Maybe try to break this early.
Only a few seconds, though, to wait, and Beans really needed to win at least one on the other side now for Boston Academy. You got to do this a lot more honestly. Kremp, what can he do? Shawnee as well. Shawnee falls. Kremp, he's been so huge so far in this game. Will keep the dream alive. Will waste enough time for him to be joined by some reinforcements. And Kremp swings wide. He gets the first kill versus Fellow, but the job isn't over just yet. He might well contest. Kremp still going huge, but is it enough? No is the answer, as Shawnee will fall behind him. Nobody from Boston Academy will touch, and the age-old statement remains true. You don't win replays.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. That's certainly a respectable score there, I'll tell you that much. I mean, Boston Academy in that second set really gave it a good old run, didn't they? Just making sure that they were able to get a majority of time off of P3, and then they turned that into mid-map pressure with the rotation over towards P4. The setup, having both their SMGs inside of P4 with the trophy system to boot, was just such a good setup to speak of. And then they were also trying to zone away mid-map continuously, but TFL Enterprises, again, when we talk about the old term of leader's advantage, that's it in a nutshell. They really just needed one good hit, one good hold. They just needed to be able to win one last rotation off of just such a big lead that they built for themselves in that first set. And they get it done on P5. It was narrow as Kremp was just going God mode there for just a hot second, but the reinforcements were just not there in time for Boston Academy to be able to follow up on the pressure that Kremp was laying down.
You know, to be fair to Boston Academy, they made a meal out of that, I think. You know, with the last couple of hard points, they definitely contested. And as you say, Kremp had a huge part of that game. But TFL Enterprises ultimately come out on top. It's a lot closer than what we saw in the first effort. Of course, if you guys are just joining us, this is a replay of what was a map we'd already seen played. Of course, that one won by TFL Enterprises before Shawnee did lag out. But so many huge plays out of Boston Academy this time to make it a lot closer. Shawnee, Kremp, both responsible for said plays in the middle of the map. TFL looked like they might well just start running away with it again, but as I said, Andy, I mean, it's just so much closer this time around. You got to give Boston Academy at least some props for that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when it comes down to, again, TFL Enterprises, Scrimbox is one thing, but when I get told that they've been 100-point clubbing even pro teams on this map mode combination, it's a big ask for Boston Academy to be showing up in a big way. But, I mean, Kremp was delivering, Shawnee was delivering early on. Which will about Sensor's KD ratio. The guy never really has the outbreak performance of an SMG caliber, maybe, but he's making the right plays. He's putting himself in the right positions for his team to be able to collect off of these crossfires. It just simply was not enough. The slaying prowess from TFL Enterprise is just too much to deal with in some of these hard points, and especially the early rotations. I mean, Fellow, that's your main AR, by the way. That's the CEO of this Enterprise. In 35 and 24 with 3,600 damage, 23 of those 35 non-traded, by the way, and had 15 assists. That just really shows you how much damage he was laying down for Yuli to always try to collapse on those plays. Same thing for 2Real, who has 2 minutes of hardpoint time, 22 and 24 for Gosi, with 1 minute and 32 of hardpoint time as well. Yeah, Boston Academy, they gave it a run. But TFL Enterprise, they're firing off on all cylinders. Their cohesion is at an all-time high.
Yeah, I mean, I think just generally speaking, of course, when it comes to hardpoint for TFL Enterprises, it is, you know, the whole team that normally comes out to play. I think generally speaking, Ghosty is always the stat leader here, but what a game from Fellow at 35 and 24, fighting all the coverage required, being a very aggressive AR in multiple situations. I think just a little bit too much to handle there for Boston Academy in some crucial moments in the game. Great stat lines for TFL Enterprises overall. It will equate to a map #1 victory here. And we already said it, I think, when we talked about the map set before we got into it. It's not like we expect, because I don't think that's the right word. I think it's a little bit presumptive of how we expect this match to go. But, you know, we think that Boston Academy or TFL Enterprises should win the hardpoints. Just given their record, given that they are statistically the #1 hardpoint team in North American Challengers, they should win the hardpoints in this best of 5. And obviously what we knew about Mikado for them in scrims, again, scrim bucks, add the asterisk to it. You were like, we know that they're good at Mikado hardpoint. That was a map they should win. The next map, when we talk about kind of the win conditions for Boston Academy, the keys to victory, this is a map we need them to win.
Yeah, Scrimbox is like the monopoly money when it comes down to competitive FPS or competitive games in general. Regardless, stand by this statement is that through all playoffs, Boston have not won a single hardpoint. They're 0-6 through all of their playoff games so far, losing both of them to TFL Enterprises, War, Rocker. They're still winning series, is the thing. And how do you do that? Well, it has to be the 2-3-5, obviously. And Embassy Search and Destroy is something that does look very, very good for them across the board. You know, this is where we have that very, very early clip, I will say, from one of Ben Beans with the sniper rifle top admin, where he's just piecing everything together. The guy is a human highlight reel with the sniper, but then it also kind of activates Shawnee on the map as well with that TAC 56, just shutting down players left, right, and center. Keep in mind, this was also map 5 at TFL Enterprises. Did play versus Team War last night, and you know, albeit I think we're still cleaning up the spaghetti on the floor from that round 11. They did look very good as far as the trade game is concerned to keep themselves alive in that game altogether.
Yeah, and you talk about TFL Enterprises, kind of the pedigree that they have in Search and Destroy. Obviously, you've got kind of the veteran talent of Fellow on the roster who has been playing for years at this point. But obviously, I think last season, again, for Challengers, you look at players like 2Real and Yuli, how good they were in Search and Destroy, especially 2Real on that Stallions roster. Like, 2Real was so important to that team. Of course, the Shady Kings roster that followed as well. But his Search and Destroy, I remember it was just like above and beyond what the rest of the roster was bringing to the table. Yeah. That's not an insult to the rest of that team, by the way. It is a testament to just how good 2Real plays in Search and Destroy. And for TFL Enterprises, I think, again, you know, we've been talking about Boston Academy and what they bring to the table in Search and Destroy. Well, TFL are no slouch. They're 8-4 in Search and Destroy coming into this matchup. Like, they're still pretty good in this game mode. They're not bad at it by far. It's just on the flip side of that conversation, you have a Boston Academy roster that, A, I think they're pretty comfortable on Embassy Search and Destroy, and sure. B, I think they're just comfortable on Search and Destroy on the whole because of just, again, the pressure that players with sniper rifles are bringing to the table, and then off the back of that, the amount of space being created for SMG players to just kind of run rampant on the map.
And their only loss was against Phase 1. That was week 1 for Boston Academy, and they lost at 4-6 on Embassy Search and Destroy, and I'm glad you brought up TFL Enterprises, especially in Search and Destroy, because, I mean, 8-4, I mean, that's nothing to scoff at as far as an S&D record is concerned. It's just, you know, kind of gets overshadowed when you talk about their, what is now 14-3 hardpoint record through the Elite Season 1. But 2 times they played it. Again, 2 times they have won it, beating PRS, who was a very good Search and Destroy team. They won that 6-1, and then winning that round 11 last night versus Team War. And again, it's just one of those things that when you think about it, going back to that map number 2, when these 2 teams did face off against each other in winners round 1, their map number 2 was played on Hotel. Obviously, that's not going to be the case. TFL Enterprises, they got the triple bit of Hotel. They don't want to be playing Boston Academy on what is their most comfortable map across all 3 game modes. They lost that 1-2-6. Right. So you really do feel like, especially through this entire playoff stint, specifically for TFL Enterprises, that their Search and Destroy has gotten a lot better than where it has been. Not saying that it's been bad, but when you go all the way back to when they played Iron Blood Gaming in that lower round 1 match, They lost both the hard points. They actually had a 2-3-5 Iron Blood Gaming, and that definitely says something when it comes down to it, to be able to say that, hey, we came out and we were actually able to win those search and destroys after losing our hard points.
Yeah, that's kind of funny, isn't it? I do remember that match, and we were like, T-Fel lost the hard point? How on earth has this happened? And then they did it again. And then they did it again. It was incredible. It was an incredible match. North America, I think, just generally speaking, as a Challengers region, is always so fun to cast because of how hotly contested it is. And again, that's not to say anything about Europe, because Europe, as you guys have just seen earlier on today, also pretty hotly contested with the amount of talent that we have in that region. But North America, man, it is just always something else. And, you know, these two teams, I think they proved that just with the amount of storylines. If you would have told me that Boston Academy would have got to this point in the tournament, when I was casting them at Raleigh, when we were casting them in the preseason cups, I would have laughed at you, to be honest. And again, I'm not trying to be TV, but they were getting top 16. They didn't really look all that competitive against some of the top North American rosters, but they're here again, and it just goes to show just how good this North American region is and how much improvements really Boston Academy have made to their game plan. They're looking really good, but T-Fel Enterprise is also another one of those teams that came out and surprised a lot of rosters here in Season 1 of Challengers Elite, 5-0 in their group. Also looked pretty good in the bracket play as well. Just the one loss, and it was to this very Boston Academy team. Let's see, though, if the 2-3-5 dream is alive here for Boston Academy. We need to win this search and destroy, ideally, if they want to keep themselves moving in this series. Already starting to feel the pressure here. A lot of stuns and utility go in the way of Ghosty, but the first blood's in favor of Yuli and Turiel, and now a lot of at stake here for Turiel as well. But he's going to fall. Not a terrible situation now for Boston Academy.
2v3 here. Sensor and Shawnee left alive. You honestly do, with the lack of information that you have from these previous few players. I mean, the information you got from Yuli just a few moments ago, that doesn't matter anymore. He's that player top AC. See there on the mini-map. Got fellow watching that very long cross over by the white van, does have some backup. And it looks like the Ghosty already threw a shot out, so I'll be aware that this A lane is under threat.
Ghosty with a sniper rifle. He's looking pretty toasty with it. Here in Season 1 of Challengers Elite, taking some shots, taking some heat from Shawnee, though. And of course, Center falls. They know exactly where Shawnee is. Shawnee actually going to win that 1 versus fellow. Keeps the dream alive here. 1 versus 1 against Ghosty, though. Got to go and grab the bomb, and he just fails to jump up there. Unfortunate, but yeah, a lot of pressure early on from T-Fel. Gives them the round win.
It does indeed, and again, we need to be talking about just for this T-Fel Enterprises roster, especially for Embassy Search and Destroy. You're looking for really everybody to show up in such a massive way. I mean, Ghosty comes into this on this map mode combination, Brody, for a 1.89 KD, 1.56 for fellow. The AR is constantly showing up, but that's the diversity that you do get with Ghosty in play. The sniper rifle, exquisite. The AR play, some would say even better, but this guy is constantly making plays.
All right, well, everybody contributing to the first round here for T-Fel Enterprises. Let's see how they handle their offensive effort. Look at this aggression, though, coming out from Boston Academy. Great response from them. They've already got mid-map control, or do they? Zuli gets past that 50-yard line. Might be able to cause some havoc here against Boston Academy. They should be aware of the fact. They should have seen him. Beans would have called the cross, and Sensor now starting to get aggressive here. Can he catch these guys off guard? I thought for a second there. Beans hovering his sniper rifle over Sensor's head that might just betray his own teammate, but Sensor,
oh my,
well in the hornet's nest at the moment. He is playing this one all sneaky light. And does he get away? Ghosty should call him out. No, Ghosty didn't see him. He is so laser focused on what's going up top. Sensor is allowed to get in this position.
He was just looking top AC. I mean, Yuli probably thought that there was going to be somebody back there. Ghosty gets the communication too late after 2-Real goes down. And the bomb is now dropped in a very precarious position. Ghosty pops dead silence with the pistol. Not the force of play. Sensor ironed up here, looking at it. Ghosty does find a Vaznev to be playing with here. Needs to be able to find this kill. Sensor gets the early damage. Ghosty just gets the heck out of dodge. We're running out of time in this round.
Yeah, and as Beans gets another one as well. Going to have to rely on heroic play here. Fellow might be the one to deliver that. And as Ghosty picks up Shawnee as well, down to 2v2 we go. Kremp, though, he's ready for it. Going to reposition off the back of the planter, and Ghosty just not the weapon for the situation, but it's okay. He actually does have a Vaznev to deal with Kremp. Now a 1v1, time really not on his side, and he fails to jump out that window. He's sniping in the right direction, has the info as to where Beans was earlier on, but Beans not going to give him that kill for free. Boston Academy, aggressive, and it will work.
T-Fel Enterprise is going to be kicking themselves there after Sensor, like you were so righteously pointing out, has the Overwatch from Beans over by Xbox just to try to make that push happen. And as Ghosty was just laser focused over towards the top AC, where Yuli made the aggressive push earlier on just to play inside the top orange staircase. You didn't see Sensor get on in towards Admin to be able to get that first blood and kind of cause a massive amount of distress. Tied up, one apiece here. Aggressive push coming over towards B.
Sensor going to fail on the Semtex. Yuli off the back of that, since he's not precious, is able to get the kill on towards Kreb. It's okay. Sensor, a little bit late, but you get the job done anyway. Takes down Yuli, and elsewhere there is support from Shawnee. So, going to get the bomb down now. Can Tyrael put a stop to this one, though? No! The shot should be enough to his teammate to enact on it. And now a 1v2, going to pre-fire the partners. That is not where his teammate is. And very quickly, a 1v1 for Beans. He's trying to Worldstar Ghosty, but no! The Worldstar head-to-head is not happening today. Ghosty wins out. Now on 5 in a row, and, well, he's putting some bullets into the body here. And he doesn't need to do this, by the way, Andy. He has dead silence. There's no, like, waiting for dead silence here. He's just letting Beans know.
He is, indeed. On 5 in a row as well. I mean, Beans picks up that Vaznev, tries to take the gunfight with the sniper. I mean, we've seen some nutty things with Beans and those quick snipes being a possibility, but Ghosty just in his face gets the early shots and be able to clean things up all willy-nilly, but that play does not happen if Tyrael does not aggressively push with dead silence into the face of Boston Academy. They got the bomb planted, but everybody was just so weak that Tyrael was able to clean them up along with teammates in tow. Big defensive comeback here for TFL Enterprises. Ghosty going to be taking a further back approach to make sure that nobody gets in their face.
This Boston Academy, to be fair, playing this one just as aggressive as they did before. But as you say, TFL, they're ready for it. They're not giving away the same mistakes. Trump just has to sit here and wait for something from TFL Enterprises. To be fair to Boston Academy in this situation, they are not the ones that need to make the first move, but TFL, they have a lot more options now.
He's not going to see him drop. Maybe he did a little bit too late. Shots are going to be coming through, but Beans will convey that to his teammates that somebody did drop down. That's Tyrael with the bomb. He's going to be planning it here at B. So all 8 players alive. Sensor won't get tagged by the Semtex. He needs to be careful here. There's still players top admin that can absolutely beam Sensor from this play.
Sensor could well be the playmaker. Again, the Hornet's Nest. Be stunned. No, Ghosty takes his head off. Former teammate, bye-bye. But Beans is there. He's got a sniper of his own. Time quickly running out here, though, in the 3 versus 3. Now you're about to see the sniper versus sniper battle. Beans up top with the pistol, though. Fancies that weapon in the 1v1 against Yuli. Ghosty's just going to sit in the stairwell, wait for his teammate in Tyrael to deal with Beans. Again, time not really on the side here of Boston Academy. Ghosty up top. He will be! Ho, 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 ho! Lines them up and knocks them down. Ghosty, old reliable with the sniper rifle.
If it wasn't going to be Ghosty in this clutch spot top admin, it was certainly going to be the time. Or Tyrael just playing in that prone position down over by the sign. Just big shots coming through from Ghosty. 8-0. That is a bona fide cruise missile through a few rounds worth of play. I don't know what honestly will be, but regardless of the matter, this is a big showing for TFL Enterprises, just shutting down the aggression from Boston Academy continuously, albeit some horror movie antics as Ghosty watches teammate go inside the top admin and close right in front of him, lost him along the way. Still makes the clutch happen. Boston Academy would love to have this offensive round.
And now some serious separation between these two teams, as you say. I think Boston Academy might well need this round to get some traction in this game. That's not going to help Tyrael. There's a stun sent his way, immobilizes him while his teammate will fall. So now a stalemate. Boston Academy looking for a way to penetrate the defensive side. Beans might well be the key to the play. Looking for something. Get some Call of Duty time, and Ghosty peeks out, and Beans, well, there you go. Now Beans has finally seen him. Is that enough?
I don't know how much information Boston truly do have over by this A defense. You got 2 players over here, but Fellow actually gives it up. He's going to cross over by P1. So now it's just only Tyrael who's playing in the corner here over by the trailer. This is such a good position to find himself, and he could also find some really unique timing, especially from this peak, but has not seen Shawnee yet. Yeah, Shawnee unaware. Tyrael's trapped. Got to find this kill. Got to plant the bomb now.
Yeah, Shawnee will distract him with all sorts of magic tricks, and now the bomb will be down. Very quickly, this round is completely flipped on its head. Cruise missile comes down from Ghosty to send the players inside, and might well just send them in his direction as well. If I knew them peek out top, Beans will do so! And quickly, Beans' head comes off as well. Now players on both sides of the bomb. They know where Ghosty is located here. They don't know about Yuli just yet. Now they will as the stun. Look at the wall. Yuli, 1v1. Sensor wins it. Massive gunfight. And now, of course, as I said, they know where Ghosty is here in this 1 versus 2. 20 seconds. Ghosty looking for a Vaznev on the floor. Will find it, but he's looking in all the wrong places. Can't well see that player there. And yeah, what a play from Boston Academy. A little bit of Call of Duty timing that goes in their favor. but it doesn't matter how you win, you win.
A decent amount of Call of Duty timing coming through. They lose first blood in a 3v4 comeback fashion. It caused considerable doubt after TFL Enterprises didn't see anything ever since that first blood came through. They leave Too Real playing that corner over by the trailer, and Fellow gives up that A lane entirely just to try to reinforce over by tennis courts and across that P1 lane itself. And by doing so, it allows Boston Academy just to kind of show presence all the way through Laundry. They come back through Kitchen. They isolate Too Real after Shawnee saw him over by the white fan. They'll be able to convert that offensive round, and they got the cruise missile out from Ghosty.
Yeah, that's big. Cruise missile down now. TFL Enterprises, though, they're still feeling a wind of confidence from the earlier round victories. Ghosty, once again, blows this play wide open. Kremp is going to trade things out. Yuli and Trudy swiftly dealt with here. Now it's 2v2, 35 seconds on the clock. TFL retreated all the way back to the administration building, though. That's all they need. Of course, Fellow in that top positioning. Kremp trying to get some shots, just suppressed. Fellow enables Shawnee to get to that position in from behind. But again, Shawnee has been spotted out by Ghosty. Ghosty with a sniper rifle kill. A big battle, and Ghosty will take Shawnee down. And of course, Kremp, he'd already put suppressing fire down earlier on. They know where he is located. Not really in a position to do much of anything of note. 10 seconds left. This defuse is gone, and the round will be 2, regardless of whether or not Kremp gets these kills.
It's just so tough in that situation, right? Kremp's top AC. You're almost hoping that maybe Shawnee has a Vaznev so that way he can pop Dead Silence perhaps and maybe just get all the way upstairs and get Fellow out from that clutch spot. But by doing so, he gets caught in the crosshairs of Ghosty, who finds the last 2 kills in that round. I believe that's actually the entire ace because he got the opening 2 with the nade. Yeah, that's the ace coming through from Ghosty. 13-1 for Dan. I mean, this guy is just unbelievable in the search and destroy on Embassy so far. He's just suppressing every single play that Boston are trying to go for. These set nades have been sublime. His crosshair placement, even better. Don't want to be going down 5-2, Boston.
TFL Enterprises continue that 2-round advantage. It gets worse as well as the first blood from Yuli, a nice nade. Fellow to take down Shawnee as well. Now Kremp and Beans. 2 versus 4. Not a lot to work with, but it's okay because Beans, he's the player that will be able to carve his own way into the round. Fellow down for the count. Now a little bit of map control, but still the mid-map control, arguably more important, is still in favor here for TFL.
Yeah, look at where the bombs dropped at. It's on the other side of Sign. Juriel's just holding his irons on it. Got one player playing the top planter box of P2. That's Yuli. He'll find Kremp. Now it's up to Beans. 1v3. Sees the head. Just barely gives Yuli a haircut, but this round has all but been lost. Beans getting stunned. Yuli goes for the repositioning. Beans probably won't be turning to his left. Yuli's just snaking his life out over by this truck, just playing with his food. And that food's name is Beans. Will be gobbled on up. TFL Enterprises go up on map point. And again, it's that Semtex that Yuli throws earlier on across that mid lane. Finds first blood. The secondary gets picked up from one of TFL's teammates. And I mean, I can't tell you just how quickly these rounds that TFL have been winning have almost been decided within about the first 15 seconds. The information from the nades, whether they get kills or not, they are just so quick, Brody, to be able to collapse on that information and play these line of sights to an absolute perfection.
These set nades, man. Again, we've been talking about them. It kind of feels like a buzzword that we use quite a lot in the Vanguard season. Even back to the original Modern Warfare, but still, I'd say the original Modern Warfare, the 2019 Modern Warfare is what I mean, of course, but still. These set nades for TFL Enterprises have been sublime, and of course the sniper rifle power has been as well. Beans down for the count now. That's quite a lot of firepower on the side of Boston Academy that will be wiped out of this defensive effort. All of a sudden, TFL's offensive options will open up here. A lot of pressure on towards B. Nobody top AC for Boston Academy.
Ella just has to continue to play this position, convey the information. What was initially looking like an A execute TFL Enterprises. They have been notorious for this. They get first blood, and then they come to a screeching halt. Kremp is holding that cross, keep in mind, you down over by Xbox, so you need to be looking at this. Ghosty is going to take this time to maybe look at top AC where one player is located at, but just as soon as the push starts coming through, Too Real will isolate Shawnee 2v4.
Yeah, Kremp doesn't have the sniper rifle in that situation, only the Vaznev, of course. That's the role that he plays in this team, and a sense of fools. Kremp, well, he's trying to play Sasha, but just gets caught out through the wall. TFL Enterprises, how about that for a statement victory here on Search and Destroy? The win condition for Boston Academy in this series was that they needed to win 2-3-5. TFL really raining on their parade now.
Bro.
Yeah, Ghosty, mate. I can't. We'll talk about that in a second. I just Ghosty.
I mean, like, 14-1? Like, what? The only death that he had was because he was on like on a 1v3 clutch. And Boston did make a really good play that round to be able to convert the offensive attempt. But, I mean, this TFL Enterprises squad, look, it's like I said, coming into playoffs, they knew, as well as all of us as Call of Duty analysts and enthusiasts alike, that their Search and Destroy was, I guess, slightly more of a weaker game mode. Again, it's so hard to say because they've been so good throughout all of the group stage that, and behind the scenes as well, with Coach Nagafin being able to help things out and making them just look so good. I mean, they are playing such veteran Search and Destroy. You can go back through so many different of those rounds that they won and dissect it to an absolute perfection. They find first blood, and you would think that most teams, especially in challengers, that they would be like, all right, great, 4v3, let's go ahead and push one of these bomb sites, let's get the bomb planted, let's get that win condition. TFL Enterprises want nothing to do with that as we go through some of these replays. It's got to be a lot of ghosty. I mean, the guy who goes 14-1, the majority of these kills with the sniper rifle, had a 1v1 clutch versus Beans, but, I mean, they're just so good at just being able to make these decisions on the fly, and they execute them to an absolute T. Good heavens!
The thing is, for me, right, is that generally speaking, on a map like this, you expect a lot of the battles that Ghosty's taking to be strictly versus Beans, right? Because you know that you need to take out the sniper rifle on the opposition. Most of the time, though, that wasn't the case. Like, Ghosty's getting into positions where he's dealing with those offensive plays that are trying to push past the 50-yard line, like Sensor or like Kremp, just being super annoying. Ghosty just doing a heck of a job at that. I mean, again, you can tell, guys, the damage stats are glitched here. They definitely did not get 183 damage in that game. Because Ghosty, 14-1? 14?
Yeah,
14? That is a number right there from TFL Enterprises and from Ghosty particularly.
It is actually a number.
Yeah, it is a number. A supporting cast, of course, everybody did their part. Of course, we saw some really good moments coming out, of course, from Fellow, T-Real, and Yuli. Again, those set nades, I mentioned it, I think it was around round number 7 or 8, where it really did feel like TFL just oppressing Boston Academy early on in the rounds. A lot of boxing Boston Academy in, regardless of how much creativity they brought to the table. TFL having absolutely none of it. They crushed them in Search and Destroy. A very different result to what we've seen previously. Remember, see Search and Destroy from Boston Academy, and now this leaves them in a bit of a rut, doesn't it? Because you said it at the very beginning of the broadcast, 2-3-5. That is what Boston Academy wanted to win, because the hard points were unlikely for this roster. And now if they want to win, not only do they have to win a hard point, they have to do it as part of a reverse sweep.
It's a very tall ask, isn't it, for Boston Academy fans of the Breach out there. I mean, put your hands in the air and try to give them your energy, because this is really a tough ask. Because now you have to, again, keywords, excuse me, have to take a hard point off of TFL Enterprise. That is their bread and butter game mode. And then going over towards a fortress control, it's such a toss-up, isn't it? Because you basically want to guarantee around 5. Now, here in Challengers, we do see a lot more offensive conversions comparatively all the way up to the CDL. But regardless of the matter, I mean, for Boston Academy, this is really just do or die time. Quite literally, that you have to win this fortress control just to stay alive in the elite playoffs. Top 3, you would think, for some of these players, is just simply not good enough. They would not sleep well losing this matchup in an 0-3 fashion.
Yeah, I wonder if we can take a look at the best of 5 map set to show you guys what is coming up next. We can tell you, to be fair, we don't need it. We've written it down because we're good casters. Yeah, we've got Fortress Control coming up next. And this, again, I mean, we know how this is going to go, Andy, or do we? Given how TFL have been performing in the series so far. Generally speaking, we expect Fortress Control to go to around 5. But again, it comes back to a conversation that you and I have had regarding Fortress Control, which is that Challengers plays a little bit different in regard to expectations comparatively to CDL. Like, CDL teams are so good on the defense on Fortress Control that it does go to round 5, like 90% of the time. I don't have the exact stat. That's a Brody stat right there, completely made up in my head. But again, that's just kind of what you and I have seen. For Challengers, things are a little bit different because of how, not necessarily messy, but I don't think it's quite as composed on the defense.
Again, you see there were the vetoes. I mean, TFL Enterprises, they knew the game plan. They come in, they triple veto Hotel, and that does say something, especially for TFL Enterprises, where, just as I was saying, like, Search and Destroy isn't exactly the strongest game mode. Control, as far as a win ratio, has actually been worse. They did lose that Hotel Control last night to Team War 0-3. They've played Fortress Control twice, one versus Smog Alpha, one versus Rocker Academy, and they won them both 3-1. On the opposite side for Boston Academy, they have played it 3 times. They are 2-1 overall. They were able to convert round 5 twice on over. One time versus Team War, and the other time versus the Wubba Bubs North America. But they did lose round 5 versus Rocker Academy. So take all that information and number it as you will. It's really tough to gauge where these two teams are going to be stacking up against each other. Just Fortress Control in a nutshell. Go and wrap it up in a beautiful bow for you. You just got to be able to slay out. If you are not slaying out defensively, you're not going to be in for a good time. And you can say the same thing offensively. If you're not slaying out, well, darling, you are going to be stuck in a spawn trap until you load into the next round.
Yeah, if you're not slaying, you're paying. Can we make that a thing? You're paying in some card. I don't know.
I'll make it. Make it a bumper sticker.
We can do that with bumper sticker. We can share that on our shared card that we totally have. Andy, I don't know. Regardless, yeah, this is going to be an interesting Fortress Control. I think the big thing for me though, again, when we go back and we revisit kind of what the rest of the series did look like, we did get to see it there. We do have an Embassy hardpoint following this one. We do have a Mikado Search and Destroy to potentially close out the series. So really, those aren't bad maps for Boston Academy. Like, they're probably the best maps in the series for these guys. Again, we talk about Embassy Hardpoint, we talk about kind of what Shawnee and Beans have been able to bring to the table for that map. They are really good on that map mode combination. And, of course, Mikado Search and Destroy. I mean, you guys have seen what players like Sensor and Kremp are able to do there as well. So, honestly, like, there is still a way back into the series for Boston Academy. It's just you got to get over this Fortress Control, and that is a big kind of if at this point, right? Because of the way that TFL are playing, and especially the way they have played Control in the past. Yes, it is their weakest game mode, but still, this is, again, going to be a serious battleground where Ghosty, he's been doing Ghosty things all series long. He's just been haunting these guys. He's going to do that even more so now with power positions on Fortress.
It's the revenge story, we're Dedenza, and also congratulations on winning Challengers Elite Season 1 for Europe. But regardless, it's his revenge story, man. Like, he's been on a warpath. He beats Ironblood Gaming twice. That was the team that he started out with. He beats them 2 times over in the Elite season. This is the only stain that Ghosty does have holding over his head, that ever so a looming storm cloud, if you will, that he did lose map 5 to Boston Academy, the team that did drop him coming out from the Vanguard year. Ghosty before teabagging 5-0 after 14-1.
Who was
and
it?
You know what's interesting too is that when we sit there and we talk about it as a whole, players like Scrappy comes to mind. He's shooting body. He's down 0-2. TFL Enterprises specifically for Ghosty. I mean, they have a round lead. They won map 1. This guy's shooting bodies. He's teabagging. He's letting them know, like he's just coming different today. And he just got out of his classes earlier too. The guy goes to school and he's coming, he's doing this. Like, come on.
He's confident, and why wouldn't you be? Again, for those of you who aren't familiar with the story here of Ghosty, he was dropped by Boston Academy at the end of a disappointing Vanguard season. Again, these guys, I don't think they qualified for Elite the entirety of the Vanguard season, and they were always kind of challenging for one of those spots in the qualifier, a constant presence, but never actually managed to get it done. They bring in Beans to the roster, they get rid of Ghosty, and Ghosty comes into this Modern Warfare 2 season with a chip on his shoulder. That chip is growing, and he is playing so well off the back of it, man. I mean, like, again, you can't refute it. Statistically, he is the #1 player in North American challenges at the moment. That is insane for a player that last season, I mean, you really can argue how big was his impact really after Season 1. So we'll see whether Ghosty has a good go of things here on Fortress Control. Into the map we go, though. It will be TFL starting things off on the offensive side. They wanted to get a slice of B to kick things off, and unfortunately for them, will not work out.
Yeah, that pie is very much so still in the oven, and it is not ready for you to be able to get a slice quite yet. And with Boston Academy finding the trades galore, Beans is on a 3. This is where the spawn trap can become rather brutal, especially with Beans playing on the backside of the stairs. 2Real had a good look at it, but Beans just eviscerates him. Will be traded out before he gets kill number 6, but an avenue perhaps you would think for TFL Enterprises to get closer towards B. Not going to be easy with Johnny playing this head glitch.
Ghosty again, or Shawnee, excuse me, again. Talking about him in this position. Of course, the AR Paris, we were talking about it for Embassy Hardpoint, really, but he's doing it here on Fortress Control across the middle map, putting shots in a multitude of players. Ghosty is one of those players that does actually receive some shots in the backside, but he will survive that engagement and actually wins a crucial 1-on-1 against Beans. Yuli also alongside him, going to read a nade from Shawnee there, and Shawnee with that Semtex will actually take him down, but Ghosty's still alive on this point. About to take some pressure from behind, and Kremp will win that crucial engagement. Is it enough to perhaps buy some time for TFL over towards A? No is the answer, but 1 tick of progression made on B.
Could be big. Not that big of a number, but it might be big nonetheless. 12 seconds remaining, 16 plays up against 21. I feel like you could either do this off of time, unless you can get some heroics going if you are TFL Enterprises. They're still trapped in here. Bean, Sensor, Shawnee, all showing up in the kill feed in a big way. Do not enter, do not pass this 50-yard line for TFL Enterprises, but getting that single segment could be big if we start talking about a round 5 escapade that we know Fortress Control more often than not does turn into, like you were talking about in our little preamble ahead of this map number 3, but still more to come to see how Boston's opening rip will look in this offense.
Big start from Boston Academy. Of course, they did give that one tick of aggression away on B. Again, keep those at the back of your mind, guys. I know Andy has a little book of them. He's actually got an entire notepad.
I do. I just wrote it down.
Yeah, entire notepad that's just simply dedicated to fortress control ticks. It's really important here. And yeah, TFL Enterprises getting that one might well be important, of course, for getting the defense for a round number 5. Boston Academy, though, a little bit more classically. And, well, classically, it's going to be a team nade from Shawnee to take down Beans. It also takes down himself. And Yuli more than happy to take down the final 2. So that's not the start that you wanted if you're Boston.
Not the start you're looking for. Does a Jedi mind trick hand wave. So you have to find a single kill, and yeah, this is brutal. Boston Academy. But flawless if you're a fan of TFL Enterprise. 30 plays up against 22. You're now under a minute. 2Real is in the most annoying position to deal with because if you're trying to get yourself out of a spawn trap, you need to get past Anvil, you need to get map control, but TFL Enterprises are not making it easy.
2Real's going to renade. Maybe an exit here for Boston Academy. No, it's Yuli once again with yet another 2-piece here in this round. 4 in a row now for him. Well, the cover fire being made across the middle of the map. And actually now for Kremp, an opening might have been presented here for Boston Academy. Do not spend too long trying to get kills. Just try and get your way across towards double doors. And, well, goes to Interior to take down Beans and Sensor. Kremp now the last one left alive from that initial push. And will just retreat back towards the middle of the map here to try and buy some space for his team. Realizes that an effort on towards B on his own will just be futile. 14 seconds left. Can anybody escape the gulag here? That is those back spawns. Boston will try it. 2Real tagged up by a nade, looking to take down Kremp inside art, and will do so. The first kill will be through. Shawnee, or the second as well. Beans has an opening and will get 1 kill. 0.9 seconds on the clock, but Beans should fall. Yeah, there's a little bit of housekeeping to be done there, but TFL Enterprises, they get it done, and I believe no ticks made there by Boston.
Oh, you're right. Not a single segment being made. I mean, it does not help out your affair when Yuli does find the opening 2-piece and he sees Shawnee Semtex explode at his feet, taking both him down plus a teammate. And once you just have a flawless start like that for TFL Enterprises, I mean, it's a pick of the litter, isn't it? You just play those positions. You play that very annoying position that can overlook the gate, get top maps control in general, player top single, a player lurking in and around open and closed arches. And it's just kind of a battle that you have to find 3-for-1 trades to be able to come out of the offensive spawn trap that Boston were in for that entire round. So now you need to be able to answer back here. If you are Boston Academy. 2Real, though, on a force-free, pops dead silence. He's going to touch B zone, and nobody was aware of this from happening. He's going to find first kill here, and you got Yuli over by the A zone. This is best-case scenario for TFL on offense. Yeah, he gets kills over towards B, and he synchronizes them with the kills from TFL Enterprises on towards A as well. Unfortunately, though, Shawnee will do some serious damage to the offensive effort. We'll just leave the one player in the form of Yuli on the point. Won't be long before he is joined by a teammate in Ghosty. And still, by the way, 2Real hanging around like an annoying ghost inside munitions will die on 6 in a row. Yuli, now the last one left alive. Beans going to take him down. But yet again, I mean, the damage is done. That 1 tick of aggression will be through. Oh, fellow. Might have to turn this horse statue into a guy riding a snake the way that he's playing that thing. Let me tell you. Kremp's behind enemy lines, though. This is looking like a P5 break. Easy cleanup here for Kremp behind enemy line. Trying to find the first. He's got one player that you're missing. 2Real is all the way inside art. You can see player number 6 is Sensor. He's looking behind him. His arrow is turned around because he knows that 2Real's got to be lurking around here. But that makes the middle of the map a little bit more vulnerable. Yuli will find one. 2Real is going to clean up Sensor on the dub steps, and now an avenue to B is open. He did get a cruise missile earlier on as well, so they could utilize this whenever they prefer to do so. TFL Enterprises now, though, an opportunity to capture this point. 2Real is looking towards the back line of the supporting gunfire coming through from Fellow and Yuli as well. TFL, they're winning all the necessary gunfights. A stun will take down Fellow, but it will not be enough to remove them from the point. B is done. TFL Enterprises, they get the harder point out of the way, and now they've got players through that 50-yard line. 2Real's going to bring this cruise missile down on towards the point to try and alleviate some pressure here so that Ghosty and Fellow can get through the spawn. It will land on top. The trophy system doesn't catch it. That is so smart. And now those players are through. Players are getting crafty when it comes down to utilizing the cruise missile, though. Sensor cleans up too. You got Fellow on the A zone, working up the second segment. Will be contested. Shawnee swings wide because he had to. Will clean up Fellow, starts taking away that second segment that TFL Enterprises have worked so hard to do and to get for themselves. 12 plays up against 14. This is still doable to close out the defensive round here for Boston Academy. You need to be able to hold on strong for the spawn trap.
They are just allowing players to leak through. It's happened one too many times. You have to feel here for Boston Academy. Yuli now that's managed to get past the defensive line. One player in front of him on top of the truck. He's going to identify that. Shot's going in, but none of them going to connect. Shawnee able to take a free kill there. He's more than happy to win that handshake. Now Boston Academy once again winning their defensive gunfights. Ghosty, the player now to break the defensive line. Not in for much more than just the one. TFL pushed back to their spawn with 35 seconds left here. One last hurrah for TFL Enterprises in this position. They know they have to synchronize this push. T-Real, the Semtex out, will land in front of a trophy system. Just down to no respawns remaining now. Down to the last 4 lives here for TFL Enterprises. It literally is the last effort from TFL to try and make this offensive capture work, and the kills just not exactly going in their favor. It would take a Herculean effort from the last remaining players. Yuli tries it, but he will fall. Boston Academy, they survived the brush with death in this round, but again, those ticks, Andy, looming over them.
Yeah, that's massive. That's a total of 5 segments between 2 offenses for TFL Enterprises now. But Shawnee comes into this next round on a 5 spree, has an opportunity to get themselves a cruise missile, but the win condition is set here for TFL Enterprises is that you're almost guaranteed to get a round 5 defense, which we know everybody just loves when it comes down to a fortress control. On the opposite side for Boston Academy, I mean, if you close it out via segments, right, you win the map. But if TFL Enterprises are recognizing that they can lose via kills, that's where you're going to start seeing kind of the duality of play to maybe throw their lives to deny that 6th segment from coming through. That way they can almost maybe give it away by that manner. But you don't want to lose it here. You want to close it out in a 3-0 fashion if you are TFL Enterprises. And again, it's these early routes that are being run. It's Fellow this time that comes behind them inside of maps. And now these players for Boston are trapped. At least you thought so. Big 2 trade will be here. They can show presence on B.
Yeah, there is a real chance here at Boston Academy actually capturing B pretty early on as long as the stack is in and supporting gunfights too, but Sensor gets a little bit too aggressive, having to stare down 2 players from Munitions inside, and now TFL Enterprises with a chance to plug the hole here. 3 versus 2 on the point. They don't actually time the gunfights. As Fellow now going to come out alongside Ghosty. And again, they go 1 by 1. Boston Academy more than happy to take the gunfights in their favor. A 5-killing spree now for Kremp. Going to be cut short of any potential streak. But B might well go. 2-real for the contest. It is just a sliver away. Sensor, can you clutch up? No! Is the answer. The second tick, though, will be through. And I tell you what, TFL, they put so much emphasis on towards B that Boston can now go to A.
They still have a life lead. 3rd segment will be depleted over by B, thanks to 2-real. Yuli, though, shows up in a big way off screen, finds 2. It's just Shawnee that was left alive over by the A zone, does not complete that 2nd segment. The life lead dwindled. Now, TFL Enterprises, they have control of the middle of the map. Boston Academy, you see them in their spawn right now, Brody, just trying to decide what we're supposed to do here. Kremp was able to get himself a cruise missile, trying to bend it inside of maps, but both Fellow and 2-real, they stay alive there in that specific building. Boston Academy trying to slowly work their way out past Blacksmith.
I know it's desperate times, desperate measures, but that cruise missile might well have been a little bit too desperate for any realistic chance at breaking the defensive line. Now the kills, the flurry still to follow here as Fellow and Co. going to set themselves up once again for the victory. Round number 5 defense would be nice. Null utility coming out here from Boston Academy to try and break. Trophy system download for Yuli will eat up a fair amount of it. Beans will get through on the stable side. Can he cross the middle of the map though? No is the answer. 2-real is there for a 2. A big double as well. 13 seconds left here. The clock will stop as Shawnee gets on the point, but 2-real just takes the gunfight with his arms rested on the side of his chair. 8 seconds left now. Streaking out towards the end of this one is 2-real once again, looking for number 5. He will find it. Number 6 survives actually the engagement as Ghosty providing the overwatch. But again, TFL, they get it done. They will have defense for round number 5.
Again, like I said, the only way that Boston were going to avoid a round 5 offense is if they had to close it out there on offense there in that round number 4 by any means necessary. And that's why you saw, again, desperate times, desperate measures. You wait for the cruise missile to come through. Maybe you find a couple eliminations. You get past mid-map, but whether it was a trophy system or just the awning there for top maps, everybody stays safe. And it's kind of shades of Mercado Hardpoint, and both times that we played it, honestly, is that TFL Enterprises, when they get control of the map, their trade game is just so good. 2-real, coming into this round 5 defense, 21-15 on a 5 spree. Yeah, Ghosty only at 15 and 17, but his presence has surely been felt. It's setting up Yuli and 2-real continuously.
Well, look, Boston Academy, they had a good look on their last offensive effort. Maybe they'll have it again. Shawnee has to stop team killing, though. At least he didn't take himself out with this one, right? So he's made improvements on those team kills. Regardless, though, Boston Academy still in for a look here of A. couple more kills will enable them the space to get on the point. T-Real, though, with the first blood. Sensor doesn't trade early enough. The trade is there, though, inevitably. Now Boston Academy, a chance to get this point. Yuli and Ghosty, though, the defensive line is here. Yuli pushing far forward in for the initial 2. Ghosty not quite ready for Beans to be up still. Doesn't matter, though. T-Real there to clean up shop, and the initial wave of gunfights does go the way, trades or not, in favor of T-Fel.
Now just under a minute, that first segment being depleted by Fellow over by the A zone. All of Boston Academy's hard work early has completely gone by the wayside. Now you have to go back to the drawing board. Shawnee does open up with 2. Ghosty's there for the trade. You need more, though, if you're Boston Academy. Kremp with Dead Silence. I mean, he's running into players on head glitches galore. That's Fellow playing on the top side of Cannon, but still, Boston Academy have found their way in the bottom munitions.
Yeah, this is a lot of commitment towards the munitions side. Got a feeling they might be going for B here. Again, this is the Hail Mary play. If you've ever seen one, time dwindling down. T-Real going to activate the Dead Silence to try and catch Kremp off guard, and indeed he will do exactly that. Sensor down for the count as well. Boston left scrambling for map control, left scrambling for some semblance of control at all, and they simply don't have it as Shawnee falls. Beans now has to play Savior. Don, the cape that we were talking about earlier on, has so much to deal with here. Teammates dying around him, players on both sides, and it is just a little bit too much. 15 seconds now for somebody from Boston to save them. Sensor, can he get it done in the middle of the map? No, just too much to deal with. 10 seconds. Boston able to get out of their spawn, but no further than that. Shawnee will fall. T-Fel Enterprises knock Boston Academy down this time around. They might have lost in a game number 5 on the first time these two teams faced off. This time, a clean 3-0.
Retribution secured. Revenge Tour is complete for Ghosty and T-Fel Enterprises. They deal with the nightmare that was this Boston Academy roster that knocked them down to the losers bracket in winners round 1, and they find themselves with a date with Destiny versus Rocker Academy in grand finals. And again, this T-Fel Enterprises roster, again, I could go back and I could honestly just dissect every single round if you wanted to, but here's my entire synopsis on it. Middle of the map, constantly being secured. Sure, it's fortress control at the end of the day. Defense is always going to be able to get themselves in the middle of the map if they do win the opening engagements. That said, even when they were losing out in the trades, they were just so quick to give up segment progression just to make sure that they get those power positions back. Top single, over by hay bales, over by stables, just to get players back inside of maps so that way they can continuously set up crossfires. That's what you're always seeing, and you're always thinking, I'm sure, at home that, well, Boston were able to find themselves those 2 eliminations, so maybe they can get themselves on an A, but the trades were always coming through continuously from players like Yuli and from players like T-Real. When the ARs of both Fellow and Ghosty are showing up in a big way that they are, and yes, the damage numbers are bugged here. I promise you, Ghosty did not only drop 433 damage. It makes T-Real's job and Yuli's job even easier. They can completely go unnoticed. They can keep playing these aloof routes with Dead Silence being popped continuously. And Boston Academy, again, they had to almost do the impossible, and that's win an offensive round either in 4 or 5 here on Fortress Control just to stay alive in the series. But T-Fel Enterprises, they make it quick, albeit we had to play map number 1 2 times over, and this Fortress Control will go their way.
Yeah, this really did go the distance, didn't it? It's not in the way that we necessarily expected here on the casting desk. And yeah, Fortress Control, it's pretty standard at this point, right? Round number 5 is often where we do go, and it is where we're going to go here as Boston Academy just not able to outdo T-Fel Enterprises in the tick department. They had a few good licks. I think that's the big thing for me, right? You know, again, you know, I think especially towards the end of round number 4, they got, what, 2 ticks on B. They almost made the same on towards A as well, but it just wasn't to be. T-Fel Enterprises come out with the fire. T-Real, the top one player there for T-Fel at the end of map number 3, but they do get it done. And that is the end point here for T-Fel Enterprises. Very different. Of course, they manipulate the map set in such a way. We already knew coming into the series, Andy, that what T-Fel Enterprises would actually do in getting rid of Hotel for maps number 2 and 3. Of course, those were maps in the first time these two faced off that Boston actually won. Map number 1, though, I think, again, that was the big talking point for me. I think, you know, they got rid of Hydro Boston. They still couldn't get it done on Mikado.
Yeah, again, you know, talking with Ghosty earlier, he kind of gave me the early entry to understand that they were going to get rid of Hotel 3 times over because that was the map across a few modes that kind of plagued them in the 2-3-5. First time these two teams face off against each other, and the hard point was a respectable 25-point differential. We knew that Boston were going to have a hard time in hardpoint versus T-Fel Enterprise. I mean, they're the number 1 hardpoint team in NA Challengers Elite for crying out loud with the biggest differential, but I think the biggest exclamation mark for both you, and I'll speak for you here, Brody, is that Embassy Search and Destroy. I mean, Ghosty, again, 14-1. on an Embassy Search and Destroy, that is supposed to be Beans' wheelhouse, but it's just the way that this team of TFL Enterprises have just been firing off on all cylinders. Everything that they do has an absolute purpose, and that's what it does take to be one of the best teams in North America right now. You have to show that team cohesion. It just can't all be slaying. You know, Coach Nagafin's putting in the work behind the scenes to make sure that these boys are looking pretty darn spiffy, make this Grand Finals appearance.
Well, they will. Grand Finals appearance now for TFL Enterprises. Congratulations to the roster, but they go up against Rocker Academy. This Rocker Academy team have gone from strength to strength. A storyline not all that dissimilar from Boston Academy, of course, because Rocker Academy, their start to the season wasn't all that peachy. You know, again, what was it? I say 3 and 6 or something in the maps at the beginning on the first couple. You know, they had to go off a reverse sweep versus Convoy Gaming, and of course, bigger, the fact that they lost 3-0 to TFL Enterprises on that very first match. So that is going to be a big one to talk about when we get into the grand final. But Rocker Academy have looked pretty good since then. I think it's 18-2 or something silly in maps in the last 6 matches. Rocker Academy, they're going to be a big Titan to take down. Can TFL Enterprises get it done? We've got a grand final, a best of 7. Trust me, you guys don't want to miss it. Come back after this break.
I'm so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got that power, I'm built to devour anyone coming against me at tower. I don't care when the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over here's a good toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime. Punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pose. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. Been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy.
It is time, everybody, for the grand finals of North American Call of Duty Challengers Elite Season 1. Goodness me, that's always a mouthful to say, but it's okay because I couldn't be happier to say it at this point in time. What a season of action it has been. We come down to the final two teams, the best two teams of the bunch. Rocker Academy on one side, TFL Enterprises on the other. Both of them have had sensational storylines this season thus far. And honestly, I don't know. I mean, like, there's a lot of teams in North America. You could have picked a number of them, to be fair, to be in this grand final. All of them so good. But for Rocker Academy, again, their storyline's great. TFL Enterprises, to make the lower bracket run that they have. I'm happy it is these two teams, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, hey, this has been a long time coming. The last time that we saw these two teams face off against each other was day one in groups, where Rocker Academy got eviscerated, 0-3. It was not pretty as far as the scoreline is concerned. Yep. They got shut out in the Search and Destroy 1-6. They lost the hardpoint 114-250, and they also lost the control 1-3. But ever since that one loss in particular, Rocker Academy have barely dropped maps. They get the reverse sweep versus Convoy in their next group stage. And then they continuously 3-0 everybody until they get to playoffs, where they 3-1 Mint, and then they 3-1 Boston yesterday to punch their ticket to Grand Finals. This is a different Rocker Academy here, Brody, in Grand Finals than what we got at the beginning of the Elite stage.
It is incredible. It's an incredible transformation for this Rocker Academy roster that have, I think, had a transformation themselves, just generally speaking, in this season, of course. They bring Real onto the roster in favor of Pentagram. And, you know, I think they've just looked so good for the better of it. We'll talk about that in just a second in regard to the specific Rocker Academy roster. But here's a little preview of how we got to this point. This is the winners bracket. Of course, Rocker TFL in the grand finals. Rocker did actually make it through this upper bracket. You already talked about it just now. Of course, the 3-1 victory versus Omit, the 3-1 victory versus Boston. They're the only matches they actually lost maps in their last 6, excuse me. Of course, a 3-0 against Aphelion, the filling in that sandwich. So Rocker Academy from the upper bracket. TFL, of course, though, they had to make that lower bracket run that we were talking about, right? I think this is the 4th match in a row, 5th match or something like that, however many matches they had to play, I don't know, but it's been a long one for them. And props to the TFL Enterprises roster, because they lost early on versus Boston Academy, and they fought really hard to get back to this point.
Yeah, they lost that Boston Academy matchup in winners round 1 in map number 5, and then you're right to bring up the absolute gauntlet of a run that TFL Enterprises had to do. I mean, to get through Iron Blood Gaming in a map 5, to get through Aphelion Esports in a 3-1 fashion, a 3-2 over Team War last night with one of the weirdest round 11 Search and Destroys on Embassy I think we'll ever see all year. And then they just 3-0 at Boston Academy. You see it right here. A run and a half, to say the least. This team is looking to be in prime form to really give Rocker Academy a run for their money.
Yeah, what a run that is, by the way, as well. I mean, North American Challenges is just a gauntlet in on itself, right? I mean, there are very few, if any at all, easy matches, if you were to use that phrase. For TFL Enterprises, I mean, yeah, a gauntlet and a half. Iron Blood, Aphelion, War, and then, of course, Boston Academy. Retribution achieved for this TFL Enterprises roster, who now need to go up against Rocker Academy and do what they did again. Now, you already mentioned it there. Last time these two teams faced off, it was a 3-0, the very beginning of the season. The first match that made us, well, question kind of the status quo, right? Because going into this Rocker Academy, they look so good from Raleigh, TFL Enterprises. I mean, they were basically a brand new roster forming from the remains of Decimate Gaming. So, a lot of questions, I think, answered in that very first matchup. TFL Enterprises, I mean, it was a 3-0. It was a convincing 3-0 as well. Like, normally, you know, when we look at 3-0, these maps can be extremely close and might not tell the story of the series. The 3-0 does tell the story of what was a mollywhopping from TFL.
It was a learning period, to say the least, for Rocker Academy. Again, they come out of the woodworks after being 0-3'd by TFL Enterprises, and they go back to the drawing board with Coach Silly, and they start to figure out, what the heck do we need to do to beat this competition? All 3 of those maps, by the way, that they played in that first best of 5 to start off the group stage, or actually all the vetoes that Rocker Academy brought to the table as far as what it is concerned. So, interesting to say the least as we get through this best of 7. Remember, no bracket reset, no double best of 5s. It has to be a best of 7. First team to win 4 maps will claim the lion's share prize of the total that we have here for Challengers Elite Season 1.
Lion's share indeed, Andy. It's going to be great to see who takes that. Let's get through the rosters then very quickly. You guys know them already, but perhaps this is your first time watching Challengers, this being the grand finals, of course. Let's kick things off with Rocker Academy, the team on the left side here. This Rocker Academy roster have gone strength to strength. And again, for Challengers, if you guys have been dedicated to Challengers for the last couple of years, you might know many of these names, of course, Godorex and Panda have been the Silver Service for the last couple of years on Built by Gamers in Black Ops Cold War. I mean, so many grand finals, basically every single grand final throughout every single major event in the Challengers calendar, but they could not get that elusive victory. Of course, last season, things not exactly all that different on the Electrify Steel roster that performed so well at LAN, and especially with Fame on the team as well, but they could not get the victories required. Now Real on the team, joining alongside Godorex, Panda, and Fame. And Real being the little EU legend that he is, I mean, he had a really good season last year, but he just didn't quite have the team to fit what he brought to the table. Rocker Academy, no matter how much they tried, of course, the old Rocker Academy, by the way, the European Rocker Academy, just couldn't get it done on LAN. Real now has a really good team around him.
Yeah, it really does. You know, I mean, there's something to be talked about, especially what you get from Godorex and Pander. You know, we were talking about when they were in Cold War playing with Pentagram and Kismet at the time. Silver Surfers as may be, they were the most consistent team through Cold War in the North American Challengers Elite season. They carry on with that mantra throughout the entirety of Vanguard itself, playing underneath the banner of Electrify Steel, where even going through Boston and Toronto, they had themselves really good final placings. Third place in Toronto, I believe, and then second place in Boston did not qualify for champs. But regardless of the matter, now you have Real in here. He is surrounded by just so much veteranship, not to mention how he has Joey Nubsy there in the facility as well. You cannot be talking about just a very comfortable situation for Real to be able to be more comfortable, where he can start learning and speaking more English and feel comfortable in the game. Because, I mean, even last night as well, versus Boston Academy in Winners Finals, this kid was frying. You gotta be able to keep Real in check, because when he's feeling himself, the rest of the team is just playing their roles. Yeah, Real becomes an issue very quick.
Yeah, Real can well be an issue here for T-File Enterprises, but they've got their own Real on the roster. That's the last time I'll make any kind of pun exactly like that. You'll see why in just a second, guys. No, it isn't actually. That's a lie. We'll get to that in just a second. Regardless, though, here's the roster. Once again, it's actually going to be 2 Real alongside fellow Ghosty and Yuli. I said I was going to do it again. What a roster this is. I mean, again, you guys are probably here sticking around from the lower bracket final. You just saw the pure firepower that is on this team. Ghosty brings much of that to the table, but again, fellow 2 Real Yuli, they have all had their moments so far in this season, and it's a fearsome roster ahead of Boston.
Yeah, I'd be wrong to say just to try to gas up T-Fel Enterprise. You see Coach Nagafin right there in the bottom right-hand corner, getting these guys in prime form throughout the entirety of the Elite season to be able to make this appearance in which they did. They are the #1 hardpoint team, not only in win-loss record, but also in differential is concerned. But it really does feel like, I mean, you can't just say this about T-Fel Enterprises, but also for Rocker Academy. Any one of these 8 players, Brody, you know as well as I do, can pop off at any moment's notice, and we got ourselves a really good look for what they might be able to do here, especially with Ghosty, what they've been able to develop specifically in the Search and Destroy just in that lower finals.
Let's try and lay down the foundations of this best of 7. Let's take a look at the head-to-head then for what these guys have been able to accomplish so far within the regular season and within bracket play as well. Very much the same storylines, I think, from the lower bracket final here. 2 teams that are very good at hardpoint, 82% win percentage for Rocker Academy, 81 for T-Fel Enterprises, although, again, those figures may be a bit misrepresentative because of the fact that T-Fel have won substantially more at like 14-3 now, I think is what they're at. T-Fel monsters in hardpoint. Of course, Search and Destroy, again, not all that dissimilar, but T-Fel is looking a little bit better at 67% comparatively to 56. And Control for Rocker Academy, again, I don't think 88% actually does it justice. These guys are like 7-1 in Control.
Yeah. 7-1 in Control. They've only dropped a single Control all season long, and it was this team on the other side of the lobby of T-Fel Enterprises on Fortress. Again, got taken away, but it's really tough to be able to say that that 2% differential is as close as it is. T-Fel Enterprises 14-3 now in hardpoint. Rocker Academy, of course, playing less series because they made it into grand finals via the winners bracket side. 9-2 overall, but where things get totally interesting is going to be that Control and Search and Destroy to boot, because we talk about T-Fel Enterprises looking at that matchup versus Boston Academy. Those were the only Search and Destroy maps that they lost was in Winners Round 1, was against Boston Academy. Ever since then, they have rectified some of their S&D woes, have looked so much better when playoffs had started in that Search and Destroy.
All right, we've laid down the foundations for the teams here. Let's talk about the players. And you might be expecting us to be talking about Ghosty once again and Fame, but we decided to take a little bit of a different direction here. Of course, it is time for the 2 Real battle, or Real squared, whatever you want to call it. We've got Real versus 2Real here, and of course, a sub-presence for the roster, sub-presence, pressure, whatever you want to call it for the teams. And both of these players are extremely good at what they do. Real, of course, the young EU phenom coming over from the region towards North America. 2Real, of course, a storied player after his time on Florida Mutineers last year.
Yeah, and again, some of these stats have been slightly inflated. I mean, when it comes down to what Real does bring to the table. And the same could be said about 2Real. The reason why I wanted to talk about these two players in particular is some of the intangibles that they do bring. Yes, both Real and 2Real can slay out at any moment's notice, depending on the respawns and search and destroy. They are playmakers, to say the least. But even beyond that, they're willing to get selfless, get the dirty work done, especially in the hardpoint in control. Sit inside the hardpoint, get some of those segments of progression, plant the bomb if they have to as well. These guys will be the ones that you have to be looking out for. It might be the decision-making, be like, well, how did they break that hardpoint? How did they get those segments? How did they break that setup in a post-plant situation? Keep 2Real and Real in the back of your minds as we get through these 7 maps.
All right, well, let's talk about those 7 maps then very briefly here, because I think map number 1 is basically ready to get underway. There is an underlying story here between these 7 maps. You guys might notice it if you're fans of Embassy, Hotel, and El Asilo. Boy, is this the map set for you. We got all 3 of those maps in, well, a large quantity, I think it's fair to say. But, Andy, again, the bottom line here is for me, again, the 3-0 that we saw between TFL Enterprises and Rocker Academy, not a single one of those maps has made it into this series.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Brody. It's like I was talking about. You see the vetoes there for Rocker Academy on the bottom left side. Hydro, Mercado Fortress. That was the 3 maps that they lost versus TFL Enterprises in their first group play match at the beginning of this season. TFL Enterprises opting to get rid of Mercado and Fortress for Search and Destroy. Those are 2 really good vetoes when you're thinking about it, especially towards the tail end of the playoff bracket. Rocker Academy looked really good on Fortress S&D, 6-1ing Aphelion Esports on it. Not to mention how the Mercado Hardpoint they are undefeated. I mean, they 250'd to 65 Aphelion Esports in that matchup just not too long ago. Embassy Hardpoint is where we're going to be starting off this entire Grand Finals escapade. 4-0 for TFL Enterprises. Rocker Academy 2-1 overall. This one is going to be a good one. Let's go.
Let's waste no more time, folks. A battle for the lion's share of $50,000 and the championship. The first Challengers Elite here in 2023 is beginning. TFL Enterprises versus Rocker Academy. Let's see how this one goes. It will be Rocker Academy starting things off on the better side of the map. An overextension early on, though, potentially from Fame to try and unposition here. Ghosty, shots from the other side. Ghosty is ready for it, though. Hears him on the ladder and sends him right back down in Spartacus kick fashion.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a really good rollout when you're thinking about from Fellow. Look, yeah, I mean, he doesn't have, that's his first engagement, and he dies. But playing through the middle of the map, he was able to see potentially that Fame had crossed over, so Ghosty being one shot, just has to look at the ladder, make sure that the flank remains secure. He's going to start off 3-0, now 4-1, as Pander will finally get the trade. Back presence galore here for TFL Enterprises early.
2Real, quite a lot to do there towards the back line. Is already starting to deal with some pressure here from Rocker Academy. TFL have managed to force the issue quite a lot through the 50-yard line, through the middle of the map. But is it enough now to get some control over this hill? Well, it is enough to keep Rocker Academy out for the moment here, but pressure through the middle of the map might well be too much to handle here for TFL. Godorex tries to make some damage done, not able to get it done. As Real is now going to have to push through Xbox, but towards the backline now, it's 2Real, his Real counterpart, Q towards the backline, able to get 2 explosive kills in favor of TFL. They're in.
It's like I said, you got to keep your eyes out for 2Real, asking yourself, well, how do they break that? 2Real hits the flank all the way on the backside of admin. He prizes over towards the parking lot side, more or less, and starts beating people. Even though you're not generating all the time in the world here for TFL Enterprises, you did a good job at least making Rocker Academy uncomfortable on their initial setup here for P2. Still 20 seconds to soak up here. Seems like Godorex will be playing that position just to soak things up while the rest of the team tries to go across the map and try to find these rotational gunfights. Real inside a kitchen will find one. They'll take their virtues up top to try to threaten the P3 rotation early.
Now looking at threatening real hard here, Rocker Academy. They're going to have to deal with a threat around the backline, though. They're not going to expect 2Real in position. 1. Pre-firing for the second, doesn't quite expect Fame to be positioned there, but it doesn't matter because he gets the kill done in the end anyway. TFL Enterprises, though, I think they might have underestimated Rocker Academy here on the push. Panda and Godorex combined for 3. Godorex now on 5 in a row, by the way. Casual, as Rocker Academy now going to break in on the hill that they did momentarily lose control of. Now for a big hold for Rocker Academy. Being pressured from the other side, Ghosty providing a lot of that. from admin building, and it's surgical, isn't it? Just as quickly as Rocker Academy get back through. Well, T-Real, Ghosty, they're able to provide enough pressure that T-Fel going to be back in towards the hard point.
Yeah, glorious 4 down there for T-Fel Enterprises, backed up with a player all the way inside a top admin. That's definitely what you want to see. Made Rocker Academy set up kind of crumble at the seams, and that's a late break that Rocker Academy are going to be feeling very frustrated with, especially after their virtues of getting all the way past tennis courts. And now the rotation's also being threatened. You got one player inside of admin still, that's Ghosty. T-Real's trying to threaten it over on the side. Will actually force Fame to spawn towards the middle of the map. He'll throw some shots over towards T-Real. Yuli is hot on their heels. Will find that kill. Inevitably traded out in the end, but Rocker Academy do not have numbers to hold on to this early.
T-Real really starting to force the issue here. T-Fel Enterprises, they had the numbers, and well, they'll use them to their advantage, but from how long, that's the question. It's got Rex and Panda already starting to pressurize here. T-Real now on 5 in a row. If he could survive for a couple more gunfights, it would have been nice, but no. Denial here from Rocker Academy, as they will now be in for the back 35. T-Fel should give this one more look before focusing hard on the next rotation, but Rex pressurizing through the bathroom. Well, he'll not be able to do much there beyond the first couple of shots, and T-Real in for a 2. Still a good look at this for T-Fel Enterprises, now starting to regress on both sides of the hard point. Ghosty in the stairwell, he will fall to a nade from Rex. Fellow now the last one left alive, he goes down as well. T-Fel Enterprises, they had to give that a shake with 35 seconds left, but it doesn't amount to anything.
And it's a big 20 for Rocker Academy and T-Fel Enterprises as they were trying to battle for some scrap time. Panda was able to get his way all the way side of top kitchen, and these players were just not ready for it. Ghosty comes flying in, though, with a submachine gun. This is the submachine gun playground, is P5 here on Embassy. A big trade, nonetheless, will allow T-Fel Enterprise to set up early. Real just going to play this corner double positive inside of Laundry, wait for some of these players to cross in front of him.
Well, it won't help there. Rocker Academy on the defensive line as Real takes out his teammate, but still got presence close by. Rocker Academy spawning up towards the tennis courts. An opportunity here to break on through, but you've got to get past Ghosty, who has just been monstrous for T-Fel Enterprises, and, well, I hype him up a little bit. Doesn't take much for Panda to cut him down. Rocker Academy will be in, but far from secure. Our Rocker Academy on this point, they're dealing with threats on both sides, top side, back side. They've got to deal with every single entrance. And Fame, how ready is he for this one? Well, apparently not all that ready. Real will fall alongside him, and T-Fel Enterprise is fighting doggedly for the scrap time. A big 15 seconds as Panda loses as a 1v1 against the trophy system. T-Fel will get the scrap.
Be about 120 or so. To the 90. Fellow inside the hill. Submachine gun fellow. You don't see it too often, but this is why we love P5 on Embassy, baby. You get to see some ARs pull out the submachine gun and do some silly things like that. 125 plays up against 90. Again, the map essentially has been fully reset. The biggest difference, again, is Ghosty on the map. He's always trying to contest for this admin building, especially up top. Makes it so expensive for Rocker Academy to be able to find any footing, and it needs to be said. Fame, 4 and 13 through the first set of hardpoints, uncharacteristic as it may be. T-Fel Enterprises starting to run away with this hardpoint map 1.
Fellow still hasn't died on 6 in a row, by the way, so T-Fel Enterprises working off the back of all that power, all that support. Fellow now the last one left alive, and the reason, of course, is that Fellow's just been sitting inside electrical. Will finally fall, but of course, importantly, that cruise missile will go his way, so T-Fel Enterprises will have that at the back of their mind moving forward. But now a very important moment here. With 15 seconds left, T-Fel Enterprises do have control of parking lot for the PT rotation, and the opening bloods will be going their way as well. Fame gets some shots in towards Fellow, but no more than that, as he will be swiftly dealt with. A pinstripe peel feed is not enough for Rocker Academy to unearth T-Fel Enterprises from these early spawns.
Fame is just not having a good time. Again, I don't want to keep sitting here beating a dead horse, but you really just need to start getting some more productivity out from your secondary submachine gun. If not, maybe switch it with Pander, who is 15 and 13, but rotation over towards New. It was won by T-Fel Enterprises. Still so much time to be battling over here. T-Real is keeping these players trapped outside of kitchen. He's in a very lengthy 1v1 versus Rex, but through all of this engagement, he's just buying so much time and then burns onto the next, has some help from above. And that is just a really good cohesive play coming through from T-Fel Enterprises. Their P2 setup, absolutely sublime.
Bringing Rocker Academy down to reality. Here's T-Real. T-Fel Enterprises in such a good spot here now, low in this game, wide open. The last couple of hard points has been so crucial for them. They got a ton of time off P1. That's something that you don't really regularly see. We are seeing it a lot more from teams, but not to that extent. And of course, P2. T-Fel looking pretty good at the moment. Rocker Academy in control. They need to hold. And they get it done. Gonna be a cruise missile now from Pello. Good time to use it. And it will just be out of range of the trophy system. Lands on towards one, but Real, he's ready for it, to be fair. Good response coming out from Rocker Academy. They're not done yet.
Fellow on a 5 spree. He has an opportunity to maybe try to lap himself here, get closer towards another cruise missile. Some shots coming through. It's a long-range bait and switch. Real will reprise going over towards the catwalk side. Ghosty will find Stu on the opposite side. And now all this is happening. Real puts himself in a position just to climb the ladder. The Semtex, though, from Pander will get Real off the hardpoint. This is a big 30 seconds that Rocker Academy are forced to concede because they have to get min-map control. They have to try to stabilize this map because they really need to get a full 60 on one of these hills.
Yeah, it's just not working out, is it? Again, the back 15 at this point, Rocker Academy have to full send towards it. And to be fair, they do have players already in towards the rotation. As Panda picks up 2, it's not terrible. Good 15, valuable for them. And valuable, I think, more importantly, to take away from TFL Enterprises. But people are really fed up of us saying this phrase. It has to be perfect from here on out for Rocker Academy. You can't give anything up. Panda on 5 in a row. Might well be able to contribute towards a big rotation. Very quickly cut down is Panda as Yuli just making it look so easy, dropping from top admin for the kill, and now encroaching on hardpoint from all sides is TFL Enterprises. They make it look like a tutorial mission at this point. Rocker Academy simply removed.
Campaign mission number 1, keep Rocker Academy's numbers dwindle down. This trade game, again, is just so good. Yuli ready for it. 12 and 19 now. This 4 spree has been emphatic, to say the least. You could still win it here if you're TFL Enterprises.
Rocker Academy, though, not giving up the ghost just yet. T-Real and Yuli, they're ready for it, though. Yuli on 6 in a row. That'll be a cruise missile, or maybe a number 7 have to earn to get it done. I don't think it matters at this point. They're going to get it done with this. The fast steps inside. Godorex is the closest player, and he's just pre-firing another hard point. He knows there's literally no point in making your stats look worse there in the final moment. There's no way you're clutching up with the positions of TFL Enterprises. Embassy Hardpoint, a map very often known for close finishes. Not so much here as TFL come out swinging.
Usual suspects, man, as you like to call them, but Fellow, again, shows up in a big way. Say what you will. I mean, 17 and 13. It was really this P5 break you saw there just in the best play that really kind of forced Rocker Academy to play off the back foot. It is just so alarming, especially for Rocker Academy, who we have been boasting throughout the entirety of the Elite Season 1, even through Raleigh, and since its inception at the beginning of the Modern Warfare 2 year. Their teamwork, their cohesion is at an all-time high. For this team at TFL Enterprises, really felt like that it was going to be kind of shoved back a little bit, but it's not the case at all. That was highlighted ever so wonderfully on that P2 in the second set of rotations. Just so much proactivity being showcased from T-Real. Again, this is why I highlighted this guy at the beginning of this setup for this best of 7 grand finals. He always knows with these routes to be hitting, that maybe you can try to shut down mid-map, then gets picked up by an AR, by Fellow. Ghosty's always in a position to go lurking through admin. It just felt like that there were so many players that were just going completely unnoticed from Rocker Academy that just could not find the slays to keep TFL Enterprises at bay.
Just so many crucial moments, I think, really there in that one. Individual performances coming out. I think of the Fellow spree in the middle of the game does stand out to me. Just TFL coming out swinging in map number 1. Great performances across the board, but special shout out to T-Real at 23 and 17. You mentioned it in the middle of the game, though, and, you know, very often as casters, I think we try not to rag on players for bad performances because at the end of the day, what good does that do? But I think from an analytical perspective here, it's just like, Fame has been that guy in Hardpoint for Rocker Academy time and time again, and especially on a map like Embassy where AR presence and, to be fair, SMG presence is necessary. Your flex player needs to come out and play well. For Fame being shut down there at 8 and 22, that did, frankly, have an impact on Rocker Academy.
Yeah, a negative impact at that, as you see both Pander and Real having themselves pretty good performances. I mean, 23 and 19. Pander only had 19 of those 23 kills untraded, but I mean, the presence was felt galore. It's just that they couldn't get themselves inside the hardpoint and more or less supplanting themselves in the hardpoint. And just look at TFL Enterprises from top to bottom. I mean, you had 3 out of the 4 players about a minute plus of OBJ time. And outside of that, again, I mean, Ghosty, yeah, outside of the hill, a lot of the time just was being so annoying, just around the admin building over by that tennis court side, was just making sure that Rocker Academy's rotations were always being cut down, that they never really had the numbers that they wanted to cross over by the P2 lane, across the parking lot side, even over by tennis courts continuously, was just always in those very annoying positions. That's map 1. We knew that TFL Enterprises were going to be very, very good at hardpoint. They go into that one at 4-0, now 5-0. Here on the Embassy Search and Destroy. This is a map mode combination that Rocker Academy have not shown us yet here in the Elite Season 1. TFL Enterprise is 3-0 off of an emphatic 6-2, where Ghosty dropped a 14-1 AD ratio versus Boston Academy.
Yeah, earlier on, it was the Setonades and the Snipes that really did make all the difference for TFL Enterprises. I want to do that again, and it feels like some of those nades are going off early. Rocker Academy trying to avoid it. Play a little bit of dodgeball with the nades. Pretty good skills, flexible. Rocker Academy, it would seem, but not flexible enough to deal with Yuli, who gets hyper-aggressive on towards the parking lot side of admin. There has been a trade from Fame. That's pretty good. Sniper battle now over by Pine Trees. Things will settle for a moment. A lot of players in a lot of janky positions. Yuli is one of those players, and of course the call-out has already been made. Fame will be down.
There's no backup. I mean, if Fame just is caught in a corner. Player number 4 is Pander, probably playing with a sniper rifle. Just was not overwatching. Ghosty throws the first shot, misses it. Does not miss twice. Now it's up to Pander. 1v3 here with the sniper. Tell by the candor of my voice, it's well, it's not very likely, is it? 30 seconds remaining. That bomb is down over by the BS&D. TFL Enterprises, again, they just do such a good job early on, just getting themselves control of the middle of the map. Pander might be able to find a free kill here, but that's a very loud audio cue that he won't be checking P2. Yeah, there he goes. Yeah, TFL Enterprises just early on just really set the pace early with their mid-map coverage.
You know, you were talking about Panda there and saying the 1 versus 3 was impossible. And you were right. You know, at the end of the day, Panda did not make the 1v3 happen. But I was just getting flashbacks to, like, Panda on this map with the sniper rifle. I can't remember who they played. I think it was at Raleigh, where they were just doing silly things. I think it might have been, like, EXM Esports or something like that. But still, like, oh, Panda is pretty capable with the sniper rifle. So I thought for a second then maybe he could get something special done. But nope. Not to be. TFL Enterprise is oppressive here in round number 1. See how they get on here in the second. Uriel taking the bomb over towards parking lot side. Yuli with an early nade. Again, those set nades, annoying as ever, will land on a truck right next to Fame, and he will be down.
And I urge you, again, look at the map itself. They find first blood, and they rotate back through the admin building. Oh, Real, he might find some very unfortunate timing. Or does he find the best timing? Ghosty, that door's open, brother. There's someone in this building. GodRx will take down Turio. Here comes Real from behind, marginalizing that first blood. 2v3.
It happened again. Sensor earlier on that is able to slip by Ghosty. This time it's Real, and Real, well, basically opens up the entirety of the situation there. Yeah, that is tough. Again, sometimes you just get tunnel vision with a sniper rifle. That is exactly what happens there. Despite the splendid start from TFL, just a response from Rocker Academy that was not dealt with.
Oh, it just was not. Again, I mean, that's 2 times over. I mean, when Ghosty goes to do a VOD review, I'm sure it's going to go. I'll probably have a little bit of a chuckle because, I mean, it was Sensor in one of those rounds for Boston Academy in lower finals. This time it's Real who slips the net, gets in through the admin stairs, and gets a fellow out from that clutch spot up top in the window. So answering back with a round of their own, that's what you wanted from Rocker Academy. Some of those set nades, 2 players strong going over the top. Rocker Academy respecting it, but Yuli is flying over here by sign.
Lot utility being thrown out by Rocker Academy at the moment. Not much of it actually doing anything of worth. Said it'll be the weapons that do the talking here early on in the round, as should be the case. Ghosty, of course, with the sniper rifle on the other side, has already picked off Fame, but 2 real down for the count. And Real now wants to get right up in the face of TFL and well do exactly that. Real blows that round wide open. A lot of positioning from both of those teams, and Real's like, I'm fed up of waiting. I'm just going to go for it.
Can't blame him. I mean, that's exactly what you want to see. You answer aggression back with aggression of its own. I mean, you got Pander overwatching you with the sniper rifle, and Real, their dead silence was popped or not, I did not see. Just gets inside of Orange, finds the first, and then snaps for the second. That's exactly what you want to see out from Real himself, who in Search and Destroy does only have a .94 KD, but he has been making plays like that continuously at the tail end of the playoff run so far.
All right, Rocker Academy. Once again, leaning on the success of players like Real. He will continue that success. Unfortunately, the plant pop will get the better of him there. Takes him down before anything can be earned. 6 in a row. And now Panda with a direct impact as well. What a weird round of Search and Destroy that is. Fast as ever, but what is going on? Plant pots beating out players, direct impacts with stuns or nades or whatever. That's a round.
It's just, again, TFL Enterprises wanted to go for that very fast plant over by B. And it just gets completely red. Pander on the backside of tennis courts. He was there to maybe do the bait and switch, the overwatch, if you will, for Real to be able to get their 6th kill in a row, which they were able to find. So more than confident in saying that Real was been able to get himself one of those cruise missiles. More than likely, regardless, Rocker Academy answer back with 3 rounds on the bounce after losing the initial round.
This is a strat for Rocker Academy early on.
Playing for the streak.
Put themselves all inside, and yeah, Real did actually get that streak earlier on, despite the plant pot taking him down. Now it's going to send T-Fell Enterprises inside, but I have a feeling, because of their positioning, they aren't actually going to get much off that. Besides maybe just sending T-Fell in for a second. Yep, that's exactly the case. Real flies out, and he is dealt with. The gunfights will now go down, but T-Fell, I mean, they haven't really been pressurized all that much.
Go 1 for 1 here again over by side admin. It's just a bait play. I mean, too real. Oh my goodness. I thought he was going to snake his way to victory there, but Fame will get the last laugh. No trade to speak of quite yet. Fellow's looking for it, and he'll get it. 2v2 under 40 seconds.
And those trades not really amounting to much. Instead, it is Ghosty to take down Panda here, and he's getting his snake on now as well. Rex now the 1 versus 2. It's time for the vet. Get his hands dirty. Go for the situation. Bomb's still down over by the parking lot, so he's going to have to contribute at least 5 seconds if he wants to play it like that to get in that bomb. Instead, just going to take the 1v1, and Ghosty sitting in a sort of sneak corner at the very corner of the map. X, is he going to check this? He's looking. Is he looking over there? All it takes is 1 peek from Ghosty. X is just waiting for Ghosty to do something. And Ghosty's just going to sit down.
Brilliant.
Maybe he'll check bomb, but he doesn't actually need to. Yeah, X makes the decision to go for the 1v1 directly. And I don't know if it's the right decision, but at the end of the day, Ghosty just outplays him.
I mean, you got to give the players the benefit of the doubt. This guy's been in the league. He's been competing for it at such a high level. He'll definitely smoke me in any 1v1 for sure. But, I mean, if you're X, your last known position of Ghosty was top AC. Just not expecting him to be all the way down in the back tennis court staircase. That's a day one rat spot that Ghosty brings back to life here in a very crucial search and destroy. Trophy system out will keep them safe from nades, but it's an immediate focus for Rocker Academy on the south lane of the map instead of over by B.
Oh, nobody fallen just yet, but T-Fell Enterprises have a player pushed up. That will be Yuli. See if he can do anything. Real does get past enemy lines. Fellow, though, ready for it. Real will be down. Now, does that enable Yuli to do something in this position? Just trying to play this one safe for the moment. Elsewhere, unfortunately, Ghosty down for the count, so that's a lot of sniper pressure. That will be gone, but Dead Silence activated for Yuli. He has to do something with it.
3v3, and again, T-Fell need to make this move. They're going to be playing it off of Yuli. His Dead Silence is about to be running out. You got player number 4, Pander, who drops off of top AC to look at Too Real, who thought he was safe. The snake over by Sign. Yuli should get a free trade here, but that bomb is in a very precarious spot.
Now 1v2 for Yuli. He's got himself behind enemy lines. And he has got the player split up as well, but is he going to predict Fame in this position? Hasn't quite seen him just yet, and Fame going to take premature shots here. Yuli in for a chance, and Yuli decimates him. But still, Yuli's job not done just yet. He's got across the middle of the map. X, well aware of that fact, probably thinks he's actually got the bomb here in this situation. And that will work for Yuli. Yuli should have time to plant, but I think the way he's going to plant this bomb or try to plant this bomb, X should have the better room. And yeah, unless X fatally messes that up, Rocker Academy going to take the lead here.
Could be game sense, could be audio cranked here for X. He was looking at that back lane. The potential again that Yuli might have had the bomb and could have planted over by A, but X turns around, stops Yuli for the clutch to be able to get that bomb planted. It was really the only play that Yuli would have, right? To be able to get that first kill on the isolated Fame over by the parking lot, plant the bomb over by B, and then maybe put himself inside of the orange staircase to be able to peek at a timing, be able to get that final elimination on the X. Does not happen. X still on a 4 spree, by the way. Potential to get a second cruise here for Rocker Academy.
That might well be the nail in the coffin, to be fair, if that second cruise does come through. Fame is down, though. That should slow up anything that Rocker Academy had planned in this round. Anything insidious. Yuli's got out on Real. Just looks out, and it only takes a look for him to be dead. Now Rocker Academy surely back in this round, but they haven't dealt with Too Real. They haven't really dealt with anything in the middle of the map.
Real's just posted up in the middle of the map, just waiting for anybody to poke through. You see there on the X-ray, just laying prone. Fellow is there for the cross. Bomb still needs to get recovered here. Real's starting to throw some shoulders, trying to find where some of these players are located at. X will recover that bomb. Where do you go from here? 37 seconds remaining, and T-Fell Enterprises have a very good split across the map.
Stun check coming through, though. They now know where Ghosty is, and Too Real caught mid-animation. Panda eviscerates him. Now we're 2 versus 2. Fellow has real his position with those shots. None of them going to connect. But still, Rocker Academy need to get through him, and X, no Dead Silence, has to crouch around the corner. Fellow with the positioning. Panda now left up in the 1 versus 2. Of course, Panda has already taken a snipe off onto Turiel, so they know what weapon he has. Could locate a Vaznev off the floor. Attack maybe would be nice in the situation, but Panda maybe trying to do it with the sniper rifle, and 5 seconds left here. Ghosty's just going to run away. Even if Fellow dies in that position, there's no chance that Panda's doing that.
No chance at all. And it just comes down to how active and how early, honestly, TFL Enterprises are finding these first bloods. And what they do with it as well. Defensively, it becomes a little bit more excruciating when you're looking at the minimap itself, when they find that first blood and they just play these long-range, close angles. They know, obviously, the offensive team needs to make the play going forward, be able to mitigate that first blood, force out the 3v3, and then start moving their way over towards one of these bomb sites. By that time it comes around, there's only about 30 seconds remaining. TFL Enterprises, they bring this back within 1.
Sylvan touching distance. Tyrael, you had an impressive map number 1. Hasn't exactly been active here in map number 2. His counterpart on the other side, Real, has absolutely been active. First bloods galore. And pressurizing Kit. TFL Enterprises removing them from power positions. And it's annoyance that they will have to deal with. Panda on the other side, though. As the bomb will be down. Rocker Academy still needs to make a retake happen. And Panda just going to have to provide some coverage. Again, players split up on all sides. Feint getting in every single corner. Finally will spot out Ghosty towards the back line, and Panda goes off as well. So kills on both sides. 20 seconds here. Time's still, technically speaking, on TFL's side. They can work off that advantage if these players hide, and hiding is exactly what they're trying to do. Fellow wastes time and does more than that around the back line. Fellow for 5 in a row. Panda now with the snipes, able to take 1, but Fellow's job is done. Panda doesn't have enough time, and Fellow clutches up for TFL.
Such a strong post-plant situation. You know, I know what a lot of people are probably sitting there saying and really criticizing Turiel. Is like, come on, gotta be able to get this guy off the dome and get a breadstick going, but it doesn't matter because it's Yuli that makes the play. When that bomb gets planted, Yuli's already up the ladder over by P3, and then he completely rewraps around the entire map. Then he comes back through admin on the top side to join and help out Fellow's escapade. Not like he really needed the help, as Fellow's shot is absolutely primed. But it just was not there. The trades were not there to be able to allow Panda to hop on that bomb, who's double positive 10 and 5, being answered back in kind with Yuli's 10 and 6.
Get strong with out of these players, and it gets stronger as well as Fellow and Yuli kick things off with the first bloods in these rounds. Be the 3rd round on the bounce here for TFL Enterprises. Rocker Academy, and what do you do here? You're sent into hiding into your spawn. Tyrael just playing the window position. Panda not going to see him with a sniper rifle play, and now Tyrael's getting his snake on.
Ender. Nate, it's cooked perfectly medium rare. Gonna take Tyrael out of the equation. 2v3 though. Bomb still dropped over by sign. You see player number 5, Yuli. Oh, he's feeling it. He's actually pushing all the way back over by side admin. Panda needs to be careful.
Godorex now trying to summon his inner Real. No dead silence though, did just utilize it. So he's going to make a lot of noise in this play. Maybe trying to make some noise for Panda to make the play on the other side. Fellow though, he's wise to it. And instead be Godorex now from behind, but he loses the 1v1 to Ghosty. And well, Fellow gets the kill as well. 1v1's being won by TFL, and there you go. 3 rounds in a row now for TFL. Resurgence for them.
Oh, man, and they're on map point to boot to go up 2-0 in the best of 7 grand finals. When Panda hops up here, I mean, he throws an early shot. You can't really throw too much shade. You really just need the kills to come through quickly as possible. It just feels like Rocker Academy and their offensive endeavors, as aggressive as they wanted to get over by B, they're just not getting past the 50-yard line. Not when Yuli is playing the way that they are. 11 and 6 on 3 in a row. Is shutting down the aggressive push, and by the time that they have to try to force out a play after having to recover that bomb, it's just under 30 seconds, and it's just so hard to ask of that here on Embassy.
Good start from Rocker Academy. A lot of shots going in, and it gets even better as those set nades we were praising earlier on will actually go against TFL this time. Yuli betrays his teammate, posthumous nade. Now Ghosty and Fellow left up. Fellow tries to stun out towards the middle of the map to gain some information. It's not going to connect. To Real's position, still unrevealed. Fellow taking the shots. Real, he's going to react. I thought for a second there Fellow was actually going to win that 1v1. That would have been dastardly. It doesn't happen, and now Ghosty left up in the 1 versus 4. Again, the information there that this player has the sniper rifle. It would be quite something if he was able to pull this off, but no. Denied. Rocker Academy, we're going to round 11.
That breaks his own LOS going through the plant there. Round 11, we will go. Yeah, you really have to start asking yourself, because I didn't add up all the kills. I mean, which side is offensive, defensive like? I don't even know if it'll give you an advantage for either of these two teams, because Rocker's offensive pushes aggressively have not been working out for them. They look much better when they just kind of play stationary and play for the trades across the board. Rocker Academy will have defense, excuse me. EFL Enterprises will have offensive here. What do? Their aggressive B pushes have been working out quite wonderfully, but they're going back to what they did back in like round number 5 or so. They're just going to get admin control, see if they can catch one of these Rocker Academy players in an unforced error.
Rocker Academy are pretty happy with this situation, right? To be fair, they probably know Real's tendencies, which is to sprint across the middle of the map. Maybe that's what they're looking to catch off guard here. But Real's not taking the bait. Neither is Panda. Just playing this one slow and steady. For something here. TFL Enterprises, stun, utility, all sorts of things being thrown out, but Rocker Academy just happy to sit here.
They're all stacked inside of admin. They got their visas approved. They're trying to decide where they should go. Just under 40 seconds here, and again, you can hear a pin drop. Or a nade drop, I suppose. Not finding all the information. GotterX completely stays unscathed. Did he see fellow poke out from that window? Maybe, but here comes the play out from the window. I don't know if GotterX saw that come through. TwoReal does not have dead silence, so he might be making a lot of noise here.
He gets the bomb down. TFL are perfectly posited for this, but the stun check will be through. It's not enough to stop the bomb plant. TwoReal should fall here. There you go. Donut for TwoReal, but it doesn't matter. His job is done. TFL now in a 3 versus 4. Are they positioned to defend this bomb site? Rocker Academy need to reach hard into the admin building, and GotterX taking down Yuli. It leaves Ghosty and Fellow exposed. Player on the defuse.
He's on it.
Check it. He's on for the defuse. Ghosty snipe will not connect. And Rocker Academy played that round 11 perfectly, despite allowing TFL a window back into the search and destroy. It is a resurgence of their own that comes out to play.
It's just one of those things. I mean, you called it, like, understanding the enemy's tendencies and being able to adapt on the fly is exactly what you need to do at the highest levels when it comes down to Call of Duty, especially here in Challengers North America for an Elite Grand Finals. And look, I mean, Rocker Academy in a round 11 defense, they're able to recognize, hey, these guys love to aggressively push over by B. But how they open up that aggressive push over by B is because you always have players like maybe Pander, Fame, GotterX, one of the two maybe getting aggressive towards top AC. You know, Real likes to play that doorway leading in towards Orange, did not pop out like you were talking about. Once we were at about 40 seconds or so, that bomb comes down, and then you immediately see all of Rocker's arrows on the map just start snapping. They try to push over by side admin. They make everybody from TFL Enterprises feel trapped. They know that clutch spot is inside a top admin on that window. That's how Fellas clutch things up continuously. That's how Ghosty clutched up a handful of rounds versus Boston Academy. Once you have them push all the way on the backside of the balcony there, Brody, Pander can feel as comfortable as ever just to hop the bomb for the defuse. He was under little to no pressure.
Yeah, that round 11. I mean, to be fair to TFL, they actually managed to get one player past behind enemy line. Like, TwoReal did his job in that round 11. Although this might well be one of those situations where I actually question whether or not the damage stats are accurate, because yeah, that's not great for a search and destroy. TwoReal fails to get a single kill despite the heroics of players like Yuli and Fellow. TFL Enterprises, I think they definitely suffered for that. Rocker Academy on the other side, though, Panda coming out to play with a sniper rifle, 11 and 6. Real, of course, as well on Embassy Hardpoint. And, you know, I do use the phrase quite often, the usual suspects, but I think it definitely applies more than ever here for Rocker Academy on Embassy Search and Destroy, excuse me, because, again, what they rely on so much on this map is Panda with a sniper rifle, trying to draw those first blood, trying to create some pressure here, trying to create some space, and Real utilizing that space to just being an annoying little melon. That's probably the safer word. I think there's more unsavory phrases that TFL will be using to describe him at the moment. Yeah, he's really annoying to deal with on Embassy Search and Destroy, and you guys saw why, just being so frustrating, or getting right behind enemy lines, just consistently there on Search and Destroy. So 1-1 now in this best of 7. Rocker, make things interesting. Hotel Control, that's up next.
Yeah, and it's something that needs to be talked about as well for Rocker Academy, especially through these first few maps. I mean, again, like I was saying, Embassy Search and Destroy is something that we have not seen Rocker Academy play throughout the entirety of the Elite Series so far, and they, you know, they go back to their old mischievous ways, the bread and butters, like you were talking about. Pander creating space in doubt with a sniper rifle allows Real to be able to make these very annoying in-your-face plays. Hotel Control is another one of those map mode combinations that we have not seen Rocker Academy play through all of the controls that they've played, all 8 of them, 7-1 overall through the Elite Season 1, they have not played Hotel. The majority of it has been played on El Asilo. You saw there on the map bans and vetoes, it was not taken away. The Fortress control was taken away for Rocker Academy. They were able to get Team A here as far as Grand Finals is concerned because, hey, they're the #1 seed. That's what they do get. El Asilo will end up coming through over by map number 6, but if they can continue on with their antics and their very annoying presence, especially down in towards control, this is going to be a very interesting turn for TFL Enterprises, who are 3 and 4 in this map mode combo.
Yeah, TFL Enterprises, they might well have vetoed this map versus Boston Academy. We know they were not going to let El Asilo through here, or at least for this first map in the best of 7. For Hotel, as we said, we've seen TFL Enterprises play it quite a lot. 7 of the maps that they played have been on Hotel control. We know they're very good at this map mode combination, and a lot of that comes down to, would you believe it, Ghosty. Ghosty is just so good in control. I think he had a 1.30 coming into today. Not sure where that stat actually lies after the last series. I would imagine it's been played quite a lot. But still, I think for TFL Enterprises here, they've got so many ways into this control. Sub pressure that we've seen already in this series from Tyrael, despite what we just saw in the Search and Destroy. We saw him in map number 1. Like, for TFL Enterprises, there are a lot of keys to victory. Maybe just coming out here and coming out with some serious sub pressure is the way to go. But we'll see what happens for Rocker Academy, though. We cannot understate how good they are in control. Yes, the vast majority of the victories have come onto El Asilo, and I'm a little bit surprised, to be honest, that teams past like the 3rd El Asilo let them keep on playing it. But still, 7-1 is not something to scoff at, and they should still be able to translate some of that over here to Hotel.
Oh, totally. I mean, and you're right to highlight one player in particular when it comes down to control and just TFL Enterprises as a whole. On this map mode combination, Gozi has a 1.27 KD, has always been very annoying to deal with ever since they've stepped into the challengers scene when they turned 18 and started really competing, moving away from their collegiate career. After they were done decimating everybody in the CCL, they moved over towards challengers and continued on with their winning antics way. But it's something that also needs to be talked about with that 1.27 on Hotel control. He's the only one of the 4 players that represent TFL Enterprises with the positive KD. Now, that said, we have seen through so many different control maps, through Challengers Elite, both EU and NA, you don't need all of the kills in the world, but the right kills need to be coming through. And that's something that we were able to highlight continuously through TFL Enterprises' run so far in the lower bracket, through all of their group play. When they are winning controls, they're not outslaying their opponents, not by a steep margin, but they are surely finding the right kills and taking away the map 1 inch at a time. This is something that Rocker Academy cannot allow to have happen. The same kind of fumble, if you will, that happened in that map 1 Embassy. Say what you will, yeah, Kevin Fame did not have himself a whale of a time on that map number 1, but you just cannot allow TFL Enterprises to dictate the pace throughout the entirety of these rounds of play.
I mean, you just said it right there. For me, that's the thing for Rocker Academy. Like, map number 1 didn't go well for them because their star player in Hardpoint wasn't coming out to play. And that's not to say the rest of the squad couldn't play well. We saw them go toe-to-toe with TFL Enterprises in the way that we would normally expect. But again, when it comes down to control, the storyline is pretty much exactly the same. Like, Fame is their best player. He is, just so annoying to deal with. And maybe that's, for Rocker Academy here, this map might well suit them because, we talk about kind of the way you capture B when you're coming down to it. Of course, it's presumably that you've captured A first. So that's a conversation in itself. Fame and Real are players that you're going to be seeing making those flanks happen, trying to open up space here for Rocker Academy. But here's a little stat line. Versus Boston Academy, Panda had a 1.50 KD in control in that important winners bracket final matchup.
Yeah, Dad's got game, man. I never sleep on Casey Panda. Let me tell you, this guy's been nuts. Ever since his little stint in a very difficult situation, going back to the Modern Warfare 2019 year with Seattle Surge, this guy's been relegated to challengers and he's been putting up massive numbers. I mean, you remember back all the way in the Cold War year with that BBG roster when he was just going AWOL on Checkmate and they were like switching SMGs and ARs. This guy can get it done. And that might just be very prevalent when it comes down to Rocker Academy here on control. Submachine gun AR may not matter. Gotta look out for Pander.
All right, well, we're kicking things off here on Hotel Control with a strat that we're pretty much used to by this point. TFL, they want to get B out of the way first and foremost. Not exactly working out for them, though, as the first couple of kills will come through from Real and Panda. Defensively, looking pretty strong at the moment. Ghosty just the last one left alive. And to be fair, staying inside a bedroom is a pretty good idea to make sure Rocker Academy don't get anybody in there. But as Ghosty falls now, TFL have to default towards A. And they're already being met with some firepower from Rocker Academy. And successful firepower at that. Godorex almost gets another gunfight in his favor there. But his fellow picks up 2. Finally, TFL Enterprises, they have a look at A.
This is okay. You had a massive start if you are Rocker Academy. Did not have all the numbers in the world to try to keep this in your favor. As TFL Enterprises, as you were saying, with the respawns unfavorable towards B, they will overwhelm over by A. And looks like Rocker Academy are just waiting for their numbers to try to recontest. His fellows laying on his belly over by the pantry. Trophy system will keep them safe. Fame can't find a way in. Pander might be able to find a 1-for-1 trade, but A-Zone is completely chalked. 60 seconds out on the board.
And you can see the decision-making in the head there for Rocker Academy. Did they want to over-aggress here? Do they want to try and savor their lives for the inevitable push around the back line from TFL Enterprises? They've gone at least somewhat for the latter. Fame is waiting patiently for the push around the back line to occur, and there you go. Finally, it will do as Ghosty. Not going to expect Fame in that position. It's now Rocker Academy cutting the map. Real, an important player to actually take down if you're a TFL Enterprises, because you do want to get control of this bedroom area. Now nobody inside, but in from behind comes Panda. He's repositioning. It's Panda for a second as well. Big gunfights now to take down Rocker Academy. They clear house.
I don't even know if he had the SMG already in his back pocket, but Pander is feeling himself. Chow's out top garage. Will eviscerate fellow over by the jacuzzi. Now that position on the map gets picked up by Godarex. I believe, yeah, he's down low. Up the stairs he will go, and this as soon as he thought he was going to be ever so polite and close the doors behind him. 2Real will gun him from behind. Presence may be here as far as numbers are concerned for TFL, but they have no idea where some of these players are lurking at for Rocker.
Here they come, TFL Enterprises. They're deciding not to immediately deal with Panda. They can deal with that later, but don't know if that's the best idea. To be honest, Panda inside luggage, ready to jet these guys off to some faraway land. And Rocker Academy now in a very advantageous position. An 18 versus 8 with 35 seconds left on the clock. TFL haven't unearthed them from the patio area, from bottom bedroom as well. Fellow trying to do exactly that. It would be good to get Panda off the help desk. And as Real falls too, now here come the troops. TFL Enterprises. Good look at this one. You've got to get on the point though to start stopping the time, and you haven't dealt with the players in the middle map. Direct impact from Real. Godarex with not 1, but 2. And with 4 lives remaining on the board here and 10 seconds left, this one's as good as done.
Yeah, this one's probably just chalked. Uriel will be able to find 1, but cleaned up almost instantaneously. 2v13, fellow Ghosty. Man, that would be a Herculean effort, but it's just simply not meant to be. 3 segments of progression are what TFL are going to have going in towards the latter half of this control. If we do reach around 5, we'll bring it up once again. But you want to talk about a very good opening break coming through from Rocker Academy. They actually split the map 2-2. 2 players trying to focus over by the atrium to stop reinforcements coming from the couch side. The B push was completely stuffed off the rip, and the Rocker Academy turned that into bedroom control. Those players inevitably did get dealt with, but you got to respect the discipline from Rocker Academy, just recognizing, hey, we don't really have an easy way in towards A, so let's just play the trades, keep numbers in our favor. The win condition was set win that defensive round.
Rocker Academy splitting their efforts here on this offensive effort. It will work out. First blood's go in their favor, and it will confuse TFL Enterprises for the moment. Ghosty, though, from Daze, completely concentrating on what he needs to do, but unfortunately for him, has his head spun there by Godarex, and now Rocker Academy in for a look at not just 1, but 2 zones here. Again, TFL have to choose what they want to do, and they are going to be choosing to contribute themselves over towards B. Tyrell and Yuli, good for it. Real tries for a late flank, but Ghosty will not fall, and Rocker Academy now going to have to vault towards A. The close spawn should be good, and I think the cap probably too.
I love that opening from Rocker Academy. We'll talk about it more later because it looks like TFL Enterprise are kind of putting themselves in a position to play for a couple exits. And yeah, maybe a couple exits, that's whatever. But Rocker Academy, through those opening stints, Brody, they just split the map like you were talking about. And they catch TFL Enterprises off guard because they were trying to take away more map positioning, probably assuming that they were setting up for an A push. Not the case at all. They'll split their endeavors earlier on. They'll get 4 segments, 2 minutes on the board. 2 segments required here on the B zone to convert an offensive round.
Now, this is what we were talking about, right, for Rocker Academy. They're going to send some reinforcements in from behind. It will be Godarex that has first look at that, while they also got to deal with the pressure inside bedroom. We know how important unearthing the defensive presence in the bedroom is. Ghosty, that player, though, he is so hard to remove. And, well, the trade will be through, though. Yuli there, the trade on back. Yet still, TFL have yet to be removed from this position. Now, Godarex, what can he do from the back line? He has to come and help out his troops on the front line, and, well, does get shut down. Yuli still alive, by the way, 3 in a row, and Rocker Academy tries. They might just cannot get TFL out of the bedroom.
He's not alone in this bedroom as well, like you were talking about. You have Yuli up top here, does have some assistance, I believe, down low by Ghosty, who has a submachine gun. He'll get Real out from that position before they can even consider climbing up the ladder. You also have to worry about Fellow, who's down low in all this play. It's just Turiel that's playing all the way in towards the back to deal with any player that might be flanking. And That's not going to be coming through in quite some time. 2 players now for Rocker Academy trying to clear bedroom. How much does this push stick? And it will. 3 dead quickly. It's just too real on the Godheady. He'll find 2, but you still have players over here for Rocker Academy that can show presence on B.
And it's Panda in the back line as well. Panda just trying to get rid of these reinforcements before they do damage to the offensive effort for T-Fal Enterprises. One of those players has to the net. That's Ghosty in the middle of the map. It won't be long before Real can try and join the effort here for Rocker Academy and might catch some of these players off guard. Does exactly that with the first blood. Is it enough? The second tick will be through. Fame now on his own as his teammate will fall. And it wasn't quite the capture they desired, but Rocker Academy, they do make it close.
That second segment, third segment being depleted as we speak. Not an immediate focus here as far forward as you would like, but Yuli's going to be playing down low. Real's trying to clear up top. Bella's going to be playing that Godhead. You can see there on the X-ray. 2 players right below Real is trying to clear everything. You're just down to 18 seconds. Fame finds 1 down low. It just comes down to Ghosty to keep the line. He's able to find a trade.
Bello down as well. Rocker Academy still in with a chance here with 10.5 seconds left on the clock. Ghosty tagged from behind, so going to have to go for the slash up against Real, and well, that's confident as ever, but might be overconfident. Yuli, though, his confidence is absolutely well played. 7 seconds left, and he picks up a huge double. Fellow follows up with a double of his own. Goodness me, Rocker Academy, they make that close. It is absolutely a close shave, but T-Fal Enterprises, they will survive.
That was close shave. It's certainly one way that you can put it. I mean, there's something to be said about Ghosty's play there. I mean, albeit trying to find the elimination with the Shiv is not the easiest thing to do. You saw what it meant on the map itself, as if you're Rocker Academy, you can't just get on the B zone and allow Ghosty to stay alive either in luggage or in bottom bedroom. You have to get Ghosty out from the positioning, and setting 2 players just to make sure that Ghosty can't leave that positioning meant that the front line wasn't as secured as Rocker Academy wanted. It allows Yuli to reprise out from the lobby area, find those 2 kills, couple that along with the damage of Fellow. They stop the offensive conversion for Rocker.
T-Fal Enterprises last time around could not get the job done. Can they here? Splitting the efforts in the way that Rocker Academy did, but not quite as organized. Nothing coming of it just yet. Now, finally, Fellow trying to get the trophy system down on the point, but will be denied by Panda. Rocker Academy in great stead here to deal with pretty much everything that T-Fal are throwing at them, the kitchen sink and all. None of it connecting. Finally, Fame starting to feel the heat here inside the restaurant. Ghosty should take him down, and T-Fal now have a chance.
27 plays up against 26. This is a much better opening break for T-Fal Enterprises on their second offensive go of things comparatively to the first. Godrex just going to play inside of Jules, maybe get a couple of exits here, but there's 2 players still on the zone for T-Fal Enterprise. Yuli, Ghosty are here, and Ghosty actually gets taken down. It's Real from behind, making this very, very annoying just for T-Fal Enterprises to tack on over this third segment of the day. Finally, we'll be able to find the kills required. We'll deal with Rocker Academy in their backline and those players up front. That 60 seconds out on the boards. Lives, dead even.
I'm almost surprised in a way that they double stack that instead of sending 1 player around on the flank to try and preemptively get some control over B. But either way, T-Fal Enterprises have managed to get behind enemy lines. Yuli almost sneaks his way through. Real catches him out, catches him off guard before he can do any real damage. Now Panda towards the bar. Trying to deal with any of those players being annoying. Good news for T-Fal Enterprises is they've got the vast majority of control over the top side of the bedroom. It is the players down low, though, that are blocking the close spawns for T-Fal for the moment. And Real knows that he has a crucial one-on-one. 2 Real going to beat him down. And now Fame's positioning comes all the more important here. Has to waste some time so potential flank can come on through from Panda, or maybe not. Panda's just going to be sitting in the middle of the map, so Fame needs to win these gunfights by his lonesome. A 1 versus 3 around, and he gets overwhelmed. 2 Real going to take him down. T-Fal now with a chance. That flank will come through from Real, but Rocker Academy weakened on B.
And no trophy system here to keep Godrex at 100% health. Ghosty presses the issue. We'll take Godrex out from that back display case Godheady. Now you have presence going over towards Z2 here for Ghosty. You still have top bedroom control, and Yuli's trying to find presence over by the atrium, but this is where the retake's coming from.
That would have been nice to get that first tick through, but for Ghosty, as his teammates fall around him, just try and play Poltergeist. I think they've got an idea that Ghosty's still got behind enemy lines, but they don't know exactly where he was behind D2, and he will pop up, peekaboo, and again as well, Ghosty doubles up. And 2 Real 2, 4 down, and Rocker Academy spawning over towards the chandelier. Can they get here in time? This should be a fast stack from T-Fal Enterprises. Do they have a trophy system on the point, though? That's the question. No is the answer, as 2 Real will fall. They desperately would have wanted one. Is it enough, though, to stop it? Yes,
Wow.
It is. The trophy system, or the lack thereof, will be the thing that befalls them as Fame takes down Fellow, and a second with attack as well.
And you got Godorex fighting stray kills throughout the atrium as well. He'll go 1-for-1 with 2 real. Fellow will find that trade. Now you're trying to push over by Statue. Look at players number 3 and 4. Fellow Ghosty trying to become enemy lines. Behind enemy lines, Godorex trying to pick it up, and he will do ever so wonderfully. You want to talk about a trophy system making a difference as far as an offensive conversion is concerned? TFL Enterprise is going to be feeling very frustrated at that indeed. I mean, how many times have you practiced those semtexes just to be able to have a retake potential here on Hotel Control? Rocker Academy, it looks all easy breezy. A mustachio's hair away from an offensive conversion there for TFL Enterprises. Still fine, 5 ticks though.
Literally, if they had a trophy system, that would have been done. Like, that offensive push would have worked because they were pressurized by stuns, nades. One, of course, landed onto one and took them out of the play. TFL Enterprises will be frustrated in the moment. Rocker Academy. Again, these offensive rounds have been just so close. But maybe Rocker can break form here, break serve. It's this time around. Immediately, Real going to take down his teammate. He's probably not the best of starts, and he will fall as well. For Rocker Academy, for what fine form they had on their first offensive effort, where they split their chances between A and B. This time, I think they're going to have to be a little bit more traditionalist with it.
Yeah, I mean, pretty close at their round 1 rollout for offense, wasn't it? Just 2 players down over by Bedroom. It was Fame and Real that tried to push inside a Statue. Just a team kill, out, all of everything else in between. You still have players to deal with here at A. Real might try to give one good scholar try at this. Goes prone, finds the first, has some help from Fellow, rips the head clean off of Fame. You got Pander, Godorex, the long-time duo here to get the last lap. 2-player stack will be here. The A zone converted for sure. TFL Enterprise is not willing to overinvest here. Yuli actually, off-screen, by the way, completely clears out the middle of the map. Rocker Academy had some form of influence outside of A, outside of the kitchen, but no longer the case. Sent back to Chef. Now for TFL Enterprises, looking to deal with any of those roaming players. T-Real is going to be the guardian in the flank, and Panda not going to get past him. TFL Enterprise is doing a stellar job at the moment, keeping Rocker Academy out of their base. But Godorex now might well just ruin their day. He might have just found the path here to deal with not 1, but 2. Yuli has actually survived the initial onslaught. So could well blow this play wide open if Rocker Academy get past not square 1, but square 2, 3, 4, 5 at this point. And Yuli will do exactly that. 4 in a row for Yuli. Get rid of that trophy system too. TFL looking pretty hot. Yuli's going to continue to press on forward. Does not have that sound to keep in mind you, so any door he pushes through, any loud sprint will be heard for sure, but laying prone, just waiting for Godorex. Can't get the 1v1 initially versus the glass, but he'll get through nonetheless. On a 5 spree, 1 more kill, and get this young man a cruise missile to play with. Just under a minute left. TFL Enterprises, they have life lead.
Let's not rush this. If you're Rocker Academy, you've got players in on the flank. Yes, time is of the essence, but still, if you're irrational about this, you don't have bedroom control, you'll be sent further back than square 1. Hannah opens things up with First Blood. The second will also be spotted out here as well. So Rocker Academy, yeah, there you go. They tried to make it happen. I think the positioning from the teammates in Fame and Godorex wasn't exactly advantageous. Fame will fall now as well. Back 30. Rocker sent back to the spawn point. This one's not looking likely.
Oh, it's not looking likely at all, as Yuli is still alive, by the way. Look at the combined sprees. I mean, Fellow will finally be taken down, but a combined 10 between the submachine guns, Yuli, 2-Real, both trying to fish for these cruise missiles. Real gonna get shot in the back. Ghosty will find 2, and that's probably the last laugh. I mean, Rocker Academy tried so desperately just to get behind enemy lines. The pushes through Statue just stuffed every single time by players like Fellow and Ghosty. It allowed 2-Real and Yuli just to pick their feet up, more or less, inside a bedroom once they got the confirmation that, hey, there's nobody pushing through the middle of the map. Why don't you go peek lights? Why don't you just try to go on a little spree and a streak at that in and around bedroom? Yuli shows up in a big way, and it's like you said, it all started off when that A zone started to be tacked over for Rocker Academy. It's that discipline again that TFL Enterprises are able to showcase. They chalk it, they hold numbers in their favor, and then Yuli just goes on a massive spree, making sure that nobody gets bedroom control, not while he's around.
Kind of surprised there, to be honest, at the end. It's a minute thing, but I'm very surprised that T-Real swung out towards Patio side. He was on 5 in a row. You've got to think about the amount of damage that TFL having 2 cruise missiles going into this final round would be. Of course, that is a little presumptive because Yuli hasn't earned his yet, but still, would have been nice to have it on Arsenal's side. Regardless, T-Fal Enterprises, uniform as ever, looking to make their way over towards B to kick this round off. The stun, that should connect. It actually won't because Panda's pushed all the way back towards Spa, but T-Fal nonetheless, now slowly but surely making progress. It isn't an overcommittal from T-Fal just yet. They still need one more wave of gunfights to make sure it is, and now that should be it. Real left up on his lonesome. He is waiting for a flank from Fame on the other side, but Real able to take down, well, he's actually not going to do that. It's going to be Fame. He's able to take down both of those players. Real just contributing to it. Fame goes absolutely huge there. Real with the patience.
And Yuli just gets the heck out of dodge before that second segment even comes through. He's really trying to get this cruise missile. He knows that it could be the win condition for this round 5 offense for T-Fal Enterprises to take this swing map mode combination in map number 3 on Hotel Control. Big battle here for GodRx. Will take down 2 Real, but there's still players to keep in mind over by the A zone. You got Fellow that's trying to attack it on over. Ghosty pushing past Jules. 2 Real off the respawn trying to come behind enemy lines. GodRx probably going to get dealt with here. For sure will.
Business as usual now for T-Fal Enterprises. They should capture A. They put 1 player in for an overextension. That's going to be Ghosty to try and do some damage early on the flank. 1v1 off screen will actually be won by Fame here, so not quite a confident transition over towards B. T-Real in the middle of the map has actually found a route. I have no idea how he's done this, by the way. I mean, Rocker Academy simply don't have eyes on the middle of the map. Panda is the closest thing they've got, and I think he was watching the middle of the back spawn. Panda not going to catch him. In the end, though, somebody else will. So T-Real will fall now. Rocker Academy able to stabilize. They've got control of the bedroom side. Ghosty and Yuli want to be the players to rock that. Their talent's activated there, I believe, by Yuli. This is a heavy push here from T-Fal Enterprises. A lot going in towards this push into side bedroom, but Real not in exactly the position that they expect. He's going to be sitting in this corner waiting for somebody to challenge him. No need to get over aggressive. T-Fal are frantically looking at every single corner thinking, have we got this? Are we good? Real just sitting here. No need to move.
Yeah, Real is just like sniffing pixels off of his monitor for sure, just waiting for the go time here. Pander will finally be dealt with over inside of couches.
Oh,
Real try to drop down, but he brought a Vaznev to a boxing bout, and Ghosty will take him out of that position. Now comes down to Fame. Has a Vaznev, a trophy system to keep him company. Bedroom has been secured by T-Fal Enterprises, but cannot get past the 50-yard line. GodRx picks up where Pander left off, over by couches, but Yuli is able to get themselves that cruise missile. Gonna be able to find anything with it. Nah, he actually smacks into a pillar. Regardless, it was a trophy there nonetheless.
Yeah, trophy systems. I was thinking that from Rocker Academy. They already had them down. They were ready for Yuli to use that streak. But now Yuli and T-Real starting up things with some bloods here. Rocker Academy, they've only had 1 player in response, but again, not enough from their advanced positioning. Panda, if he needs to win at least 1 here and cannot get it done. T-Fal, they've got rid of Rocker Academy in the middle of the map and now kills the follow as well. The stack will come through. Second tick 2, but the trophy systems are not here. It's a little bit of deja vu. Will it be enough this time? Ghosty being made weak. Fellow, he's in for the support. Can anybody from Rocker Academy put a stop to this? Flying on down will be Fame. Now a 1v1 between Fellow and Real. Real's able to win it, but now Yuli, out of the fact, he gets the direct impact with the Semtex. This is still not done. 15 seconds left now. Rocker Academy, though, winning out on the engagements. And Yuli, just sitting here at the moment, is going to get caught out by Fame in the middle of the map. And it's time to breathe. T-Fal Enterprises pushed away at the very last moment by some crucial one-on-one engagements. Fame, Real, Panda, GodRx all contributed to it. But what a clutch that was. And again, trophy systems are so important for holding on for those pushes, and they didn't have it.
The trophy system, I think, was there at the beginning, but Rocker Academy just throw all of their utility. But by the time that the third player comes around, the trophy system's gone. That 1v1 is just absurd. I mean, I also just gotta point out, it's very rare in a match of Call of Duty, in any best of 5, a best of 3, I don't care, but we get so many direct impact kills. That's like number 4 in this series so far. It's just, for me, it's funny. For you at home, maybe not so much. Regardless, Rocker Academy, they get by on the skin of their teeth here in the final moments. I mean, through both offensive rounds that you got to see where T-Fal Enterprises had a good attempt to try to get that B zone. Again, it is so minuscule. It was almost there twice on over that the B zone was going to be converted and T-Fal Enterprise were going to win an offensive round. That, like you said, the trophy system, the secondary, or just the initial regardless, was just not there to keep them safe from stun grenades, the quick shoulders being thrown off of Spa and over by the lobby area. The retake for Rocker Academy as crazy as it is, at the very final moments of that zone being tacked over, they get it done in such a big way. I mean, just look from top to bottom. I mean, the scoreline was almost dead even, and that's what I was going to talk about going into that round 5, is that we were even in segments, 8 apiece. Then it came down to which team had the majority of the kills in the lobby, and it was Rocker Academy that showed up in a big way. Real, 29, 27, 3,600 damage with an SMG, by the way. Pander is just so annoying. I mean, where's he lurking at? What angle is he playing at? 28, 24, 3,800 damage on the opposite side. Whether the damage numbers are actually real or not, Furiel was trying his best to lurk as much as possible to shut down any flank potential. Yuli shows up in a massive way there in the final 2 rounds at 28 and 24, but it just was not enough.
That control, one of the weirder ones we've had on Hotel. I know early on in the season, obviously, that we would expect defenses to be the ones that win out, defenses galore, and that is exactly what happened. I mean, we're kind of used at this point to Hotel Control being a more offensively side map. I know we've had a lot of conversations about whether or not that is actually the case. I'm thinking I'm on the side now that it is. So to see a Hotel Control there where every single round is a defense is huge. Just so well done. I think for both those rosters, you absolutely have to tip it because the defenses were so staunch. But Rocker Academy, they win that round. Number 5 defense. Real on the 1v1 at the end goes huge. And I mean, it was just absolute bananas on that final push. TFL Enterprises now 2-1 down in this series. What a series it's been. We're 3 bloody maps deep, mate, into this best of 7, and it has already been just so manic. Here's a little recap of what's happened so far. Map number 1 was probably the most open so far. I mean, TFL Enterprises dominated Rocker Academy to start things off, but I think Rocker Academy, they settled themselves in for maps number 2 and 3. They're looking a lot more comfortable now.
Yeah, I mean, quite literally, map 1 was the only one that's been decisive so far. 251-24 on the Embassy Hardpoint. Again, it was just an outslaying factor. TFL Enterprises were dictating the pace on every single turn that we had on Embassy Hardpoint. Round 11, Search and Destroy. Rocker Academy scathed by. Round 5, Hotel Control on defense. Rocker Academy scathed by. And again, it's Real that is just showing up in these very crucial moments for Rocker Academy, and they just can never deal with that X factor, it feels like. I mean, say what you will about that trophy system. You might be thinking, yeah, maybe TFL might have choked that, not stacking it, but you got to give these players the benefit of the doubt, trying to zone away these players. They had no idea where they were spawning in at. But your number 1 seed here in North America, Challengers Elite Season 1 of Rocker Academy, have a 2-1 lead in this best of 7 series.
Rocker Academy looking really hot at the moment, but now back to the start we go. This is a best of 7 after all, and well, to be fair, in any map mode or any best of 5, we get this anyway. It's Hardpoint. We're going back to Hardpoint now, and as we said, you know, that map number 1 Hardpoint for TFL, we were discussing it kind of as we got into this series. Both the teams very good at Hardpoint, but TFL's Hardpoint has looked immaculate, like so good, and it's only gotten better as we've gone over the course of the season as well. So TFL, you know, again, we've seen what they were doing in Hardpoint. We saw what they did in map number 1. They shut down key players like Fame. If they're able to do that here again in map number 4, they might be okay.
Might be okay indeed, because again, I mean, we got to keep bringing up this point, is that the map mode combinations for Rocker Academy throughout the entirety of the lead, it really feels like it's been rather narrow as far as the maps that they have been playing across the 3 modes of play. We have not seen a Hotel Hardpoint from them. But that doesn't mean that you can count them out, because this is, again, a map mode combination that, unintended, panders to their play style. You know, Pander can always end up pulling out that next SMG to help out the front line with both Fame and Real if they need it. Or you can just pick one off the ground, go on another spree. The AR, specifically Goddard X, has been looking stellar as far as Hardpoint is concerned. Where they fell short in that Embassy Hardpoint was just not being able to find the eliminations on rotation. There were so many times that they were able to find themselves within so many of these different hardpoints, but they just get broken up so quickly by one player of Real on the opposite side. That's why we highlighted that guy. I know he dropped a goose egg. You don't have to remind me. You don't have to add me on Twitter.
Why would you remind him?
Because he did. He did the thing. They lost around 11. He went 0-11. It is what it is. But in Hardpoint, nonetheless, he's always finding these routes. He's always being able to find these very key kills to be able to help out his team, break inside the Hardpoint, and then he supplants himself in the hill for what feels like 20 seconds at a clip. TFL Enterprises come into this Hotel Hardpoint 2-1 overall.
I will see, man. Like I said, I think, you know, we are looking towards those players that maybe didn't have the best goes of things in Map 1 to come out to play for Rocker Academy, though. Again, you know, Fame, we know what he is capable of hardpoint. He just needs to do that in this map. It sounds really simplistic, but again, I mean, that is just the way it goes, right? And again, you talk about the same things for players like GodRx, Panda, and Real. Again, a little reminder here of kind of the storylines for this Rocker Academy roster. This is the spiritual successor to Built by Gamers, Electrify Steel, rosters in Black Ops Cold War and Vanguard, respectively, that were the Silver Surface, that were the team that couldn't quite reach the heights that we expected of them. And, you know, that win, that major championship victory has eluded them so much. And I know that it's not quite like a LAN victory. A LAN victory obviously always has more emphasis because, again, you know, you go up against other regions, Europe, Asia Pacific, LATAM, they all join in the fun. And of course, you're on LAN. But still, like, to get a win here for Rocker Academy, I think it would just be so huge for all the players across the board. For GodRx and Panda to finally kind of escape the curse, for Fame to do it as well, and then for Real, who last season was stuck in the blender that was European Rocker Academy. I think it would be huge for them. Rocker Academy looking pretty good here. 2-1 up in the series. See whether they could get it done. Hotel Hardpoint, that is what is up next. We've already discussed it. Fame, Panda, Real, GodRx, all of them pretty good in Hardpoint. All of them were positive coming into the series in that game mode.
Yeah, every single one of them, as far as hardpoint is concerned, have a positive KD ratio. That if you want to throw anybody maybe some little extra shade, GodRx is at a 1.0, but for a main AR, is that really shade at that point? Look, if my main AR is going 1.0
so.
Every single hardpoint map, then that's all you can really ask. Yeah, Fame needs to have a better map number 4 here comparatively to what they had on the Embassy. The 1.115 in hardpoint altogether. But like I was talking about, as far as this map mode combination is concerned, we have not seen Rocker Academy play on it, so question marks maybe. We only know what their tendencies do look like continuously on hardpoint. But that's a wheelhouse and a half when it comes down to TFL Enterprises. Again, they are your #1 hardpoint team when it comes down to Challengers Elite Season 1 with that positive differential of about 63 or more. As far as the game mode is concerned, they are now 15-3 on it. All of that said, you're going to be looking out for, as my co-caster Brody likes to call it, the usual suspects. Ghosty on this map mode combination of Hotel Hardpoint has a whopping 1.40 KD. I wanted to make sure I really kind of accentuated that because you need to understand that is a very real thing. 1.40 KD. I kind of tripped over it because I'm better doing it the first time. 1.13 for Yuli, 1.18 for 2 Real. Yeah. I mean, Fellow has a 0.87, but again, if you're looking for kind of like a synopsis of what this team mostly looks like on Hardpoint, they just do a good job of just playing very good core fundamental Hardpoint, making sure that they're in tradable positions of one another, making sure that their break attempts are always done by 3 players strong, getting players like Ghosty in these very annoying positions to make sure that the reinforcements of the enemy teams are always cut down short. So, going to be looking for all of that plus some more when it comes down to this Hotel Hardpoint for sure.
Yeah, and you mentioned those players. They did just appear right below us as well. You know, the stat lines for 2 Real and Ghosty from map #1, they did perform extremely well. So we're expecting the exact same thing out of them again here. But while we're waiting for the match to get underway, just want to shout out all of you guys. Yeah, you, right there. I mean exactly you, because you're watching Challenges, and we're very grateful for that. Of course, Call of Duty Challenges. If this is your first time watching, it's a ton of fun. You know, this is the nurturing of players before they make it into the CDL, maybe after they make it into the CDL as well, in some cases. And I think over the last few years, there's been a crop of teams, a crop of players that have kind of made their way, bounced in and out of the CDL. There's been a lot more cross-pollination between the two things. So shout out to you guys. Just for watching. We appreciate your support. And, you know, again, there's more cross-pollination than just the players themselves, because there's academy teams as well, right? CDL presence within Challenges has been a thing for the last few years. We've had a ton of organizations that have kind of come and gone with academy teams. From the Atlanta FaZe Academy team back in the day. You know, we had Toronto Ultra having not 1 but 2 academy teams last season as well. But right now, Rocker, LAG, and Boston. Shout out to those guys, because they're fielding academy teams. And you know what? I think we were discussing this, right? It is like, I think if anything, the performances that we've seen, like LAG Academy winning Raleigh, Rocker Academy here coming into the grand finals, and Boston Breach placing top 3, like, it's a worthy investment, guys. You have 9 CDL teams. Over here, guys. Come over here. The Challenges are looking pretty good.
I think they're more than aware. I mean, we've seen so many different times, especially going all the way back through Cold War, especially when you and I were going back and forth. We were talking about Nasty. That guy needed to get picked up, got picked up almost instantly going into Vanguard by the Ravens. Still playing with them to this very point in time. And we've been seeing just these interchanging moments for a lot of these different players. You know, Beagle is one that definitely comes to mind.
Absolutely.
Talking about Javi's ability to slay out an EU Challengers Elite. and then also being able to do it with Toronto Ultra Academy North America last season in NA. Same thing we talked about with Brack. I mean, the guy was throwing around the wheelhouse when it comes down to all the different teams that he's been playing with. I know he's benched now for Florida Mutineers, but some respect on Carson's name, because winning not only that Toronto Ultra Open, but then also winning Challengers champs with Mohawk and Exceed is always going to be that proverbial ladder that we're talking about. Because, yeah, I'll agree with you here, Brody. The future, absolutely here in Challengers. You were looking at the future of the pro players for sure.
Yeah, indeed we are. Well, speaking about the future, we have map number 4. I do promise at some point in the future. Not sure when it's going to be. So what we'll do is go to a quick break instead of us rambling on about absolutely nothing. We'll see you guys very soon. Give you guys a little bit of time to get yourself a cup of tea or what have you. Probably not for the North American region, but if you haven't, get yourself some from the local store. We'll see you in just a moment. Howdy everybody, how you doing? It's time to get into Rocker Academy versus T-Fun Enterprises once more. We've resolved any issues that we might have been having. And we're ready to get into Hotel once again for the hard point. It's a map that we haven't seen anything from for Rocker Academy. Let's see if they're good at it.
They are pretty stellar at Hardpoint. They're pretty stellar at Call of Duty as a whole. But TFL Enterprises, again, are the #1 Hardpoint team statistically and obviously when we break everything down. 2-1, they are on this map mode combination, and they will find the trades required to contest the Atrium Hardpoint. But Fame will reprise, dropping down from top catwalk, and gotta be careful here. Fame actually puts himself in a position to where he actually has Godorex and Pander spawn out, and 2Real will spawn on the opposite side over by Bar. Spawn's not exactly secure ahead of this P2 spawn for Rocker Academy, but they are generating a decent amount of time here on 1.
It's actually quite a lot of time given away for both teams, to be honest, on P1 again. Hill that's generally speaking considered to be scrappy. Rocker Academy will come off looking a little bit better, not in terms of the spawns though. TFL Enterprises should have spawns for a P2. This fellow will ensure that. Makes his way back in towards the map. Yuli on the other side, though, able to pick up a couple of kills. Fame and Real starting to approach in, and all of it will result in Ghosty, who is already pretty heavily tagged up here in the situation, being left temporarily on his lonesome towards the backline is Fame, who drops a trophy system right in his line of sight. Ghosty hasn't really had to do anything here apart from distract. Fellow and Yuli coming off the back of those sparse spawns and are able to combine for 3. TFL Enterprises do enough.
Yeah, I mean, Rocker Academy get close spawns and towards the back. Real sees 2 players just cross in front of him. Yeah, sure, just go ahead and snap. There's the third coming in from the lobby desk, and all right. Finally, we're break on in towards P2, but I mean, TFL Enterprise is going to be feeling okay with this. They're playing for a couple of exits, but in the meantime, Rocker Academy, as proactive as you like to see, push all the way past the restaurant, Brody, so that way they force TFL Enterprises to get those close spawns yet again for P2. Just 20 points separate these two teams. The difference is that Rocker Academy hold the rotation for 3.
It's going to be a long journey around that backline for TFL Enterprises. Real currently beavering around the front of the hard point. It's, again, around the back where the vast majority of the damage is coming from. Ghosty still there. Has to be an annoyance that TFL Enterprises, or Rocker Academy, excuse me, deal with sooner rather than later, and they haven't dealt with him. He's now joined by 2Real as well. TFL starting to encroach. And inside will be Fame and Real. 2Real takes them both down. Fellow takes down 2Real, but it's okay. It doesn't really make a difference because TFL, they've got the numbers to hold on. They break to the back 25.
I'd say 4 dead, but it's an actual 5 dead with that team kill that comes through for TFL Enterprises. Wonderfully executed nonetheless. It's such a difficult hard point to hold, especially when I was talking about it before we went to break. This team at TFL Enterprises do such a good job at just coordinating the pinches on all different fronts, especially for that kitchen hill. You have like 4 different points of ingress, and TFL Enterprise, it felt like they hit every single one of them. It's going to be about an 83-point lead going in towards this P4 hill. Rocker Academy, they do have the rotation, sure, but TFL Enterprise, you see here on screen with 2Real already trying to threaten it early.
2Real throwing a stun, but it gets caught by one of the 2 trophy systems that Rocker Academy have down. I'm going to turn around. Actually gets that kill versus Panda. The fact that he does that is pretty despicable, to be honest with you. Now from the other side, Yuli, not in for 1, but for 2. He's coming for everything. TFL Enterprises, it only takes 20 seconds to break now. Rocker Academy, though, as the spawns work here on Hotel, should spawn pretty close towards the hard point. They'll have another chance to take some time away from TFL. Hello, on this heady. That's the support of a couple of gunfighter, or a couple of teammates, excuse me, but it doesn't matter. Godorex, Panda, Fame, they all contribute to the back 20 going Rocker Academy's way. Maybe TFL send a couple of players here as they've still got players spawning in the back line towards the hard point, but at this point, you better serve, focus on the rotation.
Yeah, back and forth we go, and that rotation, like you were talking about, Brody, not exactly a hop, skip, and jump away for some of these Rocker Academy players who are still spawning in around Spa. You're looking for Real and Godorex, who were the players that were pushed up here to maybe try to make an influence, but one player gets caught from behind. Pander's there to try to clean things up, coming out from Chandelier, and it is a wonderfully executed break nonetheless. Fellow reprises coming back out from line. The trades galore. It is just TFL Enterprises, baby. The stock is high. Their trade game is just that good.
2Real actually duped out a player there. Went all the way round. There was pre-fire coming out of the last remaining player from TFL Enterprises, but it just wasn't, or from Rocker Academy, excuse me, but it just wasn't enough. Still, though, back and forth we go towards this restaurant hardpoint. Right now, it is the team in purple in Rocker Academy that do have control, and Panda comes for 2. Follow in from behind. What can he do here? Against a 1 versus 3 momentarily. Gets slapped in the face there by Panda yet again, who now finds himself on 3 in a row. Rocker Academy doing a splendid job at the moment at keeping TFL Enterprises at bay, and at the end of that hard point, things will be pretty even between the 2 teams, just 5 points separating the 2. Assuming they actually get all the remainder of that time, but TFL Enterprise is well positioned for this rotation.
Yeah, what a cool cross setup on this rotation as well. I mean, you can see Ghosty with the X-ray on the minimap. He's been playing on the backside of this kitchen. That was a crossfire that was set up by 2Real, so Reinforcements for Rocker Academy spawning closer towards the middle of the map. They actually take down Yuli, so with Real also going down, they should be aware this is a 3v3 going in for this time, but again, it's that crossfire. You gotta deal with Ghosty in towards the back. The kid is 15-9.
Fellow starting to heat up here as well. Not just Ghosty you have to worry about. It's going to be Fellow on the hill, but Fellow will finally fall after getting that too. Ghosty still hasn't been dealt with, though. That's the thing, and Yuli comes for the help. A lot of pressure on this left side from T-Fal Enterprises will actually leave Tyrael on his lonesome inside the hard point, and he is about to face a wave of Rocker Academy players. The rest of T-Fal might want to come and help out, or at least get an eye on the hard point, and get an eye on the hard point they do. The team shots are good enough. There's Tyrael, Yuli, Fellow, all contribute to a staunch defense for T-Fal Enterprises. One of the better looks at a hard point hold that we've had so far in this game.
Yeah, that's the most emphatic amount of time that we've gotten throughout the opening set of hard points here on Hotel, map number 4. About a 40-point lead that T-Fal do hold over Rocker Academy's head, and they're still finding trades across the map. Are they aware that Tyrael is going to be coming out from the double archway? It doesn't look like it on the mini-map. Yeah, Fella's going to be able to clean up Fame. Now these players are starting to scramble a little bit, and Yuli finds himself on a 5 spree. They find Real was the one lurking player, and spawns are just all over the place, north to south, but T-Fal Enterprises are reading it. Ghosty finds 2. Got X for the trade. T-Fal Enterprises at an all-time high.
Again, that gap that T-Fal Enterprises have given themselves over Rocker Academy. Looking pretty good at the moment. Rocker Academy fighting for still a pretty valuable 25 seconds in P1, and also the spawns for P2 as well. That hasn't exactly gone their way here, as T-Fal Enterprises will have control of lobby for the rotation. Rocker Academy do get that back 25, but already a couple of players spilling one out for the rotation. Yuli spots out Real there in that position, and now needs the backup. Does Real. Panda does come and save the day. So now 3 players from Rocker Academy towards this side. Want to get one in the back line, and as they try to cross, Ghosty puts into enough of one to take them down. Tyrael follows up, not 1 but 2 kills. T-Fal Enterprises hot on their toes today, and Tyrael makes it 3. T-Fal looking pretty good here on P2.
Such a massive pickup there. I mean, when the communication came through from Yuli that he was getting overwhelmed over by Chandelier by 2 players, fell off the respawn, comes back up by the P2 stairs. Make sure that Gutter X does not come through statue. Nonetheless, 38 seconds. That's a lot of time left alive here inside this hardpoint. And nobody was expecting Yuli to still be back here. Finally pounces, finds the first. There's not exactly all the assistance in the world. Tyrael's over inside a spa, but has to check one of these half walls. Yuli guesses correctly. Tyrael will go down from Fame, who finds a 2-piece. That should be the 20-second secure. It'll be a lead swap, but a small one at that.
A big hard point from Rocker Academy on the whole. They needed that to get back into this game. And again, the T-Fal at one point during that hard point, they looked like they might just run away with it, but no. Great responses from Rocker, and as they get the first opening kills here on the rotation, might well be with a chance of upsetting the players who are here. Tyrael, though, one of those players again, we saw what he was able to do early on P2. P3, he's already starting to earn some real estate for Rocker Academy. He needs to waste some time for the rest of the team to come from the middle of the map, and he will.
Andrew.
There's in the back line as well from Rocker Academy. Ando looking to find his way on the back line. He's going to do a little bit of damage, but it's early from Rocker Academy. Tyrael and Fellow here to deal with it. Panda now needs to go off as his teammates are falling around him, and again, Panda a little bit late for it.
Yeah, it's just a little ill-timed. You're right there, Brody. I mean, when everybody starts just trying to funnel away through rugs and through pantry, Andrew was still all the way in towards the back. Still gets those proximal spawns, so 25 seconds here, you're feeling pretty darn giddy to fight for this if you are Rocker Academy, but you don't have all the numbers, Fame. Which way do you look, brother? Because they are coming from every single point of ingress. Again, this kitchen hardpoint becomes an absolute head-scratcher on how you're supposed to generate so much time when the pinches are coming through like that. 221, 193. Will be about 230 or so, and Rocker Academy, again, need to hold on this rotation because T-Fal Enterprises can close it out here.
Oh, Tyrael, the slightest of angles there. Able to take down one, but not the second. Rocker Academy, though, still with presence, and they should spawn in the Spar area. Real in the middle of the map, though, might manipulate them in a favor that won't be Rocker Academy's. Still, though, opening duels the way of T-Fal Enterprises here, and now starting to aggress. Trophy systems being taken out of the equation, and players on both sides as well as Yuli and Fellow going to collapse in towards the hard point. Yuli, good for 2. And now it is just Real to try and ruin the day. Real does exactly that, to be fair. Again, it keeps Rocker Academy in the conversation. T-Fal just 16 seconds shy of victory. And Tyrael, to be fair, might well just close the lid on this game. Rocker Academy still spawning in the backline. Fellow providing some support there towards that backline. And now he's going to be taken down. Rocker Academy, one last shot, but Tyrael is good for yet another 2. One more player left. It's Gutter X, and very quickly he vanishes. T-Fal Enterprises, their dominance in hardpoint remains.
I mean, hey, yeah. That's TFL Enterprises on Hardpoint, baby. Buy that. Yeah, because that is just everything plus some more. I mean, there were some crazy heroics coming through on both sides of this lobby, but most importantly from TFL Enterprises. That presence was felt so early, especially when you're thinking about that rotation from P1 to P2 and even over towards P3 again. Again, go back towards that first set of hardpoints with me, Brody, because again, you had TFL Enterprises when P1 was active. They got the close spawns for P2. They were able to generate a lot of time that they sat there and said, that's fine, we got contested for about 25 seconds or so. You can have the rotation over towards P3. Why is that? Because their breaks on P3 are absolutely chef's kiss, pun intended, because they were able to do what Rocker Academy simply could not do when TFL Enterprises were in control. They had players that were poking through pantry, through rugs. They had players around the back, through the side door as well. And then it almost felt like that there was a certain green light that turned there at the intersection, and then they all just flew in from all different sides and collapsed on the setup that Rocker Academy had for themselves. That was the turning point of the game when they were able to build themselves a very good lead. Finally got brought back from Rocker Academy at a certain point in time, but man, when you're looking at this from Rocker Academy's perspective, TFL Enterprises were almost breaking every single setup that they were throwing their way.
I think it's important to note as well, like that hardpoint could well have gone the exact same way as Mountain of One. It could as well been just as indomitable as a scoreline if it wasn't for Rocker Academy breaking back into P2. Like, you gotta remember, like, the rotation from P1 to P2 was immaculate from TFL Enterprises. They already had a solid lead, but Rocker Academy spawned close and broke back in. So, fair play to Rocker for making it closer than it really arguably should have been, but TFL Enterprises, once again, their hardpoint prowess just way too strong, and plays like this, man, is just silly, isn't it? When you look at it, really. T-Real just going absolutely huge. But I tell you what, I mean, to be fair, there were some individual plays like that across the board for basically the entirety of the team. Felt like Ghosty, Yuli, they all had their moments. In the end, Rocker Academy just could not hang on as much as they tried. TFL Enterprises looking just stronger in hardpoint.
Yeah, they are. Again, you know, it's something to be talked about. Again, you know, shout out to Iron Blood Gaming for taking those two hardpoint maps off of TFL Enterprises in that lower round one match. The only other hardpoint map that they ended up losing was against Team War just yesterday. That was on a fortress, but regardless how you spin it up, this is TFL Enterprises at an all-time high. Even through all those replays, I'm just sitting here just the jaw on the floor because those guys are just always in a tradable position. Their setups, their breaks, it always feels like that the SMGs have the backup from their ARs. Not saying that Rocker Academy didn't. It's just how much longer TFL Enterprises were able to stay alive. It's the same kind of breakdown that we had from that map number one. You ended up having just about everybody with about a minute of hardpoint time for TFL Enterprises. And there was just so much help to speak of. 20 of those eliminations from Fellow, by the way, were non-traded of the 27, with about 3,200 damage. Ghosty right there with them, 26 and 18, 18 non-traded. And then Two-Real, say what you will, he kind of had himself like a little bit of a slow start. He turns it around immediately, goes on a handful of 5 sprees, 21 of 23 non-traded kills, was completely unnoticed on a lot of these different points of interest on Hotel Hardpoint itself. Will put up a very nice KD ratio, and it just really felt like Rocker Academy were suppressed, barring Gotta Rex 22, 26, 24, and 23 from Fame, who, I mean, had a much better map 4 than he did map number 1 with 2 minutes of hardpoint time, but it just simply was not enough.
And maybe that's why the map was significantly closer than it was in map number 1. I mean, again, it was something that we did note, right, was that Fame just didn't play very well in map number 1. And it wasn't just him, of course, because if Fame's not playing well, there's going to be a lot of coverage of the map that's not going to go your way, and that was felt for Rocker Academy there. In map number 1, he plays well here in this one. Rocker Academy able to fight back versus TFL Enterprises, but even then, they're the ones that feel the knockout blow here in map number 4. This series continues to deliver the highest heights of North American challenges as we look over towards the best of 7. We are halfway through, folks. But TFL Enterprise is able to tie the series up now with Hardpoint. Would you, Adam and Evert, the Hardpoint specialists, have done it again?
That's the last Hardpoint map, though, as far as the best of 7 is concerned. So now you need to start turning your attention to which one of these upcoming 3 maps would give TFL Enterprises the best look to maybe try to close this out. And in a best of 7, it's more of a battle of stamina because you know that you're going to be able to close out these hardpoints. Sure, if you're TFL Enterprises, but these map mode picks, especially towards the tail end, become that much better for Rocker Academy. I mean, say what you will. 1 and 2 for TFL Enterprises on El Asilo Search and Destroy. 1 and 1 for Rocker Academy. But on the opposite side of things, when we start getting closer towards, especially for that LSELO controls where things get interesting, Ghosty comes into this at a 1.38 because, of course, he's leading his team. It's just, Dan Ghosty things. 1.27 for Yuli. The opposite side, 1.25 for Pander, 1.10 for Fame. So it's going to be really coming down to the flexes. You know how much fun snipers do have on a map mode combination like LSELO Search and Destroy.
We'll see how it goes. Again, when we go back to that map number 2, what it delivered for us, it was extremely close, right? With just the amount of incredible plays that we saw and back and forth play that we saw between the two teams. I don't think LSELO is that different, though, from Embassy, and I think we're going to see very much the same thing, at least from Rocker Academy's perspective, right? Again, this map still does allow sniper play, and we know that there is a bit of, flexibility when it comes to the sniper rifle, because, of course, while Panda might run it on Embassy, maybe GodRx will have it out here. There is that kind of, again, flexibility when it comes to that role. But on the other hand, you have SMGs like Real. LSELO does offer up a number of lanes where he can kind of get himself into really prominent positions. So that's what I'd be expecting here for Rocker Academy, and you need to learn from that. To be fair, I think what we saw from TFL Enterprises in Embassy Search and Destroy was at least a level of awareness that, hey, this is what's happening to us in this map, guys. I think they'll be aware of it here, and I'll be intrigued to see what the adaptations look like now with LSELO. Yeah,
I mean, for LSELO Search and Destroy, what kind of looms over my head going back and looking at the VOD from the 6-1 win over Smog Alpha for Rocker Academy is that you just cannot allow Real to be able to get away with highway robbery through the middle of the map. Omit did a great job at that, especially for that opening playoff match, albeit they lost at the one map that Omit were able to take off of Rocker Academy was the LSELO Search and Destroy, and I mean, that's just Big Cap doing Big Cap things, baby, in a Search and Destroy. He's going to try to point that SMG through the middle of the map. That silence doesn't matter. He's trying to make plays. You're almost really looking for, players like Turiel, Yuli, to continuously make plays like that. One thing to kind of go against that with the Embassy Search and Destroy comparatively to what we saw against Boston Academy in our lower final match from T-Fellows' perspective is that this team of Rocker Academy did a fantastic job at suppressing one player, and that's Ghosty with the sniper rifle. He was not a walking highlight reel. Of course, we did make it to around 11 by off of some fantastic teamwork that was being exemplified from both of these two rosters. All of that said, you're going to need some more of that and potentially a bag of chips if you are TFL Enterprises to be able to take a Search and Destroy off this Rocker Academy roster. They're at an all-time high as far as their objective game modes are concerned.
I'd like to see from Ghosty here because he's undoubtedly going to run the sniper rifle in certain situations. He's going to put some experience points in his awareness stat because he cannot allow players to keep on getting past his line of sight in the way. To be fair, it's already happened twice. But, if I had a nickel for every time it's happened, I would have 2 nickels. And it's just weird.
Wow, 2 nickels.
2 nickels. It's a lot. Oh. I don't know what that means. It's like American currency, I believe. I don't know what American country is. Is that okay? I don't even know what that means. Like, why do you have nickels? What's the point, man? Like, I guess we have pence. Am I trying to Britishize nickels now? I don't know.
Why do you gauge your money in our weight? Like I'd like.
It's true. I don't know, mate. Honestly, we're just weird. Us Brits. Yeah. Regardless, yeah. As I was saying, Ghosty with the sniper rifle, I think a little bit more awareness would go a long way for him. But again, this map, it offers a lot when it comes down to those sniper rifle battles. And Ghosty is a real annoyance on this map combination again. When it comes down to LSELO Search and Destroy, I think we've seen it twice. I want to say as I look down to my notepad, you guys probably saw that. Yeah, twice is what we saw. From TFL Enterprises on this map combination. So we've seen Ghosty do it before. If he can have some serious presence with the sniper rifle and make sure that players like Real don't get past his point of view, again, TFL Enterprises should use that to their advantage.
Should, yeah. Should is a very loose term. I will say that much. Yeah. 1-1, as you were talking about here for TFL Enterprises on this map mode combination, and it will be quite interesting to say the least. They have a 3-6 loss versus Convoy Gaming, which honestly says a lot because Convoy Gaming did not win a single series until the final one within the group play, and then they 6-1 to Fellion Esports in their final group play match as well. So that's definitely something you can hold over your head because Fellion Esports are absolutely disgusting when it came down to their group play match and Search and Destroy as a whole. So yeah, I think that you just need to continuously just rely on the explosivity that is TFL Enterprises and also just the discipline that has been exemplified of what we got to see from Embassy both in this map number 2 of Grand Finals and then map number 2 of Lower Finals as well. Because when they find First Blood, they don't constantly fly at you. They'll just be able to sit there, kick their feet up, and wait for the next unforced error to come through. You need to be able to be disciplined, but you also need to be not as hesitant when it comes down to LSU. You find that First Blood, you can get that bomb planted at A very quickly. You're going to be in a much better spot. But on the opposite side for Rocker Academy, maybe you pull out that round 11 strategy where you just do Nothing. You pull the cord on the Magic Conch Shell, it tells you to do nothing. You wait for TFL Enterprises to make the move. That's going to be below 40 seconds or so, and then you just completely collapse on the play. I don't know. It's all speculation. I'm just podcasting here, brother. I don't know what you want from me.
Yeah, we got another episode of the Vamp podcast coming up, guys. We apologize for the day. Not too sure what's going on. I think players are Crash Bandicooting their way around the lobby, so we'll see what's happening. But in the meantime, we're just here. We're just having a ton of fun. Of course, this is Call of Duty Challengers. I don't know, man. We'll see what's going on with this lobby. I'll tell you what, again, we're vamping. We're going to go to a break just to make sure you guys don't have to listen to us. We have a replay package of snazzy plays to show you from the rest of the season if you guys are new here to Call of Duty Challengers. So, we will be back in just a second here with a Search and Destroy and LC. Don't worry. Do not go far, please. Everybody, welcome back now. We apologize for the delays that we have due to technical issues. We're back here into game number 5. Reminder that this is a best of 7, so this is not, regardless of what happens, the final map in this series. But 2-2 now in this one. Our T-Fell Enterprises and Rocker Academy. It's time for our second S&D.
Trying to get this quick plan over by A. Turiel will find that this rec center is completely empty. Rocker Academy with the spam shots for Real. Won't find much of anything. 4v4 retake.
Nobody fallen just yet. Finally, Fame on the other side will be taking down Yuli, and the Dominoes should fall in quick effect. Real, this time with attack in the middle of the map. Back in his native environment, but the bomb's still down here. Rocker Academy haven't quite cleared out Ghosty and Fellow from position.
Oh.
And Ghosty's been spied out from behind. Really well played from Real, and now Fellow has to try and play an off angle on towards this bomb. An angle they don't frankly expect, as Panda's going to jump the defuse. Fellow with a sniper rifle. He could stop the defuse, but no, doesn't even do that. The shots are not enough to take down Panda. Real will finish him off as well. Rocker Academy, the retake works.
Yeah, tough timing there, especially for Ghosty. He cooks up a nade. He throws it into the bomb site. Doesn't see anything. It doesn't connect. There's nobody for Rocker Academy that flood into lockers in that doorway. And Real just goes completely under his line of sight in through the window. Very tough scenes, especially off of that quick plan. With a lack of information, Rocker Academy playing for the retake. Looking pretty darn stellar at that, especially with Pander pushing away on the top catwalk area over towards the top office. Just made sure that T-Fell Enterprises felt rather trapped. Only found a single kill within that entire round, and that was Turiel.
Alrighty, Rocker Academy draw first blood here, and they will do so exactly in the round as well. There's an immediate trade from Turiel. Rocker feeling confident enough to get the bomb down. Will be made for that top arcade position. T-Fell looking for something, and it would come in the form of Turiel making this flank as Fellow falls in the middle of the map. Turiel, his play becomes all the more important here. Steady and slow as you like. Made out from Ghosty as well. It will tag, but Turiel has been spotted out now. Yeah, the element of surprise is well and truly gone, and Ghosty, of course, did throw out an 8 earlier on, so 1 versus 3. This is tough.
Good luck, have fun, Dan. Time is not on your side. Somebody top arcade, like you were talking about, that's Pander with a sniper rifle, but you just got to play the timing. It goes, just going to hop it. Surely you don't get away with this, right? Oh, no. Here comes the peek through the door. Like Kool-Aid Man. Hey, how you doing? Oh, yeah, indeed. Rocker Academy 2 rounds in. They'll take it both. And it's really tough in that retake, right? You go 1 for 1 at the beginning of this round, and if you're too real, you pop that silence, and it completely dissipates through the entire push, especially across that A lane. So by the time he comes around on the backside of Pool, it's all completely gone. The moment he stands up, you had to have got an audio cue if you're Real. He steps up from the bar, and then Turiel gets double chowed. Tough scenes for sure. T-Fell Enterprise is looking for an answer here. Still, again, everybody else trying their best to find a kill. It's only Turiel that's found 2.
Turiel, of course, we talked about his search and destroy speciality in the Vanguard season. Not going to be enough here to better Fame in the initial. Fame contributing to the second as well. Real ends up with the kill on his tally, but still, it doesn't matter who gets it. It's Rocker Academy ultimately the benefit, and now Yuli 1v3 gets the first, and there isn't an immediate jump out from Real and Panda here to take him down. So Yuli's still with a chance. Panda with a sniper rifle, not going to get anything. Yuli just dipping and diving from wall to wall. Has somehow managed to make the situation manageable. Got himself in an advanced position and just completely baiting himself between Real and Panda.
As attack 56, that silence popped. He's going to try to make his way upstairs. He knows that somebody's on bricks, but that silence all but has
what a route.
Gone by the wayside, but he finds Pander. He makes it a 1v1. The biggest issue, Brody, he's got to find that bomb. And Real was just over there on the top side of admin the entire time. As slow as you like at the beginning, at Rocker Academy are just dissecting the map, finding first blood, and letting all of T-Fell Enterprises have it. Real 6-1, by the way, through 3 rounds.
Right. The fact that he gets away with the kill on towards Panda, to be fair, like...
You know, he peeks the door, he doesn't bust through it, so you don't get any audio cues, so...
There's some tacticalness to the play, but still, like, that's perfect. That is a perfectly stealthy route to get the kill, but it isn't enough. Again, Rocker Academy 3-0. Pretty good start from them. They do have to deal with players like Real at the beginning of this one. 6-1 has had a hell of a start towards his search and destroy. We were talking about how annoying he can be. Doing exactly that, but now the advanced positioning from T-Fell Enterprises. It's the power position from Fellow! He's a jolly good fellow. And TFL Enterprises now finally have an advantage.
And confirm that Infinity's been sitting on that for about 36 hours at this point. Fame lasts alive. 1v4, it would be nutty to say the least. Ghosty will be there, top office, to take him down. Finally, TFL Enterprises get themselves on the board, and it's all by way of Sir Tyler Fellow himself. Gets up towards Vision's favorite position on LSC. Always got to bring it up. Visions loves that spot. Top tower. Finds 3, catches everybody by surprise. Had some help over by that lane, nonetheless, from Pillars, but big stuff coming through from TFL Enterprises. Stop the bleeding ever so slightly, but it's still a 2-round lead in favor of Rocker.
Austin's ears are burning at the moment.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Gotta mention it. Anyway, TFL Enterprises finally on the board here in this search and destroy. Did Rocker Academy change anything to adapt? Really look like it, to be fair. Giving anything away for free towards TFL Enterprises, and this is very reminiscent of what we saw in that round 11 on Embassy Search and Destroy, isn't it? Both teams trying to bait out the other.
Stuns, nades, airs, beats, Battlestar Galactica. You have Dead Silence being popped by Tira. He's got the bomb, so this is a very egregious push. If he goes down here, the bomb's in such a tough spot, but he has some help. He'll find first blood. Now the rotation is on. Look at Fame on the minimap. He's all the way up towards top office. Yeah, Ghosty was not ready for it. Big trade.
And the thing is now, because of that, TFL are not confident enough to get this bomb down. Fame just drops down like Batman and takes down Yuli. TRL needs to do more here in this round. Second. He's potentially on the cards in the 2 versus 2, but Fame should catch him off guard as Fellow falls elsewhere. There you go. GG's. And Fame just blows that play wide open with the 2-piece.
Not GG's. It's just a GR, bro. Good round. And it's done by this man right here. Young Fame. Just makes a heads-up play. It had to have been Dead Silence. It was really tough to tell off the UI, but that guy was flying, especially through the fence line. Gets up through the stairwell, gets behind Ghosty, and it had to have been Dead Silence because Ghosty did not hear a thing come from behind in that doorway. So, big stuff from Fame. Finds 3 in the round. Rocker Academy go back to their winning ways here. They'll have that 3-round lead. What's the execute going to be looking like? Because TFL Enterprises are very gung-ho at making sure A is secure.
Talk about utility early on in the search and destroy rounds. A lot coming out from TFL Enterprises to ensure that Rocker Academy do not get past Ballroom. And Yuli sitting in the corner here. Fame not quite ready for that. Advanced positioning, trades galore, but in favor here in the 2v1. 2-for-1. TFL Enterprises come off looking a lot better, and even better here for TFL. That bomb slapped down in the middle. Rocker Academy looks stunted.
X and Real. How do you play this? Maybe wait for some Dead Silence. This is a great call coming out from the 3 players at TFL Enterprise. You just do nothing. You have 2 Real, just go guard the B-bomb site, because they probably don't know the bomb has been dropped. But X will pop Dead Silence along with Real here. Going to clear this top office area together. This is going to be taking so much time, not to mention how they still have to recover the bomb.
X gets the peek out. The shot's in from Fallow. Information gained for TFL Enterprises, invaluable information as well. And X now finds himself suppressed. Rocker, even with 20 seconds left, they're ideally just relying on something being given away for free. And as a matter of fact, X, well, he's given something free. Free death. Round that 1 versus 3. Absolutely no chance in that position. Yeah, TFL early on. Stuns in the nades and the advanced position. Yuli overwhelms Rocker Academy.
Yeah, and that's a big play again from Yuli. He pushes all the way past Kegs, and he just plays in that very annoying corner. You can see right here next to that powered down arcade machine. And then from there on out, in the 3v2, 2Real makes the heads-up play and just goes all the way up over by the B-bomb site. And just simultaneously, when X ends up throwing a shoulder out through the top office window, and he sees Fellow on that top box head glitch, Real was also being shot by 2Real on the opposite side. So, I mean, that's all the information TFL needed to be able to marginalize the lead again by 2.
All right, well, look, Rocker Academy early on, they contribute themselves a lot of rounds here. They're still at the advantage by 2. And elsewhere, Panda has already taken down First Blood Fellow. Down and out. TFL Enterprises now. Things very simplistic. You have to get this bomb down on 8.
Again, they are just doing nothing. Just almost expecting maybe for Rocker Academy to continue to press the issue, but they find First Blood, and they split the map. Some shots being thrown out here from Yuli. Refuge will be found from Real. still no trade to really speak of. Fame trying to at least get another kill itself. Yuli will find the trade, 2v3.
Real, gonna get taken down by Yuli there, just sitting in the corner, trying to play all silent like. It's shut down, and now, finally, T-Fel confident enough to get this bomb down. Of course, the map effectively flipped here as Rocker Academy have enacted that flank, and Panda gonna fall now. Godorex. His element of surprise is the best thing that he has, but no more than that. T-Fel Enterprises wise to the flip.
What a massive 3v4 that was. Again, it's from this guy right here. Yuli, through Dead Silence, again, just flies through the middle of the map and just shuts it all down. He finds so much damage onto two different players that they're more or less trapped, whether it's inside a pool for Real or Fame was already damaged from a previous engagement inside of the A-bomb itself. Yuli was there for the quick trade, goes for the bomb plan itself, and Ghosty's probably communicating into it. Hey, I got this entire top side covered. I'm not being flanked. There's nobody throwing shoulders towards me. Yuli can just go to work. Finds 3 in that round.
T-Fel Enterprises on the climb back in towards this search and destroy. You got to remember that format for Embassy search and destroy was pretty similar to what's happening right now. Resurgence from T-Fel gave them an advantage late on. It was 3 rounds on the bounce then. Might well be the same here. But inside 8, T-Fel Enterprises, Rocker Academy have to get past this wall of T-Fel players, and stuns and nades going out. It's not enough to dissuade them just yet. Here they go. Yuli gonna fall. T-Real getting shots in, but not enough to equate for a gunfight just yet. Had to predict a corner where Real was located and didn't pick the right one. Now the numbers for Rocker Academy. Ghosty able to get the 5th, but not the 6th for the cruise missile. Now Fame for the bomb down.
Gonna go for the plant. And look at Pander, just on the minimap, as far as his arrow is concerned. He's just watching the flank. Fellow Dead Silence play. Pander's waiting for it up top here. Oh, well, that's just awkward. Fellow not going to be able to make the initial jump. When he jumps in this window, he's good as dead. Yep, there it is. And again, it's the SMGs for Rocker Academy that are just showing up so big. Where Two-Real was doing it at the beginning here for T-Fel Enterprises, Yuli was showing up, especially in the previous 2 rounds. There's one consistency for Rocker Academy, and that is just how aggressive both Fame and Real are playing together. I mean, they're always just making sure that every single hit is done together. They're at a combined 16-11 between the two. That point here for Rocker Academy, be able to extend their lead here by a map.
Again, T-Fel Enterprises, though, you do not want to count out this roster. They've got to win an offense to get it done here. Rocker have entrenched themselves in this A site. Real, the player to deal with. Not an easy head to take down. T-Real going to activate the Dead Silence. Got to clear this top bar area. They've got a feeling that someone's up here. They would be incorrect, but now that you've used the Dead Silence, you got a feeling you want a little bit more value out of it. T-Real checking every single corner at the moment because he knows how annoying Real and Fame are to deal with when they get in these advanced positions. But again, these players not as far up as they think, and now the stun check, the nade check should result in some information that somebody is inside the A site. But they were right. Somebody coming out on the flank here, sneaking around. It's Panda looking to even things up as Real has fallen. But again, A control now for T-Fel Enterprises.
Bomb's not planted. And it's probably not going to get planted. Not when Godorex and Panda are taking forward positionings like this. Two-Real. The SMGs are the only ones left alive. Fame snaking the head glitch above will find the last 2 players trying to come out from lockers. And how about it? Rocker Academy, 6-3 here in the El Asilo Search and Destroy will take a single map lead here in this best of 7 grand finals. In that round, I mean, you gotta tip it to Pander, again, who mostly snipes for Rocker Academy. This time around, he loads in with a TAC 56. He pops Dead Silence, and he just flies through that pillar lane, across the catwalk side, comes in through office, and he gets that freest trade of his life. And from there on out, it felt like the map quite literally flipped on its head, and you had the last 2 players alive for T-Fel Enterprises just inside the A-bomb where everybody was looking for Rocker Academy for them to poke it back out. It was Fame that was in the prime position to be able to shut it all down. Wonderfully done for Rocker Academy to find themselves such a big lead earlier on. Yeah. They just never really relented off the pressure.
That's the big difference maker in that one. I don't think there's anything too deep to analyze here beyond those first 3 rounds from Rocker Academy. Really did separate the wheat from the chaff there. Honestly, like the back 6 rounds that we saw, like they were pretty even, right? Back and forth we went. But again, it's like the first block that we saw from Rocker Academy, early dominance from them, early pressure. Real, a big part of that, I think, was 6-1, I want to say, heading into round number 4. And it's exactly what we were talking about. For Rocker Academy, when you've got players like Real and Fame, frankly, just being annoying little ants getting in behind you. TFL Enterprises struggled to deal with that early on, and they fell foul to it. Again, you can see that here in the final stat lines. Real 8-7, 8, 9 and 5. 5 non-traded kills as well for both.
It's just absurd just how much pressure just 2 individuals for Rocker Academy can really find for themselves earlier on. And the Panther said, wait, hold on 1 second. Hold on to my apple juice. I'm about to make an aggressive play in that final round in round number 9 and makes it happen. It just always felt like that when Real and Fame, those earlier rounds, Brody, were just flying and frying. It either was backed up by GodRx, who sometimes, yeah, was pulling out the SMG, sure. But even with an AR in hand or Panda with a sniper rifle or Attack 56, doesn't matter. Real and Fame, when they're playing with one another, making sure that they're always in a tradable position of one another, they always had the assistance in the overwatch from the ARs. That is fundamental search and destroy within a nutshell. Especially when it comes down to El Asilo search and destroy. Dictate the pace in the middle of the map. We didn't see the bomb even sniff its way over towards B. And this is where things get rather dire if you're a fan of TFL Enterprises, because you got your 2 hard points, you won them both, but those are the only 2 hard points in a best of 7, bro. You have to win in El Asilo control to force out a hotel search and destroy, and that is no easy feat because TFL Enterprises have yet to play this map mode combination. Rocker Academy have played it 5 times, and they have won it all 5 times.
Yeah, this is the dangerous thing, and it does put a lot of emphasis on that earlier hotel control, right? Because we didn't even get to really talk about this, to be honest. Like, the El Asilo control, if anything, was the more favorable one, and we just said that, right? 5-0 are Rocker Academy in this map mode combination. It really does put a lot more emphasis on how important that hotel control was to TFL Enterprises. I just think looking at this best of 7, it's kind of funny, right? Because for Rocker Academy, they've looked strongest in Search and Destroy. Of all things, like, Search and Destroy is not their strongest game, and it's actually the one where I would have thought, if anywhere, TFL Enterprises wouldn't be able to take this best of 7 away. They were 5-4 in S&D coming into this best of 7, and now taking both Search and Destroys. Maybe not the first one so convincingly, of course, they had to go to round 11 to get it done, but still, like, it's not looking good here, as you say, for TFL Enterprises, and you know, as we said, 5-0 here are Rocker Academy on El Asilo control. They look so good, and it's like we discussed before, you know, again, is this pretty much the exact same thing of Search and Destroy and El Asilo, where you're looking at players like Fame, like Panda, and even, you know, GodRx and Real to a certain extent, like, just being annoying, getting in behind enemy lines, causing damage. It's why they're so good at El Asilo.
You see it right there, 100% win rate in El Asilo control. 5 times they have played it, never reached round 5. They have 3-1 wins, 3-0 wins against some of the best teams to really play throughout challenges. I mean, 3-1 versus Convoy, 3-0 versus Ironblood, 3-1 versus Smog. They 3-0'd Omit on this map mode combination as well, and then 3-1 versus Aphelion, which is a very, very good respawn team if you missed any of that group play or the earlier stages of playoffs. That said, I mean, you just need some of these TFL Enterprises players to be able to show up in a big way. I mean, if we go back and we dissect some of those moments in hotel control, 2 times over, they should have been able to close away the B zone. It just came through maybe that moment to either stack it or to be able to get that second trophy system down, to be able to dissuade those nades from finding so much value. But that's just what Rocker Academy do so well. Their teamwork, especially in these OBJ game modes, are at an all-time high. We saw it there in the search. It was quite literally exemplified in the hotel control for their B zone retakes. But through those times that we have seen them, at least throughout the entirety of the control, I would say throughout the entirety of the season, yeah, TFL Enterprises control, it's their weakest game mode. Somebody needs to be there, especially to help out the forefront of what Ghostie's constantly laying down. Whether it's going to be Yuli with that second AR, or to pick up, or the third AR, excuse me, or to pick up a second SMG to help out the affairs of 2Real. Something's got to give here, because it is quite literally do or don't for TFL Enterprises. You lose this map, you play second place.
Oh, this has been series is so good, man. What a grand final for North America. And so many storylines rooted through. Again, Rocker Academy, the Silver Surfers, built by gamers, Electrify Steel. They just have never been able to get the championship that has eluded them. Now's the chance. Lasilo control, and already off the start, Rocker Academy starting to get aggressive on the defensive side. Real sent towards the top bar area. It's going to be Fame joining him in that endeavor. Is it enough for Rocker Academy to uproot T-Fell on this A push? Not quite just yet, and a lot of that down to Ghosty, who gets a couple of crucial engagements back in that top tower. Austin Vision's Neil position.
Just going to call the tower Visions from here on out, because, I mean, you do have some nasty line of sights, but Ghosty will go down from that position from Godarex. Now it's off to 2 Real. Easy yet to find a kill, but almost gets that second segment of progression. They turn that into a Bay play. Over towards B we go. Trophy system is here for T-Fell Enterprises. Yuli's finding zoning in towards the back. You do have Fame. He's inside of green. He's actually coexisting in there with 2 Real. Will go down, but that second segment is on its way.
Indeed it is. This is a really good effort, really good look from T-Fell Enterprises, but on the flank will be Fame to try and shut things down. He's done a good job of it, at least momentarily, slowing down what T-Fell Enterprises are bringing to the table. He might just have outplayed Yuli here. Unfortunately, the ring around the rosy, at least for Fame, will work out in favor of Yuli. Now, 2 ticks on B. Yuli and Tyrael want to make it the third and final one. Want to get it out the way. They have a good look. I don't think anybody from Rocker Academy is stopping this. They're setting themselves up for 8.
Yeah, just going for a full A defense. Hey, there was a big elimination that happened on transition, and that was Fame taking down a player over by that top tower, so that way they can make sure that they go in for a very lengthy defense. But look at the spread across the map. Godarex is under so much pressure. That's a big kill to find for yourself. Can Real find a trade? Answer is going to be Panda on the opposite side. He was still playing on their side of the map thus far. Players in forward positions is going to be Real. You will find not only a swift demise inside of the top office area. Reinforcements are still here for Rocker Academy defensively. T-Fell more than aware of it.
And look at this from T-Fell. An attempted flank coming through here from Ghosty and Yuli. Just going to be the former now. He's going to trade things out. Real down. Information here still for Rocker Academy. And of course, they've got a player up in that power position in Fame as well. So not all is lost just yet. But T-Fell really starting to make some movement here on the point. Fame might have to get stuck in just himself, but Panda could well be the player to shut it all down. The shots are in. A little bit janky on the second on the Ghosty. Doesn't matter. It will be Fame that enacts his power up top as well. 2 for Fame, 2 for Panda. And Rocker Academy able to hold for the moment.
And they're looking for the 6 kill. How crucial would a cruise missile be for your adventures when it comes down to an offensive attempt or maybe a defensive retake as well? Tries to turn around over by the door as he saw the door kind of doing a little bit of an interesting technique, but regardless, the trades will be in. Second segment is on their way. Those 2 players stacking it, so that second segment almost will come through. Finally, Fellow will step on the zone. Second segment secured.
Cruise missile down. It's an investment from Rocker Academy. They do not want to lose this early on, and I think they might have done Panda last hurrah here. Can he get anything done? Nope, shut down by Ghosty. Just Real. The Spanish. Can he do anything? No, absolutely not. How about that for a start from T-Fell Enterprises? And they draw the cruise missile towards the end out of Rocker Academy. That is a big investment gone.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Panda off the respawn, I can almost just imagine what the comms are like. Like, call it in. We need to be able to get ourselves on this zone because there's only really one way you're going to be able to do it is that you force them all back into the interior. They stay alive with trophy systems regardless, but I mean, when T-Fell Enterprises get themselves on the A zone, Rocker Academy are spawning over by Pride Rock, not where you want to be, not exactly a very quick rotation over towards that A zone. Regardless of the matter, T-Fell Enterprises did a great job at just dissecting the map after they got that B zone conversion, just finding where some of these Rocker players are located at.
All right, well, we really need to see a response from kind, to be honest, from Rocker Academy. They can't lose defense like that and not have some kind of response, but it doesn't look like there is one, at least for the moment. Real left high and dry in the middle of the map, actually somehow manages to make the most out of that gunfight. 50-50, frankly, he shouldn't win, and it keeps the hopes and dreams of capturing A alive. Real going to check around the point here before making the move, but I think now as the rest of teammates die in the middle of the map, he might be better served going for a flank, and he's actually not going to do that. Straight back towards the point he goes. It's called for both he and Godarex. Of course, Fame also inside lockers. Rocker Academy giving this one a good shout. As Godarex falls now, Real, his presence on the point becomes all the more important for Rocker Academy. Ghosty on the other side for the challenge, and it will be 2 Real from up top to take him down. But Fame in for 2. Rocker Academy, they're being tenacious. They're not giving up.
Got a trophy system here maybe to keep Fame safe? The answer is no, so he's got to get the heck out of Dodge. Trophy system will come through that mid-archway. That's going to be player number 5. It's got a Rex. He has this position at least covered. You have Fame still lurking in and around this area, so that'll be the second segment secured. And you need to make this decision if you're T-Fell Enterprises. It was made about 5 seconds ago. Don't throw away more lives. You have a 23 plays up against 22. 60 seconds out on towards the board. Just do not allow Rocker to get presence on B.
Rocker Academy still have players in from behind, as you say. 2 Real, though, might well just blow this wide open. There you go. 1, 2, easy as pie for 2 Real. That's why it's called 2 Real, you know? It's 2 pieces left, right, and center.
Oh, is that why?
I don't know. I'm just making that up.
Okay.
That's not a fact. Just to let you guys know. Don't take that seriously. Regardless, Rocker Academy are getting 2 pieces. Real with an important double. Got a Rex to follow up with another one as well. Rocker Academy now wiping T-Fell Enterprises back to the spawn point. Nobody here. And now the stack coming through as well. 3 players from Rocker Academy looking to do this. T-Fell Enterprises trying to get players on the flank. Yuli through the middle of the door. Got a Rex watching it. The AA will not be there through the fence, but it doesn't matter. He's going to try and take the gunfight around it. Yuli and Tyrael, though, in for the initials. And there is two ticks of progression from Rocker Academy, but not enough to get the point just yet.
17 points up against 17. You actually have so much time to be able to find where some of these kills are located at. But look at where Tyrael and Yuli are located at. Top and bottom arcade. You got to deal with these players if you want to try to make your way over towards B. One player over by AC, the other all the way into the backside of Pride Rock. Now, they were able to at least clean up Tyrael, but Yuli has completely gone unnoticed. Not knowing where some of these players are located at, unbeknownst to him, Pander is top green. Shaving a lot of time off this clock. T-Fell Enterprises are trying to get GodderX out from this tool's position. That's a very annoying and forward position to be in, and 2 Real will do just that, completely stabilizing the middle of the map for T-Fell.
That earlier look, starting to look a little bit tantalizing for Rocker Academy, isn't it? They don't look quite certain. Maybe they will now. Real in the backline. He's going to take down Ghosty. Needs some more kills, though, and they're there. Supporting gunfire from Panda, who doesn't just get one, gets a second as well.
Wow.
That will be all she wrote. T-Fell Enterprises might well start strong. Rocker Academy, they fight back stronger.
It's just funny because, like, I mean, we go back to the hotel control, we win all defense. Oh, yeah, back-to-back offensive wins on LSULA. But, I mean, LSULA control, just as an entire story for the map mode combination, is that it really does feel like it takes that one good hit. You deal with the players on your flank, and then you just have to really look at those players that are going to be on that brick head glitch. And then maybe over by AC, Rocker Academy, they ace that quiz ever so wonderfully. Good help there from Pander. Keep Real alive. And then the triple stack came through. T-Fell Enterprises were not going to get there in time. Tied up here. Offense for offense. 6 segments apiece.
Control continues to be close between these two teams. Real doing Real things for Rocker Academy to get an early foothold here in round number 3. But he is having to backtrack now as the rest of his team will give up some space. But Real has finally outplayed Yuli. He's hunting him down for a very long time there. Could sniff him from far away, but it's okay. For T-Fell Enterprises, the trades will be effective. Ghosty for 1. Now some early progression on towards A. Tyrael going to wrap around through top lockers to get some of that control. Nobody from Rocker Academy up top in the tower area. So Tyrael's position is actually pretty important for T-Fell Enterprises on the whole, but actually on the point, Real picks up 2 crucial gunfights and a lot of the pressure now alleviated.
Real trying to go for this battle. It's just one player that's over by A. This is a great bait play. The 2 Real through dead silence comes in from behind. He will clean up Fame on the B zone. They're not looking to stack this, though. They're just going to leave Ghosty, maybe try to work up a couple segments because 2 Real wants to get more presence over towards top patio, but he'll get traded down. Just one player on the zone. Real more than aware. He'll find his 3rd in a row for this life. Kills still popping up left, right, and center. T-Fell Enterprises reeling to even try to find a single segment.
Oh, Panda. Ooh, I thought for a second Panda was going to survive way past his station. It's okay. He does not. Fellow going to get that kill. 30 seconds now for T-Fell. Get something going on one of the GP2 points. They've got the pick of the lot, but they haven't removed GodderX from the power position. Could do some serious damage here. Just try and play your life for a second. He's pressurized by 2 Real. That's enough now for T-Fell to get some presence on the point. 2 Real actually just wasting time again as Ghosty comes from behind to take down GodderX. Power position down. And T-Fell now with those gunfights short of something super special from Fame. He will actually pick up 1. This point should be done.
You got to be careful here. I mean, it looks like that Pander wants to try to give it one last good hurrah, but they'll go down because of it. Now, you lost a lot of players behind where you should be defending if you're Rocker Academy. 60 seconds out on towards the board. Yuli's in a forward position over by Garage. Fame, spidey senses, tingling. He knows that his flank is not fully secured, but is he going to get timing from Yuli? He's back trucked now. Being able to deal with Yuli in this position would be massive. Yuli finds the first trade, needs to be there. It will. Now your next big point of problematic area is going to be Ghosty. He is top patio. But even more so than that, at least Rocker Academy find the trades required to negate T-Fell Enterprises' presence over by the B zone.
Ghosty in behind. Can he do anything here? Nope. Gets cut down by Panda. Good awareness from Rocker Academy. Recognize the flank will be through, and also players up top past the map as well. Real inside house. No invasions for him. Julie attempts to break his way in through the door and is denied. Next up will be Ghosty to try and remove Real from this power position. It's an important one to take down. Tell you what.
Oops.
Fame comes through. He's like, yeah, I know you guys are really struggling with Real in the backline, so I'll come and deal with him for you. And he does exactly that. And now that error might well be more costly than you might at first think. It's just got a Rex on the point now. Has to go huge for at least one kill. Kieran loses the opening. It's Yuli in for the first kill. Not just him, but Ghosty on the point as well. They're still looking for some more, but 15 seconds left now. The time for zoning isn't now. Panda brings the streak down, takes down with his teammate and somebody on TFL Enterprises. And again, that doesn't clear the point. TFL still over here. 8.5 seconds on the clock now. Fame looking to do some serious damage. The first versus Yuli, not the second against 2Real. Still, Rocker Academy players close by and Real not able to get anything done. Can Panda and Godorex save this point? Around the backside, here comes Panda, and they don't expect this. Panda from the side for 2! 5 versus 4 now. They clear the point. One last hurrah from Ghosty in the situation. He knows that it's futile, and Panda comes and clutches up.
Another cruise missile was earned by Pander. He calls it in almost immediately. It's kind of shades of what happened over by the A zone, but to a greater extent in this defensive round for Rocker Academy to stop the B zone from being converted. And as you were saying, it came down to Pander and Godorex to push up past the fence line, find the kills required. Because when TFL Enterprises, they cut themselves on that zone. I mean, Fellow was having all of the right reads in the world. He was able to have some help from Yuli on the back truck that found Godorex initially, and then Fellow knew, especially with the zones where you start spawning over by the shack, they're going to be coming over by the top bricks, top window area. He deals with them all in kind. First defensive round win will go by way for Rocker Academy here in this crucial round. They could still close it out here and call themselves NA Challengers Elite Champions. TFL Enterprises looking to stop that.
You really cannot undersell how important that final play was from Panda. Might well have just secured this game, especially as the first couple of rounds went. But this is a good start, a good response in kind from TFL Enterprises to hold strong on the defense. Imperial looking to force the issue here. Third in a row, trying to get control of House, but Fame anticipates the play coming his way and is ready to deal with the pressure. Panda for another one as well. Not quite enough just yet for Rocker Academy to get any significant amount of control over the field, but that one might be. Yuli out of the power position now. And Rocker Academy going to stack the point.
Just one player that's on it right now, and it's Godorex. Fame's playing a forward approach, trying to deal with players trying to come inside of tools. You also got players that are top patio. That's going to be Real. He's behind enemy lines. Just got to deal with Fellow. He's all the way to the backside of the truck, but he is doing this more or less on his own because the rest of TFL Enterprises, Fame will get that's by Yuli. That forward positioning will be dealt with. It's just up to Real. Maybe try to hold the line. Has some help from Pander on the side.
Still not over yet. For Rocker Academy, the kills through once again. Panda now confident enough off the back of that to jump on towards the point. Again, he's the only one that will do this, but he has support from both Godorex and Real. Doesn't quite anticipate Yuli on the back line, though. The trade has to be here from Real on the Vaznev. Not quite the weapon for the engagement. And, well, ironically enough, switches to the attack for the short-range engagement in the second. Again, though, Rocker Academy have split their efforts, and a bit of a distraction play coming out from Fame over towards A enables Godorex to get on the point. There is nobody from TFL Enterprises that at least initially would be able to stop Real, but he goes inside to try and deal with that pressure from TFL. Godorex, now with 15 seconds left, has to try and do some damage. He will be taken down now. Rocker Academy, Panda on A. They will stop the clock. Fame's going to come and help him out, so the point will go by faster now. TFL players up top. Going to have to come down and deal with these players, but Ghosty in for the first, 2Real jumping down for the second and the third as well. Rocker sent back to the respawn point. It is all on the shoulders of Real now to produce something special. He can't get it done, and at this point, TFL, they've done enough. It will be around 5.
It'll be around 5, and TFL Enterprises were going to be able to get themselves to the defensive side here on LSCLO control. No easy feat to speak of, but stopping that A-zone conversion was everything for TFL Enterprises. If that A-zone gets converted, it goes down to kills. And then it's much more of a toss-up on who's going to be better at addition, maybe, to decide who's going to be able to get that round 5 defense, regardless of the matter. That's exactly what you want to see from TFL Enterprises. Through the opening break, it felt like they never lost a life lead, Brody. And from there on out, they just continuously enforced themselves across all of these very crucial points of interest on LSCLO to make sure they had themselves all of the eliminations, all of the trades in the world to stop Rocker Academy from getting that A zone. It takes a certain might of individuals to recognize that we are up 10 lives. We can absolutely throw ourselves at the Zay zone to stop it from happening, because if they didn't, again, could have been the round 5 defense. But this is the best look T-Fel have to try to force out a map number 7.
Rocker on the offense. Do not count them out. Good way to play the offense for them in the past has been to get players in from behind. And they have got one player trying to make that flank happen. Fame, Real going to be a lot more honest with it on the point, but only able to get one before falling. So T-Fel, rock solid. Good for the trades here on the first open. But again, that player that I talked about in the form of Fame, excuse me, has still got in from behind. Yuli now trying to flank though. For T-Fel Enterprises, Fellow again has actually dealt with Fame on the back line, and with 50 seconds left here, Rocker Academy, these pushes haven't worked out so far.
It's just been Yuli continuously on defense. He causes so much doubt. He finds that first kill, and there were like 2-3 arrows. The other 3 for Rocker Academy that just turn around expecting for Yuli to fly for a secondary, but he doesn't. He just plays in these very annoying positions. 2 kills, 4-1. Goes the kill feed. Rocker Academy, they got presence over by B, but Yuli is not done making plays. He's past kegs on a force spree.
An attempt here from Rocker Academy, though. On to B they go. Naded is Panda out of the play. Godorex up top trying to pressurize Ghosty out of position. Can't get it done. Now Yuli an attempted flank. He does get shut down. So big shutdowns being made by Rocker Academy at the moment. Still 2 players on B, and they will only have 1 actually on the point. Looking to get some map control. Will be Fame, and it will be a big kill if he can make it happen. Just, again, get Ghosty out of a position where he could do some damage here. He's having a snake because of that pressure that Fame was applying. Rocker Academy could well capture B here in this moment. Now, 2 Real on the flank, cannot get it done. It's a pinstripe kill feed no longer as Panda gets yet another kill. B is gone.
Lives are even. 19 apiece. 2 segments are all that required over at A, and there's already presence over here. The biggest issue for Rocker Academy is you have Ghosty, who is in that top tower position, but you also have to keep in mind Fame is on the flank. Ghosty will find the trade. 2 Real is also here, so they were going to be able to clear away the A zone ever so slightly, but Rocker still have numbers.
Ghosty has to go huge here. Has to get at least 1 or 2 kills to keep Rocker Academy away from the point. There's the first, but still, progress now being made. The second tick of aggression will be through. Fellow from the middle of the map will be picking up 1. Real now left alive in a 1 versus 2. He can't get anything done. 2 Real clears the point. 70 seconds now on the clock, but 1 tick of aggression is all that's required.
13 points up against 14. You have so much time to either do this via kills or be able to get that last segment. Godorex, no dead silence, has the trophy system. He's got to start trying to clear some space here. Finds a Vaznev to try to help out his virtues, but Yuli is inside of tools. He's expecting the chow to come through. Pander will open up with finding one on a fellow, but look at Ghosty on the minimap. He's on a forward approach here. Yuli hears the ladder being climbed. That's a big 2-for-1 trade in favor of T-Fel.
All it takes is 1 good push here from Rocker Academy. All it takes. We've just got to get players in behind to secure it. But they're looking to just full free stack this through the middle. Godorex as well on the outside. Nobody in that power position just yet. Ghosty's climbing the hill to try and make it happen. Godorex, he expects it, but no. Ghosty at the midpoint will take him off guard. Ghosty for 5 in a row now. Rocker Academy. Things falling apart. Real on the flank. Tack, not his preferred weapon in this situation, but still, he can make something special happen with it. The newest addition to this roster at the beginning of the 2023 season. What can he do here in this situation? He actually does open things up. The kill versus Fellow. Keeping this play alive is Real. 2 Real on the other side now taking shots. And it's going to be a 2-piece in the kill feed. Rocker Academy could still finish this here. 2 Real. He's going to be pressured and it isn't enough. So many times. Rocker Academy. Always the bridesmaid, but never the bride. It's time for the wedding day as Rocker Academy come out and they win their first Challengers Elite.
It's Real's second Elite win in playoffs, but Godorex, Pander, Fame, they get it done here in a map number 6 on offense, no less, on El Osilo Control. They will cement themselves as your first NA Elite Season 1 champion here in the Modern Warfare 2 year, and it was a grueler. So many questions around this team, going all the way back to Raleigh, some early cups. Is this team it? Can we play with some puzzles? They had some role changes that came through, some growing pains, if you will, bringing in Real to join with the likes of Pander, Godorex, and Fame from the end of the season of Vanguard. They put in the work. They get it done. The Joey Nubsy buff, the silly coaching, it is all there, baby. They have cemented themselves as the #1 team in North America. Talk about a momentum swing ahead of Boston. Congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, for the organization at least, of course, because as you mentioned, Real has actually won a Challengers Elite Championship before. That was in Europe last season. with the European Rocker Academy squad. So Rocker Academy, I mean, what, they're 2 for 2 on opening Season 1 championships, albeit with different roster. Still, just incredible. Congratulations to Rocker Academy. GodRx, Fame, Panda, Real all had a sensational game number 6 here. Take a look at it. Close things out. It was a pretty close one, I think, across the board. Oh, goodness me. Panda top fragging for the squad. But as I said, I mean, I don't think there's anything here that particularly stands out. There was no one player that went absolutely mental. It was a team effort from Rocker here.
I mean, Panda 30 and 27, 25 of those kills were non-trade, to keep in mind, you 3,600 damage, but it's what it came along with, that damage and those kills that Panda was finding continuously. Go back to that first offensive round win for Rocker Academy when they were on the B zone specifically. That push, that conversion doesn't come through if Panda isn't there to overwatch young Real as they're just one shot and quite literally no stim. Panda beams one player off of that head glitch inside the window. And that opens up Rocker Academy to be able to convert that offensive round. Sure, Fame, always on the flank continuously, trying to do what Yuli was finding so much success with in those final 2 defensive rounds. But Real, I know it's not the craziest KD ratio, 25 and 24, but 3,600 damage, the majority have done with a submachine gun at that. That's why you get this guy on your team. That is what Real offers to this level of play for Rocker Academy. It's just been an absolute sight to behold. I honestly thought we were going to go to a map number 7 here,
Same,
Brody.
man. Same.
I mean, you really had such a good effort for TFL Enterprises. Obviously, commiserations to them, making a massive lower bracket run. They had the setup for sure, but that one little hole got snuffed out from one of Real, and he was coming in. He was starting to snap onto his own teammates, dropping down from the top balcony, for heaven's sakes. But
yeah,
once
man.
he got on the zone itself, the nades, all the information in between was just being scouted out so wonderfully. He finds the last eliminations required to stall the clock at like 7 seconds. Man, I can't say enough. This Rocker Academy squad has impressed me throughout the Elite.
What a series, man. And what an Elite as well. Like, I know North America, it always delivers. It always does. We can never expect anything outside of the region. It is, of course, just such a competitive region on the whole. But, I mean, just so many shock moments. Rocker Academy, though, I mean, this is consistency from them. And again, we already had a question answered, I think, for Rocker Academy over at Raleigh. You know, they placed, I think it was 4th or 3rd over, I think it was 3rd overall, excuse me, that they placed at that event. So they answered the question that they were kind of struggling with, or at least during last season, about that consistency. And then they do it online. That was the big thing, you know, kind of coming in here, playing online well, now able to come out and win Challengers Elite Season 1. Here is the final map set at the end of the day. They can always rely on those round 5 controls. It would seem, of course, coming to this, they were 7-1 in control, so it's not all that much of a surprise. 5-0 on El Asilo. And the Search and Destroyers as well go their way. I tell you what, nothing if not consistent for TFL Enterprises as they win both hardpoints.
I mean, 100% win rate on round 5 conversions for control throughout the entirety of the Elite Season 1 here for Rocker Academy. There's a couple consistencies in life. Death, taxes, and TFL Enterprises winning hardpoints, man, because that is all they're going to be able to find here. But again, I was talking about it at the end of that Embassy Search and Destroy. This Rocker Academy team in their OBJ play is just so sublime, man. They understand their reading tendencies, they're making the right adaptations, they're finding where a lot of these annoying players are located at, and that is so not easy to do. I know that a lot of Twitch chat is always sitting there, whether it's a meme or not, you're saying that you're going to be better than a lot of these guys if you go up against them. Probably not, because they're making these adaptations on the fly continuously, our Rocker Academy, and that was quite apparent in that El Asilo Search and Destroy. It was cemented in that round 5 on Hotel Control, and just screamed to the heavens on that El Asilo Control round number 5. They were certainly down, but never out. Honestly speaking, just give this Rocker Academy all your vamos. Real had showed up in a massive way.
Here's a look at the championship run for Rocker Academy. Of course, this doesn't show what they managed to do in the group play towards the back half of those group play matches. Of course, the first 2 not so great, even if they won the latter of them. It had to be reverse sweep versus Convoy Gaming, but what was it, a 9-0 in group play, and then of course they followed it up with this 3-1 Amit, 3-0 at Felion Esports, 3-1 Boston Academy, and then 4-2 in the grand finals versus TFL. They quite literally did take on basically the entirety of North American champions, and for that reason, maybe not that reason alone, they are your worthy Season 1 champions. We can take a little peek here at the lower bracket to show you guys. To be fair, again, shout out to TFL, because the fact that they managed to make this losers bracket run happen, I think it's pretty typical.
Yeah, I mean, obviously not the finish that they wanted, but you should feel very happy with yourself if you are TFL Enterprises. Remember that Ghosty got dropped ahead of the qualifiers from that Ironblood Gaming roster. And you got to get thrown into the mixture here with TFL Enterprises. You know, even through playoffs, we knew that they were the #1 hardpoint team, especially through group play. But then they make the run. They get the revenge here today in a 3-0 fashion versus Boston Academy. But it's Rocker Academy that get the last laugh. Remember, the only loss that Rocker Academy had, their only stain on a record throughout the entirety of Elite Season 1 was the TFL Enterprise. They lost at 3-0. They came in, they vetoed all of those maps that they lost, and then they win in 6 maps. Unfreaking believable coming through from this Rocker Academy squad. They deserve a very good celebration.
Yeah, absolutely they do. It does bring things full circle, doesn't it? Because the one team they lost to is the one team they managed to beat in the grand final. So any questions you have about this roster, whether or not they're on top of the pile here in North American Challenges, throw them away. Just get rid of them. Don't worry about it right now, because Rocker Academy, they are going to be your Season 1 champions. And for you, those of you guys asking, what's next here for Call of Duty Challenges? You got a taste, now you want another fix. Well, don't worry, because there's a huge major event coming up very, very soon. Boston, the Big Boy Challenges Open, an event where the precursor to this Rocker Academy roster, Electrify Steel, last season actually placed second, is coming up on the 3rd through the 5th of February. It's going to be an excellent event. I absolutely cannot wait for it. And the interesting thing is as well, if we reference European challenges too, Andy, is the fact that the champions here, Elevate and Rocker Academy respectively, European and North American regions, were actually both inside the top 3 alongside LAG Academy, who basically no longer exist, at least in the form that they won Raleigh, right? So consistency across, even if the Elevate roster is also a little bit different.
That Boston Open's gonna bang, brother. I can't wait to watch all of that, dude. I'm just always so excited. I'm so giddy. I'm always on the edge of my seat when it comes to cross-regional matchups, when it comes down to the Opens. We got some of that taste in Raleigh with the Pro-Am. It was really cool to be able to see it all unfold. In Boston, from what I've been told about that setup, you guys are gonna have a great time at that event.
Yeah, indeed you will. It's going to be incredible, mate. I cannot wait for it. And yeah, you talk about that cross-regional rivalry. He is coming, boys, I'm telling you. Anyway, that's what's up next, of course. And if you're looking for more Challenges Elite, that Season 2 qualifies on February 8th and 9th, not long after the Boston Open. So there's still a packed Call of Duty Challenges schedule ahead of us for the 2023 season. This was just the beginning. It's just been incredible, mate. I'm honestly lost for words, because this season has just been so great. Any final thoughts here before we send everybody home?
How are you not entertained? You have people like Parasite coming out of retirement. He subs in for Team Notorious. Tibor make a very deep run. Didn't make it to finals. Doesn't matter. Fellow, also doing God's work over here. Ghosty on the Revenge Tour. That guy is the #1 2-player statistically in between NA and EU. You better be there for Boston, whether it's in Twitch chat or at the event. I'm looking for you, so that way you can enjoy a more close cross-regional matchup. It's going to be a good one. This year is just getting started.
You heard it here first, folks. He's looking for you, and trust me, he's scary when he looks at you. Anyway, don't go anywhere, guys. We got Boston coming up for the 3rd through the 5th of February. It's going to be excellent. I cannot wait. It's time for everybody here in the Europe region who's been staying up for the North American action to go to bed, and I think in North America's at this point as well. It's going to be incredible. I cannot wait. February 3rd through 5th, again, that is going to be when Boston is going to be. But until then, thank you everybody for tuning in for Call of Duty Challenges Elite Season 1. We'll see you at Boston.